Jiang Chun cradled the freshly acquired Infinity Stone set, his eyes shimmering with excitement. An involuntary smile crept upon his lips as his fingers caressed the smooth surfaces of each gem, savoring their unique textures. Eagerly, he unlocked his phone, intent on leaving the seller a 5-star review. However, upon entering the online store, his brow furrowed in confusion. What's going on? Why is the store closed? He scrolled back and forth on the screen, desperately searching for clues. Perplexed and resigned, he let out a soft sigh. Goodness, this shop closed down rather swiftly. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but jest. I recall this was supposedly an online store run by the Marvel author from Huiqiangbai. It seems that writing novels is hardly a stable profession, especially for an author of such obscure fame. His gaze returned to the Infinity Stones on the table despite the shop's abrupt closure. He was still quite pleased with his set of gems. He picked one up. Scrutinizing it closely, the stone twinkled under the light, exuding an enigmatic glow, as if harboring some mysterious power. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of puzzlement crossing his eyes. Why do these stones emit light? He murmured to himself, his fingers tracing the smooth surface of a gem. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, resolving not to dwell on the question any longer. Never mind. If I can't figure it out, then I won't. He placed the gem back on the table, stretched languidly, and turned towards the sofa, grabbing the remote to switch on the television. The screen showcased the latest Marvel movie trailer, seeing the familiar superheroes gather once more. Jiang Chun couldn't help but smirk. Since Avengers Endgame, Marvel has lost its charm. A hint of disappointment and resignation tinged his voice. The plots are becoming increasingly formulaic, and the character development is growing shallower. As he flipped through the channels, his gaze suddenly landed on the Infinity Stones on the table, a peculiar glimmer igniting in his eyes. If only I could traverse into the Marvel universe. He uttered, half in jest, half earnestly, his tone laced with longing. I must personally experience the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already envision himself wielding the gauntlet. At that moment, the Infinity Stones on the table emitted a faint, ethereal glow. The radiance was so gentle that Jiang Chun, lost in his daydream, remained completely oblivious. Outside, the night deepened, and the city's clamor gradually subsided. Jiang Chun glanced at the time, deciding to conclude this ordinary evening. He rose and made his way to the bathroom, initiating his nightly routine. Amidst the sound of running water, his thoughts lingered in that distant Marvel universe. As he brushed his teeth in front of the mirror, visions of various superheroes danced through his mind. Once he finished his routine, Jiang Chun turned off the bathroom light and returned to his bedroom, his gaze sweeping over the Infinity Stones once more. The 6 gems lay quietly, as if awaiting something. Without further contemplation, Jiang Chun switched off the room's light, nestled into the warmth of his blankets, and closed his eyes, swiftly drifting into slumber. However, as he lay in a deep slumber, the Infinity Stones on the table once again emitted a faint glow. This time, the radiance intensified, gradually illuminating the entire room. A mysterious force began to surge through the air, as if it were poised to tear apart the very fabric of reality. Jiang Chun remained blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited him, lost in the realm of dreams. Outside, the entire city and all of Huagua were enveloped by this enigmatic energy, heralding an earth-shattering transformation that was quietly unfolding. When all was said and done, the 6 Infinity Stones dissipated, transforming into 6 beams of light that entered the slumbering Jiang Chen's being. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes. The sun filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon his face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, sensing something amiss. The surroundings seemed subtly altered, yet he could not quite pinpoint the exact difference. Sitting up, he surveyed the room, which appeared unchanged at first glance. However, an unusual aura permeated the air, igniting an inexplicable excitement within him. Shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the odd sensation, he rose and made his way to the bathroom to begin his morning routine. As cold water splashed against his face, Jiang Chun finally shook off the remnants of sleep. He glanced into the mirror and suddenly froze. The reflection staring back at him seemed taller and more imposing, with pronounced muscle definition. Jiang Chun blinked in disbelief, Thinking he must be mistaken, and reached up to touch his face, the sensation undeniably real. What on earth? Did I get bitten by a spider while I slept? Jiang Chun murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in confusion. He looked down at his hands and noticed that the muscles in his arms had also become firmer. Clenching his fist, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. This sensation was both foreign and familiar, as if a long-dormant energy had finally been awakened. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to complete his morning routine before thoroughly investigating this transformation. While brushing his teeth, Jiang Shan discovered that his movements had become remarkably agile, the toothbrush dancing effortlessly in his hand, as if it possessed a will of its own. As he washed his face, every detail of the water's flow became vividly clear. Even the faint sound of droplets striking his skin resonated in his ears. This extraordinary sensory experience filled Jiang Chun with both excitement and bewilderment, leading him to ponder if he had indeed been bitten by a spider and transformed into a superhero. After finishing his grooming, he stepped out of the bathroom, ready to change for work. However, upon opening his wardrobe, he found that his once well-fitting clothes now felt somewhat constricted, barely accommodating his new physique. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his altered appearance. Broad shoulders, a solid chest, and long legs. This physique resembled that of a superhero straight out of a comic book. Am I still dreaming? Jiang Chun couldn't resist slapping himself, the sting affirming the reality of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to remain calm. Could it be that my sleeping position last night caused this transformation? He attempted to rationalize the phenomenon scientifically, yet deep down, he secretly yearned for an even more astonishing explanation. That he stepped out of the bedroom and into the living room, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the coffee table, eager to behold the infinite gems he had acquired the previous night. However, to his astonishment, the table lay bare. The 6 gems, radiating an extraordinary luminescence, were nowhere to be found. A heavy weight sank in Jiang Chen's heart as an ominous premonition washed over him. Could it be that a thief has invaded my home? He hastily examined the doors and windows, only to discover that everything was intact, with no signs of forced entry and no other belongings missing. The sole exception was that set of infinite gems, valued at 666, which had vanished into thin air. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow deeper, his mind awash with confusion and unease. He recalled the faint glow he had seen before sleep the night prior, and suddenly a bold hypothesis took shape. Could it be that I have unknowingly purchased the genuine article? He shook his head, deeming his thoughts too absurd, and resolved to set them aside for the moment as he prepared to leave for work. P.S. A preliminary note to preempt any subsequent inquiries regarding the protagonist's abilities. The 6 enhanced infinite gems are superior to the original versions, possessing greater strength within the realm of rules, and can be regarded as rule gems. When a nation transitioned into the Marvel Universe, energy was depleted, leaving only the space gem, which retained its teleportation function. In the later stages, upon acquiring the infinite gems of this world, the protagonist will gradually absorb energy and unlock abilities. Since this is a developmental narrative, rendering the protagonist invincible from the outset would be devoid of meaning thus. A process is necessary, with the protagonist's powers serving as a baseline. Regarding the concept of crossing worlds, the 2 iterations of the Huagua Nation will interchange, with a potential epilogue exploring the Marvel Huagua transition into the real world once the story concludes. Furthermore, concerning why others on Earth remain oblivious to the changes, it is because the infinite gems, during their traversal, simultaneously altered the thoughts of the inhabitants of this world, which will be gradually revealed. Even formidable beings like the Ancient One will feel a subtle dissonance, yet she will not delve deeper into it. Additionally, discussions surrounding Marvel films and storylines will fade into obscurity once they extend beyond the borders of Huagua, as if forgotten by the native population understanding of this world's will, akin to the power of the One above all. Lastly, the world traversed is the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where existence will intertwine with multiverse narratives. After fully unlocking more advanced powers of space and time, one may traverse through myriad realms. Chapter 2, Acquiring the Genuine Article. Jiang Chun was immersed in astonishment at the transformation of his body when, abruptly, a shrill ringtone pierced the silence, disrupting his thoughts. He glanced at the screen. in the name of his superior glaring back at him. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call, striving to project an air of calmness. "Hello, Jiang Chun. Why aren't you at work yet?" The displeasure in his boss's voice was unmistakable. Jiang Chun cast a glance at the clock on the wall, realizing with alarm that it was already past 9:30. "I'm sorry, boss, I'll be there shortly," he replied hastily, internally chiding himself. No sooner had he spoken than the world around him shifted dramatically. He found himself miraculously at the company entrance, clutching a carton of milk and a loaf of bread, yet wearing his own slippers. Passers-by cast bewildered glances in his direction, some even stopping to rub their eyes, as if struggling to comprehend the sight before them. Jiangxin stood frozen, his mind a blank slate. He looked down at the bread in his hand, then surveyed the familiar surroundings of the company entrance, his heart racing and breath quickening. He closed his eyes, picturing his home, and when he opened them again, he was back in his living room. This time, he distinctly perceived a blue, smoke-like glow swirling around him, reminiscent of cinematic special effects. "This is impossible. Is this the space gem?" Jiangchen murmured, a wave of intense excitement surging within him. The voice of his boss broke through his reverie, impatiently asking, "Hello? Jiangchen, where are you?" Jiangchen inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "Boss, I'm feeling unwell today. I'd like to take a day off." Without waiting for a response, he hung up the phone. He scanned the room, attempting to locate the mysterious infinity gem. However, everything appeared normal. There were no anomalies. He shut his eyes again, concentrating, envisioning himself in the bedroom. Instantly, he felt a slight dizziness, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself indeed standing by the bedside. Could it be? I truly purchased the real thing? This is the power of the space gem. Jiangchen's heart raced, a tumultuous blend of excitement and fear coursing through him. He hurried to the wardrobe, gazing at himself in disbelief, as though caught in a dream. Suddenly recalling something, he approached his computer, eagerly searching for information on the infinity gem. However, the search results left him astounded. The page displayed no relevant information found. He attempted to search for keywords like Marvel's Avengers, yet the results remained disappointingly blank. Furrowing his brow, a flicker of unease began to rise within him. How could this be? A blockbuster movie so popular, yet there was no trace of information? He muttered to himself, fingers incessantly tapping the keyboard. Then, a chilling thought flashed through his mind, causing his fingers to halt. Could it be? Have I traversed dimensions? Jiangchen shook his head, deeming the notion absurd. Yet, the reality before him defied all logic. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to make another attempt. With his eyes closed, Jiangchen envisioned himself at the far side of the city, and once again, a blue radiance flickered, engulfing him in a sensation of weightlessness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing atop a tall building, gazing down at the bustling metropolis below, alive with the ceaseless flow of vehicles and throngs of people. The city appeared as familiar as ever. Could it be that the entire city had traversed time? Jiangchen inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He closed his eyes once more, attempting to teleport again. This time, he envisioned returning home, and as the azure light enveloped him, he safely arrived in his living room. Collapsing onto the sofa, his mind raced with thoughts. If he had truly crossed dimensions, where was he now? Had indeed the entire city journeyed through time? He picked up his phone to check the date. It displayed the year 2008, yet domestic events remained unchanged. Shenzhou 19 had just launched, Shenzhou 18 had safely landed, and the Zhuhai Airshow had just commenced. But where had the news of the election across the ocean disappeared? It had been the headline just days prior. A wave of profound unease washed over Jiangchen, enveloping him in an indescribable dread. He rose and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. The world outside seemed unremarkable. Bathed in sunlight with hurried passers-by, everything appeared so ordinary. Yet Jiang Chun understood that nothing was as it seemed. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to conduct one final test. He picked up his phone and dialed his mother's number. The call connected swiftly, and her familiar voice resonated. "Hello, Xiaochen. Why are you calling at this hour?" He exhaled in relief. At least his family was safe. They exchanged a few words, confirming that all was well. After hanging up, Jiangchen fell into contemplation. If he had indeed traversed time, it was not merely he who had been affected. The entire nation of Huagua might have been swept into this upheaval. His mind raced as he sought clarity. First, he had acquired the power of the space gem. Second, this world appeared devoid of any Marvel-related information. Lastly, although the surroundings remained unchanged, various signs pointed toward an astonishing conclusion. Jiangchen took another deep breath, endeavoring to steady himself. If this were true, what should he do next? He needed more information, more evidence. Deciding against immediate action, he resolved to carefully observe the changes in this world. He hastily opened his phone and scoured various social media platforms, only to discover that the online community was abuzz with discussions of this peculiar phenomenon. It turned out he was not alone in his realization. Many others across the country had also noticed this anomaly. Among them were numerous Marvel enthusiasts who, upon awakening, found their cherished collectibles mysteriously vanished, as if some enigmatic force had erased all related items from existence. These individuals sought answers online, only to find that no trace of Marvel or the Avengers could be uncovered, leading everyone to a shared suspicion. As a netizen unveiled news from across the ocean, particularly from the United States, the online community found itself in a state of agitation. This revelation pertained to a certain tycoon, a well-known playboy, none other than the illustrious Tony Stark. The report highlighted his remarkable achievement of having seduced 12 cover girls, effectively monopolizing the year. The emergence of this information led everyone, including Jiang Qian, to a singular realization. They appeared to have traversed into the Marvel Universe. It is worth noting that the protagonist possesses an enhanced version of the Infinity Stones, which has allowed China to cross into the Marvel Universe, directly replacing the original realm of China and erasing subsequent ramifications. Consequently, the protagonist's Infinity Stones now lie dormant, their power in slumber. The Marvel Universe harbors deeply entrenched stereotypes regarding China. Even the so-called superheroes within the domestic sphere are often lackluster. Thus, a decisive elimination was deemed necessary, adhering to the premise that the entirety of China from the real world would traverse into this alternate reality. Many readers have inquired about the fate of the original China in the Marvel Universe. To clarify, the initial plan was to discard it entirely due to the presence of numerous derogatory portrayals. The intention was for China to eventually return to its original world, reappearing at the moment of crossing, and perhaps even hosting another Zhuhai air show, implementing the Southgate project. However, the readership expressed a preference to witness an exchange of positions between the two worlds, desiring to observe the extraordinary China, seemingly technologically inferior, yet endowed with superpowers ravaging other nations in the real world. This suggestion was indeed appealing, prompting modifications to the narrative. With plans to compose an extensive epilogue of several tens of thousands of words upon the book's conclusion, detailing the exploits of the Marvel China overpowering other countries. Nonetheless, as the completion of the narrative is still a considerable distance away, the focus shall remain on the Marvel Universe for the time being. Chapter 3. The Marvel Universe. Jiang Chen sat before his computer, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard as he endeavored to search for the Avengers and Iron Man. However, the results left him profoundly despondent. A message indicating the absence of relevant content flashed on the screen, piercing his eyes. He switched between several search engines, even attempting to search in English, yet the outcome remained unchanged. How could this be? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He opened his hard drive, rummaging through the previously downloaded Marvel films, only to discover that the folder containing all Marvel movies had inexplicably vanished. I distinctly remember rewatching Avengers Endgame just last night. His fingers trembled slightly, the mouse tracing erratic paths across the desktop. Even the content stored on his own computer yielded despair. Every piece of information related to Marvel seemed to have been erased by some mysterious force. Leaning back in his chair, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze, and a swell of unease surged within him. He then picked up his phone and dialed his friend Li Ming. "Hello, Lally. Do you remember the movie we watched together last week? Of course, Venom 3, right? It seems Marvel's recent films have been lackluster, except for Deadpool, which was tolerable." Came Lao Yu's voice from the other end, tinged with resignation. "Can you find this movie online now?" Jiang Chen's heart tightened. "Strange, I can't find anything. Has it been taken down? There's not even a rating on Dubon." Li Ming's astonishment echoed Jiang Chen's sinking heart. "All right, I understand. We'll talk later." Jiang Chun hung up the phone, lost in contemplation. Memories lingered, yet the information was utterly absent. What could this signify? Suddenly, he recalled and reopened his browser, directly searching for Tony Stark. Instantly, a flurry of news articles filled the screen. CEO Tony Stark of Stark Industries is set to showcase new weaponry in Afghanistan. Playboy Tony graces the cover of Time once more. Stark Industries stock prices soar to unprecedented heights. Military contracts surge. Jiang Chen's fingers hovered in midair, his pupils dilating slightly. He meticulously read through each article, confirming the timeline. Tony had not yet become Iron Man, nor had he even been kidnapped. This was the genesis of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He slumped in his chair, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Outside, the sun continued to shine brightly, and the streets bustled with life. Yet he understood that this world was no longer the one he had known. The entirety of Hua country had traversed to the pivotal moment of the Marvel film's inception. And all of this seemed intertwined with the infinite gems he had acquired. Jiang Chun rubbed his temples, a throbbing headache beginning to set in. He was acutely aware of the events that were destined to unfold, yet this foreknowledge sent a chill down his spine. He knew that significant changes loomed ahead, and the entire nation would soon be swept into a tempest that would alter the world. Who could tell me why the infinite gems sold by that dubious author are genuine? Jiang Chun sat before his computer, his thoughts swirling. Raising his hand to gaze at his palm, recalling the earlier transmission, a familiar surge of energy coursed through his being, reminiscent of the power emanating from the space stone in the Marvel Universe. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and he closed his eyes, adjusting his breath to allow his consciousness to delve inward. Within his mind, 6 radiant orbs of light hovered, each radiating a unique wave of energy. The blue orb was the most vibrant, while the other 5 remained dormant, awaiting their moment. Jiang Chun opened his eyes, a glimmer of blue light flashing in his pupils. He reached out to touch the table, feeling the spatial energy swirl at his fingertips. With a subtle thought, he gently tapped the water glass on the table. And in an instant, it vanished from sight, reappearing at the opposite end of the table. Indeed, it was the power of the space stone. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the powerful energy surging within him. Rising to his feet, Jiang Chun moved to the center of the room, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding space. The energy surged through him, as if the entire realm lay within his grasp. Captain Marvel had also gained her strength from the space stone. What made her so formidable? He furrowed his brow, recalling the terrifying prowess displayed by Carol Danvers in the film. Raising his hand, he attempted to condense the energy. A faint blue light flickering in his palm, though it paled in comparison to Captain Marvel's brilliance. Was it possible that he had yet to fully harness his power? Jiang Chun flexed his wrists, feeling the abundant strength within him. Indeed, he was far more powerful than the average person, yet still fell short of those superheroes. Approaching the window, he gazed at the distant skyscrapers, where the glass facades reflected a dazzling brilliance in the sunlight. Perhaps it would take time to adapt and develop. He clenched his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. Even with only the power of the space stone, it was sufficient for him to establish his presence in this world. Jiang Chun raised his hand, the spatial energy dancing at his fingertips, and with a surge of thought, his figure instantaneously vanished from sight. In the next moment, he found himself on the rooftop terrace, a gentle breeze caressing his face, the city's cacophony reaching his ears. Tony Stark had yet to become Iron Man. This was merely the beginning. A smile crept onto his lips, anticipation flickering in his gaze. To traverse into the Marvel world and acquire the power of the Infinity Stones was not a curse. Perhaps it was a fortuitous opportunity. Jiang Chun inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, acutely sensing the energy surging within him, the powers of the other 5 stones lying dormant, awaiting awakening and development. He believed that, with the passage of time, he would undoubtedly master even greater strength. This world was on the brink of monumental change. Opening his eyes, Jiang Chun gazed into the distance, his silhouette standing tall and resolute in the sunlight. However, what should he do next? This thought flickered in his mind. Should he join the Avengers? Become a superhero? The idea of parading around in a bizarre costume sent a shiver down his spine. Absolutely not. He had no desire to be a superhero, and besides, wasn't it better to stay in his own country? Why venture to America to become a third-class citizen? To face discrimination? Jiangchen was no fool, and with the recent declarations of the new administration regarding immigration, it would be madness to rush to the United States. Oh. At present, the esteemed leader has yet to assume office, and the Marvel Universe remains devoid of such a figure. Setting aside other matters, with this newfound capability, perhaps it is time to resign. This individual seems utterly disinclined to fulfill their duties. Chapter 4. Surrender. Jiang Chun sat upon the sofa, his fingers gently drumming against the armrest, his mind a tempest of thoughts. Now that I possess the power of the Infinity Stones, must I still toil away as a mere cog in the machine? He raised his gaze to the clock adorning the wall, its hands indicating 9 o'clock. Typically, he would be immersed in work at the office by this hour. The memories of endless overtime and unreasonable demands made him grimace involuntarily. Resignation. I must resign. He abruptly rose, pacing the room, anxiety coursing through him. However, his steps soon faltered, his brow furrowing in concern. Wait, since this is the Marvel Universe, what might the future hold? Flickers of cinematic scenes flashed in his mind, such as the moment Thanos snapped his fingers, reducing countless lives to ash. Jiang Chen's complexion drained of color as thoughts of his parents and friends surged forth. The mere 50% probability meant that some of those dear to him would inevitably vanish. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. No. I cannot allow this to happen. I must not remain passive. Approaching the window, Jiangchen gazed out at the bustling street below. Pedestrians moved about as usual. Cars flowed endlessly, yet beneath this calm facade lay the harbinger of impending calamity. He inhaled deeply and turned towards his computer, launching the browser once more, typing Avengers. The page still displayed no relevant results. He attempted to search for Iron Man, but to no avail. Conversely, Captain America yielded a plethora of information, including a dedicated museum in the United States. Indeed, all information pertaining to Marvel had been eradicated. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, locating a previous forum, only to find that the once vibrant discussions had vanished, evidently orchestrated by unseen hands. At that moment, a notification appeared on the screen. If you encounter anything unusual, please remain calm and contact the authorities. The nation has taken action. Trust in your homeland. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Chen's fingers tapped softly against the desk. The populace's memories of Marvel lingered, and soon, the truth would unveil itself. Rising to his feet, he approached the window, sunlight streaming through the glass. Warm yet gentle on his face, it seemed the entire nation had traversed into the Marvel Universe. He lowered his gaze, summoning the power of the Space Stone. Watching the energy of the Infinity Stone swirl within his palm, a tightening sensation forming in his chest. To traverse is one thing. But how could an entire nation be brought along? Am I too late to regret this? Jiangchen shook his head with a wry smile. Such matters were evidently beyond reclamation. What does this all signify? It signifies that they must confront a world teeming with superheroes and villains, and more importantly, face the cataclysms that threaten to annihilate existence itself. Battling alone is futile. Jiang Chun shook his head. Even with the power of the Infinity Stones, he could not face the looming threats in solitude. I require greater strength and more preparation. His gaze gradually solidified with determination. Collaborating with the nation. This is the wisest course of action. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, feeling the surging energy within him. This power should not serve merely his own interests. In this perilous world, the current state of Huagua demands unity. Perhaps this is the essence of my strength, since I cannot alter the present. I must strive to reshape the future. He approached the mirror, adjusting his attire, meticulously smoothing the deep blue blazer and readying his tie. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the power of the space gem within, as energy coursed through his veins, stimulating every nerve like a current of electricity. Target locked. The capital. A blue luminescence flickered around him, and the fabric of space began to twist. In the next instant, Jiangchen vanished from the room. In the renowned conference building, within a spacious meeting room, dozens of high-ranking officials were seated around a long table, the atmosphere tense. According to the latest intelligence, we indeed exist in an entirely new world, an elder leader stated. It has been confirmed that we are now within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. We must immediately initiate our emergency protocols to stabilize public sentiment. Before he could finish, a blue light suddenly erupted in the center of the conference room, capturing the attention of all present. Jiangchen materialized amidst the radiance, impeccably dressed, his demeanor composed. The room fell silent, save for the soft sound of breaths. Guards swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at the unexpected intruder. Jiangchen quickly raised his hands, signaling his benign intentions. "Greetings, I am Jiangchen, here to pledge my allegiance." Faced with individuals he had only seen on television, Jiangchen's voice wavered slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute. "I believe you are already aware of our current predicament. We are in the Marvel Universe, and I possess the power of the Infinity Stones." He raised his palm, the Space Gem's characteristic blue glow swirling within. An overwhelming energy wave pressing upon everyone present. A bespectacled leader gestured for the guards to lower their weapons. "Young man, share your thoughts." Jiangchen surveyed the room, his gaze resting upon each face. The Marvel world is fraught with danger. Although the narrative primarily unfolds in America, its repercussions will resonate globally. The imminent threat lies in a few years, when an entity known as Thanos will eradicate half of all life in the universe. We must prepare for every conceivable threat. The atmosphere in the conference room grew even more solemn. This was a realization they had already gathered from their research. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, while others engaged in hushed conversations. "You interrupted our meeting. We were just discussing this," a bespectacled senior official interjected. "Yet perhaps this is also an opportunity." Jiangchen nodded, unfazed. "Therefore, I have come here. I require the support of the nation, and the nation needs my strength. In this dangerous world, we must unite." The bespectacled senior approached Jiangchen, scrutinizing him intently. "Young man, elaborate on your specific plans." Jiangchen straightened his posture, his gaze unwavering. "Firstly, we must establish a dedicated research institution to assist in the exploration of the limitless power of the Infinity Stones, thereby unlocking further possibilities. Secondly, we must swiftly master the technological advancements of this world. Lastly, we shall assemble our own team of superheroes." A hushed murmur filled the conference room, with some expressing agreement while others voiced skepticism. Yet, all were acutely aware that they had no alternative at this juncture. Chapter 5. For the nation, you are indeed correct. Your proposal aligns perfectly with our established plans. The bespectacled senior official nodded slightly, a flicker of agreement passing through his eyes, as if recalling previous discussions. In truth, prior to Jiangchen's arrival, they had already engaged in extensive deliberations regarding these strategies. Initially, there was a plan to establish a dedicated agency to address the phenomenon of time travel, and preparations for this initiative had already commenced. Furthermore, we meticulously examined external technological advancements and found that, as of 2008, our nation possessed a distinct superiority in technology. The events depicted in the Iron Man storyline transpired in 2008, and now, with our nation having traversed into this realm, we find ourselves significantly ahead in technological prowess. Yet, this is a science fiction world, where much of the technology defies conventional logic, and we must indeed master these advanced technologies. After all, it is a realm of science fiction where numerous technologies exist that challenge reason. These advanced innovations, even for our current nation, remain astonishing. As for superhero teams, we have no need for them. Our people's army is sufficient to address any challenge. In the face of significant moral dilemmas, our nation does not advocate for individual heroism. And this sentiment is widely shared among the populace. There are no heroes descending from the heavens, only ordinary individuals who rise to the occasion. Everyone has the potential to be a hero. There is no necessity to elevate a select few as the so-called superheroes. Upon hearing these words, Jiangchen felt a jolt within. 5,000 years of history attest that no one has ever been able to single-handedly alter the course of events. Success is always a product of time and collective effort. The notion that one can change the outcome of calamities through personal strength is not recognized in our nation. Consequently, despite knowing that this world venerates individual heroism, we have chosen to forge a path that reflects our unique characteristics in creating heroic teams. This is a straightforward endeavor to directly strengthen our military forces. In our nation, the true heroic team is the people's army. reflecting on the tumultuous year of 2024, when our country faced successive disasters. The presence of the military and rescue efforts was always evident. In stark contrast, across the ocean, the United States appeared powerless in the face of similar calamities. While our nation returned to normalcy within 2 days after a disaster, the United States, beset by hurricane devastations, saw millions affected and even faced the absurdity of illegal rescue operations. Disaster relief is a responsibility of socialism. The government owes nothing to the populace, who should instead be part of the solution, echoed by the mayor of Colorado City, Texas. In the face of identical disasters, our nation's wolf warriors were already deployed. Where, then, is the American captain? Millions were left without water or power, many trapped in floodwaters, and such comparisons provoke deep reflection. It is precisely for these reasons that our nation does not require superhero teams. Even if there were a need, it would only consist of teams of heroes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief and smiled. Why should he worry? It became clear that the nation had already devised meticulous plans. Since the night before, a full cycle had passed, and given our nation's efficiency, preparations were likely well underway. Therefore, Jiang Chen resolved to say no more and simply stand quietly to the side. At this moment, due to his proactive submission, the trust in him surged, prompting the leaders present to allow him to remain, while the bespectacled senior executive signaled for him to draw closer. The meeting continued unabated by Jiang Chen's arrival. Standing beside the leaders, Jiang Chen surveyed the solemn and focused expressions of the senior officials, who were diligently proceeding with the agenda. One leader began to speak about the Marvel Universe, asserting that although we currently lacked concrete data, the narrative trajectory remained vivid in our memories, which served as an advantage for us. His voice resonated with steadiness and authority, reflecting a firm grasp of the situation. Indeed, another leader interjected. We are all aware of what is to come, granting us a strategic edge. However, the most pressing concern at present is the incident involving Iron Man, Tony Stark. Continued another senior official, noting that according to the plot and our intelligence, he was en route to Afghanistan and would soon be captured by terrorists. This experience would become the pivotal moment in his transformation into Iron Man, the leader added, a hint of apprehension in his tone. Our original plan was to refrain from intervention, the bespectacled senior executive whispered to Jiang Chen, emphasizing the need to first stabilize the domestic situation and soothe public sentiment. He sighed and elaborated. After all, this world is fraught with peril. We must prepare for potential crises that lie ahead. We cannot remain passive, leaving everything to fate. An elder leader suddenly spoke up, his voice deep and resolute, his words resonating with others who nodded in agreement. Our nation must take charge of its destiny, he continued, acknowledging that while we know the plot will unfold favorably, we cannot afford to be complacent or merely be bystanders. So, how shall we proceed? Inquired a younger leader, his eyes gleaming with determination. Firstly, we must deploy troops to Afghanistan to covertly protect Tony Stark, suggested one, as the others listened attentively, occasionally nodding in approval. However, we cannot directly interfere with his capture, another added, recognizing that this was a crucial part of his growth. Furthermore, the bespectacled senior executive continued. We must enhance our communication with other governments to pave the way for potential future collaborations. His tone turned serious. We must proceed with caution, ensuring that our knowledge of the future remains concealed. The others nodded in understanding of the gravity of this point. Finally, he surveyed the room, asserting the need to accelerate domestic technological advancement, particularly in energy and weaponry. Jiang Chen could not help but think of the arc reactor and the Iron Man suit, true embodiments of cutting-edge technology that could elevate the nation's power in a short span. Let us commence our actions, he declared. Detailed plans should be submitted promptly. In this world, we possess our own advantages, yet we must not become complacent and must seize every opportunity that arises. The senior leader at the forefront also rose, his voice resounding, declaring, everything for the motherland, for the people. Others also rose to their feet, their faces illuminated with determination and confidence. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen felt a surge of passion welling up within him, which was precisely the reason he chose to openly showcase his abilities. Chapter 6. Preliminary plans. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Jiang Chen was escorted to a clandestine base. "Do not be anxious," he was reassured, "for I shall assign someone to oversee your arrangements. Perhaps, in the future, you will bear significant responsibilities." A military vehicle transported Jiangchen to a nearby military district. Accompanied by the bespectacled leader who had previously greeted him, Lu Guoqiang, a figure of authority within the army. Before long, the vehicle arrived at its designated location, and Lu Guoqiang led Jiangchen into a spacious building, entering an expansive laboratory. Under the bright lights, an array of advanced instruments flickered with blue luminescence. "Comrade Jiangchen, we need to test the limits of your abilities," stated a researcher clad in a white lab coat, adjusting his glasses. It was evident that the personnel here had been informed in advance of Jiang Chen's arrival. Nodding, Jiang Chen extended his palm, causing ripples to form in the air. A blue portal slowly materialized before him, emanating a soft glow and swirling mist, reminiscent of cinematic special effects. Though intrigued, the researchers promptly commenced their work, with various instruments emitting beeping sounds. The energy readings were astonishing, indicating that the portal possessed a stable spatial structure. "Comrade Jiangchen, please attempt to pass through the portal." At this instruction, Jiangchen took a step forward and, in the blink of an eye, found himself at a distance. "Please attempt to return through the portal," the researcher urged. Heeding their request, Jiangchen approached the still intact portal and, in an instant, reappeared at his original location. Previously, when utilizing his teleportation ability, he had not considered maintaining the portal, resulting in its dissolution upon his passage. However, now he endeavored to sustain the portal, enabling him to traverse back and forth. "Now, attempt to teleport with others," the researcher continued after recording some data. Jiangchen nodded, observing several soldiers approaching. Taking the initiative, he stepped through the portal, followed closely by the soldiers, who seamlessly crossed over with him to the other side of the base. The entire process was fluid and unhindered. "Splendid. This signifies that the plan to rescue Tony Stark can be executed," Lu Guoqiang exclaimed, his face lighting up with a gratifying smile. Not only could they teleport soldiers, but they could also directly rescue Tony Stark. Although Jiang Chen had volunteered, the authorities were reluctant to permit him to take risks. Now that Jiang Chen's portal could accommodate others, this concern was alleviated. The military would naturally take the lead in combat situations. This precedence for soldiers was essential, as in times of danger, soldiers were prioritized, and providing them with preferential access in society was entirely reasonable. Nonetheless, it was understood that, except in emergencies, soldiers typically refrained from using these special passages. Next came the physical fitness test. Jiangchen stood on the strength testing platform as the apparatus displayed fluctuating numbers, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 1,000 kilograms, nearly 10 times the strength of an average person. The researchers were elated as they recorded the data, and it was noted that his strength continued to grow. Jiangchen clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. This strength instilled him with confidence, making him believe that he might indeed reach the heights of those superheroes in the future. "Report to the commander. All test results are highly favorable," the researchers reported to the leaders present. "Then let us commence the formulation of a rescue plan," Lu Guoqiang decisively declared, leading Jiangchen toward the adjacent conference room. Inside the conference room, a large screen displayed a map of Afghanistan. "According to our projections, Tony Stark is likely to encounter an attack in this region. We must ensure his safety without interfering with his crucial experiences, and ideally, we should establish a friendship with him." Jiang Chen listened attentively to the details of the mission as outlined by the strategists, contemplating the likelihood of success. "I suggest we open a portal at a critical moment to relocate him to a safe zone. Simultaneously, we could seize the opportunity to acquire some technical data on the Iron Man suit." As one of the strategists concluded the plan, Lu Guoqiang nodded, recognizing it as a sound proposal. "What do you think, Jiangchen? Do you have confidence in completing this mission?" The plan itself was already quite detailed. Given Jiang Chen's abilities with the space gem, it would be easily achievable. "As long as I have precise coordinates, I can open the portal," Jiang Chen affirmed after a moment of contemplation. He could directly teleport from his city to the capital. Distance was not a significant issue, after all. This was the power of the space gem. Interstellar teleportation was hardly a challenge, let alone a journey to Afghanistan, which shares a border with Huagua. That's reassuring. With Jiang Qin's affirmative response, Lu Guoqiang smiled and, after delegating a few tasks, departed, for he had numerous matters to attend to across the country. Jiang Qin remained behind to familiarize himself with his abilities, aided by the researchers, allowing him to master his powers more swiftly. In the following days, Jiang Qin spent his time in the military district laboratory, diligently exploring his capabilities. His voluntary commitment had effectively integrated him into the organization. Under the scorching sun in the training ground, Jiang Qin stood at the center of the field, flanked by a special operations team known as Sonic Arrow, led by Captain Wang Yu, who would be responsible for Jiang Qin's training over the next few days, instructing him in the use of basic firearms and other weapons, as well as leading the potential mission to rescue Tony Stark. Jiang Qin effectively joined this elite unit, coordinating with the Sonic Arrow team through his teleportation ability. During training, Wang Yu led the team members through the portal with precision, as the special forces swiftly navigated various terrains, gradually acclimating to this novel combat approach. The situation in Afghanistan was complex, with American forces occupying vast areas and terrorists roaming freely. Wang Yu unfolded a map, pointing to several key regions. According to our intelligence, Tony Stark will be conducting a weapons demonstration here, showcasing America's military prowess. Jiang Qin scrutinized the map, elucidating the situation to the other members of his team. The state of affairs in Afghanistan was even more tumultuous than in the previous world. The U.S. military continued its rampant expansion, employing force to suppress any semblance of resistance. Meanwhile, Tony Stark's expedition was merely another display of bravado from an arms dealer. Concurrently, the screen on the wall displayed images of new missile systems positioned in a desert outside a U.S. military base, likely the result of Stark's latest innovations, the Jericho missiles. We must refrain from premature intervention. We must await the opportune moment, Wang Yu analyzed. At present, Tony Stark is not yet Iron Man. He is merely a purveyor of arms. It is only through enduring a harrowing brush with death that he will undergo a genuine transformation. Had Tony not faced that critical ordeal, he would not have evolved into the revered Iron Man we know. For now, he remains just that arms dealer, a reckless playboy. Until missiles fall before him, he remains oblivious to the carnage and the countless lives shattered by the weapons he has wrought. Chapter 7. Tony captured on the training ground. The blazing sun was so intense that it rendered one's eyes nearly blind. Jiang Qin stood to the side, intently observing the large screen mounted on the wall. In the center of the display, the Jericho missile was activated, and 2 missiles, enveloped in flames, were launched with astonishing speed towards the target range, soaring skyward with a deafening roar. As they neared their target, they suddenly split apart, unleashing countless small warheads that cascaded to the ground like raindrops. Amidst the thunderous explosions, a violent sandstorm was stirred up, obscuring the sky. The formidable American military in Afghanistan undoubtedly employed a strategy of overwhelming force. Despite the well-known corruption that had siphoned off trillions of dollars here, the might of the U.S. military was simply incomparable to that of the local guerrillas. Wang Yu squinted, his expression grave, truly reminiscent of a science fiction realm. The lethality of such weaponry is indeed terrifying. How can we see this so clearly? Jiang Qin could not help but inquire. The hypersonic reconnaissance drone transmits live feeds from an altitude of 10,000 meters, Wang Yu replied with a slight smirk. It is the year 2008. No radar can detect its presence yet. It will continue to hover over Afghanistan, monitoring everything that unfolds here. All right. Let us commence our training as well. In about 10 days, we too shall be deployed. As the unfolding narrative began to weigh on him, Jiang Qin felt an intangible pressure. The following morning, as Jiang Qin opened the news, he was met with a shocking global headline. Arms tycoon Tony Stark had been attacked in Afghanistan and was reported missing. The terrorist group known as the Ten Rings claimed responsibility for the incident. It was evident that Tony had fallen into the clutches of the Ten Rings. Concurrently, the entire nation of Huagwa was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Marvel-related movie posters, toys, and merchandise had vanished from the streets, leaving only the vivid memories in people's minds as a stark reminder of the astonishing reality they had traversed into the Marvel universe. On the internet, panic began to spread. Heavens! Does this mean Thanos' snap will affect us too? Half of the population will disappear? How terrifying! Fortunately, the authorities swiftly took action, initiating psychological counseling from the top down. Major media platforms disseminated authoritative information to stabilize public sentiment. The streets remained bustling with crowds, and the malls continued to thrive with activity. Jiangchen sat at the edge of the training ground, scrolling through news on his phone. Another individual seeking adventure had been apprehended by border control. He shook his head with a sigh. These individuals truly believed themselves to be the protagonists, thinking they could easily become superheroes, even if they ventured to America. Did they genuinely believe they could ascend the social ladder, marry a wealthy beauty, and reach the pinnacle of success? This was a perilous Marvel world. For an ordinary person to venture forth was nothing less than a death wish. Moreover, no one knew what consequences might arise from recklessly revealing the plot. These people were courting disaster. Wang Yu approached, offering him a bottle of water. Human nature is such, there will always be those who refuse to heed warnings. It seems they have water in their brains. Jiangchen tilted his head back and took a sip. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, not a tale of immortal cultivation. Thus, the government enforces strict controls. Wang Yu's expression was grave. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Jiangchen nodded, gazing at the training ground scorched by the relentless sun. This world is infinitely more perilous than depicted in films. Behind every seemingly heroic feat lies the potential sacrifice of countless lives. Much like the reality of disaster relief in America, where the media triumphantly reports on rescuers saving a cat, celebrating their success, while beneath the rubble, hundreds or even thousands may lie buried. The same holds true here. Despite the stirring images of the Avengers saving lives, who can fathom how many have perished beyond the camera's gaze? No matter how formidable the Avengers are, they are but a handful. How many lives can they truly save? This encapsulates the flaw of individual heroism, a trait often scorned by comrades in the military. When lives and missions are at stake, personal bravado only invites greater losses. Take the invasion of New York by the Chitauri during the first Avengers film. While the Avengers repelled the invaders, the death toll exceeded 100,000. Those who believe they understand the plot and dare to take chances are merely courting death. Moreover, the very nature of crossing over from Huagua will inevitably attract the attention of certain organizations. Within the vast expanse of Huagua, these entities may not act against you. But the moment you depart, they will undoubtedly target the travelers. And those recklessly seeking out Kamartaj and Kathmandu to learn magic, be mindful. The duty of a mage is to protect this world from the dangers of other realms. Seeking them out without caution is nothing short of self-destruction. We must confront the most perilous situations with utmost prudence. Wang Yu patted him on the shoulder. Indeed. Jiangchen rose, stretching his limbs. It was time to resume training. In about 10 days, Tony should be able to escape, right? No worries. Our drones are continuously monitoring this area. If anything arises, we will be the first to know. And with your teleportation abilities, we can respond with remarkable speed. Wang Yu, however, was unfazed by the situation. After all, Tony would not meet his end. It was entirely necessary for the current playboy to endure a bit of hardship. P.S. In Iron Man, Tony was imprisoned for an indeterminate number of days. Although many readers of Huiqiangbai speculate it was around a month, analyses suggest it was within 10 days. For now, let's assume approximately 10 days. The author does not mythologize Tony Stark, but the film certainly elevates him to such heights. This reasoning stems from Kimi, where 3 months is merely an extrapolation by netizens based on the plausibility of the real world. However, one must not forget that this is a film. Moreover, there is no need to become embroiled in trivial matters. During this period, significant changes have unfolded within the country, with nearly everyone awakening to the realization that the entire nation has traversed into an alternate realm, a perilous cinematic universe. Fortunately, the authorities intervened promptly, assuaging public anxiety and maintaining social stability, allowing society to continue its normal operations. Simultaneously, akin to the mask-wearing era of recent years, the atmosphere is charged with vigilance. The entire society is steeped in tension. There is a collective uncertainty regarding whether the nation might face a crisis. Thankfully, our robust military stands ready to confront any challenges. With border defense and armed police forces, as well as heavily armored composite brigades, on high alert to avert potential calamities. After all, within the Marvel Universe, There exist numerous nefarious organizations that, under the guise of protecting the world, may perceive the suddenly arrived nation of China as an adversary. Beyond these deranged factions, other nations also pose threats to contemporary China. One wonders how these countries perceive China's sudden transition into the Marvel world, or whether they are even aware of the profound transformations that have occurred. Additionally, this universe is inhabited by extraterrestrials, not all of whom are benevolent. Who can say whether they might become adversaries of China? All these factors warrant caution. Thus, China has activated a state of military readiness, exercising prudence until the situation is fully understood. Chapter 8. The Transformation of Huagua. As Tony faced his abduction, Huagua underwent a profound transformation. While the populace continued their daily routines, an invisible pressure enveloped the nation, palpable to all. Even those unfamiliar with the Marvel universe sensed that Huagua had traversed into a perilous realm, one where threats of cataclysmic destruction loomed intermittently. Just recently, Thanos had snapped his fingers, causing half of the universe's inhabitants to vanish without a trace. An intangible cloud of dread shrouded the land of Huaxia. Fortunately, the authorities swiftly engaged in psychological counseling for the public, effectively alleviating the burgeoning panic. Huagua once again demonstrated its unparalleled cohesion, with citizens placing their unwavering trust in their nation, believing it capable of weathering this crisis. The majority of the populace held steadfast confidence, convinced that Huagua would successfully thwart future calamities. Among them were fervent supporters of the Avengers, who remained unperturbed. After all, they were well aware of the narrative. According to their beliefs, regardless of how the future unfolded, their cherished superheroes would ultimately rescue them, leading the plot to a favorable conclusion. Some even urged others to refrain from resistance, advocating a passive acceptance, awaiting the Avengers to vanquish impending crises. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this mindset bordered on insanity. To relinquish one's fate to others, anticipating salvation from outside forces, was to embody a failure in self-preservation amidst adversity. Was it truly wise to expect superheroes to descend from the heavens? One might first inquire of the disaster-stricken populace in America whether Captain America had come to their aid. Oh, one might say he was still frozen in the Arctic, too preoccupied to assist. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, in Huagua, the vast majority aspired to seize control of their own destinies. Fueled by trust in their nation and military, societal unrest was minimal, and tranquility was swiftly restored within a matter of days. The only individuals seemingly disheartened were those engaged in foreign trade, as their businesses had vanished entirely. However, this new world appeared to harbor fresh opportunities. It was merely 2008, and with a few products, he could potentially dominate the global market. Was this not a significant advantage? On this particular day, Jiang Chen observed Lu Chang entering the laboratory, his expression a portrait of discontent as he assessed the training outcomes of recent days. "Mr. Lu, what troubles you?" Jiang Chen inquired, bemused. "Our entire Huagua has descended into this world, seemingly replacing the original Huagua," Lu Chang responded with evident dissatisfaction. "Other nations perceive us through a lens of stereotypes. The outside world remains oblivious to our transformation. Globally, we are regarded as a closed, barbaric, and backward country, with Western media propagating the notion that we are still subsisting on tree bark. The relentless efforts of certain Western media to tarnish our image raise an intriguing question. If we were indeed so backward, how could we possibly hold a position as one of the permanent members of the Security Council? It is rather astonishing that these Western individuals fail to grasp such a simple deception. They appear to be a rather dim-witted collective. The so-called joyful education propagated in the West has clearly deteriorated into a dire state, reminiscent of the ancient policy of keeping the populace uninformed, now manifesting in the modern era." Lu Chang's tone was laced with disdain. However, there is a silver lining, at the very least. The transformations occurring within our nation have not attracted any international scrutiny. No foreign nation, not even the United States, which we regard as an adversary, seems to pay us any attention. In fact, our primary rival remains the large nation to the north. This, undoubtedly, is favorable news for our country, providing an opportune moment for development and adaptation. During this period, we can effectively manage domestic affairs without external interference. The lack of international focus on our nation allows us to develop in a manner akin to Wakanda, quietly progressing on the periphery. However, unlike Wakanda, which has created its own defenses to remain concealed, our nation finds itself shrouded by the Western media's blockade and the arrogance of those from the West, who have closed off communication, rendering them oblivious to our advancements. For our country, this situation is undeniably advantageous. As we emerge from 2024 into the Marvel Universe, it is curious that this extraordinary event has failed to capture the attention of other nations, who seem indifferent to our existence. This indifference has been evident since 2008. Moreover, the Marvel Universe appears to subconsciously overlook our nation, resulting in what should be a monumental occurrence stirring no ripple at all. This, too, is something our nation welcomes, despite the underlying irritation it may evoke. Is this not splendid? To prosper quietly, and once we establish a firm foothold, we shall have no further concerns. Jiang Chun wore a smile, clearly pleased by this revelation. They had now entered the perilous Marvel world, necessitating a strategy of restraint, minimizing external interactions, and ensuring that any contact does not attract undue attention. Is it not fortuitous that other nations choose to disregard our country? Indeed, this is precisely what we desire at present. Lu Chang chuckled, reflecting on the plight of the diplomatic corps who must endure the arrogance of foreign nations for a time. Since they label us as a closed-off nation, let us indeed present ourselves as such, he remarked, his expression conveying a hint of intrigue. What do you mean? Jiangchen inquired with curiosity. After traversing into this world, the foreigners who once resided in our homeland have mysteriously vanished, suggesting they did not accompany us, only we, the citizens of our nation, have made this journey. Initially, we received numerous distress calls regarding the disappearance of foreigners who were traveling or working within our borders. Our personnel were understandably alarmed at first, given the sheer volume of reports, fearing potential international repercussions. However, it later became apparent that all foreign nationals had simply disappeared without a trace. It is only now that we realize that all of our 1.4 billion people have traversed through time. After listening to Lu Chang's words, Jiangchen also became aware of this issue. So, does this mean that we are the only ones left in the country? Not a single foreigner remains? Jiangchen was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile graced his face as he remarked, well, this is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Indeed, in this world, we do not need to forge deep connections with other nations. Since they relish in spreading rumors about our isolation, let us embrace this isolation, at the very least. It is essential for this period. Presently, Wagwa stands in stark contrast to other nations, and it truly requires a duration of seclusion. Chapter 9. The Reasons for the Journey. Ha. You truly pique my interest. Lu Guoqiang chuckled heartily, gazing at Jiangchen with satisfaction, and remarked, I was initially concerned that foreign individuals within our country might leak news of our journey, but it seems that is no longer a worry. The task of clearing out illegal foreigners within the nation was already burdensome, and now it is no longer a concern, as they have all been eradicated. Remarkably, even spies hidden within our country did not make the journey. The phenomenon of our nation traversing realms has not included those foreign individuals. Even the spies lurking within our borders seem to have vanished, indicating that they were not brought along during the transition. But what of our compatriots conducting business or traveling abroad? Regrettably, there has been no news. Lu Guoqiang sighed, acknowledging that perfection is a rarity in this world. Perhaps, in the future, we may have the opportunity to return. As for now, we truly have no means to do so. Jiang Chun felt utterly powerless regarding this matter. By the way, you previously mentioned how you acquired your abilities. Lu Guoqiang's curiosity was piqued at this point. Now that the necessary arrangements have been made, he could afford to investigate this matter. I purchased a set of Infinity Stones online, and upon awakening the next day, I found the stones had seemingly merged with my body, Jiangchen revealed, feeling no need to conceal the truth. After a moment's reflection, he continued. It was then that I discovered I possessed the powers of the Infinity Stones, and subsequently realized our entire nation had traversed realms. Immediately after, I sought out the leaders. So, you received the Infinity Stones, and then our entire nation transitioned? Based on the timeline, this conclusion is easily deduced. Could it be that the entire country's journey was orchestrated by these Infinity Stones? Lu Guoqiang furrowed his brow. Jiangchen fell into silence, pondering whether the night he acquired the Infinity Stones while lamenting his wish to enter the Marvel Universe, the stones had granted him that very wish. Had they transported him, and indeed the entirety of our nation, into the Marvel cosmos? Hiss. Contemplating this, could it be that the nationwide transition is attributable to him? Regardless of its truth, he cannot acknowledge it. He must deny it at all costs. Why does your expression appear rather grim? Is something amiss? Lu Guiqiang inquired, perplexed. No. It's nothing. It's just that, I have a cousin studying abroad, and hearing you mention that we might not see her again makes me a bit melancholic. Jiangchen quickly replied. Oh, I see. Lu Guiqiang nodded, recalling that there indeed was such a detail in Jiangchen's profile. And he chose not to dwell further on the matter. The reason the authorities trust Jiangchen is that they have conducted an investigation, and he is merely an ordinary person with no suspicious traits, which is precisely why they hold such confidence in him. Moreover, the capabilities of Jiangchen are indeed of paramount importance. The nation requires thorough investigation, and with Jiangchen's proactive cooperation, it naturally follows that he would be treated favorably. As for the notion of dissecting Jiangchen for research purposes, who would be foolish enough to engage in such a self-destructive endeavor? While the allure of the Infinity Stones is undeniably captivating, absent the assurance of acquiring them, it would be unthinkable to act detrimentally towards Jiangchen. Furthermore, with Jiangchen possessing the power of the Space Stone, allowing him to traverse dimensions at will, any notion of jeopardizing him becomes utterly improbable. In any case, Jiangchen's cooperation signifies his allegiance. The Infinity Stones in his possession are no different from being in our hands. Besides, it appears that Infinity Stones are plentiful within the Marvel Universe, and there will surely be opportunities to obtain them in the future, making it unnecessary to engage in foolish actions at present. By the way, where did you procure the Infinity Stones? Let us conduct an investigation. Since Jiangchen's Infinity Stones were purchased online, it serves as a valuable lead. What if the seller has more Infinity Stones in stock? I bought them from an online store, but I had previously browsed without leaving any trace. As Jiangchen spoke, he retrieved his phone, only to find no shopping records. All right, do you recall any details about that store? I shall have someone look into it. Lu Guiqiang continued his inquiry. It seems it was an online store run by an obscure author of web novels, which has apparently gone out of business. It was purportedly named Marvel, the Strongest Huiqiangbai, authored by Chen Mumu, and I heard it has completed its run. Lu Guiqiang instructed a nearby secretary, and soon the information was retrieved. Due to the disappearance of anything related to Marvel, the fan fiction had also vanished, yet the author had other works, albeit they too were poorly received. However, it appeared that all records of this author had seemingly evaporated, as if they had never existed at all, mirroring the disappearance of Marvel-related items. I see, Lu Guiqiang sighed. This was an anticipated outcome. If more Infinity Stones were to be found, it would be quite alarming. Do you recall what that book was about? Lu Guiqiang had no choice but to inquire further. It was about the protagonist traversing into the Marvel Universe, subsequently propelling China to prominence and connecting the nation with myriad realms, and thus it developed. So, are we to believe that the entire country is to traverse into the Marvel world? Is there something amiss with this author? Why not write about the protagonist mingling with the Avengers, akin to other authors, rather than showcasing such over-the-top feats? If I could return, I would certainly confine him to a dark room for a few days. At this, Jiangchen fell silent. Never mind him. Our current focus must be on how to address the present circumstances. How has your training progressed in recent days? Lu Guiqiang asked Jiangchen. I am now quite adept at harnessing my own power. Under the influence of the Infinity Stones, Jiangchen's strength has been significantly enhanced and continues to grow, presently reaching nearly 2 tons. If this trajectory persists, even greater heights can be achieved. Furthermore, substantial progress has been made in the development of the Space Stone's abilities. I am now capable of opening and maintaining portals anywhere on Earth for troop deployment. Jiangchen's mastery of the Space Stone is akin to Vision's control over the Mind Stone, functioning as if he were the very vessel of the gem, wielding its powers with remarkable ease. Through the collaboration of researchers, a tailored training regimen was devised, enabling Jiangchen to fully command his abilities in just a few days. Additionally, under the tutelage of elite forces such as Wang Yu, he has become familiar with various firearms, demonstrating that even the basic use of weaponry poses no challenge. This is indeed reassuring. Lu Guoqiang nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the paramount importance of Jiang Qin's strength for the current state of Huaguo. Chapter 10. The story begins. Jiang Qin swung his fists, feeling within him a power awakening akin to that of a colossal beast. With each breath, his muscles quivered slightly, as if announcing his transformation. In just a few days, his body underwent continual metamorphosis under the energy of the infinite gemstones, as if every nerve was being fortified, the strength within him swelling, leaving him both entranced and exhilarated. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the earth, a man was enduring excruciating torment. In a dim, damp cave in Afghanistan, the air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and decay, inducing nausea. Tony Stark, the infamous playboy and genius inventor, found himself in a most dire predicament, held captive by terrorists, the arc reactor in his chest flickering weakly, barely sustaining his life. Sweat drenched his hair, cascading down his chiseled cheeks. He gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain, as the wound on his chest gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. Struggling in vain, despair surged within him like a tidal wave. Perhaps, as the old proverb from Huaguo states, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their spirit, exercise their muscles, and subject their bodies to hunger. Under the looming threat of death, Tony Stark's potential was ignited. He calmly assessed his situation, striving to unearth a glimmer of hope for escape. His gaze fell upon scattered tools and parts, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. With trembling hands, he commenced assembling a rudimentary device, each movement exacerbating the pain from his chest wound. Yet he persevered, for this was his sole hope. With the assistance of Ethan, Tony swiftly completed the design, ready to put it into action. Time ticked away. The sound of metal clashing reverberated within the cave, and Tony Stark, seemingly entranced, immersed himself in his work, his expression shifting from despair to determination. He forgot the pain and fear, fixated solely on one thought: survival. Over a week later, the iron monster was born within the cave. Mark-Eye rough and hefty, yet brimming with power. As Tony donned the iron suit, it was as if he had been reborn. He moved his stiff limbs, feeling the strength that the metal provided, a confident smile finally gracing his lips. After Ethan sacrificed his life to buy time, Tony successfully activated the power system of Mark-Eye, flames erupting to illuminate the entire cave. He stepped toward the exit, each stride imbued with strength. The terrorists gazed in horror at this iron behemoth, raising their weapons to fire, but to no avail. The firepower of Mark-Eye obliterated them one by one. Tony Stark, reborn from the ashes, piloted Mark-Eye out of the cave, the explosions blazed lighting half the sky. Above, word had spread that the story had commenced. As turmoil unfolded in the cave, Jiang Qin and his companions in Huaguo received the news immediately, gathering urgently. "Are you ready?" Wang Yu inquired, looking towards Jiang Qin. With a resolute gaze, Jiang Qin, having undergone days of militarized training, appeared composed and decisive, always prepared. He donned a black tactical uniform, his combat vest laden with equipment, and firmly grasped a Type 95 assault rifle, its cold metallic sheen glinting ominously. The other members of the Shock Arrow Special Forces had assumed their positions, fully armed, their eyes sharp and alert, resembling a poised leopard ready to pounce. With everything prepared, all gazes turned towards Jiang Qin. He raised his left hand, palm upward, and a distinctive blue halo emanated from the space gem, swirling with nebulous energy, shrouded in mystery. The energy fluctuations of the space gem began to radiate outward, filling the air before him with an unusual vibrational energy, causing the space to warp. A swirling portal, shimmering with a ghostly blue glow, materialized before them, its diameter spanning 3 meters, leading into the heart of the Afghan desert. 3 desert camouflage Dongfeng Mengshi military off-road vehicles roared to life, their engines growling like steel behemoths poised for action. At Wang Yu's command, everyone boarded, and the trio of vehicles successively entered the portal, vanishing into the azure luminescence. The portal gradually closed, the space returning to tranquility as if nothing had transpired. In Afghanistan, a desolate stretch of desert lay before them, the air dry and scorching. the sun mercilessly beating down on the earth, waves of heat distorting the distant landscape. The three vehicles emerged from the portal, tires stirring up clouds of dust. Jiang Chun swung open the car door, leaping out and inhaling the gritty air, squinting as he surveyed the surroundings. Target 1 kilometer ahead, drones monitoring closely. The rest remained vigilant. Wang Yu issued his command in a deep, authoritative tone. A teammate retrieved an eagle-shaped drone from his backpack, unfurling its wings and powering it on. The drone ascended gracefully into the sky, soaring like a true raptor, soon vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, the drone relayed live footage to the tactical computers on each comrade's wrist, vividly portraying the scene of a terrorist stronghold. The base nestled within a cave, with several armed terrorists standing guard at the entrance, appearing notably tense, a disorganized rabble. Jiang Chun regarded the images on the screen with a dismissive smirk. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from within the cave, followed by a barrage of gunfire, as a throng of terrorists scrambled out in panic. Has it begun? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, a colossal figure emerged at the cave's mouth. It was a giant constructed of steel, towering over 2 meters, radiating a metallic sheen. It was Mark I. Mark I staggered out of the cave, each step reverberating like an earthquake. It unleashed a torrent of flames from its flamethrower, instantly engulfing the pursuing terrorists. The fiery explosion painted half the sky crimson, thick smoke billowing, obscuring the sun. Jiang Chun observed this spectacle, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his eyes. Wow. Is this the masterpiece of Tony Stark? Truly, one of a kind. Chapter 11. The rescue. The tactical computer screen was dominated by the clumsy yet formidable figure of Mark I. The terrorists scattered in a frenzy. Much like a disturbed nest of ants, their AK-47 spat fire, yet posed no threat to the steel giant, merely a futile irritation. One terrorist attempted to launch an RPG at Mark I, only to be engulfed by a fiery inferno at the moment he aimed. Ignoring the bullets that whizzed past, Mark I stood resolute, wielding a flamethrower to systematically eradicate the terrorists. Such was the aesthetic of violence. He mused quietly, licking his cracked lips. Wang Yu fixated on the screen, issuing a calm order. Drones, maintain your distance, exercise caution. Received, came the response from the drone operators. On the screen, the flamethrower in Mark I's grasp unleashed a continuous torrent of searing flames. The anguished cries of the terrorists, the sounds of explosions, and the screech of metal grinding together formed a grim symphony. Tony Stark maneuvered Mark I, advancing slowly yet resolutely towards the mountain of weapons. Behind his visor lay a face etched with anger and regret. The weapons bore the emblem of Stark Industries, once a source of pride, now transformed into instruments of slaughter in the hands of terrorists. He inhaled deeply and pressed the switch of the flamethrower. Scorching flames erupted, consuming the piled-up arsenal. The inferno illuminated Tony's face and cast light upon the darkness within his soul. The roaring flames seemed to incinerate all remnants of his past. The shockwaves from the explosions rippled through the ground, shaking it violently. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky. Yet, this chaos brought a sense of relief to Tony. With no hesitation, he piloted Mark I away from the terrorist stronghold. Jiang Chun observed this spectacular scene, his heart brimming with emotion. From this moment onward, Tony Stark's life was irrevocably altered. Wang Yu withdrew his gaze and commanded, "Let's move." The engines of 3 Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicles roared to life, kicking up clouds of dust as they pursued the direction in which Mark I had vanished. The desert winds lashed against the windows, producing a sharp whistling sound. Jiang Chun gazed out at the desolate landscape, filled with anticipation. They were soon to encounter a legendary figure, the undisputed protagonist of this Marvel universe. Half an hour later, the convoy halted beside a sand dune. In the distance, a solitary figure staggered forward. It was Tony Stark, who had long since shed the cumbersome Mark I. Now wandering alone in the vast desert. His clothes were tattered, and his face was coated in dust and sweat. He stumbled, as though ready to collapse at any moment. Upon spotting the approaching military vehicle, Tony Stark seemed to glimpse his salvation. He waved his arms and shouted, "Believing the U.S. military had come to rescue him." Wang Yu opened the car door and leapt out, the scorching sun casting a glare upon his face, causing him to squint. He regarded the disheveled Tony Stark before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Greetings, Mr. Tony Stark. Stark was taken aback. His gaze fixed upon a group of soldiers clad in unfamiliar military attire, his eyes brimming with confusion. "Who are you?" he inquired. Wang Yu stepped forward, extending his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Stark grasped it, feeling the roughness and dryness akin to weathered bark. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice hoarse. Wang Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, offering a friendly smile. "Get in the vehicle. We shall take you away from here." Stark hesitated, seemingly devoid of alternatives. Wang Yu steadied Stark, whose body swayed precariously, guiding him to the back seat of the rugged vehicle. As he sat down unsteadily, the softness of the seat elicited a pained groan from him, as if his bones had come undone. Beside him, Jiangchen offered a bottle of water and a compressed biscuit. "Mr. Stark, please replenish your energy." Trembling, Stark accepted the water, greedily gulping several mouthfuls, causing it to trickle down his chin and dampen his shirt. He devoured the biscuit as if he had been starving for days on end. Wang Yu ignited the engine, and the vehicle roared forward, kicking up a storm of yellow sand. Inside, the cool breeze from the air conditioning caressed Stark's face, providing a measure of comfort. He surveyed his surroundings. The unfamiliar and rudimentary military vehicle instilled a sense of unease within him. "What exactly are you?" Stark rasped, his voice laced with suspicion. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he asked, "Are you the U.S. military?" "No," Jiangchen replied, shaking his head. "We are from Huagua." "Huagua?" Stark's tone was filled with astonishment as he scrutinized Jiangchen and the others, noting the stark contrast between their uniforms and equipment and his preconceived notions of Huagua's military. "What brings you here?" Jiangchen replied with a mysterious smile. "We have our own mission. We merely encountered you here." At this, Stark fell silent, recognizing that inquiries into the missions of foreign entities were best left unasked. The vehicle sped through the desert, the desolate landscape stretching endlessly beyond the windows. Stark's gaze wandered over the unfamiliar terrain, his heart steeped in bewilderment. "Huagua, a reclusive and underdeveloped nation." He scoffed. "I never imagined you would venture here." "It's truly unbelievable." Wang Yu chose to disregard Stark's derision, focusing intently on driving. Jiangchen and another team member remained silent, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. "Your equipment seems rather outdated," Stark continued to prattle on, observing that the vehicle appeared inferior to a Humvee, with a rather Spartan interior. "The military's gear doesn't prioritize comfort, does it?" Jiangchen's lips curled slightly. "Moreover, Mr. Stark, 50 years ago, we managed to defeat you with inferior equipment. What do you think of that now?" Stark's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated such forthrightness from this Huagua individual. "Moreover, we have not engaged in external warfare for several decades." Jiangchen continued. "Unlike certain nations that provoke turmoil everywhere, Afghanistan is currently a testament to that, and the United States bears significant responsibility." Another team member interjected, particularly certain arms dealers, who have manufactured countless instruments of death, their hands stained with the blood of innumerable innocents. His tone was frigid, as if a sharp blade had pierced Tony's heart. Tony's complexion paled, and he fell silent, his gaze dimming. He recalled the vast array of Stark Industries weaponry he had witnessed in the terrorist stronghold. This inevitably led him to ponder the innocent lives lost to the weapons he had created, and the families shattered by the explosions. In that moment, Tony was engulfed by a profound sense of remorse and anguish. Chapter 12. Returning home seated in the passenger seat, the soldier's words pierced through Tony Stark's heart, leaving one to ponder whether they were spoken of his own accord or under some directive. The vehicle fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the engine's roar echoing across the desert expanse. Tony clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms. A profound realization struck him. He must instigate change. He must cease the creation of weaponry in the act of killing. He was compelled to utilize his abilities to save the world rather than bring about its ruin. A plan began to form in his mind as the off-road vehicle surged forward towards the borders of China. Inside, Tony's breathing gradually steadied. He closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. The arrogance and disdain that once marked his expression were supplanted by a weighty sense of responsibility. In the distance, a glimmer of lights appeared on the horizon, temporary airfield established in the desert days prior. Wang Yu accelerated, steering towards the illumination. Tony Stark stared blankly ahead, his body moving mechanically in sync with the vehicle's jolts, resembling a soulless shell. Occasionally, he would instinctively touch his chest, where the crude metal of the makeshift arc reactor reminded him of reality. His tightly pressed lips quivered slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. He harbored no objections to Jiang Qin's mention of traveling to China. At this moment, he simply yearned to escape the torturous desert and the haunting memories of his captivity. To him, China was merely a temporary refuge, a stepping stone back to the United States. He was even disinclined to ponder how a nation he perceived as closed and backward could possess such advanced military capabilities. Jiang Qin observed Tony's every movement with keen discretion. He understood that Tony Stark, the proud genius, would never easily bow to any nation or individual. To earn his respect and, eventually, cooperation, one must exhibit genuine strength. A transformed China, emerging from the shadows of its past, would serve as the most compelling testament. The temporary airfield blazed with light, resembling a pearl amidst the desert, radiating brilliance. A massive transport aircraft stood silently on the runway, its propellers glinting with metallic sheen in the night. The roar of the engines shattered the desert's tranquility, heralding the commencement of a new journey for Tony Stark. As he stepped onto the plane, a long breath escaped his lips, the tautness in his nerves finally beginning to ease. The relief of having survived washed over him, leaving him momentarily drained. He turned to Jiang Qin, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. "May I borrow your phone? I need to assure my company of my safety." Tony's voice, somewhat hoarse, lacked its usual arrogance, imbued instead with a hint of fatigue. Of course, Jiang Qin readily produced his phone and handed it over. "Our destination is the capital airport of China. We will need to make several connections along the way, which may take 2 to 3 days," he added. Tony took the phone. Yet his gaze became transfixed upon this exquisite device, reminiscent of a piece of art, evoking a sense of wonder within him. Its slender body, smooth texture, and trifold screen radiated an undeniable aura of advanced technology. In 2008, even in the technologically advanced United States, mainstream mobile phones were still predominantly either candy bar or flip models. However, this phone seemed to be a creation from the future, leaving Tony Stark feeling both bewildered and astonished. Instinctively, he opened the phone, the screen illuminated, displaying vivid images and seamless operations, further shocking him. Was this truly a phone used by the military of Huagua? He cast a disbelieving glance at Jiang Qin, his eyes brimming with questions. Just as he was about to inquire, the airplane began to taxi, the thunderous roar drowning out his voice. He could only momentarily suppress his curiosity and dial Stark Industries. "Pepper, it's me." His voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing her familiar tone, his emotions finally relaxed completely. The aircraft traversed through the clouds, gliding steadily across the night sky. Jiang Qin sat quietly in his seat, eyes closed in repose, a subtle smile gracing his lips, hinting at profound implications. Everything was about to commence from this point onward. "Tony, are you all right? Thank heavens. Where are you? Are you okay?" Pepper's anxious voice emanated from the receiver, laden with deep concern. "I'm fine. Just encountered some unexpected circumstances. I'm currently on a flight from Huagua and should arrive in a day or 2. Tony succinctly explained, deliberately omitting the details of his abduction by terrorists, not wishing to incite worry in Pepper. "Huagua? What are you talking about? How did you end up there? What exactly happened?" Pepper keenly sensed the oddity in Tony's tone and pressed for clarity. "It's a long story. I'll explain everything when I return. I encountered some individuals from Huagua who rescued me. In any case, I'm safe, so there's no need for concern," Tony reassured her, though his gaze involuntarily drifted back to the phone in his hand. This elegant foldable smartphone emanated a brilliance of future technology that still astonished him. Its slender frame, smooth touch, vivid display, and fluid operations were all challenging his preconceived notions of Huagua's manufacturing capabilities. However, the screen felt overly large when unfolded, making phone calls somewhat awkward, as it obscured his face. Tony ended the call and returned the phone to Jiang Qin. "Thank you." His tone lacked the customary arrogance. Jiang Qin accepted the phone, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Actually, you don't need to unfold it to make calls. It works just fine in its folded state. Yet, using a trifold phone without unfolding it would be a disservice considering its price." This device was merely the tip of the iceberg of Huagua's technological prowess. Soon, he would unveil even more to Tony, fundamentally altering his perceptions of Huagua. Tony gazed out the window, overlooking the undulating expanse of the desert below. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, he recalled the scene in the cave, where he hammered away with rudimentary tools to forge the Markai. At that moment, he was engulfed by despair and fear, yet simultaneously driven by an insatiable desire for survival. He recalled the grotesque faces of the terrorists and the innocent lives extinguished by the weapons he had created. Regret and guilt surged within him like a relentless tide. Overwhelming his senses, he knew he had to instigate a transformation. At this juncture, he was en route to a nation he had once regarded with disdain, a country he perceived as closed and backward, yet it possessed remarkably advanced technology. Chapter 13. Intentions of collaboration. The Xinjiang airport sparkled brilliantly, akin to a resplendent galaxy in the night sky. As the aircraft descended slowly, the immense roar reverberated across the vast expanse of the airport. Tony disembarked from the plane, inhaling deeply, savoring the arid yet invigorating air. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze filled with astonishment and disbelief. How could this be? He murmured, as if ensnared in a dream. This was a stark contrast to the backward imagery he had envisioned. It was undeniably a modern international airport, even surpassing those in New York. He had once held a steadfast belief in the narratives propagated by Western media regarding Xinjiang as a land of poverty and backwardness. Yet now, the reality before his eyes struck him with profound disillusionment. Jiang Chun observed Tony's expression with quiet satisfaction, relishing the moment. The illustrious Tony Stark was, astonishingly, caught in a state of shock. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Mr. Stark, welcome to Huagua." Tony snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. This is truly unexpected. He had to concede that his understanding of Huagua was riddled with significant misconceptions. The group boarded the domestically produced C-919 passenger aircraft, continuing their journey to the capital. When Tony learned that this was a large passenger plane entirely manufactured by Huagua, he was once again taken aback. He meticulously examined the amenities within the cabin, experiencing the smooth and comfortable flight, and a sense of admiration for Huagua began to blossom within him. He could no longer afford to underestimate this nation. Through the window, Tony gazed down upon the bustling city below, where towering skyscrapers stood in orderly succession. Traffic flowed incessantly, and throngs of people bustled about. He witnessed a scene of national prosperity and vibrant vitality, in stark contrast to the self-proclaimed civilized and advanced cities of America. Rife with homelessness and vice, he suddenly felt a sharp pang of embarrassment. The reports deliberately tarnishing Huagua's image by Western media now appeared utterly feeble. He began to reflect on how foolish and absurd his previous prejudices against Huagua had been. Enroaching, as night descended and myriad lights flickered like fallen stars. Tony peered through the window, captivated by the dazzling spectacle. Skyscrapers pierced the clouds, neon lights intertwined to create a vivid tapestry, while the streets brimmed with relentless streams of vehicles. This was a far cry from his prior notions of a backward Huagua, which he had presumed to be closed, underdeveloped, and impoverished. The narratives ingrained in his mind by Western media were now thoroughly shattered by the sights before him. He felt as though he were in a futuristic metropolis, overwhelmed by a sense of wonder and astonishment. Gripping the armrest tightly, his knuckles turned pale, breaths came in short gasps, and his heart raced. His cheeks flushed as if he had just received a resounding slap. How could this be? He whispered, his voice trembling, while Jiang Chen stood beside him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He observed Tony's reaction with a sense of quiet delight. The illustrious Tony Stark finds himself in a moment of sheer astonishment. "Mr. Stark, this is Huagua." Jiang Chen's voice resonates with a hint of pride. Tony, regaining his composure, offers an awkward smile. "This is truly beyond my expectations." He must concede that his understanding of Huagua was profoundly flawed. As the plane topped off its fuel, it continued its journey to other cities, seemingly deliberately traversing over major urban landscapes, allowing Tony Stark to witness firsthand the modern advancements of Huagua. It wasn't until the late hours of the night that the aircraft gently descended at the capital's airport. Stepping off the plane, Tony inhaled deeply, the dry yet refreshing air bringing him a sense of comfort. The modern terminal, expansive tarmac, and orderly operations all underscored the strength of this nation. "Mr. Stark, Welcome to the capital of Huagua. Jiang Chun extended a warm handshake. Wang Yu and the others had already returned to their lodgings, leaving Jiang Chun to accompany Tony. As future arrangements suggested that Jiang Chun would need to converse with other Avengers, Tony grasped Jiang Chun's hand, his gaze still reflecting a tinge of disbelief. "Thank you," he replied, his tone devoid of its usual arrogance. "We have arranged accommodations for you. Tomorrow morning, your private plane will arrive to take you back to America," Jiang Chun explained, adding that Ms. Potts would also be coming. Upon hearing Pepper's name, a gentle smile graced Tony's face. "Thank you for your arrangements," he expressed sincerely. After conveying these details, Jiang Chun took his leave. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room. Tony awoke, stretching languidly, and approached the window to survey the city below. Towering skyscrapers and bustling streets painted a picture of prosperity. Memories of yesterday's sights in Rongqing flooded his mind, reigniting his astonishment. Is this truly the so-called backward nation, as portrayed by Western media, one still purportedly gnawing on tree bark? What a farce. The cities he witnessed yesterday, none of which paled in comparison to major American urban centers, were in fact far more advanced and cleaner. At the very least, Tony saw no homeless individuals or addicts. The streets were immaculate, and the faces of the people radiated confidence. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," Tony called. The door swung open, revealing Jiang Chun alongside a middle-aged gentleman. "Mr. Stark, this is Mr. Zhang Zhongzhao, one of our spokespersons from the Foreign Ministry, who also serves as the director of the business department," Jiang Chun introduced. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stark." Zhang Zhongzhao extended his hand, a warm smile gracing his features. "Likewise," Tony replied, shaking his hand. "On behalf of Huagua, we hope to engage in discussions regarding future collaboration," Zhang Zhongzhao stated forthrightly. Tony nodded, signaling him to continue. "We understand that you are an exceptional scientist, inventor, and entrepreneur." Tony smiled faintly, a surge of pride welling up within him. Although he often received such compliments, the fact that they came from an official representative of Huagua filled him with a sense of honor. "We hope to collaborate with you in the realm of technology in the future," Zhang Zhongzhao continued, "to jointly promote technological advancement for the betterment of human society." At these words, Tony's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He had initially anticipated discussions centered around weaponry collaboration, considering that Stark Industries was primarily recognized for its arms manufacturing. Many nations sought to engage in partnerships regarding weaponry with Stark, yet surprisingly, Huagua seemed utterly disinterested in their military hardware, instead expressing a desire for collaboration in civilian technology. Caught off guard, Tony, who had been contemplating how to decline and inform them of his plans to shut down the weapons division, found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 14. Closing the weapons department. Technology, indeed, should not be harnessed for warfare and slaughter, Tony stated solemnly, but rather employed to enhance the lives of individuals and benefit human society. Zhang Zhongzhao nodded in appreciation. "We wholeheartedly concur with your perspective. This has been our endeavor in Huagua all along." He continued, "We have been dedicated to peaceful development, utilizing technology for the betterment of people's livelihoods and the welfare of the populace. Surely you have witnessed our technological achievements, many of which are directed towards improving living standards and constructing infrastructure." Tony felt a stirring within, as this aligned perfectly with his current ideology. He recalled the scene in the cave, crafting Mark I with rudimentary tools. At that moment, he was enveloped in despair and fear, yet filled with an indomitable will to survive. The haunting faces of the terrorists and the innocent lives lost to the weapons he had forged flooded his mind with waves of regret and guilt. "I am willing to collaborate with Huagua in technology," Tony declared resolutely, his tone imbued with sincerity. A look of contentment spread across Zhang Zhongzhao's face. "That is truly wonderful," he remarked. "We believe this will be a mutually beneficial partnership." Jiang Chun, standing by, silently admired the efficacy of the official strategy. By accompanying Tony on a tour of several major cities, he aimed to let him witness firsthand the prosperity and strength of Huagua, which entirely overturned Tony's preconceived notions. Coupled with Huagua's proposed collaborative vision, it resonated harmoniously with Tony's current thoughts. All of this facilitated the establishment of this collaboration. However, this time, Zhang Zhongzhao and Tony did not engage in substantial dialogue. It was merely a matter of familiarizing themselves with one another, laying the groundwork for future cooperative opportunities. At the capital airport, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. A tremendous roar approached as Stark Industries' private jet gracefully descended onto the runway. The cabin door slowly opened, revealing Pepper Potts at the foot of the stairs. Spotting Tony standing a short distance away, still embodying his usual nonchalant demeanor, she noted the added depth of weariness in his gaze. Pepper rushed forward to stand before Tony. He gently patted her shoulder, feeling her trembling form, a medley of emotions swirling within him. He raised his eyes to Jiang Chun and Wang Yu, who stood nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Thank you," he uttered, his voice somewhat hoarse yet brimming with sincerity. Jiang Chun smiled and shook his head, downplaying the effort. Wang Yu saluted, his eyes reflecting deep respect. Tony and Pepper boarded the plane, the door closing slowly behind them as the aircraft descended once more, vanishing into the azure sky. Jiang Chun gazed at the departing jet. Inhaling deeply, he understood that the wheels of fate had begun to turn. For Huagua to establish itself and survive in this world, it must actively engage in the game of global affairs. Remaining on the periphery would only render it a lamb to the slaughter. Huagua must enter the fray. Jiang Chen's gaze became resolute and piercing. He turned and walked alongside Wang Yu towards the military vehicle parked by the roadside, returning to the training base. He too needed to grow stronger, for only then could he navigate the trials of existence more adeptly. Can we truly survive in this world? On the vehicle, Jiang Chen shattered the silence with his deep, husky voice. Wang Yu, driving the car, was not as contemplative as Jiang Chen. Instead, he brimmed with confidence. "Of course we can," he asserted with unwavering conviction. "We have a powerful motherland and a brave army. We shall surely overcome all adversities and carve out our own brilliance in this world. Indeed, no challenge could vanquish us." The following day, the headlines of major global media outlets were dominated by a singular piece of news. Tony Stark has returned safely. Details regarding his rescue remained shrouded in mystery. The official statement from the United States was vague, merely stating that through various efforts, Tony Stark had ultimately been successfully rescued. As for Stark himself, he refrained from discussing the circumstances of his salvation. Upon returning to the United States, his first act was to convene a press conference. The venue was overflowing with people. Reporters clamored to pose questions, and the flashing lights illuminated the room as if it were daylight. Standing on stage, Tony Stark wore a serious expression, his eyes shimmering with determination. While munching on a hamburger, he gestured for everyone to ease their seriousness, inviting them to sit and relax. And he himself settled on the floor of the podium. Witnessing this, the other reporters had no choice but to follow suit. Sitting on the ground in eager anticipation of Stark's forthcoming words, "I, Tony Stark, am here today to announce but one matter." His voice was deep and powerful, each word resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. Effective immediately, Stark Industries will permanently cease operations in the weapons division. At this proclamation, the room erupted in astonishment. Reporters exchanged bewildered glances, unable to believe their ears. They all sprang to their feet, eager to interview Tony Stark, yearning to uncover the events that transpired during his captivity which could lead to such a revelation. Weapon manufacturing had always been the cornerstone of Stark Industries, its principal source of profit. Shuttering the weapons division was tantamount to self-sabotage, a move that would inflict significant harm on Stark Industries. "Mr. Stark, are you certain? This is a monumental decision," a reporter boldly inquired, his voice laced with shock and incredulity. "I am absolutely certain," Tony Stark affirmed with steadfast resolve. "I have witnessed the brutality of war and experienced the specter of death. I have come to realize that technology should not be wielded for destruction and slaughter, but rather employed to benefit humanity." His voice rang out with conviction, resonating with purpose. "I shall redirect all resources of Stark Industries into clean energy, healthcare, and other fields, striving to forge a brighter future for mankind." The journalists surged forward with an almost frenzied urgency, eager to extract further insights from him. However, they were swiftly thwarted by security personnel. Accompanied by the protective detail of Stark Industries, Tony made a hasty exit from the scene. His words reverberated like a thunderclap. resonating throughout the globe. Stark Industries stock plummeted in response, leaving countless investors in despair as they hastily divested their shares. Yet, Tony Stark remained unfazed, fully aware that he had merely made a judicious decision. Across the vast ocean in the land of China, Jiang Chun sat before his computer, engrossed in the coverage of Tony Stark's press conference. Countless individuals in China, captivated by this news, recognized that the Marvel Universe had officially commenced. Chapter 15. Journey to America. The announcement of Tony Stark's closure of the weapons division reverberated across the globe like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, generating ripples of profound impact. In Hua country, the news struck with particular intensity. Many were already aware that the entire nation had traversed into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and this revelation confirmed their suspicions as it graced the media. Simultaneously, within the upper echelons of Hua country's conference room, the atmosphere grew tense. The immense projection screen still displayed the figure of Tony Stark, his words echoing in the vast chamber, each syllable striking the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. The Marvel Universe had indeed commenced. An elderly official murmured softly, his tone laced with unmasked concern and trepidation. Another official furrowed his brow, his fingers gently drumming against the tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound as if lost in contemplation. The conference room fell into silence, punctuated only by the hum of the projector and the weighty breaths of the leaders. All were acutely aware that a new era had begun. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun sat before his computer, his gaze fixed intently on the image of Tony Stark on the screen. From the moment Tony proclaimed the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, the Marvel Universe had officially unfolded. I must grow stronger, Jiang Chun silently vowed, resolute and fervent. He closed his laptop and approached the heavy bag in the corner of the room. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon the bag, each impact resonating with a dull thud. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his shirt, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Every movement was infused with power, every breath imbued with determination. In the perilous world of Marvel, only by continuously growing stronger could one seize their own fate. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy bag swayed violently, struggling to withstand the tempestuous onslaught of blows. Jiang Chen's breaths quickened, yet the spark in his eyes grew ever brighter. Jiang Chen. The voice of Wang Yu called from outside the door. With a final, forceful punch, Jiang Chen sent the bag flying, its weight of 2 tons propelled by his might. Wang Yu stood there, gazing enviously at the bag that had been struck down. Clad in a sharp military uniform, his expression held a note of seriousness. There is a new mission from the higher-ups, Wang Yu stated succinctly. What mission? Jiang Chen inquired, a flicker of anticipation rising within him. You will accompany Comrade Zhang Zhangzhou to the United States, during which we will continue your training, Wang Yu informed him, leaving Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. America? He had not expected his next assignment to lead him there. What is the specific mission? Jiang Chen pressed, curiosity evident in his tone. To discuss future collaborations with Tony Stark, and if possible, to obtain the technology for the Iron Man suit, Wang Yu replied, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The technology of the Iron Man suit held great allure for Hua country. When do we depart? Jiang Chun inquired, his tone resolute and powerful. 2 weeks later. Wang Yu replied, no problem. Jiang Chun nodded, his gaze brimming with confidence. In the ensuing days, Jiang Chun engaged in rigorous training, diligently mastering his own strength while simultaneously enhancing his military capabilities at an accelerated pace. Thanks to his formidable physique, his progress was remarkably swift. Within a fortnight, he had rapidly evolved into a top-tier Special Forces soldier, further augmented by the abilities bestowed by the Space Gem, rendering him exceptionally powerful. 2 weeks later, the morning sunlight cascaded onto the airport runway as Jiang Chun, accompanied by Qin Gang and others, strode towards the long-awaited private aircraft. Once aboard, he settled into a window seat. The plane gradually taxied before suddenly accelerating into the azure sky. Jiang Chen gazed out at the diminishing landscape, eagerly anticipating his encounter with the current Iron Man, Tony Stark. If memory served correctly, Tony had refined the iron armor upon his return, and it was conceivable that he had already developed Mark II or even Mark III during these past few days. The present Tony had undoubtedly embraced the persona of Iron Man. After more than 10 hours of flight, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Jiangchen massaged his sore neck, watching as the plane gently descended at New York Airport. Exiting the cabin, Zhang Zhongzhao led the diplomatic team, striding confidently towards the awaiting American representatives. Jiang Chun followed closely behind, attentively surveying his surroundings. The group departed the airport under the guidance of the American representatives. In a conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Jiang Chun stood in the corner, silently observing the exchange between the two parties. Zhang Zhongzhao's composed and forceful statements prompted frequent nods from the American representatives, and a consensus was reached on several issues. After the meeting concluded, Zhang Zhongzhao cast a knowing glance at Jiang Chun. "Next, we shall proceed to Stark Industries," he whispered to Jiang Chun. The convoy made its way to Stark Industrial Park, arriving shortly thereafter. At that moment, Tony Stark himself awaited them at the entrance, wearing his signature smile. "Welcome, welcome, my friends from Huagua," Tony greeted warmly, shaking hands with Zhang Zhongzhao. When his gaze fell upon Jiang Chun, a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. "Oh, is this not Jiang Chun?" Tony approached Jiang Chun, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Jiang Chun felt a touch of awkwardness but returned the gesture nonetheless. "Mr. Stark, it is a pleasure to see you again." Tony patted Jiang Chun's shoulder, smiling as he replied, "Just call me Tony, we are friends." Zhang Zhongzhao watched this interaction with a smile. As the leader of the delegation, he was well aware of Jiang Chun's capabilities and was pleased to see the rapport being established between Jiang Chun and Tony, as it would prove invaluable for future endeavors. Tony invited Zhang Zhongzhao and Jiang Chun into a private conference room, while others were directed to wait in another space. Inside the conference room, Tony took his seat at the head of the table, his hands clasped in front of him. Zhang Zhongzhao and Jiang Chun occupied the seats on either side of him. "Let us not beat around the bush. Your visit today is for the purpose of exploring potential collaboration," Tony began, his eyes glimmering with intellect. Zhang Zhongzhao retrieved an encrypted USB drive from his briefcase and handed it to Tony. Raising an eyebrow, Tony accepted the drive and connected it to the conference room's computer. On the screen, the words Eastern Super Ring flickered into view. "This is..." Tony glanced at Qin Gang with uncertainty. "We present to you our latest advancements in nuclear fusion research," Zhang Zhongzhao stated with a steady demeanor. "We sincerely invite Mr. Stark to visit and discuss the possibilities for collaboration." Tony opened the file, and rows of data and blueprints filled his vision. Leaning forward, he fixated on the screen, his breath becoming increasingly rapid. His pupils dilated, reflecting the intricate schematics, while his fingers unconsciously tapped the table. After a prolonged silence, Tony lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. "Is this a genuine nuclear fusion device?" His voice quivered slightly, as if he had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Zhang Zhongzhao smiled faintly. As you can see, Chapter 16, Collaborative Negotiation. Tony's gaze returned to the screen, his fingers deftly gliding over the mouse as he navigated through a vast sea of data and research progress. He inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "Though my arc reactor is formidable, it pales in comparison to this." He shook his head, as if to dispel a persistent obsession. It was akin to a novice confronting a master. Tony's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He seemed to behold a colossal sun, blazing fiercely upon the screen. "A man-made sun," he repeated softly, his eyes glistening with desire. "If a breakthrough could be achieved, humanity would possess an inexhaustible source of clean energy," Zhang Zhongzhao interjected. Abruptly, Tony sprang to his feet, pacing back and forth, his excitement palpable. "I want in," he declared resolutely. "I must be part of this project." He halted, fixing an intense gaze upon Zhang Zhongzhao. This was nothing short of revolutionary technology. Tony rubbed his hands together in delight, a childlike grin illuminating his face. He envisioned a future, a world propelled by clean energy. Suddenly, his smile faltered, and a complex expression washed over him. "I just shut down the weapons division," he said, a hint of exasperation in his tone, "as I was preparing to pivot towards the energy sector. My arc reactor is on the brink of success, poised to provide clean energy for countless households." He turned away, offering a wry smile. But now, he glanced at the words Eastern Super Ring on the screen, shaking his head with a bittersweet resignation. If the Eastern Super Ring succeeded, what significance would remain for other energy sectors? In truth, Tony Stark had been searching for a new path since closing the weapons division, setting his sights on the energy industry. After all, if he could refine his arc reactor, it would yield a continuous supply of clean energy, steering Stark Industries in a new direction. Yet now, with no plans already in motion, the revelation of China's Eastern Super Ring project had dealt a significant blow to him. Tony's expression shifted from initial astonishment to excitement, and now to a sense of resignation. The advancement of technology is often ruthless. It can create miracles, yet also dismantle everything. Zhang Zhongzhao approached Tony, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Mr. Stark. He spoke earnestly. We believe that collaboration leads to mutual success. The success of the Eastern Super Ring does not spell the end for other energy sectors. On the contrary, it heralds a new era, an age of limitless energy, a renaissance for humanity. In this era, we will need more brilliant minds like yours to explore the future together. Tony fell silent for a moment, his gaze gradually regaining its spark. You are right. He lifted his head, determination rekindled in his eyes. Cooperation is the key to mutual success. He extended his hand, firmly grasping Zhang Zhongzhao's. I am willing to join. His voice resonated with strength, as if he had once more become the spirited Tony Stark. Haha. I firmly believe that with Stark's involvement, our Eastern Super Ring will soon achieve significant success. Zhang Zhongzhao is also exceedingly pleased. After all, this is Tony Stark, a figure whose intellect is often likened to that of deities. Should we establish a partnership with him? The controlled nuclear fusion technology that has long stagnated in our nation will undoubtedly progress. Once this technology succeeds, humanity, having resolved its energy dilemmas, can once again experience exponential development. Although Tony's arc reactor is indeed a form of controlled nuclear fusion, it differs greatly from the man-made sun that is the Eastern Super Ring. Furthermore, with the arc reactor technology as a testament, coupled with Tony's collaboration, the success of the Eastern Super Ring may very well be within reach. A successful Eastern Super Ring would represent a true source of infinite energy, far more reliable than something like the Infinity Stones. I will make arrangements to personally visit the Eastern Super Ring and engage in discussions with your research personnel regarding potential collaboration. At this moment, Tony has rediscovered his passion for scientific inquiry, a pure love for science, no longer burdened by the failures of Stark Industries' energy initiatives. Haha, I truly admire Mr. Stark as a pure scientist. Zhang Zhongzhao beamed, appearing immensely joyful. At times, breakthroughs in science are entirely unrelated to profit. The success of controlled nuclear fusion signifies human advancement and cannot be measured in monetary terms. Upon hearing Zhang Zhongzhao's words, Tony experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, to assess a technology like the Eastern Super Ring in terms of money and profit is an affront to science. Unbeknownst to him, Tony realized he had become the very type of person he once scorned. How narrow-minded of me, he thought with a sigh. In this moment, he is a true scientist, focusing on significant endeavors without concern for profit and loss. Prioritizing the welfare of society as a whole is something that those entrenched in capitalism can never comprehend. Capitalists invariably consider one question: profit. They would never engage in a venture that incurs losses. Just as in a capitalist nation like the United States, would they invest in infrastructure like high-speed rail that is anticipated to be unprofitable? It is utterly impossible. They are even reluctant to maintain existing subway systems. Undertaking projects that are known to be unprofitable is unique to our nation, a feat inconceivable in the Western world. Haha, Mr. Stark is jesting. There are countless lucrative ventures, but truly progressive technologies that advance humanity are rare and elusive. Zhang Zhongzhao chuckled softly, saying, however, we do indeed have numerous collaborative projects to propose to Stark Industries. After all, coming from the year 2024, we possess intimate knowledge of future developmental trajectories, effortlessly identifying a plethora of profitable industries. If energy proves unfeasible, we can simply explore other sectors. In terms of necessities for living, which industry cannot turn a profit? From the future, what country can effortlessly enumerate a plethora of opportunities? Enterprises like Stark Industries, which specialize in advanced technology, can simply tailor a few avenues for collaboration. For instance, the mobile phone sector, the computer industry, and drones remain largely untapped in this realm. presenting an enormous market potential. Focusing solely on mobile phones, intelligent devices will not emerge for another 2 years. Thus, Hua Country can swiftly capitalize on its mature smartphone offerings, reaping substantial profits. Given that Hua Country has arrived in this world, it must adapt to survive, making the pursuit of wealth essential. Although there may be aspirations for isolationism, it does not equate to a total severance from external connections. At this juncture, Hua Country is already beginning to strategize across various industries. Moreover, the foundation of Stark Industries in this world remains advantageous in maintaining a cordial relationship with Tony. The protagonist of this realm is equally imperative for Hua Country. Hence, why not share a slice of the pie with him? Chapter 17, Mark II. Thus, Zhang Zhongzhao produced a meticulously prepared Huaxing smartphone along with some documents, presenting them to Tony Stark. As Tony accepted the device, his slender fingers gently caressed the sleek prototype before him. His gaze was akin to that of a scanner, meticulously assessing this nearly flawless piece of technology. "Is this your latest innovation?" Tony inquired, raising an eyebrow, his tone laced with incredulity. Zhang Zhongzhao smiled and nodded. "This is merely our preliminary version." Tony acknowledged this with a nod, feeling unsurprised, for he had previously encountered a trifold phone from Jiangchun, which rendered this smartphone somewhat antiquated in comparison. The device boasted an extraordinarily thin screen, its texture smooth to the touch. Both its materials and craftsmanship transcended the imaginings of this era. Tony sensed that this was no ordinary mobile phone design. Zhang Zhongzhao seized the moment to speak. Huaxing Group is poised to collaborate with Stark Industries. We shall provide the technology while you offer the channels and branding. Furthermore, we will grant you numerous patent licenses and jointly develop subsequent technologies. Tony narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with possibilities. In the consumer electronics sector, Stark Industries was a blank slate, or rather, the entire world was an uncharted territory. While Huagua possessed remarkably advanced technology, if they chose not to collaborate, Huagua could swiftly dominate the market, making it nearly impossible for others to penetrate. The enormity of the consumer electronics market was evident to him as a top-tier businessman. Moreover, this smartphone was not merely a communication device. It resembled a microcosm of future technology. Though he was confident that Stark Industries could eventually develop something comparable by that time, the market would have already been seized by Huagua, rendering their efforts futile. For Stark, the only viable option was collaboration. Even if it meant accepting stringent conditions and relinquishing control. The phone's screen resolution was astonishingly clear, and the system operated with a fluidity akin to a pristine stream. Harmony OS? Tony murmured, pronouncing the system's name. Zhang Zhongzhao nodded. High-end models will utilize Harmony, while lower-end models will run on Android. The Harmony OS has high hardware requirements, and Huagua could not launch high-performance phones initially. Thus, they would first release lower-end devices, naturally employing the older version of Android. Tony's mind rapidly computed the potential for collaboration. Fascinating. He toyed with the smartphone, his gaze flickering with intrigue. "It seems you are preparing to revolutionize the entire mobile communications market." "Not revolutionize, but rather advance human society as a whole," Zhang Zhongzhao replied with a smile. "Hardware will cover the market while software will control it." Hasn't America repeatedly accused Huagua's phones of threatening its national security? If we don't fulfill your expectations, would that not be a disservice to your assumptions? This time, Huagua was prepared to learn from the Americans, flooding the world with its offerings while embedding backdoors within the smartphones to monitor the entire globe. Upon entering the perilous realm of the Marvel Universe, Zhang Zhongzhao is prepared to employ any means necessary to ensure the survival of his homeland, with every action centered around the interests of Huagua. The limits of Huagua translate to the upper bounds for the United States. Tony Stark, flipping his Huaxing phone, meticulously scans every detail with the precision of a sophisticated instrument. "It appears that I have no possibility of refusal left." Tony raises an eyebrow, his tone laced with an effortless resignation. The energy market has become untenable. The consumer electronics sector looms ahead as an enormous opportunity, untouched by competitors. Should Tony decline to collaborate, Huawei would undoubtedly seize the entire market, leaving nothing for others. Thus, the sole opportunity lies in partnership. The negotiations proceed remarkably smoothly, as Tony understands that missing this chance would lead Stark Industries to irrevocably lose its competitive edge in the consumer electronics domain, while the Chinese team opposite him has evidently been strategizing for quite some time. With their well-established hardware, systems, and a vast software ecosystem, they leave little room for other contenders. Once the collaboration agreement is finalized, as Zhang Zhongzhao and his team prepare to depart, Tony suddenly smiles and says, "Jiang Chun, care to stay for a drink?" Jiang Chun glances at Zhang Zhongzhao, who gives a slight nod. It's beneficial for young people to engage in more dialogue. Zhang Zhongzhao bids farewell and leads his team away, confident in Jiang Chun's abilities and having intended from the outset to foster a positive rapport between him and Tony Stark. Tony escorts Jiang Chun to the underground studio, where the glass door silently slides open, revealing a space brimming with technological allure. "Jarvis, lights on," Tony commands. And the studio illuminates instantly, with various holographic projections shimmering in the air. At the center stands the gleaming silver Mark II armor, poised in serene stillness. Tony casually leans against the workbench, remarking that this piece is a true creation, in stark contrast to the crude contraption he constructed in Afghanistan. Jiang Chun circles the armor, his eyes alight with wonder. It truly appears impressive. This is indeed the authentic Iron Man suit, and he cannot resist gently touching its cool surface. Indeed, Tony snaps his fingers, asserting that once this equipment is perfected, he will no longer need to fear terrorists or rely on others for protection. If soldiers were to don such armor, the casualty rate would undoubtedly plummet. Jiang Chun reflects thoughtfully, adding that the ability to fly signifies enhanced mobility, which is of utmost importance for the military. Tony shakes his head, lifting his glass for a sip. "I do not trust the military. It's far better to keep such matters under one's own control. Moreover, the cost of manufacturing a single suit is prohibitively high, making it impossible to equip the army." "Cost?" Jiang Chun chuckles lightly. "Tony, have you forgotten the most fundamental principle of economies of scale? Producing just one or two suits incurs high costs, but if manufactured en masse, the procurement price of materials will naturally decline. And this is precisely what Huagua excels at. Mass production to reduce costs is indeed an area in which Huagua excels. Nonetheless, I could never entrust such weaponry to the military," Tony asserted with unwavering conviction. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Jiang Chun's eyes. "You are referring to the American military, aren't you? However, the armed forces of Huagua are entirely distinct. In Huagua, the military is the people's army. Soldiers emerge from the populace and return to serve the people. Protecting the citizenry is an intrinsic mission bestowed upon every soldier of Huagua." Chapter 18. Flight Test. Tony listened intently, a hint of surprise and skepticism etching his features as he scrutinized the young man before him, seemingly searching for any trace of deceit in his countenance. Ultimately, he merely shook his head gently. In his worldview, a military force is a military force, regardless of the nation. It is merely a tool of state violence, a mechanism of war. Western media had never reported any favorable news about the military of Huagua, so how could he possibly believe such claims? However, Tony refrained from voicing his doubts, raising his glass instead to propose a toast with Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun smiled nonchalantly, aware of Tony's perspective. Yet he understood that such prejudices required time to dissipate. His gaze fell upon the silver-white battle armor, and he reached out to grasp a piece of the arm guard. Weighing it in his hands, the defense appeared commendable. Jiang Chun lightly tapped the surface of the arm guard with his fingers, yet he remained uncertain about its true efficacy. Tony set down his glass, a confident smile illuminating his face. "This is a special alloy, ordinary bullets cannot penetrate it." "Is that so?" Jiang Chun replied, a smile flickering across his lips as he grasped both ends of the arm guard. "Shall we put it to the test?" "Hey, what are you planning to do?" Tony frowned, though his tone was somewhat casual. "Don't waste your effort," even if before he could finish his sentence, a jarring sound of twisting metal abruptly filled the air. Tony's pupils dilated in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. The sturdy alloy arm guard was contorted effortlessly in Jiang Chun's hands, as if it were made of mere Play-Doh. "How is this possible?" Tony stumbled back a step, his wine glass crashing to the ground with a crisp shatter. Jiangchen casually placed the deformed arm guard on the workbench, the metal clashing against the surface with a sharp sound. He turned to face the wide-eyed Tony, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Tony, this world is far more intricate than you can fathom. To be honest, even the strength I possess is but that of an ant when faced with certain existences. Tony's gaze darted between Jiang Chun and the twisted arm guard, his hands trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As a scientist, he struggled to comprehend the astounding phenomena unfolding before him. How could an apparently ordinary young man distort a specially crafted alloy with his bare hands? Were the soldiers of Huagua truly this formidable? J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a steady voice. Did that just get recorded? Yes, sir. The AI's voice resonated from the ceiling. According to calculations, Mr. Jiang exerted approximately 2 tons of force just now. Tony stroked his chin, the astonishment in his eyes gradually yielding to focused determination as he approached the workbench, examining the deformed arm guard closely. It seems that the Mark II requires further refinement. As Jiangchen observed Tony's earnest and dedicated demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Tony Stark was worthy of the title Iron Man. Even when confronted with phenomena that defied logic, he could swiftly recalibrate his mindset and focus on technological advancements. Tony set aside the arm gauntlet and turned towards the control panel, his fingers gliding swiftly across the holographic screen. Jarvis, initiate the new testing program. It seems we need to conduct a comprehensive upgrade of the alloy strength, he commanded. Standing before the control panel, Tony's fingers danced across the holographic display, a flurry of data and schematics flashing before his eyes. His gaze was intent, occasionally pausing to adjust a parameter. Jarvis, modify the alloy composition to titanium gold alloy and recalculate the strength. Understood, sir, Jarvis responded. According to the calculations, the new material's protective capacity will increase by approximately 150, though the cost will triple. In the holographic projection, the armor's hue gradually transformed into a lavish gold, prompting Tony to furrow his brow, evidently displeased with the color. Add some red elements, he remarked, glancing around until his eyes fell upon a vintage red sports car he admired from a distance. An idea sparked, and he traced elegant arcs on the screen. That's it, perfect. He infused his favored shade of red into the new suit, rendering it strikingly cool. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood beside him, captivated by the holographic display of the red and gold armor, nodding in admiration. This was the future Mark III. Merely observing its design revealed its superiority over the current version, embodying the true essence of an Iron Man suit. However, this was merely a conceptual design, focused more on aesthetics and materials. It would only be after the Mark II was fully realized that Tony would contemplate the production of the Mark III. At this moment, Jarvis had donned the backup arm gauntlet, and Tony turned toward the Mark II, his expression brimming with anticipation. Sir, the flight test program has been prepared, Jarvis reminded him. Excellent, Tony replied, flexing his wrist as he began assembling the suit. The mechanical arms whirred into action, attaching the silvery armor piece by piece to Tony's frame. The sounds of metal clashing resonating throughout the laboratory. Witnessing this mechanized spectacle, Jiangchen couldn't suppress his astonishment. Truly, machinery was the romance of men. As he watched Tony control the Mark II as it wobbled into the air, Jiangchen suddenly interjected, "Wait, shouldn't you conduct an unmanned test first?" Tony had completed the armor assembly and turned, a confident smile visible through the faceplate. What better way to test than through personal experience? Before he could finish speaking, the thrusters surged to full power, and Tony's body shot upwards. However, it was clear that he was still acclimating to this method of flight. The armor swayed precariously, at times colliding with the ceiling and narrowly avoiding the walls. "Damn it," Tony exclaimed, struggling to correct his posture as the high-temperature jets from the thrusters sent chaos swirling through the laboratory. The nearby sports car was singed black. Tools on the workbench toppled askew, forcing Jiang Chun to dodge to the side. Yet, this chaos seemed to have no impact on Tony's spirits. He swiftly regained his balance and began to experiment with various aerial maneuvers. "How does it feel, sir?" Jarvis inquired. "Absolutely fantastic. Tony's voice brimmed with excitement. It appeared to be the perfect moment for an outdoor test. The armor descended steadily to the ground, and Tony lifted his gaze toward the laboratory's exit. Jiang Chun could sense his eagerness to explore the heights. Jarvis, open the garage door. At Tony's command, the heavy metal door slowly ascended, revealing a star-studded night sky that seemed to beckon this soon-to-soar adventurer. Taking a deep breath, Tony activated the thrusters once more. This time, his movements were markedly more adept. The silver figure shot forth like a meteor, racing directly into the night sky. Jiangchen remained rooted in place, watching the diminishing point of light. A flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Who would he yearn to soar freely across the heavens? Perhaps this encapsulates humanity's eternal dream. Chapter 19. A Life to Save Again. Jiang Chun stood at the threshold of the laboratory, gazing up at the silvery figure in the night sky. Tony soared like an exuberant child, carving graceful arcs through the air. The brilliance emitted by the armor's thrusters shone vividly against the darkness, resembling a meteor streaking across the heavens. How I wish to experience such a sensation, Jiang Chun thought, clenching his fists involuntarily, his eyes shimmering with yearning. Suddenly, Jarvis's voice broke the silence. The Sir has ascended to an altitude of 10,000 feet, all systems functioning normally. Jiangchen furrowed his brow as a vivid image flashed in his mind. Wait, during the maiden flight of Mark II, an unexpected incident occurred. He recalled that in the film, Tony's armor had frozen due to excessive altitude. Jarvis, can you reach Tony? Jiang Chun inquired anxiously. The communication system is operational, but Mr. Stark appears to be enthralled by the exhilaration of flight. Jiang Chun looked up at the sky. Tony's figure had diminished to a mere speck, a flickering point of light. Suddenly, an alarm resonated throughout the laboratory. Warning! A drastic drop in the exterior temperature of the armor has been detected. System anomalies present. Jarvis's voice carried a hint of urgency. Jiang Chen's heart tightened. Indeed, something had gone awry. In the night sky, that pinpoint of light abruptly extinguished, followed by a rapid descent. The armor systems have completely shut down, and the backup power has failed. Jarvis's alarms blared incessantly. Yet, Jiang Chun remained strangely composed. According to the narrative, Tony should be able to reboot the system in time. However, as Tony's figure approached, Jiang Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. The armor showed no signs of deceleration. Rather, it plummeted ever faster. Jarvis, can we still connect with Tony? Jiang Chen's voice bore a trace of anxiety. Connection is impossible. The system has completely crashed. This situation appears to be more dire than anticipated. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted sharply, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. This was amiss, logically. Tony should have rebooted the system by now. Could his crossing over have caused a deviation in the plot? In the night sky, Tony's silhouette became clearer, the silver armor reflecting a chilling glow under the moonlight. The Sir's rate of descent has surpassed the safety threshold. If this continues, Jarvis's voice abruptly ceased. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, his heart pounding like a drum. He felt genuine fear for the first time. This was not a film, but the real world. If anything were to happen to Tony here, it would not only alter the trajectory of the entire Marvel universe, but, more importantly, he would lose a newly found friend. Is there any way to save him? Jiang Chun asked, a frown etched on his face. The backup systems are completely non-functional, and we cannot reach Mark II. Jarvis's tone was tinged with helplessness. Jiang Chun fixated on the rapidly descending figure, contemplating whether to act immediately to save him. His heartbeat intensified, synchronized with Tony's swift descent. The silver armor traced a blinding trajectory beneath the moonlight, plummeting toward the ground like a meteorite. A hint of anxiety surfaced on Jiang Chen's face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Tony cannot perish here, otherwise, the trajectory of the entire Marvel universe will be irrevocably altered. For what? Foreseeing the future is its greatest advantage, and if Tony were to die, that advantage would vanish, a prospect Jiang Chun fervently wishes to avert. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, oblivious to the pain. As the armor plummeted rapidly, Jiang Chun maintained his composure. Just a moment longer he fixed his gaze on Tony's silhouette, his fingers trembling slightly. Jarvis's alarm blared incessantly, 500 meters to ground. The system remains unresponsive. Jiang Chun inhaled deeply, his eyes glued to that silver figure. 400 meters. 300 meters. Jarvis's voice was laced with unprecedented urgency. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, his eyes unblinking as he scrutinized the sky. When the armor was merely 200 meters from the ground, Jiang Chen finally raised his right hand. A dark green portal materialized at the spot where Tony was about to crash. In the next moment, another portal shimmered at an altitude of 1 kilometer. Tony's figure instantly traversed through the halo, reappearing in the heavens. At this critical juncture, the Mark II system finally rebooted, the thrusters bursting forth with dazzling blue light, causing Tony to abruptly adjust his posture midair. The silver armor traced a graceful arc, landing steadily at the laboratory entrance. The faceplate lifted, revealing Tony's pale visage. Drenched in cold sweat, my heavens, I nearly met my maker. He removed his helmet and exhaled deeply. Jarvis's voice resounded, "Sir, I have detected a peculiar energy fluctuation, seemingly emanating from Mr. Jiang." Tony turned to Jiang Chun, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. "That portal, did you create it?" Jiang Chun nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying. "Thank you. You have saved my life once more." Tony stepped closer, patting Jiang Chen's shoulder, his words imbued with gratitude. "Among friends, no thanks are necessary." Jiang Chen offered a faint smile. A flicker of emotion passed through Tony's eyes before he reverted to his usual irreverence. But honestly, that sensation of soaring through the air was simply remarkable. Jiang Chun shook his head in exasperation. "Remember to check for ice formation at high altitudes next time." "Indeed. It seems the Mark II requires further refinement." Tony nodded thoughtfully. With the aid of mechanical arms, Tony removed the armor, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chun. The laboratory lights cast a glow upon his face, revealing an unmistakable curiosity. What was the principle behind that previous portal? Tony raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with the thirst for knowledge. Leaning against the workbench, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Magic, it's that simple." Tony paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Magic? Are you jesting? How could magic possibly exist in this world?" Jiang Chen shrugged. "This world is far more astonishing than you can imagine." "Tony, is this some form of sorcery from Huagua?" Tony furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion gleaming in his eyes. Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle. "Witchcraft? Your imagination is rather vivid." Standing tall before Tony's inquisitive gaze, he was reminded of another realm. Magic is not shrouded in enigma. It adheres to its own principles, and anyone can learn it. Tony's eyes brightened. "Really?" Jiang Chen nodded. "If you are interested, there is a place you could visit. In the capital of Nepal, Kathmandu. At the foothills of the Himalayas lies a place called Karmataji. They teach magic there. If Tony could embark on the journey to learn magic, it would certainly be intriguing." Chapter 20. Obadiah. Tony's expression hardened, his brow slightly furrowing, a look of disdain surfacing upon his countenance. "I apologize, but I harbor no interest in such arcane matters as magic." He pivoted toward the workstation, his fingers gliding swiftly across the holographic screen, as if it were his sole faith. "I am convinced that all phenomena can be elucidated through science. Magic? Perhaps it is merely technology that has yet to be deciphered by scientific means." His voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable confidence. Jiang Chen observed Tony in silence, reflecting inwardly on this genius scientist, whose veins coursed with an ardent passion and dedication to technology. Tony halted his actions, turning to face Jiang Chun, his eyes glinting with self-assurance, the corners of his mouth curling into a proud arc. "I shall uncover the principles behind your portal using science. Just wait and see." Jiang Chun smiled gently, thinking to himself, "This is Tony Stark, a steadfast materialist. Even upon witnessing something as extraordinary as a portal, he resolutely insists on interpreting the world through a scientific lens." In the laboratory, Tony immersed himself in the task of enhancing the armor. The holographic projections spinning in the air, the blue light illuminating his focused visage. Leaning against the workstation, Jiang Chun gazed out at the darkening sky and remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall return to my homeland with Ambassador Zhang Zhongzhao." Tony's wrench paused momentarily as he lifted his gaze to Jiang Chen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "So soon? Aren't you going to stay a few more days?" I was hoping to study your miraculous portal further. Jiangchen shook his head with a smile. Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. At that moment, the laboratory door was abruptly thrown open, and Obadiah strode in with purpose. The sound of his polished shoes echoed heavily against the floor, his expression grim and notably displeased. Tony, the board has just concluded a meeting. Tony raised an eyebrow. What meeting? I was unaware of any such occurrence. An emergency board meeting, Obadiah stated coldly as he halted in front of Tony. You have been temporarily relieved of your CEO duties. Tony stood frozen, the wrench clattering against the workstation, disbelief etched across his face. What? You would do well to take a break for the time being. I will be managing the company's affairs. Obadiah's gaze shifted dismissively toward Jiang Chun, a hint of contempt flickering in his eyes. And, Tony, can you enlighten me as to why you are collaborating with Huagua? Tony furrowed his brow. That is a corporate trade secret. A trade secret? Obadiah scoffed. Are you now concealing matters even from the board? He paced to the window, turning his back to Tony, his tone dripping with disdain. Stark Industries has no need to ally with backward nations. At this, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed involuntarily, a sense of displeasure washing over him. Backward? It seems your understanding of Huagua remains entrenched in the last century. Obadiah turned, unabashedly scrutinizing Jiang Chun. Young man, do you comprehend what Stark Industries represents? We embody the pinnacle of global technology. Tony interjected, attempting to defuse the escalating tension. Obadiah, enough. He turned to Obadiah, his tone laced with a hint of fury. You have gone too far. Obadiah pointed at Tony, his voice rising. You abruptly abandoned weapon manufacturing, and I supported your transition into the energy sector. Yet now you have forsaken that as well to engage in some mysterious project with Huagua? You are destroying this company, just because Huagua rescued you. Does that grant you the liberty to act recklessly? Tony's voice bore a trace of weariness, yet his gaze remained resolute. I am doing what is right. He placed his hands on the workbench, inhaling deeply, striving to compose himself. Right? Obadiah scoffed. The board does not share your sentiment. It seems you harbor a profound prejudice against Huagua? Silence. Obadiah abruptly turned to Jiangchen, fuming. You are not qualified to partake in this discussion. Tony stepped in front of Jiangchen, seething with anger. Obadiah, you are crossing the line. Crossing the line? Obadiah pointed at Tony. Do you know why the board agreed to dismiss you? Because you act unilaterally, disregarding the company's interests. Tony clenched his fists. I am pioneering a new direction for the company. A new direction? Obadiah mocked. Collaborating with a backward country is your idea of progress? Standing in the center of the laboratory, Tony, wearied, handed Obadiah a document containing information about smartphones. Obadiah, I have reached an agreement with Huagua regarding this collaboration. You need not worry about profits. Obadiah's complexion darkened. He held no belief that any beneficial project could arise from working with Huagua, even dismissing the document in his hands. Crumpling the folder in his grip. Tony, you have disappointed me greatly. His voice was low, tinged with a sense of loss. I cannot comprehend why you insist on partnering with Huagua, he said, his expression grim. Tony remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering, because this is the best and only choice. Continuing in the energy sector would lead to a dead end. Once Huagua perfects controlled nuclear fusion technology, humanity will possess truly limitless energy. At that point, Huagua will inevitably supply energy to the entire world, dictating prices. Pursuing the energy industry then would be tantamount to courting disaster. Obadiah suddenly hurled the folder to the ground, papers scattering in disarray. The best choice? Have you lost your mind? Jiang Chun stood silently observing the scene. In his eyes, Obadiah was already on a path to ruin. Tony lifted his head, his gaze resolute. I am clear-headed. This is advantageous for the company and for the future. Obadiah took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. Fine. Since you are so insistent, take a few days to contemplate. He turned and walked toward the door, his footsteps echoing in the empty laboratory. Before departing, he glanced back at Tony. Don't forget, you still have to explain yourself to the other members of the board. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, plunging the laboratory into a brief silence once more. Jiang Chun approached Tony, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he remarked, It seems he is rather upset. Tony shook his head with a smile, responding, He is always this way, but I am earnest about this collaboration. His gaze was resolute. For him, once a decision was made, it would not be easily swayed. Rest assured, Stark Industries remains under my control. Jiangchen nodded, aware that as an official representative of Huagua, Tony needed to elucidate matters to him, as he would inevitably report back to his superiors regarding the events unfolding here. There will be no issues with this collaboration, and I will not allow anyone to interfere with it, Tony vowed earnestly. I have always been a man of my word. Chapter 21 Charity Gala. Jiangchen cast a cold gaze at the door of Obadiah Stain's office, a faint, sardonic smile curving his lips. The laboratory's illumination cast shadows upon his face, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. How intriguing. It appeared that this second-in-command of Stark Industries was rather arrogant. Tony rubbed his temples, weary, leaning against the workbench. Jiangchen strolled over to Tony, his eyes glinting with mockery, and said, "Tony, do you not find certain matters rather peculiar?" Tony lifted his gaze towards Jiangchen, his brow furrowing slightly. "What matters? For instance, your abduction in Afghanistan." Jiangchen's words caused Tony's body to tense. Why would terrorists possess weapons from Stark Industries, especially the latest models? The gravity of the situation instantly dawned on Tony, his hands instinctively gripping the edge of the workbench. "Is it possible?" Jiangchen pressed on. "Do your weapons truly only end up in the hands of the U.S. military?" Tony's pupils constricted as he began to recall his harrowing experience of captivity. Indeed, he had been taken aback to see his company's weaponry in the hands of his captors. Observing Tony's contemplative demeanor, Jiangchen softly continued, "In truth, the answer is quite simple. Only Obadiah could clandestinely sell weapons to terrorists without your knowledge. Perhaps he even has ties to them." Obadiah irked Jiangchen, and he was determined to make him uncomfortable. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible." His voice reverberated through the laboratory. "Obadiah is a friend of my father's. He would never do such a thing." Jiangchen shrugged. "You are too naive. Some matters are not as straightforward as they appear." Tony rose to his feet, pacing back and forth, visibly agitated. No, this cannot be true. It was evident that he still could not accept the notion that Obadiah would engage in such treachery or have connections with terrorists. Each shipment of Stark Industries weapons was meticulously documented. Jiangchen smiled slightly. Then why not investigate these records? Or he cast a meaningful glance at Tony. "Look into Obadiah's computer. You may uncover something intriguing." Tony halted, lost in thought, the laboratory's lights casting deep shadows across his face. Jiangchen could see the struggle and hesitation flickering in Tony's eyes. "I understand this is difficult to accept. Yet sometimes, those closest to us can pose the greatest danger." Tony took a deep breath, his expression gradually firming. "I will uncover the truth." Jiangchen nodded, noting that time was of the essence, and turned to stride towards the door. Some truths are better known sooner than later. His footsteps resonated in the laboratory while Tony gazed at the scattered documents on the floor, plunged into profound contemplation. The images of the weapons he had seen in the possession of the terrorists flashed repeatedly in his mind. Jiangchen's words had taken root in Tony's heart, like a seed sprouting into awareness. Outside the laboratory, Tony sat at the bar, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the metal surface, producing a steady sound. His brow furrowed, and his gaze drifted into the distance, lost in thought. At that moment, Pepper Potts entered the lab, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor, interrupting Tony's reverie. "Mr. John's accommodation had been arranged at the guest house in the western district of the company." Tony nodded, his fingers continuing their mechanical dance upon the table. Pepper regarded him with concern, sensing the peculiarity of his mood. "Are you all right? You seem a bit off." Tony shook his head and forced a strained smile. "I'm fine. Just contemplating some matters." He rose from his seat, distancing himself from Pepper, and made his way back to his workshop, approaching the Mark II armor. The silvery suit shimmered under the lights, emanating a cold brilliance. Tony caressed the surface of the armor, recalling the near-fatal experience during the previous test flight. It seemed there were still many areas in need of improvement. He murmured to himself, realizing that perfecting the Mark armor took precedence. All else could be temporarily set aside. After all, he had already shut down the weapons division, and these matters could be investigated later. In his view, Stark's weapons would no longer fall into the hands of terrorists. The following morning, sunlight broke through the clouds, casting its glow upon the Stark Industries building. Jiang Chun stood on the helipad, the Chinese private jet ready for takeoff behind him, as Zhang Zhong summoned them to board the plane back to China. Tony, I look forward to our next meeting. Jiang Chun bid farewell to Tony. Amidst the roar of the engines, the aircraft ascended gently, disappearing into the azure sky. In the days that followed, Tony isolated himself in the laboratory dedicated to refining the armor. He endeavored to dispel the unsettling thoughts that plagued him through his work. The armor's performance steadily improved, and the flight system grew more stable. Just then, a news segment on the television caught his attention. Stark Industries was to host a charity gala at the Disney Concert Hall to provide funding for firefighters. Tony stood before the screen, his frown deepening. The footage showed the host introducing the event held in his name. It was reported that Mr. Tony Stark would not be attending due to health reasons. A flicker of confusion crossed Tony's eyes. Jarvis, pull up my recent schedule. Sir, I found no records of an invitation for this charity gala. Tony's expression grew serious. It appeared Stark Industries wished to distance itself from him. He returned to his workstation, accessing the production program for Mark III, discovering it would take another 5 hours to complete. During this time, he resolved to engage in other pursuits. Jarvis, continue the fabrication of Mark III. I need to make a trip to Los Angeles. Understood, sir. Tony donned a sharp suit and retrieved the most conspicuous sports car key from the garage. With the roar of the engine, the car surged out of the garage, speeding toward Los Angeles. He intends for everyone to know that Stark Industries belongs to him. Tony Stark. As night falls, the Disney Concert Hall is aglow, drawing numerous prominent figures from both the political and business realms. Tony's sports car halts before the hall, the roar of its engine capturing countless gazes. Beneath the shimmering chandeliers, a throng of reporters lines the red carpet, cameras poised in anticipation. Tony steps out of the vehicle, impeccably attired, as a barrage of flashes ignites the scene. Mr. Stark, I thought you were unwell. What brings you here tonight? The reporters swarm, microphones nearly brushing against Tony's face. At that moment, Obadiah emerges from the crowd, a broad smile adorning his face, arms outstretched as he approaches Tony. Tony, what a surprise. I recall you mentioning you weren't feeling well lately. Obadiah's voice carries an air of astonishment, yet a subtle shadow flickers in his eyes. Chapter 22. The village of Camilla. A faint smile graced Tony's lips as he remarked, I am quite well, merely taking a prolonged respite to enjoy some fresh air. Regarding your collaboration plan with Huagua, I have successfully addressed all concerns with the board. Obadiah patted Tony on the shoulder, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The design of that mobile phone is truly remarkable, and its market potential is exceedingly promising. Tony raised an eyebrow, noticing the eagerness in Obadiah's tone. Have you seen the prototype? He inquired with curiosity. Indeed, its potential is limitless. Obadiah unabashedly expressed his enthusiasm. I suggest you take a break for a while. I can handle the company affairs. Unbeknownst to him, the prototype he possessed was merely a low-end phone at Huashing Group, sufficient for promotion in the international market. Tony locked eyes with Obadiah, smiling as he firmly stated, however, I believe what I need most right now is to immerse myself back into work, rather than rest. He circumvented Obadiah and made his way through the crowd toward the ballroom. The crystal chandeliers illuminated the hall, which was filled with prominent figures of the business world. As Tony approached the bar, a sharply dressed man with a receding hairline leaned in. Mr. Stark, I am Phil Coulson. He handed over a business card adorned with a lengthy institutional name. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics? Tony couldn't help but chuckle. I think you might want to consider a shorter, more memorable name. Coulson replied with a smile, we will take that into consideration. Tony swirled his drink, his peripheral vision catching sight of Pepper, who was weaving through the crowd in a stunning backless gown, appearing exceptionally enchanting, at least in Tony's eyes. She was the most beautiful woman present. So, what brings you to seek me out? Tony inquired, his interest in this enigmatic agency waning. We are quite interested in your experiences in Afghanistan, Coulson replied, his tone calm, yet his gaze inquisitive. At this, Tony's grip on his glass tightened slightly. We hope you can detail what transpired and how you were rescued by the Huagua military. Coulson's smile indicated this was the information the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics was eager to acquire. I'm afraid I cannot assist with that, Tony shrugged, growing somewhat impatient. He extended his hand for a brief shake with Coulson, smiling as he said, I must find my assistant. This matter requires her to reschedule. Excuse me. With that, Tony made his way toward Pepper, leaving Coulson standing alone. Tony approached Pepper, taking her hand and leading her directly to the center of the dance floor. The glow of the crystal lights enveloped them in a gentle halo, while the melodious strains of the violin flowed gracefully. As Tony drew Pepper closer, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and her body stiffened slightly. Relax. Just follow the rhythm of the music, Tony whispered in her ear, striving to ease her tension. I am not much of a dancer, Mr. Stark, she replied. The voice of Pepper Potts carried a hint of tension. Tony chuckled softly. Call me Tony. Tonight is not about work. His hand gently rested on her slender waist, guiding her to sway slowly to the music. The backless gown worn by Pepper shimmered faintly under the lights, and Tony could feel the warmth of her skin beneath his palm as they gradually immersed themselves in the rhythm, her nerves finally beginning to dissipate. You look stunning tonight, Tony remarked, gazing into her eyes, a warmth blossoming in his heart. Pepper lowered her gaze, her lashes fluttering slightly. Thank you. As the dance concluded, Tony led Pepper to the balcony where a gentle night breeze brought a refreshing coolness. Leaning against the railing, they gazed at the distant twinkling city lights. Tony turned to admire the profile of Pepper's face, the lighting accentuating her beautiful contours, and he suddenly realized that this woman, who had always been by his side, had quietly nestled into his heart. Unable to restrain himself, Tony leaned in, lowering his head to capture Pepper's lips in a kiss. Her eyes widened in surprise, her wine glass slipping from her grasp and shattering onto the floor with a sharp sound. The abruptness of the moment left them both momentarily stunned, the atmosphere turning awkward. Clearing his throat, Tony said, I'll fetch you a new drink. He quickly made his way back to the dance floor, his heart still racing. Mr. Stark. A familiar voice called from behind. Tony turned to see a striking blonde woman, and upon reflection, he recognized her. It seemed they had shared a passionate encounter about half a month ago. She appeared to be a journalist named Christine. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you would remain in hiding, Christine said with a slight smile, mischief glimmering in her eyes. What? Tony replied, confused as he looked at her. I think you should take a look at this, Christine said, pulling out several photographs and handing them to Tony. As he accepted the images, his brow furrowed deeply. The scenes depicted in the photographs were shocking. Stark Industries' weapons lay amidst the ruins of a devastated landscape, collapsed buildings, burning villages, and civilians sprawled in pools of blood. A group of terrorists wielded Stark Industries' arms, indiscriminately slaughtering innocent people. This is Gamera. Just yesterday, Christine's tone was chillingly detached. Tony's expression darkened instantly. This cannot be true. Nothing is impossible, Christine replied, her gaze steady on Tony. Moreover, they are all using Stark Industries weapons, the latest ones you released. Tony stared intently at the photographs, failing to respond to Christine's words, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists. Didn't you announce the closure of the weapons division? Christine pressed. Then how do you explain these weapons? Tony lifted his head, fury igniting in his eyes. I did not authorize any arms deals. But your company did, Christine retorted with a sneer. Tony's fists tightened as he recalled Jiang Chan's words. Obadiah, it was indeed him. Despite having officially announced the closure of his weaponry division, Stark's arms were still being sold. Apart from Obadiah, he could think of no one else possessing such authority. How do you intend to explain these photographs? Christine pressed on. Tony offered no response, turning abruptly to leave, even forgetting about Pepper. At that moment, images of the devastation faced by the villagers of Gamera flooded Tony's mind, and rage threatened to consume him. If memory served him right, Ethan had mentioned that his homeland was Gamera, a modest village in Afghanistan, and now, that group of terrorists had targeted this small community, evidently as an act of vengeance against him. This ignited a fierce anger within Tony. It was imperative that this madness come to an end. Chapter 23. Tony's Awakening. Tony strode purposefully through the bustling ballroom, his gaze scanning the crowd for the imposing figure of Obadiah. Amidst the flickering lights, he finally spotted Obadiah's familiar silhouette at the entrance. Elegantly holding a glass and engaging in jovial conversation with several high-ranking Stark executives, their laughter intertwining with the music. Tony approached him directly. "We need to talk." Tony's voice was low and resolute, fury blazing in his eyes. Obadiah turned, a warm smile gracing his face. "What is it, my dear Tony?" Tony forcefully slammed a photograph down before Obadiah, revealing the harrowing scene of Gamora. "You owe me an explanation regarding Gamora." Obadiah glanced at the photo, his expression unchanged, as if examining an inconsequential painting. "What is there to explain? I have declared the closure of the weapons division. How is it that these arms still find their way into the hands of terrorists?" Tony's voice dropped, anger surging like a tide. Obadiah gently set down his glass and signaled to the others, "Excuse me, I need to speak with Tony privately." Once the others departed, Obadiah's demeanor turned cold. "Tony, you are exceedingly naive." Under the moonlight, his face appeared particularly grim. "The arms trade is the foundation of Stark Industries. Do you truly believe it can be relinquished so casually?" As America's largest arms dealer, Tony's decisions were not so easily executed, even if he wished to abandon the venture. The vast interests behind him would not release their grip so readily. "But you are committing murder. These are innocent civilians." Tony clenched his fists, his heart a tumult of rage and despair. Obadiah patted Tony's shoulder, his tone laced with mockery. "I am protecting you, Tony. Do you know how Stark Industries has thrived these past years? War has always been the most profitable business, and we built our foundation upon it. Selling to the U.S. military while simultaneously supplying their adversaries is the very survival strategy of an arms dealer." Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Obadiah. "Your father operated in this manner while he was alive. You simply remained oblivious." Obadiah chuckled softly, his words sending a chill through Tony. "Do you think it was not he who sought to oust you?" A glimmer of threat flickered in Obadiah's eyes. Tony felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, grasping the railing as cold sweat drenched his shirt. Upon reflection, it became evident that, apart from Obadiah, the other board members possessed no such authority. Obadiah adjusted his suit and turned to leave. "Think it over, Tony. This world has never been as simple as you envision." Tony stood alone, the surrounding laughter and merriment fading into oblivion. Within the brilliantly lit banquet hall, glasses clinked and conversations flowed, yet he found himself engulfed in darkness outside, experiencing an overwhelming sense of solitude for the first time. Observing Tony's despondent figure, Christine, who had followed him out, also turned to depart. Stark Industries amassed its fortune through arms trading. As Tony gazed at the distant city lights, a wave of discomfort washed over him. After the gala, he numbly drove back to his workshop, enveloped in an aura of shadow. Jarvis's voice echoed in the darkness. "Sir, you appear to be in poor spirits." Upon hearing Jarvis, Tony inhaled deeply and entered the studio, illuminating it with a flick of the switch. "Display the design schematics for Mark III. It is time to take action." The holographic projections unfolded in the air, and Tony's gaze grew resolute. He was determined to personally annihilate those weapons and bring this chaos to an end. On the workbench, new weapon modules were being designed as Tony's fingers danced across the keyboard, continuously refining the weapon systems. As Tony transformed into Iron Man, Jiang Chun was returning to his daily routine. Back home, he meticulously planned his workouts, relishing the progress he felt each day. As for the happenings in America, he paid them little heed. What Huawei needed now was steady development. Everything else could be set aside. The Jericho missile, too, existed in our original world. Wang Yu explained rudimentary military knowledge to Jiang Chen. However, it was clear that in the Marvel universe, it had been purposefully mythologized. In reality, the Jericho missile was not particularly powerful. Compared to our Truth series missiles, it was hardly worthy of mention. At this point, Wang Yu's eyes brimmed with disdain as he continued. The Jericho missile, mockingly dubbed the Sword of Judas, is a short-range ballistic missile employed by Israel to intimidate Middle Eastern nations. It can carry a nuclear warhead, with an effective range of approximately 1,000 kilometers. However, its practical effectiveness is rather lackluster, differing significantly from Tony Stark's Jericho missile. Thus, was Tony Stark a Judean? Jiang Chun mused, intrigued by this revelation. Hollywood is entirely controlled by Jews. Naturally, there must be some hidden agendas at play, Wang Yu remarked with resignation. After all, others in the industry had been boasting that Jews are the most intelligent race in the world, and it would be strange if the astute Tony Stark were not a product of their influence. By the way, are there any recent plans from above? Training every day has become somewhat tedious, Wang Yu inquired with curiosity. In truth, after the entire nation traversed into the Marvel Universe, there was no need for Jiang Chen to engage in any specific actions. He merely needed to lie back while professionals took the lead. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen's potential was formidable, prompting the state to provide him with training, anticipating that he might prove useful in the future. After confirming their transition into the Marvel realm, the nation had implemented numerous strategies, yet the primary focus remained within its borders. To stabilize the interior before addressing external matters is a simple principle. Without internal peace, the state would not recklessly engage abroad. However, to the best of my knowledge, many individuals from the military have been dispatched to Kathmandu, presumably to explore the enchantments that abound there, Wang Yu added. For the nation of Hua, which has recently arrived in this world, the ability to wield even the most rudimentary forms of supernatural power is undoubtedly synonymous with magic. After all, according to the words of the Ancient One, anyone can learn magic, provided it is not employed for malevolent purposes. She is willing to impart her knowledge. Yet, it remains uncertain what the Ancient One's perspective is towards the entirety of the traversing nation of Hua, which is one of the reasons for sending representatives to make contact. Chapter 24. Kamartaj. As Jiang Chun and Wang Yu were engaged in casual conversation, Wang Yu's communicator suddenly emitted a sound. His expression shifted, and he promptly activated the device. Wang Yu, Jiang Chun, there is an important mission that requires your attention, resonated the steady and commanding voice of Lu Guoqiang from the communicator. Jiang Chun perked up, casting a curious glance at Wang Yu. Please provide instructions, Wang Yu replied, straightening his posture with a serious tone. You need to head to Kathmandu immediately to seek out the legendary Kamartaj. Lu Guoqiang articulated the mission deliberately. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just moments ago, they were discussing Kamartaj, and now an actual task had emerged. Sir, did we not already dispatch personnel there? Wang Yu inquired with a furrowed brow, a hint of confusion evident. Indeed, and that is precisely the crux of the matter, Lu Guoqiang inhaled deeply, continuing. None of the hundreds of soldiers we sent have managed to uncover any trace of Kamartaj. This is rather unusual. Logically, while Kamartaj may be shrouded in mystery, it should not be entirely elusive. We have reason to believe they are deliberately evading us. Lu Guoqiang's voice carried a touch of resignation. Wang Yu's expression softened, a flicker of relief crossing his features. At least they have not taken hostile action against our soldiers. Indeed, that is a positive sign. Lu Guoqiang's tone lightened. Their lack of aggression implies there may still be room for negotiation. The sorcerers of Kamartaj are dedicated to safeguarding Earth, particularly in the face of invasions from other dimensions and worlds. Jiang Chun rose, stretching his limbs. So, it is our turn to take the stage? Precisely. Your combination is the most suitable, Lu Guoqiang replied, infused with anticipation. Jiang Chun possesses the power of the Infinity Stones, which we surmise could attract the attention of the Ancient One. With Jiang Chen's abilities and Wang Yu's military acumen, perhaps a breakthrough can be achieved. Understood. Following the assignment, Wang Yu swiftly entered mission mode, gathering his equipment. Jiang Chen also retrieved essential items from the base, deftly packing them into his backpack. Equipment is ready, Wang Yu declared. Concluding his checks, they carried no weapons, deeming them unnecessary. Even the preceding soldiers had not armed themselves, as their purpose was to seek out Kamartaj, a visit that warranted no weapons. Once prepared, Jiang Chun raised his hand to channel the power of the space stone, manifesting a deep green portal before them. The portal's luminescence illuminated the room, revealing a glimpse of Kathmandu's streets on the other side. Wang Yu stepped through the portal first, with Jiang Chen following closely behind. As the portal gradually closed and dissipated behind them, the moment they traversed the portal, they were enveloped by the distinctive atmosphere of Kathmandu. At the street corner, a soldier in civilian attire leaned against the wall. Upon noticing the two, He immediately stood at attention, saluting Wang Yu. Jiang Chun surveyed his surroundings. The ancient brick walls adorned with creeping vines, while the distant clamor of the marketplace echoed in the air. Young Rui, I never expected it would be you. How have you fared? Wang Yu inquired, clearly recognizing the soldier before him. Captain, we have been here for a week, yet we have found no trace of any mages. Yang Rui replied, shaking his head in resignation. At this point, I am beginning to doubt the very existence of mages here. In truth, based on the future experience of Dr. Strange seeking knowledge, he had been led to Kamartaj by Mage Modu when he found himself at a dead end. Thus, it was evident that Kathmandu must indeed have mages in operation. Regrettably, despite sending hundreds of men, they had come up empty-handed for quite some time, failing to encounter a single mage. This past week has nearly driven me to boredom. Isn't a government-funded excursion supposed to be enjoyable? Wang Yu could not help but tease. Government-funded excursion. Yang Rui shook his head with a wry smile. This is hardly a vacation. Wandering the streets like a headless chicken is hardly thrilling. Moreover, Nepal is exceedingly impoverished and underdeveloped. Perhaps the novelty was amusing at first, but over time, it has become utterly unbearable. After all these days, having seen not even a shadow of a mage, I am nearly questioning my very existence. Wang Yu patted his shoulder with a hint of empathy. You have endured much. I can sense spatial fluctuations, even traces left by teleportation portals. If we can identify the evidence of a portal, we can activate it, Jiangshan remarked, closing his eyes to attune himself to the pulsations emanating from the space gem. The ancient streets of Kathmandu were infused with a subtle aroma of spices, while the sounds of the bustling marketplace rose and fell as tourists navigated the narrow alleys. Jiangshan slowly opened his eyes, shaking his head as he turned to his companions. There are no spatial traces here, at least not recently. Let us proceed to explore. Wang Yu and Yang Rui nodded in agreement as the trio made their way along the winding stone path, encountering several familiar faces from their homeland, all evident comrades. As Jiangshan walked, he remained attuned to the fluctuations of spatial energy. After half an hour, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on an inconspicuous street corner. There, he detected the faint traces of spatial teleportation. Wang Yu and Yang Rui immediately became serious, their eyes locked onto the spot Jiangshan indicated. The corner appeared unremarkable, yet Jiangshan sensed a subtle spatial disturbance. Follow me, he urged, striding toward the street corner, the energy of the space gem surging within him. He extended his hand, causing the air to ripple gently. A dark green portal slowly materialized before the three of them, revealing a blurred outline of structures on the other side. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged determined glances. Let us enter and investigate. Wang Yu stepped forward first, followed closely by Yang Rui. Jiangshan was the last to cross the threshold of the portal, the spatial fluctuations behind them dissipating immediately. The scene before them took their breath away. A vast stone plaza unfolded, with ancient buildings arranged in a harmonious disarray. On the slate-gray walls, enigmatic runes are intricately carved. Kamartaj, the fabled sanctuary of sorcery. In the square, dozens of robed apprentices are diligently practicing their spells. Golden magical circles flicker in the air, while waves of energy saturate the entire space. The sudden appearance of three individuals naturally captured everyone's attention. The apprentices abruptly halted their movements, coalescing magical circles in their hands. Their vigilant gazes fixed upon the unexpectedly arrived Jiang Chun and his companions. A palpable tension permeated the atmosphere. Wait. Wang Yu quickly raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance. We seek Master Gui. We harbor no ill intentions. Yang Rui promptly echoed this sentiment. We hail from Huagua and come in peace. At that moment, Jiangshan also discerned that the entire Kamartaj seemed to exist in an alternate dimension, rather than the tangible world. It was no wonder that, despite employing every technological means, Huagua had been unable to locate Kamartaj's whereabouts. The apprentices exchanged glances. Yet the magical circles in their hands remained unbroken. Chapter 25. Master Gui. The vigilance exhibited by these apprentices is not without justification. After all, they have traversed through spatial traces to arrive here directly. Such a breach is indeed rather audacious for the guardians of Earth. However, at this juncture, They can only await the response of the other party. The atmosphere in the square is tense, as both sides seem to be anticipating something, and an air of apprehension pervades the surroundings. A tall figure strides through the crowd with measured grace, his dark skin glistening under the sunlight. Jiang Chen instantly recognizes him as Baron Mordo. Clad in a deep brown robe, his countenance is stern, and his eyes reflect disdain and arrogance. Baron Mordo raises his hand, signaling the surrounding mages to lower their defenses. The golden magical barrier gradually dissipates, yet the apprentices remain alert. Master Gu anticipated your arrival, Baron Mordo states coldly, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Follow me. Do not linger here obstructively. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchange a glance, a flicker of uncertainty passing between them. Jiang Chen meets their eyes and nods slightly, prompting the three to follow. Baron Mordo leads them through a magnificent stone corridor. Ancient tapestries adorn the walls, narrating the tales of the mages who safeguard the earth. Sunlight filters through stained glass, casting ethereal patterns upon the ground. After traversing several hallways, they arrive at a spacious tea room. The room is furnished with rustic elegance, and through the window, the majestic snow-capped mountains are visible. Master Gui is seated at a low table by the window, clad in a simple white robe, her expression serene, and her eyes glowing with wisdom. Welcome to Kamartaj. Master Gui smiles, gesturing for them to take a seat. The air is perfumed with the delicate aroma of tea. The three of them exchange glances before slowly approaching the low table. Sunlight pours through the window, bestowing a radiant glow upon Master Gui as she gracefully pours a cup of tea for each of them, steam rising gently. I am curious. She takes a delicate sip. What compels you to seek this place with such determination? It is evident that Master Gui is already aware of Huagua's quest for the traces of mages in Kathmandu. The ambience in the tea room grows subtly charged. Baron Mordo leans against the doorframe, observing with a cool detachment. Outside, the clouds swirl, obscuring the outlines of the snow-capped peaks. We seek power. Wang Yu states plainly after a moment's silence, unambiguously revealing Huagua's intent. We require strength to establish our presence in this world. As the supreme mage, Master Gui's might is without question, and in her presence, there is no need for concealment. From what I understand, Huagua is a formidable nation, capable of standing its ground on Earth. Why then, do you pursue the power of magic? Master Gui inquires, a smile gracing her features. Your current military prowess should render you unmatched on this planet. Kamartaj is not entirely disconnected from the mundane world and possesses a certain awareness of external affairs. For reasons unknown, the realm of Huagua in our world differs somewhat from that of the Huagua in the multiverse. As this thought crossed her mind, Master Gui cast a curious glance at the three individuals, inquiring, Not long ago, I visited your Huagua and discovered that, compared to any nation in the outside world, it is remarkably advanced, with seemingly superior weaponry. Although the entirety of Huagua has traversed into this world, its influence has been diminished by an unknown force. Yet it has still attracted the attention of certain individuals, including myself, particularly because I can traverse the multiverse and witness the Huagua of various worlds. The current Huagua in this realm appears all the more extraordinary. Master Gui sipped her tea, her gaze penetrating as she regarded the trio. You possess such formidable military might. Why then do you seek the power of magic? Outside the window, mist swirled, obscuring the distant outline of snow-capped mountains. I sense your inner yearning, yet what lies concealed behind this steadfast pursuit? Wang Yu exchanged a glance with Jiang Chun and Yang Rui, gradually setting down his teacup. Sunlight streamed into the tea room, casting delicate shadows upon the table where the tea rested. Power is an endless pursuit, Wang Yu declared as he rose and moved to the window. We require even greater strength, not solely in military terms, but encompassing magic, technology, and every conceivable form of power. Perhaps there is no imminent danger now, but who can assure us that the future will remain devoid of peril? Forgetting the lessons of warfare invites danger, and complacency leads to defeat. The history of our Huagua, spanning thousands of years, teaches us the necessity of vigilance and preparation in times of peace. He turned to face Master Gui, his gaze resolute. Only by wielding sufficient power can we safeguard our people, protect our nation, and defend the countless homes that illuminate behind us. Master Guyi's brow relaxed slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in her eyes. Power is indeed meant for protection. That philosophy resonates well. She gracefully rose, her robes fluttering gently in the breeze. However, what grounds do I have to believe that you will achieve this? The question rendered the three momentarily speechless. Jiang Chun instinctively touched his nose, while Yang Rui furrowed his brow. Wang Yu stood still, uncertain of how to respond. Baron Modu's cold laughter echoed from the doorway. Anyone can speak sweet words, but who can guarantee that their power will always be wielded for righteous purposes? Master Gu gently waved her hand, a golden magical circle manifesting in her palm. Yet, I do possess a method to test this. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of amusement. I am well versed in various forms of magic, including illusion magic, which can ensnare individuals in a dreamlike state, allowing them to experience diverse scenarios and choices. Among you, who wishes to undertake this test? Let me see if you truly seek power for the sake of protection. As you claim, as the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One has lived for centuries and possesses mastery over various forms of magic, including the art of illusion. Should you succeed in the forthcoming trials, I would be more than willing to impart the power of magic to you. However, should you fail, I must regrettably express my apologies. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun and his companions exchanged glances, harboring no doubts about the Ancient One's words, for they inherently trusted her capabilities. Yet, they remained uncertain about the nature of the trial she spoke of. After all, this was no trifling matter, and they dared not make hasty decisions. According to the Ancient One, this was tantamount to testing the entirety of the military forces of Huagua. Even with unwavering confidence, they could not afford to make a rash choice. All armies are essentially the same. What distinguishes the military of Huagua from that of the Americans? Baron Mordo scoffed. He held a disdainful view of the soldiers of Huagua, believing that the pursuit of magic should be a sacred endeavor. In his eyes, those soldiers, driven by ulterior motives to gain power, were unworthy of the noble craft of magic. He perceived the military's engagement with magic as a means to oppress weaker nations, embodying the essence of bullying the vulnerable, a manifestation of might over right. To him, the military fundamentally represented the violent apparatus of a nation. Chapter 26. The trial. Do not worry. Even in the presence of your superiors, they would surely permit you to attempt this. The Ancient One maintained her ever-constant smile as she observed the hesitant trio before her. You have been meticulously selected to embark on this quest for magic. And if you cannot represent your army, then who can? The wisdom in the Ancient One's words was undeniable. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged a glance, both nodding in agreement. Although the nature of the trial remained shrouded in mystery, they exhibited no trace of retreat. As for Jiang Chun, they held no expectations for him. In their eyes, he was merely an ordinary individual who had undergone military training for a mere 2 months. Despite Jiang Chun's undeniable prowess, Wang Yu and his companions instinctively positioned themselves in front of him, a testament to their unwavering principles. Moreover, Jiang Chun, with only 2 months of training, could hardly be deemed a representative of the military. He was acutely aware of this fact and chose to remain silent. Very well, whatever the trial entails. We shall not falter, Wang Yu declared earnestly to the Ancient One. Good, the Ancient One replied, nodding with appreciation. With a wave of her hand, the previously drawn magical array transformed into 2, which then entered the foreheads of Wang Yu and Yang Rui. The 2 promptly closed their eyes, appearing to drift into a slumber. Now, let us observe, the Ancient One said with an air of calmness, conjuring 2 luminous screens before her, each displaying scenes centered around Wang Yu and Yang Rui. Rest assured, they are safe. This is merely their current experience within the illusion. Noting Jiang Chun's concern, the Ancient One smiled reassuringly. Jiang Chun exhaled a sigh of relief and turned his gaze toward the screens. Yang Rui slowly opened his eyes to behold a cerulean sky, dotted with wispy clouds drifting lazily. He found himself reclined on a chaise lounge by the riverbank, the gentle sound of flowing water caressing his ears, while the river breeze softly brushed against his face. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Today was a rare day of respite, and he had come alone to this riverside to unwind. Beside his lounge chair lay a thermos filled with warm tea, and he reached for it, savoring a sip. The river sparkled in the sunlight, its surface dancing with glimmers, while occasional leaves floated down from the trees, carried away by the current. Yang Rui reclined back once more, closing his eyes to relish this precious moment of tranquility. Help! Help me! A faint cry for aid pierced through the gentle flow of the river, reaching his ears. Yang Rui's eyes flew open as he sprang upright from the lounge chair. His gaze darted across the river's surface, quickly pinpointing the source of the distress. In the turbulent waters, two small figures struggled, sometimes submerging, sometimes surfacing. Those were two children in peril. Instinctively, Yang Rui sprang into action. He hastily removed his shoes and discarded his shirt onto the lounge chair. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the rushing river. The icy river enveloped Yang Rui's body in an instant, sending a piercing chill through him, yet he paid it no heed. With powerful strokes of his arms and swift kicks of his legs, he swam towards the two children. However, for reasons unknown, he felt an unusual heaviness in his body. Each stroke seemed to bear an unbearable weight, demanding far more effort than during his usual training. But at this moment, he had no time for such thoughts. In his mind, there were only the two drowning children. Hold on. I'm coming to save you, Yang Rui shouted, encouraging the children while also spurring himself on. The river water rushed into his mouth, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Finally, he reached the two children, seizing each by the collar and lifting their heads above the surface. Hold on to my shoulders and do not let go, Yang Rui commanded, guiding the children to cling to him, before turning around and swimming towards the shore. Each stroke felt like a battle against the entire river. His muscles burned with exertion, but he dared not pause for even a moment. After several minutes, he finally reached the riverbank. Using the last remnants of his strength, he pushed the two children onto the shore. Exhausted, he collapsed beside them, gasping for breath. Yet, upon seeing the rescued children, a smile of relief graced his face. "Uncle, please save my brother. He is still in the water," one child suddenly cried out. A pang of alarm shot through Yang Rui as he turned sharply to look at the river. Indeed, upstream, another small figure was being swept downstream by the raging waters. His limbs trembled, and his lungs burned with pain, but without hesitation, he leapt back into the river. This time, each movement felt agonizingly difficult, as if invisible ropes were pulling at his limbs. But as he saw the small figure drawing closer, Yang Rui gritted his teeth and shouted silently within himself. His consciousness began to blur, yet the instinct for survival and his sense of duty as a soldier compelled him onward. At last, his fingers brushed against the child's clothing. With a mighty pull, he drew the child into his embrace, and in that moment of turning, he could no longer feel his arms or legs. Nevertheless, he clung tightly to the child, desperately swimming towards the shore. Ultimately, he expended every ounce of his strength to push the child onto the bank. He sought to grasp a stone at the edge, but at that moment, he found himself devoid of any energy. The raging waters engulfed him, carrying him away into the distance. In the final moments before consciousness slipped away, a smile remained at the corner of Yang Rui's lips. He knew he had saved the lives of 3 children. That was enough. When others faced peril, he acted without the slightest hesitation. His courage and decisiveness truly earned my admiration. Master Gu Yi watched the scene, unable to suppress her feelings, and nodded at the sight of the unconscious Yang Rui. What he accomplished is something most people in this world might not be capable of achieving. This was the test set forth by Master Gu Yi for Yang Rui. Clearly, Yang Rui's performance exceeded her expectations, leaving her profoundly satisfied. After all, he was randomly chosen from among hundreds of soldiers in Kathmandu. This illustrates that warriors like Yang Rui, who embody the spirit of dedication and sacrifice, are indeed prevalent within the ranks of the Huagua military. Yang Rui's actions naturally earned him the recognition of Master Gu Yi. In fact, as long as Yang Rui demonstrated a willingness to save others, even if it were merely the first 2 children, she would have been content. What astonished her even more was that, fully aware of the high probability of his own demise, Yang Rui exhibited no hesitation and bravely leaped into the raging waters once again. Moreover, what left Master Gu Yi in awe was that, at the brink of life and death, Yang Rui looked upon those he had rescued with a smile, devoid of any regret. Chapter 27. Trial 2, Captain. Stop daydreaming and save the people. A frantic shout jolted Wang Yu from his stupor. A searing wave of heat assaulted him, and acrid smoke billowed through the air. He glanced around, clad in heavy firefighting gear and gripping a water hose. Memories flooded back. He was now a firefighter, engaged in a rescue mission amidst the inferno. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. As a retired Special Forces soldier from the Aero unit, it was inexcusable for him to be distracted at such a critical moment. Wang Yu quickly regulated his breathing, directing his full attention to the blaze before him. All teams, initiate the rescue according to the established plan. He decisively issued the command and led the charge toward the most ferocious flames, where the fire eagerly licked every corner of the structure. Is anyone still trapped? Wang Yu shouted as he advanced, his voice muffled behind the gas mask. Several firefighters were battling the flames with their hoses, while the corridor was shrouded in a mist of water. Captain, the first and second floors have been cleared. The third to fifth floors are confirmed safe. Reports from his team echoed around him. Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and continued to lead the search upward. Suddenly, a rescued resident stumbled toward them. Please. There are still people on the 7th floor. A mother and her 2-year-old daughter. The words struck Wang Yu like thunder, and he immediately beckoned 2 team members to follow as they rushed toward the stairwell. Each step was accompanied by ominous creaks from the structure, the steel and concrete groaning under the intense heat. The stairwell from the 6th to 7th floor was completely engulfed in smoke. The 3 of them pressed against the wall, bending low as they moved quickly. Finally reaching the 7th floor, Wang Yu kicked open the door of the targeted apartment. Is anyone there? The only response was the crackling of flames. The trio split up to search. In that moment, each second felt agonizingly prolonged. Captain, over here. In the bathroom. A young woman huddled in the corner, cradling the little girl, both of them teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Wang Yu swiftly fitted them with portable oxygen masks. Hold on, we're taking you out. 2 team members supported the mother, while Wang Yu held the little girl tightly in his arms. They retraced their steps, each movement executed with extreme caution. But just as Wang Yu was about to exit the doorway, disaster struck. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the kitchen, and instinctively, he shielded the girl against his chest, bracing his back against the shockwave. The violent blast hurled him away, and in that weightless moment, he glimpsed the open elevator doors. His body plummeted uncontrollably into the dark elevator shaft, yet he clutched the little girl tightly throughout the descent. The sensation of freefall pierced his body like a steel blade, and a searing pain radiated through his back. Sweat soaked his firefighting suit, and the agony coursed through his spine like wildfire. Yet his eyes remained clear and determined. His jaw clenched as the muscles of his face twitched in response to the torment. The little girl in his arms emitted faint breaths as she lay unconscious, each breath fortifying Wang Yu's heartbeat. As they plummeted down the elevator shaft, a chilling gust of air howled past, with only sporadic sparks of light breaking through the darkness above. The primal instinct for survival surged within him. His hands instinctively sought to grasp anything that might halt their descent. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yu's arms were as unyielding as steel, firmly cradling the child. He curled his legs, cocooning his body into a protective shell. The fireproof suit rustled in the rush of falling, and Wang Yu felt his heart racing violently. Yet his resolve was even stronger than its rhythmic pounding. As they fell, his body twisted, but his arms remained steadfast in their protective stance. With all his might, he shielded the child against his chest, as if that gesture had been etched into his very bones. In the instant of their catastrophic landing, excruciating pain surged through him. Wang Yu sensed that several bones might have fractured, yet his arms clung tightly to the child. His consciousness began to blur, but his fingers, still nimble, fumbled to remove his oxygen mask, gently placing it over the girl's mouth and nose with an astonishing tenderness. As darkness encroached upon the edges of his vision, a faint smile graced Wang Yu's lips, his gaze unwavering from the fragile life he held. The smile was one of relief and contentment. In the final moment before his awareness faded, he heard the hurried footsteps and shouts of his comrades. He understood that he had fulfilled his duty. The little girl was saved. Leave a mark here, for this is true, drawn from the heroism of firefighter Yang Kazhang. Upon witnessing Wang Yu's performance in the illusion, Master Gu Yi, Baron Modu, and Jiang Chun fell into silence, all profoundly moved. The magic of Master Gui had caused Wang Yu and Yang Rui to lose their memories of this time. They were unaware of any trials or tribulations, and their actions were purely instinctual. This meant that even in the same circumstances, they would make identical choices. Truly, they are admirable individuals. Master Gui reflected. Having lived for centuries, she recognized that people as brave and self-sacrificing as Wang Yu and Yang Rui were rare. In that moment, she grasped the essence of Wang Yu's earlier words. They were indeed dedicated to safeguarding the lives of the people behind them. The environments she crafted for the two, one of water, the other of fire, were merciless, common natural disasters. And both times they saved individuals with whom they had no connection or acquaintance. Yet, despite this, both Yang Rui and Wang Yu acted without hesitation, clearly demonstrating Wang Yu's assertion that they needed greater strength to protect the countless lives behind them. This is the spirit of the soldiers of my great nation. Observing Wang Yu and Yang Rui's conduct within the illusion, Jiangxin felt a surge of pride. No, perhaps it is merely the case for those two. Others may not necessarily follow suit. Baron Modus spoke with a hint of incredulity and stammered slightly, yet his gaze towards Wang Yu and Yang Rui brimmed with admiration. He was acutely aware that what Wang Yu and Yang Rui had accomplished was beyond his capabilities. In truth, those firefighters were randomly selected from among the soldiers in Kathmandu to enter the illusion. Baron Modus' words elicited no immediate rebuttal from Jiangchun. Instead, it was Master Gui who, observing the duo, expressed her sentiments, her eyes reflecting profound appreciation. Indeed, this was a force dedicated to the noble cause of protection. At this moment, Master Gui could not help but concede to Wang Yu's earlier assertions. She had come to believe that the military of Huagua genuinely embodies the principle of guardianship. Chapter 28. The enchantment of magic in Huagua heroes are not defined by their extraordinary abilities, but by their choice to stand up when others are in need. A notion both simple and profoundly challenging. Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes as if his consciousness were clawing its way out of an abyss. His gaze was dazed, and his fingers instinctively brushed against his chest, where a warm little life should have resided. Yang Rui also awakened from his stupor, his complexion pale and body trembling slightly, as if he had just escaped a bone-chilling torrent. The two exchanged a glance, both reflecting a flicker of confusion. Wang Yu's memories halted at the moment of the elevator shaft's fall, the excruciating pain of shattered bones still vividly palpable. Yang Rui recalled the suffocating sensation as the rushing waters engulfed him, an experience of near-death that felt agonizingly real. The ancient stone walls of Kamartaj shimmered with a faint golden hue under the sunlight, while the air was suffused with the subtle fragrance of sandalwood. As time passed, their thoughts gradually clarified. Wang Yu rubbed his temples, his gaze regaining its former sharpness. So this is the illusion magic? He murmured, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Yang Rui exhaled deeply, his taut muscles finally relaxing. It feels so real that it blurs the line of reality. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Wang Yu stood tall, his eyes resolutely fixed upon Master Gui. Master Gui, what do you think? His voice was steady and powerful. Despite having just endured a life-and-death trial, the essence of a soldier remained undiminished. Master Gui nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with approval. Indeed, your performance has impressed me. Her voice was ethereal, echoing through the ancient hall. I have witnessed the truest essence of your hearts, and the spirit of self-sacrifice you embody is admirable. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Wang Yu and Yang Rui's eyes. It was evident that they had passed Master Gui's trial. Yang Rui, filled with excitement, clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Wang Yu maintained the composure of a soldier, yet the curvature of his lips betrayed his inner elation. Master Gui rose, her robe gently swaying in the breeze. I agree to allow the soldiers of Huagua to study magic at Kamartaj. Her voice was resolute and solemn. You have demonstrated your values through your actions. I am confident in entrusting the power of magic to you. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged smiles, a shared expression of triumph and anticipation for the future. Moreover, they felt no shame in their military garb, having made their choice in this environment. Master Gui, this may prove to be quite challenging. Wang Yu inhaled deeply, meeting her inquisitive gaze, and continued. In Huagua, There are over 2 million active military personnel. We wish to learn as much magic as possible, but accommodating all of them at Kamar Taj may not be feasible. He articulated the dilemma they faced. The number of those eager to learn magic was overwhelming, while Kamar Taj was simply too small to house such a multitude. Upon hearing these words, Master Gui felt a sense of unease. Over 2 million. Wait, are you implying that over 2 million soldiers wish to learn magic? Master Gui suddenly experienced a headache and inquired with confusion. Historically, mages have followed an elite path, resulting in their scarcity. And now what did Wang Yu say? Over 2 million soldiers aspire to learn magic? In the present realm of mages, the dearth of talent is largely attributed to the widespread disbelief in magic, with most placing their faith in science and showing little interest in pursuing magical studies. This has led to even those of mediocre talent being reluctantly taught magic by Master Gui, should they express a desire to learn. In the original narrative, the number of impressive mages was exceedingly limited. Ultimately, the principal reason lies in the low number of individuals willing to learn magic. But now, what is Master Gui here? 2 million soldiers desiring to learn magic? No, I mean, not just 2 million active soldiers. Many retired veterans and even ordinary civilians yearn to acquire magical knowledge. Nowadays, the citizens of Huagua are well aware that the entire nation has traversed into the Marvel universe and recognized the existence of magic. For everyone, magic might be the sole pathway to empowerment. Having crossed into the Marvel universe, who wouldn't wish to wield some supernatural abilities? The number of those wishing to learn magic exceeds millions. Indeed, it could surpass billions. Wang Yu spoke earnestly, and his words left Master Gui feeling dizzy. Over 1 billion individuals wish to learn magic? Why didn't you say so sooner? Had you revealed this earlier, I wouldn't have needed to test anyone. Regardless of their intentions or capabilities, if so many desire to learn magic, Master Gui feels compelled to teach. As the supreme mage on earth, Master Gui could hardly fathom that if such a multitude were to study magic, the era of mages would dawn. Gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains, her thoughts surged. The duty of the mages of the Earth's sanctum is to fend off threats from other realms, a heavy responsibility borne by every mage. Her fingers lightly tapped the table, her gaze flickering uncertainly. To amplify the power of mages, the most straightforward method would be to expand their ranks. Unfortunately, achieving this in today's world seems nearly impossible. Turning to face Wang Yu and his companions, a faint, elusive smile grazed her lips. You claim that over 1 billion people in Huagua wish to learn magic? Her voice trembled slightly. The figure was indeed astonishing. Wang Yu stood tall, his gaze resolute. Indeed. Our citizens are filled with yearning for magic, and the number of those wishing to learn can only increase. Master Gui's eyes brightened suddenly, as if she envisioned a new world. If such a multitude truly wishes to learn magic, the power of mages would increase exponentially. Her fingers trembled slightly, far exceeding her boldest hopes. However, will your government genuinely permit the populace to study magic? Master Gui furrowed her brow and inquired with a tone tinged with skepticism. In her understanding, governments across the globe maintained a dismissive stance towards magic. Wang Yu offered a subtle smile, his eyes glimmering with pride. In our esteemed nation, magic is merely another manifestation of power, a novel form of knowledge. As long as it benefits the populace, any force is worthy of study and development. His voice resonated with conviction and strength. Master Gui fell into contemplation, her fingers unconsciously caressing the teacup. This response both surprised her and yet felt entirely reasonable. Our nation has long been celebrated for its pragmatism, exhibiting a tolerance for innovation that surpasses that of other countries. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. The determination in Master Gui's gaze gradually solidified, as if she had arrived at a decision. Perhaps this is the new gateway that fate has opened for mages. The future lies in uncertainty. In this era, we mages must also embrace transformation. Chapter 29. The Spring of the Mage Realm. The thought that over 100 million individuals aspire to learn magic sent a tremor through the mind of the Ancient One. If such a multitude were to master the arcane arts, even those with nefarious intentions would inevitably create a balance of power. The forces of good and evil would counteract each other, potentially yielding the most desirable state of existence. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows upon her figure. With a soft sigh, the Ancient One mused, "Had I known this would come to pass, what need was there for trials? What was I evading?" Her tone bore a hint of self-mockery. For the mage community, this was a fortune beyond imagination, a dream once deemed unattainable. Meanwhile, Baron Moda stood nearby. His countenance darkened as if drenched in rain. His fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the strain. This was utterly absurd. Moda seethed through gritted teeth. Flames of fury blazed in his eyes, his body quivering with indignation. Years prior, he had squandered his fortune to gain the opportunity to learn magic. Now, he was to open the gates to these common folk without any prerequisites? How could he possibly accept such a notion? The corners of Moda's mouth twitched, a flicker of rage igniting within him. To him, magic was noble, and the commoners were utterly unworthy of its pursuit. What troubled him further was the fact that the Ancient One had nodded in acquiescence to Wang Yu's request. "I can establish a branch of Kamartaj in Huagua." Her voice emanated with calm assurance. Instantly, Baron Modu's face darkened to a shade of iron, his throat constricting violently. In his fury, he turned sharply and departed, his footsteps resonating heavily upon the floor, as if intending to shatter it beneath his weight. "The nation has its own arrangements. I merely need to remain passive," Jiangchen whispered to himself as he observed the scene unfold. Among 14 billion people, there were surely minds far more astute than his to ponder these matters. What had arrived was an entire nation, a collective entity. Wang Yu straightened his back, resolutely meeting the gaze of the Ancient One. "While I may not know the specifics of the plans above, I am certain that if we locate Kamartaj and establish a partnership, we will prioritize the promotion of magical learning within the military." His voice resonated with strength and confidence. The Ancient One's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, as if she glimpsed a vast expanse of possibility. "What an excellent idea," she nodded gently. The discipline and organization of the military provided the ideal foundation for the proliferation of magic. Once magic was established within the armed forces, it could gradually permeate civilian life. And soon, magic would flourish throughout Huagua. Rising from her seat, the Ancient One approached the window, her gaze traversing the snow-capped mountains, as if she were witnessing the dawn of a new era for mages. "Times are changing, and we too must evolve," she murmured softly. Wang Yu's proposal had illuminated a path to an entirely new possibility. This was not merely about imparting magic, but was a revolution in the legacy of mages. Turning to face Wang Yu and his companions, the glimmer of resolve shone brightly in her eyes. "I concur with your proposition." Though her voice was soft, it bore the weight of a determination capable of altering the course of the world. Outside the door, Baron Moda clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. A shadow flickered in his eyes, yet he ultimately chose silence, sweeping his sleeve with force before departing. "Given the circumstances, my superior would soon engage with the Kamatage, and it was time for us to report back." The successful completion of the mission filled Wang Yu and Yang Rue with exhilaration. They could hardly wait to relay their triumph. "We shall await your arrival," the Ancient One said, her smile reflecting her anticipation. "Farewell," Wang Yu replied, eager to return and report. After bidding the Ancient One goodbye, he glanced at Jiangchen, who nodded and activated the power of the space gem, opening a portal. The three of them exchanged farewells with the Ancient One once more before stepping into the portal. Strange, it felt like the power of the space gem, yet somehow different. As the portal vanished before her, the Ancient One wore a puzzled expression. She activated the Eye of Agamotto, gazing at the green time stone within. A frown creased her brow. She had previously sensed the stirring of the time stone, but had suppressed it forcefully. Now, with Jiang Qin's departure, her curiosity about him piqued. Never mind. There will be ample opportunities to learn more later. For now, the priority is to establish collaboration with Huagua and to develop suitable magical curricula for the military. Shaking her head, the Ancient One set aside her musings and turned towards the library. She needed to craft appropriate magical materials tailored for the soldiers of Huagua, enabling them to grasp the fundamentals swiftly. Magic could significantly enhance the combat prowess of the army, while teleportation spells could facilitate instantaneous troop movements, creating boundless possibilities on the battlefield. As Wang Yu had stated, numerous crises loomed in the future. If a powerful, justice-driven army adept in magic existed, no threat would remain. A subtle smile graced her lips as she envisioned the mages shining brightly on the battlefield. Upon traversing the portal, Jiangchen and the others returned to the familiar capital military district. Wang Yu and Yang Rui hurried towards the command center, their steps light and shoulders straight. Jiangchen, however, turned towards the training grounds. He needed to grow stronger. On this journey to Kathmandu in search of Kamatage, he felt more like a tool, tracing the remnants of spatial travel to lead him to Kamatage. With the collaboration established, and once the soldiers mastered the teleportation spells, his role as a tool would become increasingly effortless. At the training grounds, Jiangchen moved his hands, the energy of the space gem swirling at his fingertips. Sweat trickled down his cheek, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. Portals opened and closed in the air, as he continuously attempted to control their size and duration. Currently, the only unlocked ability within him from the Infinity Stones was that of the space gem, so he practiced its use to the fullest extent. During a break, he sat on a bench, his eyes casually drifting towards the television in the rest area. The screen displayed a golden-red figure gracefully arcing across the skies of the Middle East. That was Tony Stark's Mark III armor, engaged in a mission to dismantle a terrorist stronghold. Jiangchen observed with great interest, for it signified the official commencement of Iron Man's saga. On the morning of the following day, Jiangchen received a new assignment. This time, he was tasked with escorting a corporate representative from Huaxin Group to the United States. The mission itself was not particularly complex. However, it was anticipated domestically that a confrontation between Tony and Obadiah was imminent, necessitating Jiangchen's protection of Tony to avert any unforeseen incidents. Lin Yifeng, a young man of similar age to Jiangchen, exuded a certain vitality in his tailored suit. Having been appointed as a representative of Huaxin Group before the age of 30, his capabilities were evidently remarkable. Chapter 30. The Achievement of Collaboration on the Aircraft. The two engaged in a conversation about their respective experiences. Well, it states that my safety is your responsibility. Are you, perhaps, a soldier of fortune? Lin Yifeng curiously scrutinized Jiang Chun, who was an enthusiast of Marvel films and found himself eagerly anticipating the negotiations with Tony Stark in America. Not quite. I have only been in the military for 2 months, Jiang Chun replied with a smile. 2 months? And you're entrusted with our safety? Lin Yifeng exclaimed, astonished by the notion. There must be something exceptional about you. His inquisitive gaze fixed upon Jiangchen, brimming with curiosity. Nothing much. Perhaps I possess superpowers, Jiangchen shrugged, casually responding. Superpowers. Lin Yifeng rubbed his hands together, his excitement palpable as he inquired, what kind of superpower? A portal, akin to the magic of this world. Jiangchen mused, stating it nonchalantly. He considered that this ability was not something to be concealed, and in the event of danger, it would be prudent to inform Lin Yifeng, serving as a precautionary measure. A portal, like those wizards drawing circles? Lin Yifeng's face was a canvas of astonishment as he eagerly asked. Pretty much, Jiangchen acknowledged. The effect of the space stone in teleportation can also be achieved by a wizard's portal. In fact, in certain aspects, the space stone is inferior to the portal magic. After all, a wizard's portal can open gateways to other dimensions, transcending realms, a feat the space stone cannot accomplish. Remarkable. Lin Yifeng's face radiated envy. The entire nation traversing into the Marvel universe. What could be more extraordinary than that? Jiangchen shrugged, exuding indifference. Indeed, Lin Yifeng pondered thoughtfully. As they embarked on their journey across the ocean, the lengthy flight prompted them to refrain from further conversation and instead rest. The airplane landed smoothly at New York Airport, and Jiang Chun and Lin Yifeng descended the staircase. The sunlight of New York streamed through the glass dome, and Lin Yifeng adjusted his suit and tie, his gaze shimmering with anticipation. Do you think Tony will personally come to greet us? Jiang Chun surveyed the surroundings. He is likely preoccupied with combating terrorism at the moment. I doubt he will make an appearance. A black sedan awaited outside the airport, and a suited chauffeur opened the door for them. As the scenery of New York raced past outside the window, Lin Yifeng occasionally glanced at the towering skyscrapers. The Stark Industries headquarters loomed majestically, its glass facade glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Jiangchen and Lin Yifeng traversed the spacious lobby, and the elevator ascended directly to the conference room on the top floor. Obadiah Stane stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, turning with a professional smile adorning his face. Welcome to Stark Industries, I am Obadiah. He extended his hand to shake Lenny Feng's, his gaze tinged with scrutiny. Lenny Feng composedly nodded, representative of Huaxing Group, Lenny Feng. Inside the conference room, Lenny Feng opened his laptop, projecting the latest mobile technology of Huaxing onto the screen. The mature 4G communication technology, the touch large screen, and the intelligent smartphone system constitute our core competencies. Obadiah squinted, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. These technologies are indeed impressive. Lenny Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. In the realm of communication, our technology is at least 5 years ahead of the market. In truth, it is even more than that. These offerings are products meticulously curated by Huaxing Group, all of which are exceptionally mature, undeniably overshadowing those of other companies in the telecommunications sector. Current mobile phones are still relying on 3G technology. How can they even begin to compare to 4G? Subsequently, an intense business negotiation unfolded, with Jiangchen silently observing Obadiah's every move. Stark Industries can provide a global sales channel and brand effect. Obadiah diligently recorded data on paper, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. Despite his ruthlessness, even aiming to eliminate Tony, one cannot deny his prowess in business negotiations. Lenny Feng, at such a young age, achieving this position is equally commendable. After 3 hours of discussion, both parties finally reached an agreement. Lenny Feng leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh, a 50-50 split, each party obtaining their needs. Obadiah contentedly tucked away the documents. I believe this will be a successful collaboration. Just then, the conference room doors swung open, and Tony Stark walked in, dragging his weary feet. Dust marred his face, and his suit appeared somewhat disheveled. Have I missed an important meeting? Tony removed his sunglasses, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Lenny Feng abruptly stood, nearly spilling his coffee in excitement. Mr. Stark, I am your fan. Tony raised an eyebrow. Oh, my fan. Of course, you are a role model for my learning. With that, Lenny Feng hastily pulled out his phone. May I take a picture with you? Tony shrugged. Why not? He approached Lenny Feng, striking a classic Tony expression. Lenny Feng raised his phone and, with a radiant smile, pressed the shutter. This photograph will be a treasured keepsake. Tony casually leaned against the conference table. I heard you are collaborating with Stark Industries? Lenny Feng quickly regained his professional demeanor. Yes. Our mobile technology will be synergized with Stark Industries. Tony nodded. I hope to see some astonishing products. Jiangchen noticed a flicker of vigilance in Tony's eyes, clearly. He had sensed Obadiah's unusual demeanor. The atmosphere in the conference room subtly shifted, with an undercurrent of tension between Tony and Obadiah. Haha, Tony. You youngsters should have a chat. I will take my leave. Obadiah smiled, offering a parting remark before exiting with the contract. No one noticed the dark cloud that loomed over Obadiah's face as he turned away. This old fellow is indeed shrewd. Lenny Feng couldn't help but comment. Yet he felt quite satisfied as he tucked the contract away. The re-entry of Huaxing Group into the mobile phone industry is undoubtedly good news for the corporation. In the original world, due to sanctions, Huaxing experienced a dramatic decline in its mobile phone business, merely watching competitors reap profits while feeling envious. However, it is precisely because the group's technology was relatively outdated that Huawei was selected to collaborate with Stark Industries in the Marvel Universe, which can be seen as a double-edged sword. Unable to penetrate the domestic market, the company now seeks to earn foreign exchange. Upon entering this new realm, Huawei will inevitably engage with other nations, and the launch of advanced smartphones by Huaxing Group serves as a calling card for Huawei in this world. Moreover, the formidable strength of Stark Industries is beyond question. Such a partnership will undoubtedly be advantageous for future endeavors. Chapter 31 Mark III. As twilight enveloped the city, the streets illuminated by neon lights pulsed with the rhythm of traffic. Come, let me treat you to a drink, Tony said, patting the shoulders of his companions with his characteristic grin. Jiang Chun and Lenny Feng exchanged a glance before following Tony to his favorite bar. Within the bar, the ambience was enchanting, with dim lighting and the smooth flow of jazz filling the air. The bartender skillfully shook a cocktail shaker behind the counter. The trio settled at the bar, and Tony promptly ordered a bottle of whiskey. To celebrate our collaboration, he declared, raising his glass. As the drinks flowed, Lenny Feng's cheeks flushed, and his gaze became hazy. Mr. Stark, do you know that Obadiah is a ruthless man? Lin Yifeng remarked, swirling his glass. Tony paused momentarily, a frown creasing his brow. What do you mean? He wants your life, Lin Yifeng replied, downing a gulp of whiskey, his tone growing grave. Tony's expression froze, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. What are you saying? Leaning against the bar, Lin Yifeng waved his hand drunkenly. Your kidnapping in Afghanistan was orchestrated by him. Tony's complexion paled instantly, and he slammed his glass down on the bar. Jiangchen, seated nearby, was at a loss for words. How could you disclose such things while intoxicated? Yet, with Lin Yifeng having spoken, he felt compelled to join the conversation. Sighing in resignation, he continued, This matter should not have been revealed by us. What do you mean? Do you have evidence? Tony's voice dropped ominously. Jiangchen bit his lip. According to investigations by the military, this incident is highly likely to have been planned by Obadiah, but we currently lack concrete evidence. Furthermore, reports indicate that the terrorists from yesterday have been eliminated, and Obadiah just returned from Afghanistan this morning. One could not deny that Obadiah was indeed a workaholic, tirelessly dedicated to Stark Industries, far more diligent than Tony, who often played the role of the carefree benefactor. Upon hearing this, Tony abruptly rose, his face ashen. This is bad. He fished out his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed. What's wrong? Jiangchen noticed Tony's unease. I sent Pepper to investigate Obadiah's office. She might be in danger. Tony's voice was laced with anxiety. As the call went unanswered, fear flashed in Tony's eyes. I must return immediately. He grabbed his coat and rushed toward the exit. Jiangchen and Lin Yifeng, abandoning their drinks, hurriedly followed. The night breeze dispersed the remnants of intoxication, and worry etched itself upon Tony's face. He had never imagined that the person he trusted the most could betray him. What troubled him further was Pepper's safety. If Obadiah discovered her investigation, Tony quickened his pace, silently praying for Pepper's well-being. She should be fine, right? Watching Tony's retreating figure, Jiangchen glanced at the somewhat inebriated Lin Yifeng, feeling a headache coming on. I need to make sure this guy is settled first. The entire nation has traversed into the Marvel universe, and Lin Yifeng, naturally, is well aware of the unfolding narrative. Initially, the intention of Huaguo was to remain steadfast amidst the chaos. However, Lin Yifeng unexpectedly revealed the mastermind behind the scenes at the conclusion. Let's send this individual back home first, he suggested. Jiangchen, observing Lin Yifeng beside him, found himself at a loss for alternatives, but assisted him as they made their way outside. As they stepped out, Lin Yifeng straightened his posture, his gaze clear, shedding the previous intoxicated demeanor that left Jiangchen momentarily taken aback. Is he pretending? Was this deliberate? Jiangchen pondered. It appeared feasible to disclose future plot lines to the characters within the narrative. Lin Yifeng, contemplating, discerned that his actions were motivated by a task at hand. Brother Jiangchen, please escort me back. I must report the events here, and there is imminent danger ahead, he stated. Upon hearing this, Jiangchen ceased further conversation, activating a portal through which they both stepped, returning to Huaguo. Lin Yifeng departed first, while Jiangchen sought out Wang Yu. Armed and prepared, they resumed their mission as Jiangchen opened the portal once more, this time directly into Tony's laboratory. The blue mist of the portal enveloped the dimly lit laboratory, where machines flickered with faint luminescence. Tony lay on the ground, the arc reactor from his chest removed, leaving a deep void. His complexion was ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, and his labored breaths reverberated in the silence. Jiangchen and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, realizing the situation was far direr than anticipated. Tony weakly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his murky eyes. The reactor, please. Help me retrieve the reactor, he croaked. Wang Yu swiftly scanned the chaotic workbench and spotted the original reactor amidst the tumult. He dashed forward, carefully cradling the softly glowing device. Reaching Tony's side, Wang Yu steadied the reactor above the hollow in his chest. With a soft click, the reactor nestled perfectly into place. The blue glow illuminated, and Tony's pallor gradually returned. Fortunately, the reactor had not been discarded. The consequences would have been dire had it been lost. You guys have saved my life once again, Tony gasped, drawing in a deep breath as he attempted to rise. Jiangchen and Wang Yu supported him on either side. Pepper is in danger, Tony struggled to articulate, his voice laden with anxiety. Obadiah must have discovered her investigation. His legs trembled. Yet a fierce determination ignited in his gaze. I must find her immediately. Panting heavily, he lifted his head, his eyes darting between Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. I need your assistance. A note of desperation tinged his voice, a rare vulnerability for one so proud. Were it not for Pepper's peril, he would not have sought help from others. The laboratory's blue light cast shadows on Tony's face, accentuating his pallid complexion. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated. Sir, Mark III has completed its final adjustments. Tony clenched his jaw and staggered deeper into the laboratory. Metal components glimmered with a cold light in the darkness, while Mark III stood silently on its display pedestal. Jarvis, initiate the armor assembly protocol. Mechanical arms extended from all directions, swiftly enveloping Tony's entire body with the intricate parts of Mark III. The crimson and gold armor shimmered brilliantly under the laboratory lights as the reactor's blue glow gradually illuminated, heralding the official debut of Mark III. The instant the armor was fully assembled, Tony seemed to undergo a profound transformation. He turned to Jiang Chun and Wang Yu, his voice emanating a resolute determination beneath the mask. I am heading to the industrial park. I must stop Obadiah. Before his words could fully resonate, the thrusters of Mark III ignited with blinding brilliance. He burst through the laboratory skylight, soaring into the night sky like an arrow released from its bow, tracing a dazzling arc against the dark canvas above. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu barely had time to respond, left only to watch as the golden-red figure vanished into the night. Chapter 32. Iron Overlord. The crimson silhouette vanished into the night sky, and the laboratory returned to silence. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, a hint of helplessness gracing their lips in unison. That impulsive Tony, he never considers how long it takes to fly over. Jiang Chun sighed. Indeed, doesn't he know about the portal? Wang Yu, too, felt somewhat speechless. The blue light of the laboratory continued to flicker, while the mechanical arm gradually retracted to its original position. Wang Yu surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the various intricate instruments. The technological prowess of Stark Industries was truly awe-inspiring, prompting Wang Yu to marvel at the wonders of this sci-fi world. It was merely 2008, yet teeming with such advanced technology. Scattered across the workbench were various blueprints and components, with holographic projections swirling in the air, displaying complex data analyses. This place bore the genius innovations of Tony, with each device worth a fortune. Wang Yu's eyes ultimately fell upon the gleaming silver Mark II armor in the corner. The metal plates of the armor fit together flawlessly, its streamlined design exuding a sense of power. If our military could master such technology, Wang Yu couldn't help but ponder, it would completely transform the nature of warfare. A battalion composed of steel warriors would be formidable enough to intimidate any enemy. Before he could finish his thought, the glass door of the laboratory was suddenly thrust open. A man in military uniform strode in hastily, immediately adopting a combat stance upon seeing the unfamiliar figures in the lab. He was James Rhodes, the future war machine, a close friend of Tony. With a furrowed brow, Rhodes swiftly drew his sidearm. Don't move. Raise your hands. His weapon swung back and forth between Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. Wang Yu instinctively considered countering but was gestured to remain calm by Jiang Chun. Jarvis, could you please clarify the situation? Jiang Chun maintained his composure. Colonel Rhodes. These two are friends of Mr. Stark, who just assisted Tony through a crisis. Jarvis's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Rhodes' expression softened, yet he remained vigilant. Where's Tony? What happened? Mr. Stark has already proceeded to the industrial park. Obadiah may pose a threat to Miss Potts, Jarvis replied. Rhodes immediately holstered his weapon, his demeanor turning serious. We must go at once. He turned to Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Wang Yu waved it off, and the trio hastily made their way to the parking lot, where Rhodes' military Humvee awaited. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle sped into the night. Rhodes gripped the steering wheel tightly, concern evident in his gaze. Jiang Chun sat in the passenger seat, silently calculating the time it would take for Tony to fly. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was in the back seat, checking equipment, prepared for any potential conflict. The Humvee raced down the empty highway, its headlights slicing through the darkness. In the distance, the lights of Stark Industrial Park began to flicker into view. The Stark Industrial Park was ablaze with light, the glass curtain walls reflecting the twinkling illumination. Pepper Potts hurried through the corridor, the sound of her high heels clicking crisply against the floor. She clutched a USB drive tightly in her hand, containing confidential information hastily copied from Obadiah's office. As she turned a corner, she unexpectedly collided with a man clad in a black suit. "Miss Potts, still working late?" Coulson remarked with his signature smile. Pepper felt a wave of relief wash over her as she grasped onto a lifeline. "Agent Coulson, thank goodness. I need your assistance. This is evidence against Obadiah. He has been clandestinely selling weapons to terrorists and plotting to kill Tony." Coulson's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing her words. "I can't reach Tony. His phone goes unanswered," Pepper said anxiously. Coulson pressed his earpiece. "Need backup at Stark Industries. Immediate action." 7 or 8 agents entered from outside. Seasoned operatives armed even with small handguns, ready to apprehend a businessman without much trouble. Seeing this, Pepper felt reassured and led the group straight to the industrial complex. However, upon their arrival, prepared to capture Obadiah, they were met with a scene that left them breathless. Obadiah emerged, piloting the massive ironmonger armor, its chest glowing with a familiar blue light, the unmistakable arc reactor belonging to Tony. Coulson quickly pulled Pepper aside as the ironmonger unleashed flames, scorching a large hole in the wall. Agents surrounded them from all directions, gunfire erupting throughout the corridor. Yet, bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the ironmonger, producing only metallic clinks. Obadiah laughed maniacally, swinging his mechanical arms and sending agents flying. Glass shards from the corridor shattered into the air, the alarm blaring sharply. Coulson shielded Pepper as they retreated swiftly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The armor's defense was too formidable. Conventional weaponry proved utterly ineffective. The ironmonger's thrusters ignited with blue flames, lifting the machine into the air. Obadiah, looking down from above, aimed at Pepper. "You know too much, my dear." The missile bay doors on the armor opened, targeting systems locking onto her. Pepper's eyes widened in terror. In that critical moment, a golden-red figure descended from the sky. The Mark III armor crashed heavily into the ironmonger, sending it flying and causing its missiles to miss their target. Tony landed firmly, standing protectively in front of Pepper. "Sorry to keep you waiting," his voice resonated through his helmet. Relief washed over Pepper, tears glistening in her eyes. The ironmonger rose from the debris, its defenses far surpassing those of the Mark III, showing no signs of damage. "Tony, I didn't expect you to come," Obadiah sneered. "It seems we need to have a serious discussion." "Obadiah," Tony's voice was icy. The two armors faced off in the courtyard of the industrial complex, moonlight cascading over their metallic surfaces, reflecting a chilling brilliance. The colossal ironmonger and the Mark III stood in stark opposition, their surfaces shimmering with cold light. Though the Mark III boasts an elegant design, it appears remarkably slender when juxtaposed with the imposing figure of Ironmonger. "Why would you do this?" Tony's icy voice resonated through his helmet, his words laced with suppressed fury. Obadiah erupted into a piercing laugh. "Tony, Stark Industries is my brainchild, a creation I have nurtured into its current stature. Yet, look at you. Apart from being a dandy, you have made no substantial contributions to it. Now, I must relinquish it into your hands. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine." The ironmonger's suit surged to life, the ground fracturing beneath the force of its impact. Tony swiftly activated his thrusters, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Yet he could feel the energy of his arc reactor dwindling rapidly. Chapter 33. The Destructive Power of the Armor. "Look, Tony, how ironic it is that you, with a singular desire to shut down the weapons division, have inadvertently created the finest weapon in the world." Amidst the fray, Obadiah's voice resonated from the ironmonger. With a thunderous crash, the ironmonger armor collided forcefully with the Mark III, the two suits clashing in midair. Tony deftly sidestepped a direct punch from the ironmonger, retaliating with a repulsive blast that struck Obadiah's chest. The blue and white energy beam erupted upon the ironmonger's surface, yet failed to inflict significant damage. "Is this all you are capable of, Tony? You have thoroughly disappointed me." Obadiah sneered as he seized the arm of the Mark III. The cacophony of metal striking metal was piercingly sharp, as Tony felt excruciating pain radiate from his right arm, the armor's surface seemingly warped. The Mark III swiftly activated its thrusters to create distance, but the Ironmonger pursued relentlessly, its massive form tracing an arc through the air. The two armors danced in a chase, soaring out of the industrial park and into the sky above the city. Pedestrians on the streets screamed and scattered. Vehicles screeched to a halt, their tires protesting against the asphalt. The Ironmonger delivered a crushing blow to the ground, causing the concrete to fracture instantaneously. Debris flying in all directions. Tony struggled to maintain his balance, the blue light of his arc reactor noticeably dimming. "Look at the chaos you have wrought, Tony. This is the devastation your weapon has caused." Obadiah laughed heartily as he activated the shoulder-mounted missile launcher, a barrage of missiles screaming towards the streets. Tony's pupils dilated, and he pushed his thrusters to full power, racing towards a parked car. He lifted the vehicle into the air just as the missiles detonated behind him, the shockwaves stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiangchen and his companions had just arrived, witnessing the astonishing spectacle unfold. "Is this the power of Iron Man?" Wang Yu murmured, his eyes shimmering with awe. Jiangchen clenched his fists, profoundly moved. "The technology of the armored suit must be ours." Meanwhile, Rhodes took to the streets to evacuate the crowd, urging, "Move quickly, it is far too dangerous here." Jiangchen and Wang Yu swiftly assisted, rescuing several injured civilians. The wail of sirens echoed through the streets as fire trucks and ambulances arrived on the scene. Just as Tony set down the car, the Ironmonger burst forth from the cloud of dust. Boom! The colossal mechanical fist struck the Mark III's chest with tremendous force. Tony was launched backward like a cannonball, shattering several lampposts before crashing into the industrial park's perimeter wall, his body once again falling back into the confines of the industrial area. The armor bore multiple damages. Tony's face pale as the glow of his arc reactor flickered ominously, yet he pressed on, determined to continue the fight against the Ironmonger. Obadiah was relentless, the Ironmonger armor casting a vast shadow under the moonlight. The battle continued to rage within the park. The Ironmonger's mechanical arms swung like a great serpent, each strike imbued with devastating power. The Mark III's armor sustained numerous scratches from the relentless assault, alarms blaring in Tony's ears. "Energy reserves below 30, Jarvis alerted." Tony gritted his teeth. The weapon systems of the Mark III were woefully inadequate compared to those of the Ironmonger. Obadiah brazenly exhibited the formidable firepower of the Ironmonger, with missiles, machine guns, and laser weapons launching a relentless assault. The armor of Mark III was battered and bruised, its energy reserves dwindling to a mere 15. Tony's mind raced, suddenly illuminated by a flash of recollection regarding the challenges he faced during the testing of Mark II. "Jarvis, divert all energy, ascend." Mark III surged upward, tracing a golden-red arc across the night sky. Observing this, Ironmonger pursued closely, intent on annihilating Tony, refusing to let him escape. The thrusters erupted with a colossal blue flame, propelling the massive frame to a speed rivaling that of Mark III. 40,000 feet. 50,000 feet. The chilling air began to erode the armor, frost accumulating on the metallic surface. "Do you think you can escape?" Obadiah's maniacal laughter echoed. Ignoring him, Tony continued his ascent. 70,000 feet. 80,000 feet. Suddenly, Ironmonger caught up with Mark III, seizing it in a grip akin to a giant clutching an infant. "I've got you." Obadiah's sinister voice rang out. "Has your suit implemented antifreeze measures?" Tony remained remarkably composed, inquiring. Abruptly, Ironmonger's movement slowed, ice forming at the joints of his armor, the screen before him dimming into darkness. What's happening?" Obadiah shouted in panic. "It seems you neglected to install a high-altitude adaptation system," Tony replied coldly, then delivered a powerful punch to Ironmonger's head, sending the latter into a free fall towards the ground. The thrusters of Ironmonger sputtered out, its massive form losing balance in the high altitude, plummeting ever faster, while Mark III, nearly depleted of energy, also began its descent. "No, this is impossible." Obadiah's screams were drowned out by the howling winds as the colossal Ironmonger fell like a meteor. Meanwhile, Jiangchen and his companions arrived at the industrial district, finding the area in disarray. Shattered glass crunched underfoot, thick smoke billowed into the air. Several injured lay by the roadside, their clothes soaked in blood. Coulson leaned against a police car, his right arm bandaged, his complexion pale. "That monster is too powerful. We've lost many good agents, he lamented upon seeing the trio. He recognized Rhodes, thus understanding that they were not foes. No one anticipated the sheer terror of Ironmonger's combat prowess. These S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had been utterly unprepared, armed only with small handguns that, regardless of marksmanship, posed no threat to Ironmonger. Jiang Chun scanned the surroundings, noting the still bodies of agents beneath the collapsed structures. "Ms. Potts, are you all right?" He approached swiftly. Tony, he. Pepper's voice trembled. Wang Yu draped his jacket over her shoulders, saying, "We will protect you." Pepper looked up at the two, gratitude flickering in her eyes. "Thank you, but Tony now." Her gaze was incessantly fixed upon the sky. Jiangchen followed her line of sight, witnessing two brilliant lights plummeting swiftly through the night. The colossal Ironmonger armor descended like a meteor, with the golden-red Mark III closely trailing behind. "Tony!" Pepper Potts gasped in alarm. The hearts of onlookers raced. Caught in a moment of suspended breath, the descent of the two armors quickened, and the howling wind could be distinctly heard. As they drew nearer, the impending collision with the ground loomed ominously. Everyone held their breath, transfixed by the heart-stopping spectacle. At last, mere hundreds of meters from the earth, the thrusters of the Mark III ignited, gradually decelerating its fall. Although it continued to descend, at least his life was assured. With a thunderous crash, the Ironmonger landed atop a stack of containers, its condition uncertain, while Tony gracefully descended before the crowd. Witnessing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers. To them, it seemed that Tony had emerged victorious. However, as travelers from another realm, Wang Yu and Jiangchen understood all too well that defeating the Ironmonger was far from a simple feat. Chapter 34. The kill. Just as everyone was about to exhale in relief, a colossal figure suddenly erupted from the swirling dust. The Ironmonger appeared before Mark III like a demon, its metallic arm seizing hold of Mark III. "You cannot defeat me, Tony," Obadiah cackled maniacally, his voice echoing through the night sky. The crowd on the ground collectively held their breath, dread once again enveloping their hearts. "Tony!" Pepper cried out in terror. Noticing the onlookers, the Ironmonger extended a gun barrel from its back and fired indiscriminately. Several agents fell to the ground, blood staining the earth. "Get down!" Wang Yu urgently pulled Coulson aside, seeking refuge behind a collapsed wall. Jiang Chun grasped Pepper's wrist, swiftly darting into a nearby building. Rhodes rolled behind a wrecked vehicle. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, sparks flying in every direction. Tony felt the iron claws constricting around him, the armor's surface beginning to deform. A sense of fear washing over him. "Jarvis, release all incendiary rounds." "At your command, sir." The weapon compartment on Mark III's chest and shoulders sprang open. A final barrage of over a dozen incendiary rounds erupted, exploding around them, flames igniting and smoke billowing. The Ironmonger was forced to relinquish its grip, and Mark III seized the opportunity to break free. In contrast to the cumbersome Ironmonger, Mark III exhibited far superior agility. Tony quickly rolled away, disappearing into the thick smoke. "Jarvis, scan for weaknesses." Scanning. A flaw detected in the Ironmonger's visual system. Recommend targeting its optical sensors. Navigating through the haze. Tony leaped behind the Ironmonger, swiftly severing the exposed cables at its back, which constituted its visual assist system. "Damn it!" Obadiah cursed under his breath. The Ironmonger's visual system compromised, the internal screens now a flurry of static. Enraged, Obadiah ripped off his mask, revealing his twisted visage. "Tony, do you truly believe this will stop me?" He activated the manual targeting system, the shoulder-mounted cannon aimed frantically in Tony's direction. However, every bullet veered off course, striking the distant buildings instead. "It seems your aim is as poor as your character." Even in this perilous moment, Tony couldn't resist a jab. "You remain as sharp-tongued as ever, Tony, but it is futile now." Obadiah sneered as he squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of fire from the shoulder cannon. Bullets whistled through the air, tracing fiery arcs. Despite his lack of precision, the overwhelming volume of firepower compensated for the shortcoming. Tony swiftly evaded, rolling to avoid the chaotic barrage of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Shrapnel ricocheted off the containers, sparks flying. "I will kill you all. No one can stop me." Obadiah screamed hysterically, his voice resonating through the night sky. The Ironmonger turned its body, unleashing a hail of gunfire towards the group huddled behind cover. Coulson and Wang Yu pressed against the wall, bullets striking the concrete and sending debris flying. Jiangchen protected Pepper, feeling the small stones cascading down from above. Rhodes pressed closely against his Hummer, its exterior riddled with countless wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Tony attempted to escape, but Obadiah reacted with remarkable swiftness. The missile compartment of the Ironmonger opened instantaneously, and a missile shot forth with a deafening roar. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, Tony was hurled by the shockwave. The Mark III tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, Tony was still encased in the Mark III, and for the moment, his life was not in peril. "Tony!" Pepper exclaimed, wanting to rush out. Jiangchen grasped her firmly, saying, "Don't go. It's too dangerous." Wang Yu's gaze sharpened as he drew his gun, aiming at the Ironmonger. Bang! 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 The crisp sounds of gunfire rang out. Obadiah disdainfully raised his hand to shield his head. The Ironmonger's massive arm effortlessly deflected the incoming bullets, leaving only a few white marks. "Such toys are utterly ineffective against me." Wang Yu frowned deeply and turned to Jiangchen, shouting, "Drones." Jiangchen swiftly retrieved a palm-sized drone from his waist pouch. This was the latest model developed by the military of Huahua, a penetrating drone equipped with high explosives. He launched the drone into the air and quickly operated the remote control. The drone's propellers whirred as it ascended with agility. Sensing the threat, Obadiah took to the skies in the Ironmonger, its enormous metallic form moving rapidly through the night while firmly protecting its head. The drone pursued in the air, yet it could not find an opening. Jiangchen fixed his gaze on the remote control screen, awaiting the opportune moment. Tony struggled to stand, sparks flickering across the surface of his armor. "Jarvis, can we still fight?" "System integrity compromised by 50. Unable to continue combat." "Sir," came the reply. Hearing this, Tony felt a wave of frustration. The Mark III was damaged, and the arc reactor lacked energy, leaving him with no options. Seeing that they could not contend with the Ironmonger, Jiangchen gritted his teeth and decided to employ the power of the Space Stone. He quietly opened a portal, and the drone instantaneously traversed through space, appearing before Obadiah. "What?" Obadiah's eyes widened as the drone suddenly materialized less than a meter away from him. "Farewell, Obadiah." Jiangchen pressed the detonation button. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated through the night sky. The close-range blast left Obadiah no time to scream before he was obliterated into fragments. The Ironmonger's uncontrollable body plummeted from the heights. Its massive metallic wreckage crashed down upon the energy shield of Stark Industries' arc reactor, sending a blinding blue energy beam soaring into the sky. The remnants of the Ironmonger vaporized within the energy beam. The night was illuminated, as if it were day. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the magnificent scene. Finally, the brilliance began to fade. The Ironmonger and Obadiah had completely vanished from this world. "Are you all right?" Jiangchen called out to the others as the battle came to an end. "I'm fine. No injuries." Wang Yu emerged from his cover. "I'm okay too. Just a few minor scrapes." Rhodes appeared as though he had narrowly escaped from the jaws of death. "A bullet had struck my thigh, yet I was not in mortal peril." Coulson, with a grimace, rose to his feet and, aided by Wang Yu, made his way to the edge of the flower bed, swiftly tending to his wound. "I wish to ascertain the fate of my agents, to see if any remained alive." After a hasty bandaging, Coulson turned his gaze toward the fallen agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Regrettably, every single one lay lifeless on the ground. Witnessing the demise of these 7 or 8 agents cast a pall over Coulson's countenance. The training of a few seasoned agents by S.H.I.E.L.D. is no trivial endeavor, and the loss of so many at once weighed heavily upon him. He could hardly bear to contemplate how dark Nick Fury's expression would be upon learning of this calamity. Chapter 35. I Am Iron Man. Jiangchen gazed at the lifeless bodies of the agents sprawled on the ground, his eyes betraying no emotion. Wang Yu silently observed Coulson's sorrowful demeanor, a smirk forming within him. Among the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was said that 9 out of 10 were spies of Hydra. Their demise was inconsequential, it merely alleviated a considerable amount of trouble. Yet, some semblance of decorum must be maintained. Jiangchen approached and gently patted Coulson on the shoulder. "May you find peace in your sorrow." They were heroes who sacrificed themselves for the protection of the populace. Wang Yu stepped forward, offering Coulson a bottle of water. Life and death are fated. Do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. Coulson accepted the bottle, managing a faint smile. Thank you for your kind words. Exchanging a glance, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu turned to walk toward Tony. Leaning against a crumbling wall, Tony was resting, having removed the Mark III armor. Upon seeing the two approach, he immediately straightened. Jiang, Wang, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Tony's expression was sincere, his eyes shimmering with appreciation. Had you not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. You not only saved me, but also safeguarded Pepper. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trivial act, no need for formalities. No, this is far from a trivial matter, Tony insisted. Please, stay for a few days. Allow me to extend my hospitality. After a brief exchange of glances, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu nodded. Then we shall impose for a few days. At that moment, Rhodes approached. Tony introduced him. Allow me to formally introduce Colonel James Rhodes, my closest friend. These are Jiang Chun and Wang Yu, soldiers from Huagua. This marks the third time they have come to my rescue. Rhodes extended his hand. It is an honor to finally meet you. The combat prowess of Huagua's soldiers is renowned, and indeed, you live up to your reputation. Although Jiang Chun and Wang Yu held no particular fondness for the American military, they courteously shook Rhodes' hand. You flatter us. The strength of the American forces is commendable as well, Wang Yu replied with a professional smile. I hope we may find opportunities for sparring and exchange in the future. Rhodes' eyes brightened. That would be splendid. I too look forward to the chance to engage with you. The following morning, a multitude of media reporters had gathered before Stark Industries. The sunlight refracted through the glass facade, casting dazzling reflections. The explosion that occurred the previous day had left a significant impact, prompting journalists from various outlets to rush to the scene. Flashbulbs flickered incessantly as reporters brandished microphones and cameras, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the press conference. Coulson sat in a wheelchair, his legs heavily bandaged. He retrieved a prepared speech from his briefcase and handed it to Tony. Mr. Stark, here is the draft we have prepared. Please read it as is. Tony accepted the document, glancing over it casually. We will handle last night's attack entirely. You need not concern yourself with anything further, Coulson added. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu stood in a corner of the venue, quietly observing the unfolding situation. The journalists whispered among themselves, abuzz with speculation. Had Stark Industries truly suffered a terrorist attack last night? The Iron Man had resurfaced, this time accompanied by allies. It was rumored that many lives were lost. Yet the full extent of the situation remained unclear. The reporters exchanged hushed words, corroborating their respective pieces of information. Rhodes straightened his military attire and ascended the podium. Following a rather formal address, he gestured for Tony to take the stage. Standing before the audience, Tony clutched the speech in his hands. His brow slightly furrowed as he glanced down at the text. Mr. Stark, do you genuinely expect us to believe that a bodyguard clad in armor just happened to be at the scene? The question came from a familiar face, Christine. A journalist with whom Tony had shared a brief affair, her smile directed at him while the other reporters awaited his response. Clearly, Christine's inquiry mirrored the questions on everyone's minds. The room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Tony, anticipating his words. Ladies and gentlemen, while I understand this situation may seem somewhat perplexing, do you harbor doubts, or perhaps insinuate that I am that superhero? Tony's words drifted, lacking coherence. Meanwhile, Coulson frowned from the audience, signaling Tony to adhere to the script. All right, everyone, regarding the events of last night, I wish to convey yet. Tony had made a decision. He lifted his gaze, his expression resolute. Setting aside the manuscript in his hand, he declared, I am Iron Man. Those simple words rendered the room silent, only to be followed by an explosive uproar as the entire gathering erupted in excitement. Flashbulbs popped furiously, and a cacophony of questions reverberated throughout the venue. Coulson facepalmed, exuding exasperation, while Rhodes gaped in disbelief at Tony's audacity. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged knowing smiles, unperturbed by Tony's choice. In that moment, Iron Man was officially born. The era of superheroes had commenced, and the world would never be the same again. As Tony departed under the escort of security, the journalists remained electrified, their fervor akin to a surge of adrenaline. It was easy to imagine the coverage this story would receive on the front pages of every media outlet shortly thereafter. Following the press conference, Tony invited Jiang Chun and Wang Yu to his seaside villa. Perched on a cliff, the Malibu estate basked in sunlight streaming through the expansive windows. "Welcome to my home. This place is far more conducive to relaxation than the office," he remarked, retrieving chilled beers from the refrigerator. Jiang Chun surveyed the surroundings, noting the modern decor that exuded a sense of technological sophistication, a testament to the owner's exquisite taste. "J-A-R-V-I-S. Lower the indoor temperature," Tony instructed. "Certainly, sir," came the voice of the AI butler from above. Wang Yu settled onto the sofa, his fingers gliding over the leather surface, savoring its luxurious texture. "By the way, this marks the third time you have saved me," Tony said, handing beers to his companions, just as the three prepared to engage in lively conversation. A deep voice resonated from behind. "Mr. Stark, I believe we need to talk." Tony abruptly turned around and beheld a one-eyed African-American man striding confidently into the living room. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" he demanded. "Jarvis. Apologies, sir. It appears he has breached the villa's security system." "I am Nick Fury," the man declared, clad in a sleek black trench coat, his single eye gleaming with a sharp intensity. "Oh, I know you. Carlson mentioned you. You're with that Homeland Security Logistics Bureau, right? What business do you have with me?" Tony replied, his expression one of impatience, clearly displeased by the uninvited presence of Nick Fury. "It is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Though we have since rebranded, you may refer to us as SHIELD. Chapter 36, The Art of War. Why reveal your identity?" Tony scoffed. "Why not? It is my choice. Do you comprehend the troubles this may cause? I prefer honesty over concealing the truth." Fury's gaze shifted to Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. "And you? Two soldiers from Huagua. What brings you to the site of the Stark Industries explosion?" Tony's brow furrowed, his expression turning icy. "They are my friends." "Friends?" Fury snorted. "Are you certain their proximity to you harbors no ulterior motives?" Tony slammed the bottle down onto the table. "Listen, Nick Fury. Questioning my friends on my turf is rather impolite. Do you people from your side enjoy barging into others' homes unannounced?" The atmosphere thickened instantly. Fury took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. "Stark, I am assembling a team of superheroes, and we need your strength." Tony waved his hand dismissively. "Sorry, I have no interest in your little team." "You will join, trust me," Fury replied, casting a meaningful glance at Tony. "When the time comes, you will understand my intentions." With that, he turned and departed, his black coat billowing behind him. Tony watched Fury's retreating figure and rolled his eyes. What a lunatic. As Nick Fury left, the three engaged in light conversation for a while, and then Tony invited the two to his workshop to showcase his masterpieces. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the studio with a unique ambience of metal and electronic components intertwined. Standing before the workbench, Tony's long fingers glided effortlessly across the holographic display. The design schematics of the Mark armor spun around him, each detail shimmering with technological elegance. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu stood nearby, equally in awe of the technology. In the air, a projected screen appeared. Huagua possessed similar technology, but its interactivity paled in comparison to that of Stark's workshop. "This is the latest design of the Mark armor," Tony remarked, a hint of pride in his tone. "Last time, I couldn't defeat Obadiah's Ironmonger. Upon reflection, I realized the weapon system of Mark III was too weak and singular. This time, I've tailored numerous weapons for the upgrade." In the holographic display, every joint of the armor had been meticulously redesigned. The blueprints, imbued with a metallic essence, danced in the light, whispering tales of the armor's limitless potential. Though Tony had closed the weapons division, his research on weaponry had never ceased. The Mark armor stood as his most remarkable creation. Just as Obadiah had previously stated, Tony abandoned profit from weaponry, yet birthed the most formidable war machine on Earth. With a tap of his fingertip, another new armor projection unfolded. This suit was astonishingly compact, capable of transforming into a briefcase form. A portable armor, allowing me to arm myself anytime, anywhere. Tony blinked with confidence in his tone. At that moment, he realized he no longer needed to wait for others to come to his aid. As he spoke, memories flooded back of the time Obadiah had snatched the arc reactor from him. Had it not been for Jiang Qin's timely portal, he might have met his demise. Consequently, the idea of developing a portable suit of armor began to take form in his mind, which is precisely what he was currently designing. Jiang Qin and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, both expressions filled with astonishment. It was indeed Tony Stark, who had already crafted his battle suit ahead of time. Wang Yu cleared his throat. "Mr. Stark, we wish to inquire about a potentially abrupt question. Is there any possibility for Huawei to acquire your suit technology?" Jiang Qin added. The air within the studio seemed to thicken, and the atmosphere among the three became palpably delicate. After a few seconds of this tension, Tony placed his coffee cup on the workbench. "Why?" Tony turned around, his deep brown eyes locking onto the two. Sunlight streamed in from behind him, enveloping him in a golden halo. "I want to understand why you need this technology." Wang Yu stood tall, embodying the essence of a soldier. "We require such armor to protect our nation and our people. In this universe teeming with uncertainties, no one knows what might occur in the next moment. Just as you faced in Afghanistan, we must be prepared." Tony's fingers lightly tapped the workbench, his gaze flitting between them. He pressed his lips together, contemplating for a moment. "If I were to grant this technology to Huawei, how do you intend to utilize it?" His expression grew serious, brows furrowing slightly. Wang Yu responded candidly. "The primary focus would be equipping the military, followed by law enforcement and emergency management. Such technology should be utilized for the benefit of humanity, not to serve as a plaything for a select few. We will ensure it is deployed where it is most needed." Tony approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over the cityscape. Sunlight cast dappled shadows across his face, rendering his expression enigmatic. Jiang Qin stood nearby, observing Tony's reaction, with his back turned to them. Tony remained silent for a lengthy moment. The only sounds in the studio were the subtle hum of machinery. "I will consider it," Tony finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly. "I need time to assess this decision." He had not immediately declined. In fact, he had anticipated Jiang Qin and Wang Yu's inquiries, especially since Jiang Qin had previously broached the subject indirectly. Yet, he had not expected Wang Yu to address it so directly. Turning to face them, his eyes sparkled with complex emotions. He was all too familiar with the operational style of the U.S. military. However, he needed to further understand the Huawei military. This was not a decision to be made lightly. Jiang Qin and Wang Yu exchanged subtle nods, a flicker of hope welling within them. The absence of an outright rejection was already the most favorable outcome, especially considering how they had rescued Tony from peril 3 times. This favor may very well serve as the key to unlocking the technology of battle armor. Tony merely seeks a rationale, a reason that can persuade his own conscience. Undoubtedly, Tony embodies the essence of a hero. If he were to comprehend the consistent demeanor of the Chinese military, he might indeed come to appreciate this force. China yearns for peace, yet it does not rely on other nations to bestow it. Only formidable military strength can ensure the perpetuation of peace, which is precisely why China has consistently advocated for a robust military. In the former world, the globe hovered under the ominous shadow of a potential Third World War. Yet why has conflict not erupted? It is, after all, due to the formidable power of China. This is what it means to use force to halt aggression. In this world, for China to safeguard its citizens, it must possess greater power, one that can dictate all outcomes. Chapter 37. The Magic School. Wang Yu and Jiang Qin exchanged a glance, a tumult of emotion surging within them. From the moment they first encountered Tony, they had harbored a clear objective, not solely to rescue him, but more crucially, to acquire his armor technology. This sentiment, perhaps, was discerned by Tony from the outset. Yet they harbored no regrets regarding their decision. Leaning against the workbench, Tony bore a slight smile, having naturally perceived the intentions of these two young men. From their initial meeting to several life-and-death encounters, their sincerity had touched him deeply. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, prompting Tony to raise a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. "I am grateful for your honesty," he remarked, stroking his chin as his gaze flitted between the two. "The significance of armor technology is paramount. I need time to contemplate. He continued, however. I truly appreciate your approach, far superior to those who operate in secrecy. His words alluded to the U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D. He was astute enough to understand the motives of these two powerful entities. Wang Yu nodded, embodying the demeanor of a soldier as he stood upright. Tony, I formally extend an invitation on behalf of my superiors. We hope you will participate in China's Eastern Super Ring project. Tony's eyes brightened, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the workbench. I have always been fascinated by nuclear fusion. The arc reactor is indeed a step in that direction, he elaborated. Observing the subtle shifts in Tony's expression, we believe that with your genius, you can undoubtedly help the project achieve breakthroughs. Tony turned toward the holographic projection platform, retrieving several sets of data. His fingers danced in the air, causing the holographic images to shift, revealing information on the arc reactor. When shall we depart? He queried, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Wang Yu and Jiang Chen shared a knowing smile. Any time works, it depends on your schedule. As night fell, the lights of Manhattan began to twinkle. Jiang Chen stood by the window of their guest room, gazing down at the bustling cityscape. Although they had not obtained the armor technology this time, Tony's disposition was unmistakably clear. Given time and an opportunity for understanding, this door would ultimately open for China. Morning sunlight bathed the runway of the private airport. The business team from Huaxing Group awaited beside the private jet. Tony personally escorted them to the airport. I will make arrangements for the Eastern Super Ring matter as soon as possible, he said, shaking hands with the two as they bid farewell. I look forward to seeing you in China. As Jiang Chen and Wang Yu boarded the plane, they watched Tony's figure recede through the window. The aircraft ascended slowly, breaking through the clouds and heading eastward. Wang Yu leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Although they had not secured the armor technology, they had taken the first step. Jiang Chen whispered in response, Tony is a man of deep loyalty. Given time, it will naturally come to fruition. Moreover, for us, nuclear fusion technology is of greater significance. Once we achieve a breakthrough, it will profoundly transform China's energy landscape. Compared to the elusive infinity stones, this is tangible power. Tony's lack of refusal is the best possible beginning. The collaboration on the Eastern Super Ring project will forge a closer bridge between the two entities. Subsequently, as their relationship develops, acquiring the battle armor technology will become a natural progression. The private aircraft gently descended upon the capital airport. Upon returning to the military district, Jiang Chen and Wang Yu immediately immersed themselves in rigorous training. The military base in the early morning was shrouded in a hazy mist. On the training ground, Wang Yu led the special operations team in high-intensity physical training. Sweat soaked their camouflage uniforms, and their breaths crystallized into white fog in the frigid air. Jiang Chen also joined in. Although he was not a soldier in the truest sense, he persisted in training alongside the special forces. Just 10 more minutes. Wang Yu called out from the front of the line, his voice resonant. Burdened sprints, obstacle climbs, and combat training cycled one after another. A month slipped by amidst the intense training. On this day, both Jiang Chen and Wang Yu received notification from their superiors that they would be among the first group to study magic at a magic school. Jiang Chen's hands trembled slightly. At that moment, it felt as if his childhood dream had come to fruition. A flicker of excitement flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. But he quickly regained the composure of a soldier. In their original world, where could one find magic? It was only after traversing into the Marvel universe that they had the opportunity to encounter such wonders. Naturally, the prospect of learning magic exhilarated them immensely. In the deep mountains of Sichuan province, an awe-inspiring complex of buildings rose majestically. Master Gu Yi stood atop the main building, her hands weaving intricate formations. A golden magical array unfolded in the air, enveloping the entire campus. The modern teaching buildings harmoniously blended with ancient magic. The campus boasted a library, laboratories, training grounds, dormitories, and a dining hall, all essential elements. Throughout the month, Master Gu Yi worked tirelessly, not only compiling magical textbooks for Huagua, but also visiting various military districts to meticulously select 1,000 exceptional warriors with outstanding magical potential as the first batch of magic apprentices. She could be regarded as a contemporary paragon of dedication. In Huagua, soldiers are held to exceptionally high standards. Not only must they possess strong physical attributes, but they are also expected to have considerable cultural knowledge, resulting in a remarkably elevated caliber of military personnel, akin to dragons among men. Now, selecting 1,000 apprentices from a pool of 2 million elite soldiers, these individuals could be considered true prodigies, perhaps even 1 in 10,000. The abundance of gifted individuals eager to learn magic left Master Gu inexplicably thrilled, as she had not taken a moment's rest during the past month. Who is strange? Please do not seek me out. I fear the soldiers might misunderstand. In Master Gu Yi's chamber, countless luminous runes floated in the air, each page of the textbooks embodying her painstaking effort. From the most fundamental theories of magic to the intricate casting of advanced spells, everything was meticulously designed to suit the learning needs of Huagua's students. Dragging his suitcase, Jiang Chun stood before the gates of the Magic Academy. The majestic buildings veiled in mist, in the air tinged with a faint magical aura. At last, he had arrived. Jiang Chun took a deep breath. The enrollment process was unexpectedly formal. Identity verification, documentation registration, and dormitory allocation. Holding his student ID, Jiang Chun felt as if he were in a dream. Had he truly returned to campus once more? However, the education offered in this campus is rather unique. He strolls through the grounds, absorbing the distinctive atmosphere that surrounds him. Amidst the modern facilities lies an enigmatic essence of magic, creating a delightful yet incongruous harmony. On the following morning, 1,000 soldiers stand in orderly rows, the air thick with solemn anticipation. The Ancient One hovers gracefully above, her robe fluttering in the breeze. Magic is the power to transform reality. Her voice, though soft, resonates clearly in the ears of all present. Yet, more crucial is the conviction that resides within their hearts. The soldiers below, with piercing gazes, stand rigidly at attention. The Ancient One surveys the faces of these elite individuals, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. They are destined to embody the perfect fusion of magic and modern strength. A gentle smile of satisfaction graces her lips as she gestures, weaving a golden rune in the air. Let us commence our first lesson, an introduction to the essence of magic. The sun shines brightly upon the field, illuminating the dreams of each individual present. This marks a new beginning, as the dawn of magic is poised to illuminate the east. Jiang Chun stands among the ranks, feeling the surging energy that envelopes him. The Ancient One continues her discourse, her voice echoing within the hearts of all. For the seeds of magic have already taken root and begun to flourish in the lands of the east. Chapter 38. The magic of portals' power itself bears no inherent good or evil. The nation of Hua does not oppose other forms of power. Magic, as long as it serves the interests of Hua and bolsters national defense, receives robust support from the state. Jiang Chun perused the textbook in his hands, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The bold characters 5 years to ascend, 3 years to supreme were prominently embossed on the cover. Master Gu had indeed devoted effort to studying the culture of Hua. The title was remarkably relatable. Turning to the first page, a plethora of intricate runes sprang to life on the paper, each emanating a faint golden glow. The dormitory was a standard double room, its modern decor interspersed with enigmatic magical elements. As the door swung open, a familiar figure entered. Jiang Chun? I never anticipated sharing a dormitory with you. Jiang Chun looked up in surprise, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Yang Rue. What a delightful coincidence. It had been quite some time. Yang Rue set down his luggage and took a seat on the opposite bed. Who wouldn't he aspire to become a mage? Especially when it presented such a splendid opportunity to serve the nation? The two exchanged smiles and engaged in light conversation for a while before refocusing their attention on the textbook. The first chapter delves into the essence of magic and the theoretical knowledge of perceiving the magical energy within oneself. Yang Rue took out his textbook and immersed himself in study. The room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the soft rustle of turning pages. The following morning, the playground was bustling with activity. Standing beside Master Gu were several dozen sorcerers clad in robes. These were the elite mages of Kamartaj, who would serve as your mentors. In the sunlight, the runes on their robes shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Although these mages might not possess the prowess of illustrious figures like Strange in the future, they were more than capable of imparting foundational knowledge. Among them was a notably formidable mage, whom Jiang Chun recognized as Wang, a former supreme sorcerer. As the first lesson commenced, Master Gu Yi stated, "We shall begin with the most fundamental aspect, perceiving and harnessing magical energy." His voice resonated clearly in every ear. Close your eyes and feel the energy flowing within you. 1,000 students simultaneously shut their eyes, creating a magnificent and solemn scene. Each individual harbored limitless potential. Magic already existed within them. Following the instructions, Jiang Chun centered himself, attuning to the flow of energy within. Perhaps the presence of countless gems within him allowed Jiang Chun to perceive his inner energy with remarkable clarity. Master Gu Yi's gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Jiang Chun. "Jiang Chun, please step forward to demonstrate." Jiang Chun opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback. I do not yet know how." Master Gu Yi smiled reassuringly. "Do not fear. I sense a powerful magic within you." Jiang Chun approached the podium, acutely aware of the collective gaze upon him. Master Gu Yi traced a simple rune in the air. "Attempt to replicate this motion, guiding your magic with your intention." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun committed the master's drawn symbol to memory. Following Master Gu Yi's guidance, his fingers glided through the air, and a golden light materialized. A protective magic circle took shape, emanating a gentle glow. "Excellent, you possess remarkable talent. This is the most basic form of defensive magic. Yet its power should not be underestimated," Master Gu Yi remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Applause erupted from the audience as Jiang Chun successfully cast the spell, invigorating everyone with the promise that they, too, could learn magic. Returning to his place among the students, Jiang Chun felt the magical energy coursing within him, a sensation more wondrous than he had imagined. Master Gu Yi continued to elucidate the foundational principles of magic, while each individual listened intently in the warm embrace of the sun. After the first lesson concluded, 10,000 students lined up on the playground, awaiting their class assignments. The sunlight cascaded upon the crowd, casting orderly shadows. Master Gu Yi stood upon a platform, gazing down at the sea of heads below. The discipline exhibited by the soldiers of Huagua was truly awe-inspiring. Even among this multitude of individuals, who were previously strangers to one another, an impressive uniformity was maintained, leaving Gu Yi profoundly moved. Each warrior present aspired to contribute to their nation, and thus, they were wholly dedicated and earnest in their studies, which greatly pleased Gu Yi. According to their innate talents, Master Gu Yi divided all the students into 50 classes, one of which she would personally instruct. Naturally, the class that she would teach comprised the most gifted individuals, an elite selection of prodigies whom Gu Yi regarded as possessing talents rivaling those of Stephen Strange. This was also a significant reason for her enthusiasm in collaborating with Huagua. With its vast population, it was destined to yield an immense number of magical talents, heralding an imminent era of magical prosperity. Following the first class, all students proceeded to their respective classrooms. The 200 students in the elite class, under Master Gu Yi's guidance, arrived at an independent training ground. Among them was Jiang Chun, who also spotted Wang Yu and Yang Rui, both of whom evidently possessed formidable talents. Master Gu Yi held a wooden box, within which lay neatly arranged golden suspended rings. These were among the most vital artifacts of Kamar Taj, capable of aiding sorcerers in casting teleportation spells. The metallic sheen sparkled in the sunlight, captivating everyone's attention. Master Gu Yi distributed the suspended rings one by one, and each student carefully accepted their own. "Today, we shall learn the teleportation spell," she announced. With a graceful gesture, she traced a ring in the air, and golden sparks erupted. "Focus your minds and channel the magical energy within you through the suspended rings." The students mimicked Master Gu Yi's movements, attempting to cast the spell. Flecks of golden light flickered in the air, yet no one succeeded in opening a portal. Many faces displayed disappointment, but the resolve to persevere remained. "Do not be disheartened. This is a normal occurrence," Master Gu Yi gently explained. "The magical energy within you is still insufficient and requires time to accumulate. Jiang Chun, why don't you give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun took a deep breath and, feeling somewhat anxious, stepped forward, gripping the suspended ring tightly. His initial attempt ended in failure, as the golden light merely traced an arc in the air. He inhaled deeply, attuning himself to the energy flowing within him. It seemed that the power of the spatial gem resonated with the suspended ring. On his second attempt, the golden sparks suddenly intensified. A complete teleportation portal materialized in the air, connecting the two ends of the training ground. The audience fell into a hush, which was soon broken by a resounding applause. Through the portal, Jiangshan beheld astonished faces on the other side. Master Gui nodded approvingly. Excellent. You appear to possess a unique understanding of spatial magic. Upon witnessing this, the eyes of the other trainees ignited with determination, and they eagerly resumed their practice. Yang Rui and Wang Yu exchanged a knowing glance, silently committing to exert double the effort. The training ground shimmered with golden light, as each individual became immersed in the enchanting realm of magic. Chapter 39. The time gem. The classroom gradually descended into tranquility as the warriors departed, seemingly preparing to practice their magic on the training grounds. Having recently been introduced to the arcane arts, the warriors were enraptured by the enchanting world of magic. Jiangshan also stowed away his pendant, ready to leave. Jiangshan, could you come to my office for a moment? The voice of Master Gui resonated from behind him. Jiangshan turned, and just in time. He caught a glimpse of Master Gui smiling at him. Curiosity surged within him as he hastened to follow her. Master Gui's office, or rather the principal's office, was situated on the top floor of the faculty building. The heavy wooden door creaked open, allowing sunlight to stream through the stained glass windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. The interior was simply adorned, featuring only a mahogany desk and a few chairs. Master Gui gestured for Jiangshan to take a seat while she stood firmly behind the desk. Are you familiar with the Infinity Gems? Master Gui inquired directly. Jiangshan maintained a composed demeanor and nodded. I have heard of them. They are among the most potent forces in the universe. Master Gui nodded in affirmation. There are 6 gems, each governing different laws of the cosmos: power, soul, reality, mind, time, and space. Each harbors unfathomable energy. Sunlight danced upon Master Gui's visage. In you, I sense a similar resonance, albeit with a distinct quality. Jiang Chun was not taken aback. It was evident that Master Gui had long been aware of this. Yet, this essence seems purer, more attuned to the source, she continued. Her gaze penetrating Jiang Chun's very soul, akin to the breath of the universe itself. Jiang Chun remained silent, intrigued by his own affinity with the Infinity Gem. Master Gui formed a hand seal, and a uniquely crafted pendant materialized in her palm, the Eye of Agamotto. The metallic casing gently unfurled at her fingertips, revealing an inner emerald green gem. The time gem radiated a soft luminescence, illuminating Master Gui's features. Strangely, since your arrival here, it has become remarkably animated, she remarked, cradling the Eye of Agamotto in her hand. It seemed to beckon, yearning for something. The glow of the time gem suddenly intensified, flickering in Jiang Chun's direction. Now I understand. It wishes to accompany you. Master Gui delicately placed the Eye of Agamotto on the desk. Perhaps this is the design of fate. She extracted the time gem from the artifact, allowing the emerald stone to float in midair, emanating an extraordinary wave of energy. I trust you will safeguard it well. The time gem gradually drifted towards Jiangshan, halting before him. He inhaled deeply, instinctively reaching out to grasp this gem imbued with infinite power. A warm energy surged from his palm, resonating with a certain force within him. The 6 spheres of energy within him, particularly the one belonging to the space gem, seemed to stir at that very moment, filling Jiang Chun with elation. Remember, great power entails even greater responsibility. The voice of the Ancient One resonated with anticipation. Jiang Chun solemnly nodded, and at that moment, a warm current surged into his body, as if the time stone had a life of its own, seamlessly merging with him. This sudden transformation caused Jiang Chun's eyes to widen, and his breath quickened involuntarily. Moments later, he attempted to exert mental control, and the time stone immediately manifested in his palm, easily retractable at will. The tautness in his nerves finally eased, and Jiang Chun exhaled a sigh of relief. The Ancient One regarded him with a smile, saying, "You may return. I have some matters to attend to." Jiang Chun stood and bid farewell, gently closing the office door behind him. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found the room empty, with Yang Rui's bed neatly made. It was evident that Yang Rui was diligently training in the practice grounds. Jiang Chun approached the window, gazing thoughtfully at the distant training field. This cohort of students had been meticulously selected from various military districts, each bearing significant responsibilities. They were destined to become instructors in their respective military sectors, tasked with the mission of imparting magic. No one wished to squander their time. Everyone was racing against the clock to hone their skills. Jiang Chen concentrated deeply, his hands tracing a golden ring in the air. A magical portal took shape before him, shimmering with golden light. He stepped through the portal and arrived at the edge of the training grounds. Several soldiers noticed his arrival, casting him a surprised glance before returning to their practice. On the training field, magical auras surged and receded in a rhythmic pattern. The soldiers furrowed their brows, fully engrossed in manipulating their magical energy. No one wanted to fall behind in this contest. Each individual was exerting their utmost effort. The air was thick with a palpable sense of competition. From a distant vantage point, the Ancient One observed the diligent students with a look of satisfaction in her eyes, noting that their progress far exceeded expectations. The soldiers' fervent desire for power and their unwavering dedication surprised her. Jiang Chun joined the ranks of those training, immersing himself in the vibrant energy surrounding him. This atmosphere of learning fostered rapid advancement for everyone involved. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the soldiers' enthusiasm for training intensified. The training field was awash with magical brilliance, and the air pulsated with rich energy fluctuations. Every apprentice was wholly focused on their practice. Even those not in the elite class exhibited remarkable progress, displaying an impressive work ethic that compensated for their relatively modest talents. In comparison to most sorcerers in Kamar Taj, this group possessed considerable potential. This was understandable, as the original disciples of Kamar Taj had pursued magic out of desperation, often facing dire circumstances, resulting in a diverse array of abilities. Now, however, these 10,000 soldiers were the Armée de la Armée, meticulously chosen by the Ancient One. Each possessed extraordinary talent, and combined with their diligent study, their progress was naturally rapid. Nevertheless, the shortage of suspended rings posed a significant challenge. After more than a month of training, nearly all the apprentices had mastered the portal magic. However, the supply of suspended rings could not keep pace with the demand, much to the Ancient One's dismay. Under the counsel of the nation of Hua, Master Gui engaged in discussions with scientists from Hua on how to harness technological means to mass-produce magical artifacts, thereby resolving the issue of suspended enchantments. For the nation of Hua, it also represented an opportunity to embark on a new path, leveraging Master Gu Yi's profound knowledge. The fusion of magic and technology could potentially lead to the mass production of a myriad of magical artifacts in the future. As the first month elapsed, many warriors expressed their dissatisfaction with the pace of their meditation and magical cultivation. After considerable deliberation, Master Gu Yi ultimately decided to impart the method of drawing power from the divine. This decision significantly accelerated the warriors' cultivation progress. Chapter 40. The arrival of Tony Time Flies. And a month has passed, revealing an awkward phenomenon. Many mage instructors from Kamar Taj have discovered that numerous apprentices in their classes have surpassed them in strength. This realization has undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to these mages. However, upon reflection, it is quite understandable. These mages were merely peripheral figures in their original world, with limited prowess to begin with. Gradually, many of them have taken leave or resigned, unable to confront the situation. Nevertheless, this development has not hampered the dissemination of magic. The magic school has already established a firm foundation, and the absence of these individuals does not impede the fundamental instruction provided to the warriors. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's progress has been remarkably impressive. Perhaps due to the infinity stones within him, he has demonstrated an astonishing aptitude for magic. Not only has he mastered the portal spell, but he has also quickly grasped other forms of magic. During this period, Jiang Chun has conducted research on the Time Stone, acquiring various methods of utilizing it and some temporal spells from the Ancient One. Simultaneously, the Time Stone within Jiang Chun has gradually loosened under the influence of this world's Time Stone, and after a month, it has been completely unlocked. The energy released from the unlocked time stone has bestowed upon Jiang Chun the abilities associated with it, though further observation is needed to ascertain the full extent of these powers. In contrast, the time stone of this world is, for Jiang Chun, merely an external object. However, Lu Guoxiang has advised Jiang Chun to safeguard the time stone himself, as the supernatural forces in Huagua are still too weak to ensure its security. Rather than surrender it to higher authorities, it is more prudent for Jiang Chun to keep it in his possession. Thus, the time stone remains in Jiang Chun's hands. One morning, 3 months later, Jiang Chun received a notification. Tony Stark was set to arrive in Huagua to participate in the controlled nuclear fusion project. This news stirred something within Jiang Chun. Unknowingly, he had spent over 3 months at the magic school, and it was time for him to venture out. After requesting leave from the Ancient One, Jiang Chun utilized a portal to return to the capital, resting briefly before heading to the airport the following morning to welcome Tony. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, casting its rays upon the runway of the capital's international airport. Jiang Chun stood at the exit, gazing at the descending private jet. As the cabin door opened, Tony stepped down the staircase, impeccably dressed in a suit with sunglasses shielding his eyes, exuding his usual effortless charm. "Long time no see, my friend," Tony said, removing his sunglasses to reveal a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Jiang Chun approached and embraced Tony. "Welcome to Huagua. The security measures here are truly impressive." Tony surveyed his surroundings, his face alight with admiration. "This is even more advanced than what I saw last time." Having recently escaped danger, Tony had not thoroughly examined Huagua's airport. Now, upon his return, he was once again astonished by the sophistication of the capital's airport. It was an entirely different realm compared to what the Western media had portrayed. As I gazed down from the sky, I found this city to be far superior to New York. Tony smiled, his demeanor relaxed. The two of them strolled and conversed until they arrived at the lounge prepared for Tony. "Tomorrow, we are to visit the Eastern Super Ring Project team in Hefei." Tony settled onto the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. "Why wait until tomorrow? Why not now?" Tony cast a puzzled glance in response. Jiang Chun gestured with his hands, creating a golden circle in the air as a radiant portal began to take form. "Is this your magic?" Tony stood, his eyes sparkling with intense curiosity. On the other side of the door, a modern laboratory materialized. "Shall we give it a try?" Jiang Chun extended his hand in invitation. Tony stared at the portal for a few seconds, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why not? He strode through the portal, with Jiang Chun closely following. Within the Eastern Super Ring Project Department, dozens of young researchers were busy at their respective stations. Tony's arrival sparked a commotion, as many paused their tasks to curiously observe this legendary figure. Most were young, having watched the films, and while these scientists might critique the various implausibilities of space operas, they had now entered this world and naturally embraced its rules. Fortunately, being young meant they were adaptable. In just 6 months, they had integrated into this reality and begun new research based on its distinct physical laws. "These are our nuclear fusion research team," Jiang Chun introduced. Tony surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the youthful faces of the researchers. The average age must not exceed 35, right? 32. A young female scientist wearing glasses stepped forward, introducing herself as Lin Yuqing, the project leader. Tony shook her hand, astonishment evident on his face. No wonder Huagua has made such tremendous progress in such a short time. Youth signifies boundless potential. Lin Yuqing smiled. Indeed. Tony's gaze was intense. "I eagerly anticipate our upcoming collaboration." The researchers gathered around, beginning to discuss the intricacies of nuclear fusion technology with Tony. Jiang Chun stood aside, watching this passionate group of scientists, a swell of pride rising within him. This is the future of Huagua, a cohort of bold and driven young individuals rewriting the annals of technological history. Tony's presence will undoubtedly inject new vigor into this project. In the past 6 months, our Eastern Super Ring has achieved breakthroughs, and now we are but a step away from complete success. Lin Yuqing adjusted her glasses and handed her tablet to Tony. Initially intrigued by the advanced device, Tony soon became captivated by the content within. This is the research documentation on nuclear fusion technology from the Eastern Super Ring. detailing the challenges they have overcome and the current obstacles they face. Lin Yuqing offered the tablet to Tony, her expression revealing a blend of anticipation and resignation. Behold, our Eastern Super-Ring project stands at the precipice of completion. Yet this final step looms before us like an insurmountable chasm. Her delicate visage is etched with fatigue, a testament to the prolonged distress this dilemma has wrought. 6 months have elapsed since the arrival of the Huagua into this realm. Now, with your esteemed presence, perhaps a breakthrough awaits us. Tony grasped the tablet, his gaze instantly captivated by the dense array of data displayed on the screen. Seated in the laboratory chair, he became wholly absorbed in these invaluable research materials. The surrounding researchers held their breath, silently anticipating the genius's response. Jiang Chun leaned against the wall, observing the scene in quietude. He was acutely aware of his ordinary status. Matters of expertise were best left to the specialists. With a humble disposition, he resolved to offer support to all present, refraining from any utterance that might invite embarrassment. Chapter 41. Controlled nuclear fusion. The laboratory was illuminated by glaring lights that cast upon Tony's slightly furrowed brow. As time ticked away, Tony's fingers danced ceaselessly across the screen. After several hours, he finally lifted his head and exhaled deeply. His eyes, reddened from prolonged screen exposure, sparkled with excitement. I believe I may have discerned the source of the issue, he mused. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the lab, filled with eager gazes. He slowly loosened his collar, revealing the faint blue glow emanating from the arc reactor at his chest. What the Eastern Super Ring lacked was precisely this. Lin Yuqing's eyes brightened as she swiftly approached Tony. Are you suggesting? Tony pointed to the data projection on the wall, his expression earnest. The current Eastern Super Ring can operate stably for thousands of seconds, producing astonishing energy. However, the challenge lies in the complex conversion process required for this energy. He gestured in the air, outlining the pathways of energy conversion. Thermal energy, kinetic energy, mechanical energy, and only then does it transform into electrical energy. It's akin to using advanced technology to boil water, excessively wasteful. Lin Yuqing nodded thoughtfully. Tony gently tapped the reactor at his chest. The arc reactor is, in fact, a type of nuclear fusion device. The arc energy it produces represents a novel form of energy that can directly replace electrical power. My proposition is to convert the nuclear energy generated by the Eastern Super Ring directly into arc energy. This would not only diminish energy loss, but also enhance the stability of the apparatus. A low murmur of discussion arose in the laboratory, the eyes of the researchers glimmering with hope. Lin Yuqing gazed intently at Tony. This is indeed an ingenious idea. Truly, Tony Stark. Your insight and innovative prowess rightfully earn you the title of the smartest person in the world. Standing at the center of the laboratory, Tony surveyed the array of instruments and equipment. The Eastern Super Ring was indeed remarkable. Yet it could achieve even greater heights if we integrated the technology of the arc reactor. His voice radiated confidence as his unwavering gaze swept over each researcher present. The fusion of arc technology and nuclear fusion may very well be the answer we have been seeking all along. Lin Yuqing hurried to Tony's side, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Other researchers gathered around, their expressions filled with anticipation and intrigue. Tony retrieved an exquisite USB drive from his pocket, its silver casing glinting under the bright laboratory lights. He inserted the drive into a tablet, adeptly bringing forth an array of intricate blueprints and data. This contained the core technology of the arc reactor, encompassing everything from large-scale reactors to miniaturized designs. Tony gestured towards the soft blue glow at his chest. This here represents the latest generation of the miniaturized arc reactor. Lin Yuqing leaned closer to the screen, her focus unwavering as she studied the complex data. Other researchers activated their terminals, eagerly beginning to receive the materials Tony had shared. Tony stood aside, patiently elucidating every technical detail. He held nothing back, generously imparting his years of dedication and experience. Indeed, he was a shrewd businessman. Yet at this moment, Tony embodied the spirit of a scientist, delving into the ultimate mysteries of technology alongside fellow researchers who shared a common pursuit. The arc technology, long coveted by Huagua, had yet to be mentioned. Yet here was Tony, voluntarily sharing it with the scientists present from Huagua. The laboratory was filled with the gentle murmur of discussions as researchers immersed themselves in this novel technology. Lin Yuqing's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness as her fingers glided swiftly across the screen. A look of epiphany graced her face. The efficiency of energy conversion was nothing short of astonishing. Time slipped away quietly as the light outside began to fade. Jiangchen wheeled in a cart laden with fragrant dishes, awakening appetites all around. "Everyone, let us take a break and have something to eat," he suggested. The researchers responded absent-mindedly, grabbing their boxed meals. Some polished off their food in a matter of moments before diving back into their research, while others chatted and ate, oblivious to the grains of rice scattered across the table. Lin Yuqing sipped only a few spoonfuls of soup, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. Hours later, the laboratory erupted in cheers. Mr. Tony's plan was entirely feasible. With appropriate modifications to the Eastern Super Ring, the conversion of arc energy could be realized. The researchers exchanged excited opinions, their eyes sparkling with hope. This technology, potent enough to change the world, finally glimpsed the dawn of success. The atmosphere in the laboratory was both tense and fervent. Researchers clustered around Tony, their eyes glued to the tablet in his hands. Complex data flowed across the screen, and everyone held their breath, fearful of missing any detail. "Look here," Lin Yuqing pointed to a set of data, noting that the stability of arc energy far exceeded that of traditional nuclear fusion. Tony nodded, his finger gliding across the screen. It was this very characteristic that allowed it to sustain reactions in low-temperature environments. The laboratory lights illuminated the focused faces of the crowd. Suddenly, a young researcher sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What if we combine the magnetic confinement system of the Eastern Super Ring with arc energy?" Before he could finish, the entire laboratory erupted in enthusiasm. Researchers hurriedly opened their terminals, embarking on frenzied calculations and simulations. The rhythmic clatter of keyboards resonated like a rousing symphony. 2 days later, the laboratory was awash with crumpled draft papers and coffee cups. Tony and Lin Yuqing led the team in relentless work, day and night. The new plan gradually took shape through countless iterations and revisions. Jiang Chun navigated the laboratory with his cart, delivering warm meals to everyone. Watching these dedicated individuals committed to the advancement of science, a swell of pride surged within him. These were indeed the ones destined to change the world. He silently mused, placing a cup of warm coffee beside Tony. At this moment, what heroes exist? Away with them. It is these individuals who truly strive for the advancement of humanity. The current Tony is no longer the Iron Man. He is a genuine scientist devoted to transforming the world for the better. In this moment, he is more deserving of admiration than his armored alter ego. Tony raised his gaze and offered a weary yet resolute smile to Jiang Chun, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. The renovation project is vast and intricate. The engineering team works tirelessly day and night, flawlessly integrating the core system of the arc reactor with the Eastern Super Ring. The immense circular apparatus glimmers with a metallic sheen under the lights. Every component has been meticulously calculated, and each weld is executed with the utmost precision. A week later, the brand new Eastern Super Ring apparatus stands proudly in the center of the experimental hall. Chapter 42, The Triumph of Nuclear Fusion. Lu Guoqiang, as the leader, was present at the scene, his gaze filled with anticipation and tension. "Let us commence," he whispered, issuing the command. In the control room, Lin Yuqing hovered her finger above the start button, hesitating due to her nerves. Tony, standing beside her, nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuqing pressed the button, initiating the startup sequence. A soft blue light illuminated the center of the apparatus, resembling a brilliant star. On the data panel, various parameters steadily ascended. The blue arc of energy spun within the magnetic confinement, forming a flawless plasma ring. The temperature stabilized within the optimal range. The magnetic confinement system operated smoothly. Energy output continued to rise. Seconds ticked by 10, 100, 1000. The device maintained its steady operation, showing no signs of anomaly. For several minutes, the control room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of the machinery. As the timer reached 5,000 seconds, the entire laboratory erupted into deafening cheers. Tears streamed down Lin Yuqing's face as she clutched Tony's hand tightly. "We have succeeded." Lu Guiqiang's voice trembled with excitement. "From this day forth, a new chapter in humanity's energy history shall be written." In the laboratory, the joy of the successful experiment surged like a tide, enveloping everyone. Tony's gaze was fixed on the dazzling blue light, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration and pride. Lin Yuqing wiped away her tears, her hands still trembling. The control room resonated with waves of jubilant cheers as researchers embraced one another in tears. Jiang Chun stood in the corner, silently observing this historic moment, his heart swelling with indescribable emotion. This blue light symbolized the dawn of a new era for human civilization. Lu Guiqiang gently patted Tony on the shoulder. "Mr. Tony, please accompany me." He beckoned for Tony and Jiang Chun to follow him to the conference room. Inside, the soft lighting illuminated the faces of the three men. Lu Guiqiang lifted his teacup, his eyes reflecting sincere gratitude. "Mr. Tony, it is an honor to collaborate with you. Your contributions to the advancement of technology in our nation will forever be remembered." Tony nodded slightly, taking a sip from his cup. "This is the result of our combined efforts. Dr. Lin and her team's expertise is equally commendable." Lu Guiqiang set down his teacup, his gaze becoming profound. "What are your thoughts on the future dissemination of this technology, Mr. Tony?" Tony lowered his cup, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. "This technology will fundamentally alter the energy landscape for humanity. I believe it should be promoted and applied as soon as possible." Lu Guiqiang gently shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. "Currently, we only intend to promote it within our nation's borders and do not plan to disclose it externally." Tony furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Isn't this somewhat selfish? After all, it pertains to the welfare of all humanity." Lu Guiqiang rose and approached the window, gazing down at the illuminated city below. "Mr. Tony, the world is far more intricate than we can fathom, harboring threats in the shadows that remain elusive to all." He turned, his gaze resolute. "As a leader of a nation, I bear the responsibility for the safety of 1,400,000,000 people. Moreover, this technology is our collective achievement. You too possess the right to utilize it and can certainly promote it in the West." Tony fell into silence, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the teacup. He was acutely aware of the complexities of the Western world. Those colossal corporations would not relinquish their grip on traditional energy without a struggle. Jiang Chen observed the increasingly serious expression on Tony's face, as if he could see through his thoughts. This technology, capable of transforming the world, would undoubtedly encounter formidable resistance in the West. The conference room was enveloped in a brief silence. Tony gazed at the swirling tea leaves in his cup, his brow furrowing with growing concern. Once this technology emerges, it will surely disrupt the existing energy paradigm. He lifted his head, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. The energy giants would not allow such a shift to transpire without a fight. Lu Guiqiang stood by the window, the city illuminated against the night sky. While capitalism has indeed propelled the advancement of human civilization, its excessive pursuit of profit can hinder progress. He turned to face Tony, his gaze piercing. "The doctrine of prioritizing personal gain will inevitably clash with the collective development of humanity." Tony's fingers ceased their rhythm against the teacup, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Jiang Chen looked at Tony's countenance, etched with resignation, as if he could perceive the heavy shackles of the capitalist world. Lu Guiqiang strode toward Tony, firmly placing a hand on his shoulder. "Tony, you will always be a friend of Huagua," he said, his voice gentle yet resolute. "Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to speak." Turning to Jiang Chen, Lu Guiqiang nodded slightly. "Xiao Jiang, please open a portal. I must return to the capital." Jiang Chen traced a golden arc in the air with his hands, a brilliant circle slowly unfurling. Lu Guiqiang stepped confidently into the portal, his figure vanishing within the golden light. The conference room returned to tranquility, and Tony sighed deeply, his gaze reflecting profound helplessness. He looked out at the distant, vibrant metropolis, his right hand resting against his forehead. The titans of capital have woven a vast network of interests, manipulating the media and steering policies. He lightly tapped the glass of the window, feeling its chilling touch. From Wall Street to Silicon Valley, from oil barons to financial magnates, they form an invisible web. Tony turned to face Jiang Chen, a hint of bitterness gracing his lips. "I once believed that Stark Industries could challenge these forces. Now I realize how naive that notion was. Outside, the neon lights flickered, casting reflections upon Tony's weary visage. They control government decisions, dictate the direction of public opinion, and infiltrate every corner of Western society. Even the military is firmly under the sway of these capitalists. Tony shook the teacup in his hand, seemingly treating it as if it were whiskey. Are you aware that the current U.S. military is no different? They have invested trillions of dollars in Afghanistan, with reports suggesting that purchases of weaponry from Stark Industries alone amount to hundreds of billions. However, upon examining the transaction records of Obadiah, I discovered that the military had actually placed orders totaling less than 100 billion. The hundreds of billions that seem to have vanished are clearly siphoned off by individuals at various levels of oversight. Jiangchen could not help but smile wryly. It appeared that in the original world, when the so-called wise leader ordered an investigation into military expenditures in Afghanistan, the aircraft carrying the investigators mysteriously crashed, leading to the matter being quietly shelved. It seems that in this world, the situation is no different. These capitalists have long since formed a community of interests, and any threat to their gains will be met with fierce retaliation. Jiangchen listened intently, absorbing the profound sense of helplessness in Tony's tone. Even I find it nearly impossible to effect any change within this system. Tony raised his glass and drained it, chewing the tea leaves vigorously, a look of resignation flickering in his eyes. In a capitalist society, ultimately, capital reigns supreme. His voice was low and tinged with bitterness. I am utterly powerless to alter anything. Chapter 43. Conditions of exchange. Tony rose from his seat and approached the window. The Western society will never invest in public services, for such endeavors are destined to be unprofitable ventures. His gaze penetrated the glass, reaching into the distance. Capitalists are solely concerned with investment and returns. As for human progress, Tony scoffed, for in truth, he was one of those capitalists, thus well aware of this reality. They are indifferent to such matters. Jiangchen observed Tony's silhouette, sensing the inner turmoil and helplessness of this Iron Man. The financial titans who dominate the West stand as an invisible barrier, obstructing the advancement of Western civilization. Tony gazed out upon the bustling metropolis, his eyes reflecting traces of weariness. Jiangchen, can your teleportation magic send me back to New York? A hint of longing crept into Tony's voice. He found himself missing Pepper. Of course, that is not difficult for me, Jiangchen replied, tracing a golden arc in the air with his hands as a brilliant halo gradually unfurled. Through the portal, the familiar sights of Stark Industries came into view. Tony looked at the golden ring, awe flickering in his eyes. Magic is indeed convenient. Shall we sit together on the other side? Jiangchen nodded in agreement, and they both stepped through the portal. In a flash of light, the two found themselves in New York. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the studio, starkly contrasting with the neon lights of Huagua's night. Tony strolled to the bar and retrieved 2 crystal glasses. Amber whiskey flowed slowly into the cups, the ice clinking with a crisp sound. He raised his glass, feeling considerably more relaxed. The familiar environment seemed to soothe his inner agitation. The sound of high heels striking the floor approached, growing louder. Pepper pushed the door open and paused upon seeing Tony. Tony? Aren't you in Huagua? What brings you back so suddenly? She hurried over, her brow furrowed in concern. Tony lifted his glass, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Jiangchen has magic. He brought me back directly. Pepper looked at Jiangchen with skepticism. Magic? Tony, you haven't had too much to drink again, have you? She reached out, intending to check his forehead. This skepticism is precisely why magic has struggled to develop in the present age. People are perpetually doubtful. Tony gazed into Pepper's worried eyes, warmth flooding his heart. The once flamboyant playboy had long since vanished. Now, he only wished to protect this woman who constantly worried for him. The nights of indulgence had become mere memories. Pepper's presence filled his world, soothing the emptiness within him. Tony took a gentle sip of whiskey, his gaze softening as he looked at Pepper before him. This was the life he truly desired. Tony shrugged and said, Believe it or not, by the way, the plane is still over in Huagua. Please arrange for the pilot to bring it back tomorrow. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden hue upon Tony's face. Pepper opened her notebook, jotting down the instruction. All right, I'll take care of that. She closed the notebook. the sound of her heels fading as she walked away. The company still has numerous matters to attend to, so I must be off. Tony watched Pepper's departing silhouette, his eyes shimmering with a gentle light. He turned to Jiang Chun, a smug expression gracing his features. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Jiang Chun shook his head, lifting the whiskey before him and taking a delicate sip. In my perspective, I still prefer the beauty of the East. Conversations among men typically revolve around two subjects: careers and women. Tony raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Come on. Blonde bombshells are the way to go. He leaned against the bar, his fingers lightly tapping against the glass. Tony, a reformed rogue, ultimately discovered that Pepper was the best. Jiang Chun remained unmoved, his eyes wandering to the vibrant streets of New York outside. To each their own, he shrugged, steadfastly adhering to his aesthetic beliefs, unaffected by Tony's remarks. While blonde allure might indeed be captivating, he would not invest his emotions in such superficiality. The whiskey swirled in the glass, the ice cubes clinking with a crisp sound. Tony gazed at the amber liquid, his expression growing contemplative. Jiang Chun, can others learn magic? Jiang Chun set down his glass, his gaze shifting to the darkening sky outside. Of course, it's not a difficult task. He turned to Tony, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What? Do you want to learn magic? Tony shook his head, his fingers continuing to tap against the glass. Not me, but Pepper. He inhaled deeply, his gaze softening. I hope she can possess some self-defense abilities, at least mastering the portal magic. The sunset's glow streamed through the window, casting a golden hue on Tony's resolute features. This way, if she encounters danger, she can escape immediately, which would also be convenient for me. A 20-hour flight versus a mere instant through a portal makes a significant difference. Jiang Chun regarded Tony thoughtfully, nodding as he spoke. Theoretically, it is indeed feasible, but the key lies in personal talent. Tony raised an eyebrow, leaning forward instinctively. If Pepper can learn the portal magic, I can provide you with the technology for Iron Patriot and Mark II. Jiang Chun's eyes brightened. The exosuit technology was undoubtedly an enticing proposition for China. He tightened his grip on the crystal glass, resolutely determined. No matter what, he must ensure that Pepper masters the portal magic. Previously, he had brought up China's desire to acquire exosuit technology, but Tony had not acquiesced. Now, however, Tony was finally willing to relent. As long as he could protect Pepper, he was prepared to hand over the exosuit technology to China. Of course, Tony's current change of heart was significantly influenced by his recent visit to China. After witnessing the nation's earnest efforts towards societal advancement, he had come to believe that their military existed to safeguard the populace. Over the past few days, he had also formed some connections with Chinese scientists, gaining insight into the overarching goals of the nation's endeavors. In comparing China and the United States, Tony finds himself inclined towards the former, particularly after collaborating with China to refine controllable nuclear fusion technology. He recognizes the necessity for a more formidable force to safeguard these advancements. Consequently, under the influence of libations, he proposes to empower Pepper with the means of self-defense in exchange for this technology. Most importantly, Tony has entrusted the technology of the arc reactor to China, which constitutes the very essence of the armor technology. In Tony's estimation, given the ingenuity of Chinese scientists, it is likely that they will soon develop their own armor. The exterior of the armor is rather straightforward. The challenge lies within the energy source, namely the technology of the miniature arc reactor. Without this component, any armor produced would merely be a hollow shell devoid of utility. Chapter 44: The Emergence of Hulk since the nation of Hua traversed into this world. Various research institutions have commenced their studies on battle armor. However, the progress has been far from satisfactory. Despite having a world-class research team, they remain unable to surmount the formidable challenge of energy sources. Tony set down his wine glass, his fingers gently tapping on the table. Not only Hua, but ever since Tony boldly declared himself Iron Man, research organizations across the globe have been investigating battle armor technology. Yet, none have succeeded, as they all lack the most crucial element, the microarc reactor. The research team from Hua has indeed lived up to expectations, designing an array of ingenious weapon systems for the battle armor. From close combat to long-range strikes, From defensive systems to auxiliary functions, every aspect has been meticulously refined. Alas, these concepts ultimately remain confined to blueprints. Without a sufficiently potent energy source, even the most exquisite designs are merely castles in the air. Arc reactor. Jiang Chun softly uttered the name. This remarkable invention, often deemed black technology, is Tony's unparalleled masterpiece. Apart from a certain Ivan Vanko, who managed to produce a rudimentary version, no one else in this world has been able to replicate it. Tony lifted his glass, the amber liquid swirling within. Now, however, the situation has changed. To ensure the success of the Eastern Super Ring project, WISE revealed its nuclear fusion technology to Tony, who reciprocated by sharing the arc reactor technology with them. Essentially, it was a mutual exchange of technology, and from Tony's perspective, he emerged the greater beneficiary. With the arc reactor in hand, given time, Hua would also be able to manufacture battle armor. Tony was acutely aware of this, which is why he seized the opportunity to propose the terms of exchange. So, are you willing to teach Pepper magic? Tony gazed intently at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun set down his glass, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Certainly, it is a mutually beneficial transaction. However, I must caution you that the study of magic does not adhere to the same logical principles as technology. Tony rose to his feet, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Chun. I believe in Pepper. She always manages to surprise me. His voice was imbued with confidence. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, a rosy hue crept onto Tony's cheeks, and his gaze grew hazy. Jiang Chun took a delicate sip, savoring the slight burn in his throat. You know, I have often pondered what would have transpired had you not rescued me back in Afghanistan. Tony swayed his glass, his tone laced with inebriation. Just as Jiang Chun was about to respond, Jarvis's voice interrupted. Sir, there is a riot occurring at Columbia University. Tony straightened up, the effects of the wine dissipating rapidly. Access the live surveillance footage. Connecting to the Columbia University monitoring system. A virtual projection unfolded in the air, displaying multiple scenes simultaneously. On the campus lawn, a colossal green figure was wreaking havoc. Numerous armored vehicles surrounded it, with soldiers aiming their weapons. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. That distinctive green skin and ferocious strength could only belong to the Hulk. Bang! An armored vehicle was effortlessly hurled by the Hulk, tracing an arc through the air. The soldiers opened fire, yet the bullets merely sparked upon striking the Hulk's form. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the trees, the Hulk stomped the ground, propelling himself towards the nearest armored vehicle. The vehicle's machine gun spat fire, but the Hulk remained unscathed, his fury only intensifying. He charged forth, seizing the armored vehicle and swinging it as if it were a mere toy. The impact of the vehicle crashing into another resonated like a deafening bell of metal on metal. The military's firepower proved utterly ineffective against him, instead igniting his wrath. Tony furrowed his brow, observing the chaos with a grave expression. Bruce Banner, a brilliant scientist, transformed into this behemoth following a gamma radiation experiment gone awry. Jiang Chun nodded, well acquainted with this historical narrative. General Ross had relentlessly pursued him, intent on converting him into a weapon for the military. Tony scoffed, his gaze a mixture of complexity as he surveyed the tumultuous scene. It would likely be ill-advised for me to intervene now, as the military remains vigilant regarding my armor technology. He tapped his fingers on the table, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Let General Ross deal with this himself. Hasn't he always sought to capture the Hulk? Noticing Tony's hesitation, Jiang Chun spoke at an opportune moment. Tony nodded and downed his drink in one gulp. On the surveillance screen, the military's equipment crumbled before the Hulk as if it were mere playthings. One particularly headstrong soldier opted for close combat with the Hulk. Yet his valiant effort bore no fruit. Despite his considerable skill, he was sent flying by a single kick, akin to a rag doll, crashing into a tree, seemingly beyond salvation. Witnessing this, the remaining soldiers scattered in panic, no longer daring to confront the beast. On the monitor, a military helicopter launched an attack against the Hulk, only to be crushed by an armored vehicle hurled by him. The plummeting helicopter fortuitously descended towards a woman below, prompting the Hulk to bellow and rush over, shielding her with his massive form. It was Betty, Dr. Banner's girlfriend. Fortunately, She sustained only minor injuries, having merely lost consciousness. This scenario deterred the encircling soldiers from advancing, as the Hulk cradled Betty and leaped away, vanishing into the forest. Tony sighed, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. He understood that this farce had reached its conclusion. He had not anticipated the Hulk's arrival in New York. However, General Ross would never capture Bruce Banner, just as he would never acquire the armor technology. The U.S. military's insatiable pursuit of power served primarily as an instrument of oppression against other nations, which constituted a significant reason Tony withheld his armor technology from them. He shut off the projection and lifted his glass, swirling it gently. These military personnel, while reprehensible, inadvertently gave rise to the astonishingly powerful Hulk. It is regrettable that Bruce Banner suffers so, forced into a life of hiding. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. A complex emotion flickered in Tony's eyes. He wished to remain uninvolved in the military's affairs. After all, he has only just announced the cessation of weapon production, and the American military remains vigilant. Intervening in Hulk's affairs at this juncture would only invite further complications. Jiang Chun stood up to bid farewell, remarking that it was getting late and he ought to return. Tony waved his hand and instructed him to extend his regards to General Liu. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Chun employed his teleportation magic and, in the blink of an eye, reappeared in the office of the military district in Hua Country. Lu Guoqiang was engrossed in paperwork and, upon seeing Jiang Chun's return, immediately set down his pen. "How fares the situation on Tony's side?" he inquired. Jiang Chun provided a detailed account of the events that transpired that evening. Lu Guoqiang expressed particular interest in Tony's decision to have Pepper learn magic. "This presents a splendid opportunity. Should she master the art of portals, we would gain access to the technology of the Mark armor," he stated. "Keep a close eye on this matter and find a chance to bring her to the magic school." Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. Lu Guoqiang rose and paced to the window, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. The strength of the Hulk cannot be underestimated. Such a formidable combat capability must be within our grasp. He continued, "According to the narrative, Blonsky successfully transformed into the Abomination, proving the viability of this technology. We can undoubtedly replicate this process to cultivate a multitude of super soldiers." Turning to face Jiang Chun, his gaze resolute, he declared, "This will forge an invincible force." Observing Lu Guoqiang's serious demeanor, Jiang Chun understood that he had made his determination clear. Chapter 45. New Mission. Lu Guoqiang rose from his seat and paced to the window, gazing intently at the city lights that twinkled in the night. "From this day forth, you have an additional task," he declared. Jiang Chun stood upright, awaiting further instructions. "Closely monitor Hulk's movements and endeavor to acquire a sample of his serum by any means necessary." A flicker of surprise flashed in Jiang Chun's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Even without considering the boundless capabilities granted by the Infinity Stone within him, his mastery of magic had already reached a commendable level. As the Ancient One had remarked, Jiang Chun's prowess was on par with that of Wong and Mordo, coupled with his heightened affinity for temporal and spatial magic. These two disciplines rendered him exceptionally formidable. "Understood. I shall exert my utmost efforts," Jiang Chun replied. Lu Guoqiang continued, "Blonsky, the Special Forces soldier pursuing Hulk, transformed into Abomination after injecting himself with Hulk serum. However, prior to that, he had also been administered a variant of the super soldier serum used by Captain America, albeit a less potent version. This serum, while not as powerful as the one received by Captain America, was fraught with side effects that could influence the mental state of the recipient. In essence, it could enhance the virtuous or exacerbate the malevolent. Blonsky was not inherently evil, yet his ambition and tenacity were amplified by the serum, ultimately leading to his transformation into Abomination. Nevertheless, this change is not irreversible. It appears that Blonsky later managed to redeem himself, overcoming the serum's influence to exert control over the powers of Abomination. This serves as evidence that such strength can indeed be mastered." Lu Guoqiang's gaze was resolute. "We can endeavor to replicate this process." His voice was low and firm. "If our soldiers undergo this transformation, we shall not witness the emergence of monsters like Abomination." Jiang Chun sensed Lu Guoqiang's confidence. Sacrifice, altruism, integrity, and valor, qualities deemed precious in America, were, in contrast, commonplace within the ranks of Huagua's military. Lu Guoqiang continued, "This is an opportunity. A chance to forge a legion of super soldiers." A complex glimmer shone in his eyes as he added, "We can create a force more easily controlled than the Hulk." Jiang Chun detected a hesitation in Lu Guoqiang's words, yet it was overshadowed by a profound determination. The risks were considerable, yet the potential rewards were even greater. "Imagine," Lu Guoqiang urged, "a battalion composed of super soldiers, loyal, just, and powerful." Jiang Chun felt the fervor within Lu Guoqiang's heart, a vision for the future of their nation. This would be an indomitable military force, capable of safeguarding our country and its people. Lu Guoqiang's gaze penetrated the night, as if he could envision the splendor of the future. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chun slowly nodded. "I understand. I will give my all." Lu Guoqiang placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Chun's shoulder. "This mission may present dangers. Rest assured, others will be there to assist you. Do not hesitate to seek help, prioritizing your safety above all else." Jiang Chun nodded earnestly. "Understood." Lu Guoqiang concluded, "Furthermore, we must acquire the super soldier serum. Currently, research on the Hulk serum has yet to commence, leaving the specifics shrouded in uncertainty. The simplest course of action would be to replicate the events that transpired with Blonsky. First, administer the super soldier serum, followed by the Hulk serum. This task must be entrusted to you, as Jiang Chun is presently the individual in Huagua with the most favorable relationship with Tony. In truth, the super soldier serum originates from Stark Industries. It was a prototype created by Tony's father, Howard, which was ultimately shelved due to its imperfections. However, the U.S. military still possesses a stockpile, which General Ross used for Blonsky. To fully replicate the birth of the abomination, it is essential to procure the super soldier serum from Stark Industries. Ensure the mission is completed. Jiang Chun nodded earnestly. "Very well, you should also take some rest. It is getting late." Lu Guoqiang waved his hand, signaling Jiang Chun to retire for the evening. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Jiang Chun donned a lightweight combat uniform. He exited his quarters and made his way to the training grounds of the Xiangjian Special Forces. Within the training area, a dozen Special Forces soldiers were gathered in the center, their expressions fixated on something. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Chun approached, only to be captivated by a sudden flash of golden light. Wang Yu stood amidst the crowd, a golden energy orb floating in his hand. With a gentle wave, the orb transformed into countless tiny specks of light, dancing through the air. His comrades gasped in admiration, their eyes shimmering with envy. "What kind of magic is this? Truly remarkable," one soldier exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Wang Yu smiled and explained, "This is a form of energy manipulation magic, useful for surveying the surrounding environment." Yang Rui joined in the demonstration, bringing his hands together to conjure a golden magic circle before him. This is a protective spell capable of withstanding bullets and explosions. Much like those used by mages in films, its defensive capabilities are quite formidable, Yang Rui proudly elaborated. The soldiers eagerly gathered around, bombarding them with questions regarding the intricacies of the magic. Noticing the group's enthusiasm, Wang Yu decided to showcase more. He drew a pistol from his waist, simultaneously tracing a golden arc in the air with his right hand. Observe closely. This is the perfect fusion of magic and modern weaponry. Without aiming at the distant target, he pulled the trigger skyward. The bullet exited the chamber but vanished midair. In the next instant, the target erupted in a shower of debris. This is teleportation magic, allowing bullets to instantaneously appear near their target, Wang Yu clarified. This exemplifies the optimal application of teleportation. Yang Rui, eager to demonstrate his prowess, retrieved a grenade from his backpack. "Behold my temporal grenade." He tossed it lightly, watching it disappear into the ether. Moments later, a thunderous explosion echoed from hundreds of meters away, accompanied by a billow of smoke. "Incredible, my friend!" the soldiers exclaimed in excitement. "If we could master these spells, our combat capabilities would be immensely enhanced, rendering our enemies utterly unprepared for our methods of attack." Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged a satisfied smile, pleased with the reactions of their comrades. Jiang Chun was astonished by the duo's impressive maneuvers. never having imagined that magic could be wielded in such a manner. Wang Yu surveyed the surroundings, pride illuminating his gaze. In just a month, the first cohort would graduate. When the time comes, we shall return to guide you, enabling more comrades to master the art of magic. Yang Rui added, moreover, those students who excel academically will have the opportunity to further their studies at the prestigious Magic Academy. I firmly believe that our Xiangjin Special Forces will undoubtedly surpass other brother units. The comrades erupted into enthusiastic applause, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. At that moment, Yang Rui noticed Jiang Chun standing nearby and greeted him warmly. Jiang Chun, you have arrived. We have received a mission from the general and will be executing it alongside you. Remembering Lu Guiqiang's words about assistance arriving, it was clear that Wang Yu and Yang Rui were the ones meant to support him. This was fortunate, as familiarity would undoubtedly make collaboration more effortless. Chapter 46. The appearance of Banner. Though Jiang Chun had spent the past few months in the military, he did not truly consider himself a soldier, as undertaking perilous missions would naturally preclude him from venturing forth alone. It seemed we were destined to fight side by side once more. A smile adorned his face as Wang Yu patted him on the shoulder. Indeed, this mission holds immense significance for us. Together, the three of us will surely accomplish it splendidly. Jiangchen smiled, yet the prospect of confronting the Hulk alone still left him feeling uncertain. However, with Wang Yu and Yang Rui's assistance, the burden seemed considerably lighter. When do we depart? Jiangchen inquired. Wang Yu glanced at his watch. According to plan, our journey commences tonight, as it will be daytime over there. Rest well today. Once night falls, we must devote ourselves entirely to the mission. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. After conversing with their comrades for a while longer, the trio retreated to rest, awaiting the onset of their task. As night fell, Jiang Chun and his companions donned their gear, ready for action. Wang Yu conducted a final check of their equipment to ensure everything was in order. Are we all prepared? He surveyed his two teammates. Yang Rui and Jiang Chun nodded resolutely. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu activated the portal leading to Tony's residence. A golden radiance burst forth in the air, forming a circular gateway. In Tony's seaside villa, Pepper Potts approached him with a stack of documents. Tony, regarding next week's product launch. Yet, before she could complete her sentence, her words faltered as she gaped at the golden circular portal that had materialized in the living room, witnessing the trio emerge from its depths. Wow, look who has arrived, Tony exclaimed, rising to embrace them. My dear friends from the East, welcome. He turned to Wang Yu and Yang Rui, extending his hand. Wang Yu, it's been a while. And this is? Tony inquired, regarding Yang Rui with curiosity. This is our comrade, Yang Rui. And this is Iron Man. Tony Stark, Jiangchen introduced with a smile. Delighted to meet you, Tony said, nodding warmly at Yang Rui before turning to Pepper with a grin. Pepper, this is the magic I mentioned to you. He gestured toward the portal, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Isn't it astonishing? I believe you should learn this too. Pepper opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She gazed at the portal, then at the trio, finally resting her gaze on Tony. Tony, are you serious? I hardly have the time. Tony interrupted her, his tone turning earnest. Pepper, consider the convenience of mastering portal magic. You would never need to worry about traffic again. You could appear anywhere at any time. Pepper furrowed her brow in contemplation, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. Tony seized the moment and continued. Moreover, whenever I find myself in need, you always appear before me, regardless of where I am in the world, right? Upon hearing these words, Pepper's expression softened. She sighed and shook her head in resignation. All right, Tony, you win, but I must first complete my current tasks. She cast a polite smile towards Jiang Chun. Once I finish this round of work, I shall travel on business to Huagua. Tony clapped his hands in excitement and turned to Jiang Chun. Huh, I told you, Pepper would surely agree. Tony felt elated. If Pepper mastered the portal magic, it would undoubtedly benefit him the most. Yet, he could not guarantee that he would successfully learn this magic himself. Pepper reiterated her uncertainty about her ability to master the magic. However, it must be said that the allure of the portal magic was quite substantial for her. Setting aside other considerations, The ability to go wherever she desired would undoubtedly enhance her work efficiency significantly. Rest assured, we will find a way, Jiang Chun assured with conviction, as the advancement of the technology for the mark armor was worth any risk. No matter the means, they were determined to ensure that Pepper learned the portal magic. Well, I have much work to attend to, so you all carry on. Pepper informed the group before turning to leave. With Tony being somewhat of a loose cannon and Obadiah out of the picture, nearly all the responsibilities of Stark Industries fell upon her shoulders. Go on. Tony waved his hand, and Pepper departed to tend to her duties, leaving the others to converse in the living room. As night fell, a heavy shroud of clouds enveloped the New York sky. Jiang Chun stood before the window, gazing at the distant twinkling lights. Suddenly, Wang Yu's phone vibrated, shattering the silence in the room. There's new information. Yang Rui's deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. Jiang Chun looked over to see Yang Rui's face appear on the screen. The higher-ups have just informed us that we intercepted a call from Mr. Blue Doctor. Banner will be visiting him tomorrow night. Is he finally coming? Wang Yu's voice carried a hint of tension. The mobile phone developed through the collaboration of Stark Industries and Huaxin Group had become a mainstream product in the market, and since the system was provided by Huagua, it was relatively easy to monitor the communications of specific individuals. I will install surveillance cameras in Dr. Stern's laboratory and look for an opportunity. Yang Rui had already headed to the Harlem district where Dr. Stern was located to set up and monitor the situation. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, both understanding the critical importance of the upcoming actions, their eyes gleaming with determination. In the early hours of the following day, an unexpected golden portal appeared in Dr. Stern's laboratory. Utilizing magic, Yang Rui silently entered the laboratory. Yang Rui's gaze swiftly traversed the rows of documents within the private laboratory, which, though not particularly advanced, housed an abundance of research materials, including studies on the blood provided by Dr. Banner. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Yang Rui refrained from altering any documents, instead discreetly installing miniature cameras at crucial positions. The entire process flowed seamlessly, leaving no trace behind. After completing his task, Yang Rui departed once more through the portal, ensuring that everything remained unchanged, thus arousing no hint of suspicion. As time quietly slipped by and night fell, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu received notification from Yang Rui. Dr. Bruce Banner had made an appearance. Yang Rui's voice conveyed a mix of tension and excitement. He was en route to Dr. Stern's laboratory alongside Betty, seemingly preparing to administer the suppressant. Wang Yu's voice soon resonated through the phone. The three quickly connected, observing every movement within the laboratory through the surveillance feed. Before long, Dr. Banner, accompanied by his girlfriend Betty and under Dr. Stern's guidance, walked anxiously into the laboratory. Dr. Stern engaged the two in hushed conversation with enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, Bruce Banner reclined upon the examination table, while Dr. Stern prepared to cautiously inject him with the medication. Suddenly, Dr. Banner's body began to convulse violently, his muscles swelled, and his skin took on a green hue. The immense green figure nearly filled the entire laboratory. Dr. Stern recoiled in terror, yet Hulk did not spiral out of control. Moments later, the green dissipated, and Dr. Banner returned to his normal state, albeit looking remarkably weakened. Chapter 47. The Madness of Bronsky at that moment. The tranquility of the laboratory was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of noise. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the space, accompanied by the heavy thud of approaching footsteps. A throng of fully armed soldiers surged in like a tidal wave, their ominous weapons aimed at the three individuals within. Clearly, the U.S. military had intercepted Dr. Stern's communications and was aware of the situation. However, their surveillance had been directed at Dr. Stern's email. Instinctively, Dr. Banner positioned himself protectively in front of Betty, while Dr. Stern raised his hands in terror. "Don't move," barked the commanding officer. The soldiers swiftly subdued the trio, roughly pinning Bruce Banner to the ground. Betty gasped, and a flicker of green momentarily glimmered in Banner's eyes before vanishing. Dr. Stern trembled as he attempted to explain. "Wait, there must be some misunderstanding." But before he could finish, a soldier struck him viciously in the back with the butt of his rifle. The atmosphere in the laboratory was thick with tension and fear, the hum of machinery intertwining with the hurried breaths of the captives. Before long, a tall man with an air of arrogance strode into the room. Clad in a crisp military uniform adorned with numerous medals, he emanated an undeniable authority with every step. This man was General Ross. His gaze swept across the room, finally resting upon the pinned Dr. Banner. A cold smirk crept across General Ross's lips. "Long time no see, Dr. Banner." Dr. Banner lifted his head, filled with anger and confusion. "General Ross." The general approached him slowly, looking down with disdain. "I am performing my duty to protect national security." Betty struggled to rise. "Dad, are you out of your mind? Bruce hasn't done anything wrong." General Ross's gaze shifted to his daughter, revealing a flicker of complex emotion. "Betty, you don't understand. This man is a ticking time bomb, capable of endangering countless innocent lives at any moment." Betty glared at her father. "You're the one who doesn't understand. Bruce has been trying to control himself. He needs help, not to be treated as a criminal." General Ross's expression hardened further. "Enough. Betty, you are blinded by your emotions. This is a matter of national security, one you cannot interfere with." Dr. Banner inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "General Ross, we have administered the antidote. Hulk has disappeared." General Ross's face darkened as he glared at him. "You say you have administered the antidote?" His earlier remarks had merely been for Betty's benefit. The notion of national security was but a pretext. He merely sought to harness Hulk's power. Finally, Dr. Stern summoned the courage to speak. "General, please listen to me. Our research may lead to groundbreaking discoveries that could benefit humanity." General Ross cast a cold glance at him. "Silence, Dr. Stern. You too shall be held accountable for your actions." What he desired was the power of the Hulk, yet Dr. Stern's treatment left General Ross in a state of fury. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly tense, with every individual sensing the imminent eruption of conflict. General Ross turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Take them both away." The soldiers promptly complied, roughly seizing Dr. Banner and Betty. Betty struggled, exclaiming, "Dad, you can't do this." General Ross averted his gaze from his daughter, striding purposefully towards the exit. Before departing, he cast a glance back at the two remaining soldiers, instructing, "Keep a close watch on Dr. Stern. Do not allow him to pull any tricks." With General Ross's exit, the laboratory was left with only Dr. Stern and two armed soldiers. The air was thick with fear and unease, as Dr. Stern trembled in his chair, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. He remained bewildered by the unfolding events. Having merely sought to assist Dr. Banner with his ailment, how had this attracted a battalion of soldiers? Just then, the laboratory door swung open once more. A burly, grim-faced soldier entered, exuding an air of menace that sent shivers down one's spine. This man was Blonsky. He strode into the laboratory, his gaze sweeping across the room. Suddenly, Blonsky raised his weapon and fired twice at the two soldiers. Bang! Bang! The gunfire echoed in the confined space, deafening. The soldiers scarcely had time to react before they collapsed in a pool of blood. Dr. Stern watched in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Blonsky turned, his icy gaze fixated on Dr. Stern. "Dr. Stern," he spoke in a low, menacing tone, "I've heard you are researching the power of the Hulk." "Doctor." Stern's throat constricted as he struggled to respond. I don't know what you're talking about." Blonsky let out a cold laugh as he advanced. "Stop feigning ignorance, Doctor. I know you're studying Banner-S blood." He leaned in, locking eyes with Dr. Stern. "Tell me, can you make me into that kind of monster too?" Dr. Stern's pupils dilated in terror, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His mind raced, weighing the risks of truth against the consequences of deceit. Ultimately, under Blonsky's threatening gaze, Dr. Stern stammered, "Theoretically, it is possible, but it is extremely dangerous. And I have no guarantees." Blonsky interrupted, "I do not care for danger. Tell me what I must do." Dr. Stern took a deep breath, striving to steady his trembling voice, perhaps through the injection of the Hulk-S serum, but the process is highly unstable and may yield unpredictable consequences. A glint of madness flickered in Blonsky's eyes. "Then let us proceed, now." Dr. Stern's eyes widened in terror. What? Are you certain you want to do this? It is far too perilous." Bronsky did not respond, but instead aimed the gun directly at Dr. Stein's forehead. "Do it now," he commanded, his voice chillingly resolute. Dr. Stein felt the icy touch of fear upon his brow and could not suppress a tremor. He understood that he had no alternative. Shaking, he rose and approached the examination table. All right, please lie down here." A satisfied smile spread across Bronsky's face as he strode confidently towards the table. He reclined, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Dr. Stein forced himself to regain composure, preparing the syringe and blood samples. His hands quivered slightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed?" Dr. Stein inquired one last time, hoping for a change of heart from Bronsky. Bronsky shot him a cold glare. "Enough of the chatter, hurry up." Taking a deep breath, Dr. Stein aimed the syringe at Bronsky's arm. Chapter 48. Abomination. This may hurt a bit, he murmured softly, before piercing the needle into Blonsky's skin. As Hulk's blood coursed into Blonsky's veins, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Seconds ticked by, and nothing transpired. Blonsky furrowed his brow, poised to inquire further. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently. A pained scream escaped Blonsky's lips as his muscles began to swell at an alarming rate. Dr. Stern recoiled in horror, witnessing the grotesque transformation overtaking Blonsky's form. His skin turned a ghastly shade of grayish-green, and his bones cracked ominously. His physique continued to expand, soon exceeding the confines of the laboratory table. The sound of metal fracturing accompanied Blonsky's furious roars, sending tremors throughout the entire lab. Instruments and glassware plummeted, shards scattering in every direction. Dr. Stern attempted to flee, but a heavy apparatus struck him on the head. He collapsed to the floor, consciousness fading. The last image etched in his mind was that of a colossal, twisted monstrosity rising. That was the abomination. The abomination surveyed its surroundings, unleashing a deafening roar. Its eyes brimmed with fury and a thirst for destruction. With a mighty fist, it shattered the laboratory walls, charging into the outside world. It possessed but one objective: to confront the Hulk in battle. Meanwhile, within the now subdued laboratory, a golden light flickered and a portal materialized. Yang Rui stepped through, his gaze piercingly scanning the chaos. Broken glass and scattered instruments littered the floor, while the acrid scent of chemicals hung heavily in the air. Two lifeless American soldiers lay in a corner, blood pooling beneath them. Dr. Stern lay unconscious, a wound on his forehead oozing crimson. Yang Rui, expressionless, surveyed the scene before striding purposefully towards the laboratory table, observing the remnants of blood. "It appears the experiment has reached its conclusion," he murmured, a frown etching his brow. He waved his hand once more, and another portal opened behind him, through which a dozen fully armed soldiers from his country entered in swift, silent formation. They expertly disassembled instruments, collected samples, and packaged documents. The entire operation executed with meticulous precision, as if rehearsed countless times. Yang Rui stood aside, ensuring the portal's stability. In mere minutes, the vast laboratory lay stripped bare, leaving only stark walls and the three bodies on the floor. Yang Rui's gaze fell upon Dr. Stern, deep in thought. He crouched to examine the wound on the doctor's forehead closely. Interesting. It seems Hulk's blood has infiltrated his system. Will he transform into the formidable leader of later times? Yang Rui mused softly. Rising, he gestured to the soldiers nearby. Take him as well. He may prove useful. Not to mention, Dr. Stern's intellect is quite formidable, particularly if Hulk's blood mutates his brain further. The soldiers promptly complied, lifting Dr. Stern as they exited through the portal together. Yang Rui cast a final glance around the desolate laboratory, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The U.S. military? S-H-I-D-L-D. Not a trace shall be left for you. He then turned and stepped into the portal. A flash of golden light, signifying the laboratory's return to silence. Meanwhile, the city descended into chaos. The abomination rampaged like an uncontrollable beast, wreaking havoc upon the streets. His colossal fist obliterated car after car, twisting metal into grotesque shapes. The cacophony of screams and sirens filled the air as the crowd scattered in terror. The abomination let out a deafening roar, his voice brimming with fury. Hulk, come out. Each of his steps sent tremors through the ground, leaving deep imprints in his wake. The shockwave shattered the glass of nearby buildings. Above, a military helicopter hovered, General Ross and Dr. Banner peering over the edge, surveying the turmoil below. General Ross's face was etched with shock and confusion. "What is happening?" he murmured, his voice trembling. He could scarcely fathom why yet another creature akin to the Hulk had emerged. Dr. Banner's expression was more complex, a tumult of shock, anger, and concern. He turned to General Ross, his eyes flashing with accusation. "General Ross, what have you done?" Dr. Banner's voice was low, laced with suppressed rage. I don't know," he stammered, his usual authority evaporating. The helicopter circled above, the thrum of the blades nearly drowned out by the disorder below. General Ross gripped the edge of the door tightly, his knuckles turning white. His gaze remained fixed on the massive gray figure on the ground, his pupils quivering slightly. The abomination's roar was deafening, akin to a wild beast out of control, with screams echoing all around. Witnessing the devastation wrought by the abomination, General Ross abruptly pressed the communicator, issuing a fierce command. "All units, engage immediately. At all costs, stop that monster." On the ground, troops surged towards the abomination like a tidal wave, tanks roaring and rockets whistling through the air, yet these assaults were mere trifles to the creature. He bellowed in rage, crushing a tank with a single blow. Soldiers fled in disarray, cries of agony rising in the chaos, while General Ross watched, his complexion turning ashen. He clenched his fists and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, conventional weapons are utterly futile against it." Dr. Banner inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. "General, perhaps only I can stop it. Let me down." Betty suddenly grasped Dr. Banner's arm, exclaiming, "Bruce, no. You've just injected the suppressant. If you transform now, it will all be for naught." Dr. Banner gently held Betty's hand, his expression softening. "Betty, I have no choice. Only the Hulk can halt that monster." He turned to General Ross, his tone unwavering. "General, let me go. It is the sole solution." General Ross paused for a moment, then finally nodded. "Very well, Banner. But remember, if things spiral out of control, I will take necessary measures." Banner nodded, casting a profound glance at Betty. "I will return, trust me." Without waiting for her response, he leapt from the helicopter. Betty gasped and rushed towards the hatch. "Bruce." General Ross swiftly restrained her. "Don't be foolish, Betty. He knows what he is doing." As Banner plummeted through the air, the wind howled in his ears. He closed his eyes, embracing the familiar surge of power within him. Green began to spread beneath his skin, muscles swelling, and by the time he crashed to the ground, he had fully transformed into the Hulk. The tremendous impact created a deep crater, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. Abomination abruptly turned, his gaze fixated on the Hulk. A sinister grin stretched across his face. "You have finally emerged, Hulk." The Hulk rose to his feet, fists clenched, and roared, "Hulk." The two colossal beings locked eyes, the air thick with tension. Chapter 49. The Hulks defeat. The two colossal beings locked eyes, and the air seemed to freeze. The Hulk's eyes blazed with fury, his muscles taut and poised for action. The abomination grinned wickedly, baring its sharp teeth, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. In an instant, both titans roared simultaneously, akin to two runaway trains hurtling towards one another. The ground trembled beneath their footsteps, and debris flew in all directions. They swung their massive fists, and the clash of their irresistible forces resonated through the center of the street. The shockwave rippled outward, overturning nearby cars and sending pedestrians scattering. The Hulk's fist collided with the abomination's chest, producing a deafening thud that caused the creature to stagger back, its chest indented but quickly returning to form. With maniacal laughter, it seized the Hulk's arm, flinging him into a nearby building, bricks and stones shattering and claiming the lives of several unfortunate souls. The Hulk rose from the rubble, roaring as he charged at the abomination once more. The two titans entangled in a fierce struggle, each blow landing with ferocity. Every collision reverberated like thunder, shaking the entire block. The Hulk grasped the abomination's head and forcefully slammed it into the ground, causing the asphalt to crack and dust to billow. The abomination struggled to its feet, seizing a truck to hurl at the Hulk. The Hulk raised his arms in defense, yet the impact propelled him several meters backward. Seizing the moment, the abomination unleashed a powerful punch to the Hulk's face, causing him to stagger, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The abomination, grinning maliciously, closed in, but the Hulk roared defiantly and charged forward once again. The two behemoths exchanged blows on the street, their fists and feet colliding with brutal force. Each impact sent tremors through the surrounding buildings, and shards of glass rained down like deadly hail. Some unfortunate souls were struck down by the falling debris. The Hulk seized a lamppost, wielding it like a baseball bat as he swung it at the abomination. The sickening sound of metal striking flesh echoed as the abomination was sent flying, only to rise again, laughing maniacally as it lunged at the Hulk. The two titans wreaked havoc upon the city, leaving chaos in their wake. Cars were crushed, buildings collapsed, and streets were torn asunder. However, as the battle raged on, the Hulk's movements began to slow, his breath becoming labored, and a glimmer of fatigue flickered in his gaze. This was due to the suppression serum that had significantly diminished the Hulk's strength. The abomination sensed the shift in its opponent and intensified its assault. Grasping the Hulk's head, it brutally slammed it against its knee, causing the Hulk to stagger back, stars dancing before his eyes. The abomination pressed its advantage, raining down blows upon the Hulk. The Hulk struggled to defend himself, but each block forced him to retreat further. His movements grew sluggish, his reflexes noticeably dulled. With a sinister grin, the abomination felt victory close at hand. It seized a truck and brought it crashing down upon the Hulk's head. The Hulk fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a deep crater, struggling to rise as his legs trembled uncontrollably. The abomination laughed triumphantly, planting a foot upon the Hulk's chest. The Hulk roared in agony, yet was powerless to escape. High above, General Ross witnessed the scene unfold, his face ashen. He clenched his teeth, cold sweat beading on his brow. Damn it! The Hulk was no match for his adversary. He muttered under his breath, questioning why it had come to this. He abruptly pressed the communicator, bellowing to the ground troops. All personnel, heed my command. Reinforce Hulk immediately. On the ground, the soldiers sprang into action. Tanks roared towards the battlefield, while rocket launchers targeted the abomination. Machine guns unleashed a barrage, and shells whistled through the air. Yet, these assaults merely grazed the abomination as if they were mere mosquito bites. The creature cast a disdainful glance at the minuscule threats, casually seizing a car parked by the roadside. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the vehicle towards the tanks as though it were a mere stone. In a cacophony of metal clashing, the tank's cannon was bent, and soldiers scattered in terror, their screams echoing amidst the chaos. The abomination laughed heartily, as if relishing a farcical performance. He inexplicably brandished a hefty iron chain, sweeping it towards the soldiers. The chain lashed out like a colossal whip, sending soldiers flying, its immense force capable of obliterating their skulls. General Ross witnessed the carnage, gripping the helicopter door tightly. His knuckles turning white, his facial muscles twitching. "Where is Blonsky?" He roared at the soldiers below. "Report, General. That monster appears to be Blonsky," he attacked Dr. Stern's laboratory. Damn it. Upon hearing this, General Ross's expression darkened, unable to suppress his curse. No, no, no," he mumbled, his voice laced with despair. Betty stood beside him, anxiously gazing downward. "Dad, we must find a way to help Bruce," she urged fervently. General Ross abruptly turned, a flicker of madness in his eyes. "Do you think I do not want to?" he bellowed, pointing at the rampaging abomination below, his voice trembling. "Our weapons are utterly ineffective against it." Betty bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Helplessly, she looked upon the subdued Hulk, her heart aching. General Ross took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He pressed the communicator once more, his voice low and resolute. "All heavy weaponry, concentrate fire." On the ground, the remaining tanks and rocket launchers re-aimed. A torrential downpour of artillery rained down upon the abomination. Smoke billowed, and explosions echoed relentlessly. Yet, as the haze dissipated, the abomination remained unyielding. It grinned wickedly, the wounds upon its skin healing at a visible rate. "Is this all you've got?" It mocked with a laugh, truly pathetic. As it spoke, it seized a massive chunk of concrete and hurled it towards the tank battalion. The tanks were overturned as if they were mere toys, and soldiers fled in panic. General Ross observed the devastation, his complexion pale. His lips quivered, filled with despair and dread. "God, what have we created?" he murmured. An aide shouted to General Ross, "Sir, we must retreat." If this continues, everyone will perish. General Ross closed his eyes, letting out a deep sigh. When he opened them again, a glimmer of determination flashed within. He pressed the communicator, his voice low and hoarse. All units, retreat immediately. I repeat, retreat at once. As for the ordinary people here, the victims of the disaster, they certainly will not concern themselves with it. As has been stated, rescue is the duty of a socialist state. The children of God must learn to save themselves. On the ground, the remnants of the forces recede like a tide. The abomination stands amidst the ruins, howling at the heavens. His roar is deafening, filled with a triumphant ecstasy. Hulk struggles to rise, swaying unsteadily as he stands. He gasps for breath, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. The abomination turns to face him, a cruel smile etched upon his face. What is the matter, Hulk? He taunts. Is this all your strength? Hulk emits a roar and charges once more at the abomination. Perhaps due to the suppressants, his movements are noticeably slower, and his strength significantly diminished. Chapter 50. Departure. The abomination deftly evaded the attack and retaliated with a powerful punch to Hulk's abdomen. Hulk doubled over in agony, and abomination seized the moment. Delivering an uppercut, Hulk's massive form soared once more, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, he struggled to rise, but his strength failed him. Abomination laughed heartily as he approached, looking down upon Hulk from his towering height. He crouched down, grasping Hulk's hair. Tell me, he sneered. How does it feel to be defeated? Hulk fought to retaliate, but each movement was laced with excruciating pain. Abomination rose to his feet, planting a foot upon Hulk's chest. Farewell, Hulk, he scoffed. It is time to conclude this farce. As he spoke, he raised his fist, preparing to deliver the final blow. Abomination's grotesque visage contorted into a cruel smile. His fist, imbued with destructive force, descended upon Hulk. At that critical moment, a ripple coursed through the air. A golden ring suddenly materialized before Abomination's fist, emanating a mysterious energy. Simultaneously, another identical portal appeared quietly behind Abomination's head. He had no time to withdraw. His powerful fist surged through the portal. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Abomination was struck by his own formidable blow to the back of his head. His gigantic form flew through the air like a marionette with severed strings, tracing an arc before crashing heavily into the nearby ruins, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiangchen stood in the shadows of the street corner, the golden magical runes between his fingers slowly dissipating. This technique is indeed effective, he murmured softly. Wang Yu gripped the specially designed rifle tightly, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. They had just been at Tony's residence, and upon learning of the battle that had erupted here, they had come at Tony's request. Tony was currently unable to intervene, as the military had their eyes fixed on his armor. Any move he made would only invite trouble. Moreover, with the capabilities of the Mark III, it was truly challenging to contend with an adversary of such caliber. Fury ignited in Abomination's eyes. Who dares? He roared. Who has the audacity to ambush me? His enraged bellow echoed through the ruins, causing debris to tremble and fall. Come out, he demanded, his eyes bloodshot. Fixated on Jiang Chen's direction, Jiangchen and Wang Yu stepped forth from the shadows, their figures appearing diminutive yet exuding an air of unruffled confidence on the shattered street. Abomination, upon seeing two ordinary humans, was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into maniacal laughter. You two mere ants dare to challenge me? He grinned, revealing a terrifying smile. And with a massive hand, seized a fire hydrant from the roadside. With a ripping sound of metal, the hydrant was uprooted, and a column of water shot skyward. Abomination's muscles bulged as he hurled the hydrant at the two. Simultaneously, his colossal form charged at them like an out-of-control tank. Jiang Chun raised his hands gently, the golden magical runes swirling in the air. A portal opened at the spot where the fire hydrant was about to strike, its other end leading to an unknown destination. The fire hydrant soared straight into the portal, vanishing without a trace. Wang Yu, composed, raised his specially crafted rifle, taking aim at the approaching abomination. Bang! The specially designed bullet, enveloped in radiant energy, struck the abomination squarely between the eyes. The creature's charge faltered momentarily, only to resume with renewed vigor. The bullet merely left a shallow dent on its skin, which healed instantaneously. This was utterly absurd. Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. as such regenerative ability seemed to defy the laws of physics. Moreover, this firearm had been enchanted through the research of the Ancient One, classifying it as a rudimentary magical weapon. The weapon's potency had significantly increased, yet it appeared to inflict minimal damage on the abomination. As Wang Yu continued to withdraw while firing to impede the creature's movements, Jiangchen seized the opportunity to approach Hulk, his hands aglow with green magical energy. The energy of time magic enveloped Hulk, visibly accelerating his recovery from injuries. Hulk opened his eyes, a renewed fury igniting within. He leapt into action, unleashing a thunderous roar. The ground beneath him cracked as he charged forward like a cannonball towards the abomination. The creature turned to confront him, and the two colossal beings collided once more. This time, with the coordination of Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. Every time the abomination gained the upper hand, the portal would appear at just the right moment, either causing its attack to miss or redirecting its punch back at itself. Although Wang Yu's specially crafted bullets could not severely wound the abomination, they consistently disrupted its actions. Hulk's assault grew increasingly ferocious, his strength fueled by unbridled rage. The abomination began to falter, retreating under the relentless onslaught. Its movements became sluggish, unlike the true Hulk. It did not possess infinite stamina, and fatigue began to take its toll. Seizing the moment, Hulk delivered a powerful punch to the abomination's chest. The massive creature was sent flying like a severed kite, carving a deep trench in the ground. It skidded for several dozen meters before crashing into and breaking several streetlights. Sensing the resurgence of his formidable strength, Hulk capitalized on the opportunity, delivering another thunderous blow to the abomination. Boom! The creature's massive form sank deeply into the earth, struggling to rise, but moving noticeably slower than before. Hulk, emboldened by the battle, let out a roar that shattered nearby windows. Each punch he delivered carried the weight of destruction, forcing the abomination to retreat further, its body marred with wounds. Its once proud regenerative ability could no longer keep pace with the rate of injury. This is impossible. The abomination roared in defiance. Hulk seized its neck, lifting it high. Hulk! The abomination was slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, it found itself pinned down by Hulk's foot on its chest. Hulk glanced at the ground and spotted the iron chains previously used by the abomination. He bent down, swiftly grabbing the chains, binding the creature securely. The abomination thrashed in desperation, but the sturdy restraints held fast. Hulk let out a triumphant roar, as if proclaiming his victory. In the distance, the sound of helicopter blades whirred, signaling the approach of the U.S. military. Jiangchen and Wang Yu exchanged a knowing glance, a silent agreement passing between them. It was time to withdraw. Jiang Chun traced a circle with his hand, and a golden portal unfurled upon the ground, leading to the distant east, effortlessly engulfing both Hulk and abomination. Before stepping into the portal, Jiang Chun cast a final glance at the approaching swarm of helicopters, then vanished into the shimmering gateway. In the expanse of the Lop-Nur Desert, under the harsh midday sun, hundreds of armored vehicles stood in readiness, encircling the central area. Soldiers, gripping heavy weaponry, anxiously observed the two colossal figures before them. At that moment, both Hulk and Abomination were utterly fatigued, their previous ferocity diminished, swaying unsteadily in confrontation. As Jiang Chun and Wang Yu materialized, Hulk's tense form visibly relaxed. His massive physique began to shrink, his skin shifting from green to pale. Moments later, Bruce Banner, clad only in his shorts, collapsed onto the ground. Abomination, too, succumbed to unconsciousness, his enormous body crashing down. "Net them," commanded the officer. The troops swiftly advanced, subduing and transporting the two figures away. The armored convoy moved in, transporting them to the nearby military district. Chapter 51. Welcome to Huagua. Bruce Banner gradually opened his eyes, the blinding white light prompting him to squint instinctively. A pristine ceiling came into view, accompanied by the pervasive scent of disinfectant in the air. He felt the softness of the mattress beneath him and the coolness of the hospital gown draped over his body. This was a standard medical ward. Sunlight streaming through the half-open blinds. To Banner's surprise, he found himself unrestrained upon the bed. Cautiously, he moved his limbs, and upon confirming everything was in order, he sat up. A young Asian nurse clad in a white uniform hurried into the room. "Dr. Banner, you are finally awake. Please do not be overly excited. Take your time to rest, she gently urged, adjusting his pillow to ensure his comfort. Where am I? Banner glanced around, searching for any familiar signs. Before he could finish his thought, a golden halo shimmered in the air. A circular portal materialized in the center of the ward. Jiangchen stepped through the portal, and the golden light dissipated instantly. Banner's eyes widened in astonishment at this extraordinary spectacle. What advanced technology is this? Some sort of spatial transference device? The scientist within him could not help but inquire. Jiangchen chuckled softly, shaking his head. No, this is magic, an ancient and mysterious force. Banner nodded thoughtfully. I remember now. You were the one who assisted me when I transformed into the Hulk. That battle against the abomination, had it not been for your aid, the outcome might not have been so favorable. As memories flooded back, a frown creased Banner's brow. Where is the abomination now? What became of that confrontation? Leaning against the window, Jiang Chun was bathed in sunlight, his figure outlined with a golden hue. Rest assured, he is in the next room, still unconscious. We subdued him in the desert. This is now a military hospital. Banner sat up abruptly. Blonsky is too dangerous, I understand your concerns, Jiang Chen interjected. But he is merely a pitiful soul blinded by rage and hatred. Just as you once were, he must learn to reconcile with the beast within. Banner was taken aback. Jiang Chen's words plunging him into contemplation. He sighed deeply, a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. What exactly is this place? He turned his gaze to the window. Sunlight spilling through the glass onto the bed, warm and inviting. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and approached the bedside. Welcome to Huagua, Dr. Banner. My name is Jiang Chen, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Banner paused, his brow furrowing. Huagua, I cannot believe I have come here, he murmured, recalling the last scene before the Hulk vanished, surrounded by the military. Leaning against the window, Jiang Chen's youthful contours were illuminated by the sun. Here, you need not worry about being pursued by the military. We will ensure your safety. A bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of Banner's mouth. Safety? How's that any different from the American military? It is merely a change of venue for monitoring me. Jiang Chen shook his head, his gaze sincere. You may take a look for yourself. In Huagua, we impose no restrictions on your actions. This place differs greatly from the United States, and you will discover it to be a realm of inclusivity and openness. Banner fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Jiang Chen continued. However, for safety considerations, until you have complete control over Hulk, we will assign someone to accompany you. Should you lose control and transform, he will promptly teleport you back here to prevent any unnecessary harm. Banner lowered his head in contemplation, gradually finding solace within himself. Having a single companion is far preferable to being pursued by the military. At least he would no longer have to scurry about like a hunted rat. Noticing the relaxation in Banner's demeanor, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Rest well, Dr. Banner. Once you have regained your strength, we shall discuss matters in greater detail. With that, Jiang Chen turned and exited the infirmary. A golden halo materialized in the air, and his figure vanished into the portal. Banner gazed at the disappearing gateway, lost in thought. Perhaps this place could indeed become his sanctuary. The sunlight continued to warmly bathe the infirmary, infusing it with a comforting sense of hope. Jiang Chun stood by the window, gazing at the distant peaks, pondering the battles fought in America. Having studied at the Magical Academy for several months and accelerated his learning with the Time Stone, he had already mastered the ability to separate souls directly. In the face of Hulk and Abomination's ferocious clash, he could have subdued both in an instant. However, within American territory, there was no need to reveal all his cards. Since the American military cared little for urban destruction, why should he meddle? With a flick of his finger, a circle of golden light unfurled before him, and as he stepped through, he found himself in Tony's living room. As a friend, Tony had informed Jiang Chen that he was always welcome in his home. Jarvis, where is Tony? The sir is currently in the workshop, researching new armor. Jiang Chen opened another portal, the lights of Stark Tower reflecting in his eyes. Tony looked up at the suddenly materializing golden ring, a flicker of envy passing through his gaze. This portal is indeed convenient. How I wish Pepper could use it as well. He set down the wrench in his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Jiang Chun, how did Dr. Banner fare in the end? He has been sent to Huagua for recuperation. They can provide him with the best protection. Leaning against the workbench, Jiang Chen spoke with an easy tone. Tony sighed, shaking his head. Perhaps for him, Huagua is indeed the optimal choice. At least he can enjoy some peace, rather than being hunted by the American military. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Huagua is different from the United States. We understand the essence of tolerance. Just as Tony was about to respond, Jarvis suddenly interjected, Sir, Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. requests an audience. Tony waved his hand impatiently. Just tell him I'm not here. No sooner had he spoken than the electronic door slid open, and a figure clad in leather strode in with purpose. Fury S. Single I locked onto Tony, his expression grave. The air seemed to thicken, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Tony rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that Fury was as predictable as ever, even neglecting to knock. It is not solely you, Tony, who possesses expertise in computing. S.H.I.E.L.D. is also home to skilled individuals. Fury surveyed the workshop. Tony, placing his wrench down, exaggeratedly spread his hands. It appears we must upgrade the firewall. Otherwise, certain uninvited guests are prone to intruding. Or is it truly a habit of yours to enter unannounced? This constitutes illegal trespassing. He raised an eyebrow in mockery. The studio's lights gleamed off Fury's black leather jacket, reflecting a chilling sheen. Ignoring Tony's jibe, Fury's singular eye fixed intently on Jiang Chen. What precisely does your nation intend to achieve? He stepped forward, the sound of his boots echoing on the floor. S.H.I.E.L.D. is equally intrigued by Dr. Stern's research. We had preemptively deployed a locator. When we attempted to retrieve it, however, we discovered everything had vanished. The signal directing us to the opposite side of the earth, to your nation. Jiang Chen leaned casually against the workbench, his demeanor unfazed. Chapter 52. Super Soldier Serum. The studio fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the soft hum of machinery. Fury narrowed his singular eye. I recognize you, Jiang Chen. You have visited America on several occasions. In your battle against the abhorrent, you employed some form of teleportation ability, which means you could have taken Dr. Stern's belongings with you. Tony stood with his arms crossed, observing the confrontation with keen interest. In truth, Fury had intended to engage with China through Tony. Yet he found himself face to face with the principal figure instead. The metallic workbench reflected a cold light, and an atmosphere of tension enveloped the air. Tony broke the silence. Shall I fetch a cup of coffee to continue our discussion? No need. Fury's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth quirked upward. Ah, such a display of authority. What brings you here, Director? Fury crossed his arms. I merely wish to understand China's true intentions. Must there be some ulterior motive? Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. The atmosphere in the studio grew increasingly heavy. In China, there is a saying, villains see everyone as a villain, Tony interjected, fiddling with a wrench in his hands. If you are here regarding Dr. Banner, I suggest you return. He is safe now. Compared to being pursued by the military, China can offer him better protection. Nick Fury's brow furrowed. Do you truly trust them? As far as I know, you have been to China before and spent several days there. Were you perhaps swayed during that time? Fury regarded Tony with suspicion. I trust them, and I trust my own eyes, Tony shrugged. At least they haven't treated Banner as a mere subject for experimentation. Moreover, my last visit to China was in the context of legitimate scientific collaboration. Fury fell silent, evidently weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Jiang Chen met Fury's gaze directly. Director, we both know that the American government's treatment of Dr. Banner is far from appropriate. We are merely providing him a refuge. Nothing more. By the way, who do you think you were to question me? I'm curious, is S.H.I.E.L.D. under the UN Council's jurisdiction, or is it solely an American entity? I haven't seen you contribute anything meaningful to the world. Instead of protecting it, S.H.I.E.L.D. has certainly caused its fair share of trouble. In response, Nick Fury was momentarily at a loss for words, letting out a cold huff. I hope that's the case. He turned and strode toward the door, his black trench coat billowing behind him. Next time, don't forget to knock, Tony mocked from behind. Fury paused for a moment but did not turn back, continuing his departure. The electronic door slid shut silently, and the studio returned to its tranquil state. Tony looked at Jiang Chen. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite interested in you. Jiangchen chuckled lightly. Who cares? S.H.I.E.L.D. is destined to disband eventually. Coming from China, I owe Nick Fury no favors. By the way, the reason I came to see you is that I need your assistance with something. As Fury exited, Jiangchen turned to Tony, his expression serious. Tony set down his tools, curiosity piqued. Do tell. The studio was illuminated brightly, with Jiangchen resting his hands on the workbench. I wish to inquire about the super soldier program from years past in the United States. Surely, your Stark group still retains that serum formula, does it not? Tony's expression shifted subtly, his keen gaze fixed on Jiangchen. Why the sudden inquiry? I require that information. Jiangchen met Tony's eyes with unwavering resolve. Tony gently shook his head. That technology has long been lost. What remains is merely a version replicated by my father, and it harbors significant flaws. Jiangchen crossed his arms over his chest. The Hua state wishes to study and refine this technology. Tony's brow furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the workbench. I don't believe this is a prudent idea. It was evident that Tony was somewhat hesitant, yet it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. A smile played at the corners of Jiangchen's mouth. Tony's reaction mirrored the predictions from Hua State. We could exchange shares from the Huaxing Group. We only require 45%, while the remaining controlling interest would belong to Stark Group. The Huaxing Group is a state-owned enterprise, making it relatively easy to maneuver, which was the very reason for initially choosing Huaxing to collaborate with Stark Industries. Tony's eyes flickered, clearly intrigued by the proposal. Is this your bottom line? Yes. At the very least, this is the negotiating leverage provided to me from above. Jiangchen's demeanor remained calm, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. The air in the studio seemed to freeze. Tony paced back and forth, his fingers stroking his chin. Clearly, he was pleased with this offer. Although the mobile phone venture was just beginning, its vast prospects and immense market had already left Tony astounded. With the ability to hold a controlling stake in this collaboration, Stark could indeed expand its reach and increase profits. Yet, Tony still harbored some reservations. You must understand how perilous this technology is. We are more aware of its dangers than you might think. Jiangchen's expression turned serious. For the traversing Hua state, the paramount concern is not profit, but power, the power to stand firm in this new world. Tony halted, casting a deep gaze at Jiangchen. It seems you are resolute. Jiangchen nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering. The machinery in the studio continued to hum softly. Tony took a deep breath. Give me some time to contemplate. This matter concerns not only commercial interests, but also ethical implications. Jiangchen let out a light laugh. Tony, we both know that rather than allowing this technology to fall into the hands of others, it is far wiser to entrust it to those who can wield it responsibly. Tony stared intently at Jiangchen, his eyes profound. Attention filled the air. You are right. Tony ultimately relented. However, I require assurances from Hua State. A smile graced Jiangchen's lips. Rest assured, this information will be safeguarded diligently. Furthermore, our research findings will also be shared with Stark Group. Tony nodded. Turning toward the workbench. Follow me. The two made their way through the brightly lit corridor. Tony inputted the password and unlocked the safe. This contained all the documents left by my father. Jiangchen took the thick folder in his hands. It is customary for such crucial information to be preserved in physical form. Storing it digitally in this perilous world poses significant risks, as one can never be certain of its security. Just consider Nick Fury, even Jarvis, an exceptionally advanced artificial intelligence, could not forward S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony's residence was not immune either. Nick Fury could enter at will. Had the documents been stored digitally, they might have long been pilfered by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Do not doubt it. S.H.I.E.L.D. is entirely capable of such feats. After all, it is widely recognized that the current S.H.I.E.L.D. is more aptly referred to as Hydra Shield. Trust me, you will not regret this decision. Jiangchen nodded earnestly. Tony gazed at Jiangchen and returned the nod. Let us hope so. Chapter 53. The arcane core. With the documents in hand, Jiangchen's expression grew increasingly grave. The super soldier serum from Stark Industries, albeit a flawed version, held tremendous significance for the nation of Hua. Its value transcended the serum itself, as the research on the transformations experienced by Blonsky was of paramount importance. Hua needed to create its own Hulk, and Blonsky's abhorrence represented a shortcut to that goal. Tony raised his hand and pressed several buttons, causing the wall to slowly part. He retrieved a metallic case from the depths of the safe. These are the remaining reagents. Take them with you, he instructed. Jiangchen accepted the case. These serums are highly unstable. Exercise utmost caution during your research, Tony cautioned, his tone laced with concern. Jiangchen nodded solemnly. Rest assured, we will handle them with care. The two traversed the corridor and returned to the brightly lit living room. Tony picked up his coffee, his gaze contemplative. By the way, SHIELD is currently establishing a new organization. They've invited me to join, but I haven't given them a response yet. Jiang Chun detected the hesitation in Tony's voice. The Avengers, a superhero coalition poised to alter the global landscape. Do you believe you should join? He inquired. Tony swirled his coffee cup. To be frank, I'm not entirely certain. I prefer to operate independently. Jiang Chun chuckled lightly. Sometimes, the strength of one is limited. Tony nodded thoughtfully. By the way, next month I'll be sending Pepper for portal training. I'll call you when the time comes. Could you pick her up? Jiangchen stood. No problem. Anytime. A golden aura shimmered in the air as a portal gradually unfolded in the center of the living room. Goodbye, Tony. Jiangchen waved as he stepped through the portal. The golden light dissipated, restoring tranquility to the living room. Tony gazed at the spot where the portal had vanished, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. But soon, he redirected his focus to the design schematics of his armor on the table. Compared to the wonders of magic, he favored the technology that he could control. His fingers glided swiftly over the holographic projection, unveiling new design proposals. Immersed in his own world, a smile graced his lips. This was his most familiar domain, the battlefield where he excelled. Emerging from the portal, Jiang Chun arrived at Lu Guoqiang's office after announcing his presence. Have a seat, Lu Guoqiang welcomed. Momentarily pausing his review of documents, Jiang Chun placed the folder and metal case on the table. This contains the documentation on Stark Industries Super Soldier Serum, along with some reagent samples. Lu Guoqiang set down his pen and meticulously perused the materials. SHIELD is also in the process of forming the Avengers, Jiang Chen added. Nodding, he continued, by the way, SHIELD is aware that we took Dr. Stern's research materials. Nick Fury has approached me. Do not concern yourself with SHIELD. They have long been infiltrated by Hydra. Lu Guoqiang replied with a smile, closing the folder. This information is crucial. I will personally deliver it to the relevant departments. Please return to rest. Feel free to reach out if needed. Jiangchen rose to bid farewell and exited the office. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the corridor, prompting him to squint and savor this fleeting tranquility. Over the past few months, his collaboration with the state had proven immensely beneficial. His family was well protected, and he no longer fretted over financial matters. More importantly, the support from the nation had significantly enhanced his capabilities. He was free from concern for other affairs, as the state shielded him, allowing him to lend his strength whenever required. Life flowed serenely, with Jiang Chen dedicating himself to the practice of magic, relishing the rare peace. Until one day, a golden portal unfolded before him. Master Gu emerged, a mysterious smile gracing her face. The project was a success. Would you care to see the results? Jiang Chen looked at her in confusion. What project? The Magic Core, she explained, a new device developed in collaboration with China. It is a product of magical modifications based on the arc reactor. When Howard studied arc energy, he referenced the principles of cosmic magic. This energy not only substitutes electrical power, but also simulates magical effects. After my alterations, even ordinary individuals can harness the magic core to cast spells. Jiang Chun listened intently, recognizing the astonishing nature of this invention. It addressed the issue of magical energy. Currently, magic apprentices face the greatest challenge not in understanding or casting spells, but in their magical energy supply. Presently, apprentices relied on personal meditation or sought assistance from deities. However, the advent of the magic core completely resolved this dilemma. Henceforth, magical energy could be produced through technological means. Consider China's modified controllable nuclear fusion Eastern Super Ring. It not only provides stable electrical output but also magical energy. This entire operation left Jiangchen astounded. Could it truly be played this way? Yet, in the Marvel Universe, arc energy was inherently an unscientific force derived from the cosmic cube, making it plausible to replace magic. Come, let me show you the specific effects. With a wave of her hand, Gu Yi opened the portal, and amidst a flash of golden light, the two vanished from their location. Upon passing through the portal, they found themselves in a modern laboratory, where bright lights illuminated various instruments emitting a soft hum. Nearby, several Chinese scientists were present, one of whom was a familiar face, Lin Yuqing, the brilliant female scientist he had met during the Eastern Super Ring project. It appeared that her involvement had been substantial in the development of the magic core. At the central platform, a device pulsating with blue light commanded attention. It bore a striking resemblance to Tony's miniature arc reactor. This was the magic core, radiating an extraordinary glow that merged technology with magic. Jiang Chen approached, captivated by the fluctuations of arc energy. This could potentially mark a significant breakthrough that would alter the world. I have lived for centuries, never once imagining that the fusion of technology and magic could yield such wondrous reactions. The Ancient One mused, turning to Jiang Chen. Ancient One, Jiang Chen. Come and witness this, exclaimed Lin Yuqing, her excitement palpable as she greeted the two. They approached her eagerly. The magical core is now capable of steadily outputting energy. With the Ancient One's modifications, the arc energy has acquired the characteristics of magic. Lin Yuqing enthusiastically elaborated, her satisfaction with this research achievement evident. The essence of most magic lies in constructing specific formations with magical energy, thereby unleashing corresponding spells. With a smile, the Ancient One picked up a small device, no larger than a thumb, yet Jiang Chen dared not underestimate it. This module was inscribed with the formation of a defensive spell. By infusing it with arc energy, one could activate the protective magic. As he spoke, the Ancient One placed the core beside the magical core, and as the magical energy surged, a golden magical shield was conjured. Jiang Chen was left in awe, utterly astonished by this display. Is it possible to play with magic in such a manner? Chapter 54. Acceleration of Time. Jiang Chen stood before the central platform, gazing at the magic energy core that emitted a cerulean glow, the pulsating light reflected in his pupils. His fingers instinctively rose, then slowly descended, his face a canvas of astonishment. This technology, capable of industrializing magic production, utterly revolutionized his understanding of sorcery. Master Gu Yi gently caressed the surface of the magic energy core, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Each type of magic required adjustment to be fashioned into modules, a task that might pose challenges for scientists in Huagua. However, for one who has dedicated hundreds of years to the study of magic like myself, it was a familiar endeavor. Lin Yuqing hurried to Jiang Chen's side, cradling a delicate ring in her hands. Behold this. We have successfully miniaturized the magic modules. She gently rotated the ring, revealing the intricate magical patterns within. Utilizing confidential processing equipment, a single core could accommodate dozens of magical spells, allowing for the creation of artifacts such as rings, which could eventually be integrated into equipment. Jiang Chen accepted the ring, meticulously examining the intricate patterns. A wave of profound emotions washing over him. In a remarkably short span, Tony's arc reactor had been propelled to new heights by Huagua. A slight smile graced his lips, his gaze momentarily flickering with pride. This exemplified the power of collective intelligence. Thousands of researchers tackling challenges simultaneously far surpassed solitary efforts. Even if Tony possessed genius, his energy was limited, while Huagua boasted a vast research team. Moreover, the entire nation was now acutely aware that they had entered the Marvel Universe, igniting an insatiable curiosity among these researchers towards everything in the world. Within the laboratory, various instruments emitted rhythmic hums, the blue light illuminating the focused faces of the trio. Lin Yuqing produced several different models of magic modules, meticulously explaining their respective functions to Jiang Chen. Master Gu Yi stood nearby, supplementing the principles of magic and occasionally addressing Jiang Qin's inquiries. The harmonious amalgamation of technology and magic was nurturing a force poised to transform the world within this laboratory. I possess knowledge of thousands of spells, yet I have only modified a dozen common ones. To fully transform them may require another 2 years, Master Gu Yi remarked. Turning to Jiang Qin, the purpose of summoning you here is to harness the power of the Time Stone to accelerate the work of this laboratory. The Time Stone had been entrusted to Jiang Qin by Master Gu Yi, and the necessity to utilize its power was precisely why he sought Jiang Qin's assistance. Moreover, you are unique. Your use of the Time Stone will not precipitate any adverse effects. This was also the reason Master Gu Yi had initially bestowed the Time Stone upon Jiang Qin, for it resonated with him, and he had discovered that, regardless of how Jiang Qin wielded time magic, it would not result in backlash that could affect the entire world. Thus, enlisting Jiang Qin to employ time magic to hasten the laboratory's progress was the most prudent choice. In simpler terms, Jiang Qin was being regarded as a tool in this endeavor. We are fully prepared, Lin Yuqing and another young female scientist nodded earnestly at Jiang Qin. In other words, you will be residing in the laboratory for a duration of 2 years. Jiang Qin was somewhat taken aback by this. Spending 2 years in such a modest space was simply unimaginable for him. Indeed, it is merely 2 years. Lin Yuqing, however, exhibited no signs of surprise, clearly having been prepared for this eventuality long in advance. Moreover, this world poses significant dangers for us, and it is imperative that we bolster our nation's strength as swiftly as possible. Lin Yuqing's words instilled a profound respect in Jiang Qin. Furthermore, we need to replicate the transformative results of Master Gu Yi and produce samples while integrating and summarizing these magical techniques. The laboratory is equipped with advanced instruments capable of manufacturing these samples. Lin Yuqing continued her explanation. Simultaneously, we must upgrade the arc reactor and the magical energy core, which will require time. We have adequately stocked the laboratory with provisions, and you may also deliver supplies to us. Lin Yuqing smiled, seemingly unperturbed by this reality. This is indeed the case. The Time Stone accelerates time within a defined area, without completely severing contact with the outside world, making it relatively easy to send supplies inside. Moreover, the rate of time acceleration is remarkably swift. While only a day may pass outside, 2 years could elapse within. Jiang Qin, being outside, can effortlessly provide support to those within. He need only remain outside for a day, keeping a vigilant watch on the laboratory's internal situation. Inside the laboratory, I have already inscribed the magic circle. It is up to you to activate the power of the Time Stone. Master Gu Yi regarded Jiang Qin with a smile. For her, 2 years was hardly a significant span of time, as she often entered seclusion for periods exceeding that. Having spent considerable time in Huagua, she was well aware of the changes occurring there, yet she seemed unfazed by the notion that she was in a world akin to that of a film. Everything appeared to proceed as usual. Furthermore, her prolonged interactions with Huagua had cultivated a growing appreciation for the nation. She understood well the reasons behind Huagua's pursuit of strength. Moreover, the current strengthening of Huagua is beneficial for the entire planet, and she was naturally pleased to witness it. Additionally, the collaboration with Huagua would usher in substantial advancements for the magical realm, a prospect that Master Gu Yi eagerly anticipated, even to the extent of having dreamed of such a flourishing situation. After hearing her words, Jiang Qin refrained from further comment, instead summoning the Time Stone and activating its power. Concurrently, a surge of green energy, signifying the power of the Time Stone, was unleashed from within him. The entire laboratory was enveloped by the mysterious forces of time, severing its temporal connection with the outside world entirely. It doesn't feel like anything has changed, Lin Yuqing remarked, gazing around in confusion. Of course, you are currently situated in a place where time flows at an accelerated pace. Thus, you cannot perceive the passage of time. The Ancient One smiled at Lin Yuqing, her curiosity momentarily shifting towards Jiang Qin. Indeed, the Time Stone in Jiang Qin's possession exhibited a formidable power. Very well. Let us strive diligently in our endeavors. Lin Yuqing inhaled deeply, embodying the spirit of a dedicated agent. With encouragement, Jiang Qin bid them farewell before departing the laboratory. The entire laboratory was ensconced within the mystical array established by the Ancient One, and with Jiangchen harnessing the time stone to accelerate time. It was reasonable to believe that fruitful results would soon manifest. Perhaps this was the true purpose of magic. Chapter 55. Scientific Achievements. The amalgamation of technology and magic is, indeed, one of the ultimate aspirations currently pursued by the Kingdom of Hua. The nation is acutely aware that, in this world, technology and magic are essentially two manifestations of the same phenomenon, a truth particularly evident in Asgard. The first step towards Hua's ambition is to transform the kingdom into a realm akin to Asgard, or perhaps even stronger. Only through such evolution can Hua ensure its own survival within this vast universe. This is the very direction in which scientists like Lin Yuqing diligently strive. An assistant, cradling a hefty notebook, meticulously records the incantations articulated by the Ancient One. Jiangchen stands outside the laboratory, peering through the magical array at the industrious figures within. Inside the laboratory, time flows as swiftly as a stream. Every hour, he would open the laboratory door to deliver fresh provisions and experimental supplies. Over the course of 2 years, Lin Yuqing's hair has grown long, only to be cut short repeatedly. She is utterly engrossed in her work. Indifferent to her appearance, a remarkable quality for a woman of her caliber. The Ancient One maintains a serene smile, imparting her lifetime of knowledge with generosity. As the first year concludes, the laboratory brims with various manuscripts detailing magical transformations. The Ancient One sketches magical arrays one after another in a specially designated notebook. Meanwhile, Lin Yuqing focuses on the modification of the arc reactor, her eyes bloodshot from prolonged scrutiny of the microscope. Each time Jiangchen enters the laboratory, he is greeted by the rich aroma of coffee. By the second year, the Ancient One's work on magical transformations is largely complete. She has rewritten traditional spells to align with the energy characteristics of the magical core. Lin Yuqing, not to be outdone, discovers a crucial breakthrough from the blueprints left by Howard Stark. The atomic structure of the new element slowly rotates in a three-dimensional projection. Indeed, here, Lin Yuqing exclaims, pointing excitedly at a specific node in the projection. While the films depict Tony Stark creating a new element within days, the actual comprehension and production process is considerably protracted. The laboratory lacks a small-scale particle collider, making it far from simple to replicate Stark's success in creating new elements. Thus, Lin Yuqing, with the Ancient One's assistance, uncovers the method to synthesize the new element, successfully bringing it to fruition. In the future, the Kingdom of Hua will be able to produce this new element in abundance and at a low cost, significantly augmenting its military prowess. The arc reactor now radiates a brighter blue light than ever before. Each time Jiang Chun enters the laboratory, he can feel the palpable energy fluctuations in the air. 2.5 years pass, yet only a single day has elapsed in the outside world. When the laboratory door finally opens for the last time, Lin Yuqing's gaze reflects the wisdom of a sage. In her hands, she holds the newly designed magical core, pulsating with intertwining blue and gold energies. The Ancient One looks on with satisfaction at this transformed scientist. The past 2.5 years have been worth every moment. Lin Yuqing smiles, weary yet filled with pride. Jiangchen gazed at her somewhat haggard visage, a surge of indescribable respect welling up within him. Here stood a soul devoted to the pursuit of scientific endeavor, for the advancement of the nation's technology. She willingly spent 2.5 years within the accelerated confines of a laboratory. Master Gui gently caressed the surface of the new magical energy core, energy pulsating at her fingertips. The exquisite fusion of magic and technology heralds the dawn of a new era. She remarked thoughtfully, having glimpsed the potential of Huagua, far surpassing that of Asgard, especially with countless scientists like Lin Yuqing, who are willing to toil for their homeland, and soldiers dedicated to safeguarding the nation. Huagua's prospects are indeed promising. Lin Yuqing meticulously organized all her research data into a substantial stack of documents. Each page bore the imprint of her dedication over the past 2.5 years. Jiang Chun accepted the materials, feeling the warmth of her presence still lingering upon the paper. This marks a new beginning. Lin Yuqing gazed out at the sunlight streaming through the window, as if envisioning a resplendent future. The door of the laboratory closed for the final time, the passage of time sealed within that enclosed space. Outside, The sun had only just begun to set. "Thank you for your hard work," Jiangchen sincerely expressed to Lin Yuqing and the others, solemnly holding the new magical energy core and research materials. "It was nothing arduous. All of it was for our motherland," Lin Yuqing replied with an easy smile, playfully tousling her hair. "But it seems I should take a break now. I entrust you with the delivery of these materials." Like any woman, Lin Yuqing cherished beauty. After spending 2.5 years in the laboratory, despite having her basic needs met, she had neglected her appearance. Now that her work was finally complete, she was ready to indulge in some well-deserved leisure and attend to herself. "All right, no problem," Jiangchen nodded. "Then farewell. I'm off for the day." Lin Yuqing waved cheerfully and turned to leave. With so many patriotic scientists in Huagua, how could progress not be achieved? Master Gu Yi also felt a pang of nostalgia and then smiled at Jiangchen, saying, "I shall return to the school now. The rest is in your capable hands." During her over 2 years in the laboratory, Master Gu Yi had unreservedly transformed all the magic she knew into technological magic suited for the release of the magical energy core, provided Huagua manufactures the corresponding core modules. Such magic could be unleashed. This transformation undoubtedly bolstered Huagua's military prowess significantly. In the future, weapons produced by Huagua, powered by magical energy cores, would harness the power of magic. For instance, if Huagua plans to manufacture armored suits, these magical cores could be seamlessly integrated into the exoskeletons, enabling them to wield magical forces. This would be truly remarkable. While Tony Stark's Mark Series suits are merely technological armors, the armors crafted by Huagua will be infused with magic. Not only will they boast an array of futuristic weaponry, but they will also be capable of wielding the mysterious and formidable arts of sorcery. Indeed, Master Gu Yi's words ring true. The strength of the Hua nation is indeed upheld by these unassuming scientists. In this world, the same principle applies. Speaking of which, Master Gu Yi, I may need to trouble you with a few matters in the future. Jiangchen recalled that Tony wished for Pepper Potts to learn portal magic, and he thought it prudent to inform Master Gu Yi in advance, as her assistance might be required. Tony Stark's assistant, Pepper Potts, may soon come to the school to study portal magic, necessitating Master Gu Yi's expertise, given her professionalism in teaching disciples. "Very well," replied Master Gu Yi, ever the gracious mentor, her smile radiating warmth as she nodded in agreement. She then opened a portal and returned to the School of Magic. Now, as the headmaster of the institution, she seldom returns to Kamartaj, for the enthusiasm of the apprentices in Hua for learning magic is truly invigorating, and she particularly cherishes the atmosphere of the magic school. Watching Master Gu Yi depart, Jiangchen also opened a portal and returned to the capital, where he eagerly presented his research findings to Lu Guoqiang. He was impatient to witness these results successfully implemented, thereby enhancing the military capabilities of the Hua nation significantly. Chapter 56. Xianyuan Jiangchun handed a substantial folder to Lu Guoqiang, who furrowed his brow upon receiving it, as if sensing the weight it contained. Lu Guoqiang slowly opened the document, his gaze traversing the densely packed data and charts. His initial focus gradually transformed into a brightened expression, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. This was indeed the culmination of Lin Yuqing's team's efforts over the past 2 years. Lu Guoqiang sighed softly, his voice imbued with admiration. Jiangchen nodded. Indeed, they had exerted unimaginable effort. Lu Guoqiang closed the folder, his hands gently caressing the cover as if it were a treasured artifact. "You know, Jiangchen, most people would have crumbled after years of concentrating on the same research, yet they persevered." His gaze deepened, as if he could envision the countless sleepless nights endured. This achievement encapsulated the sweat, tears, and even lives of the researchers. Jiangchen remained silent, a wave of respect swelling within him. Even in the original world, China boasted numerous scientists who contributed silently to the nation's resurgence on the global stage. Similarly, it was this group in the current world. Lu Guoqiang rose and approached the window, sunlight cascading onto his shoulders, bestowing a golden aura upon him. He turned, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he regarded Jiangchen. "You should recall that at the inception of our journey, we planned to establish a special agency, Xianyuan." Lu Guoqiang smiled, drawing parallels to the original World's Spear Bureau. which was dedicated to addressing supernatural forces and various threats from the Marvel Universe. He returned to his desk, retrieving a document from the drawer. Currently, all our research findings and acquired supernatural artifacts are being integrated by Xianyuan, ultimately transforming into scientific achievements. Jiang Chun accepted the document, quickly perusing its contents. The arms factory under Xianyuan had commenced production of the arc reactor, making significant strides. A hint of pride colored Lu Guoqiang's tone, yet it soon turned serious. However, the progress on self-developed battle armor has not been as promising. It seems some force is obstructing us. After all, Tony's armor technology possesses several scientifically implausible aspects. According to China's research, while there has been progress and the arc reactor issue has been resolved, we have yet to successfully produce the armor. He gazed meaningfully at Jiang Qin. Thus, we speculate that the key breakthrough lies with Tony. Jiang Qin nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Therefore, to truly master the armor technology, we must obtain the perfected techniques from Tony. Lu Guoqiang's face broke into a reassuring smile before he continued. However, research in other areas is progressing smoothly. He opened his computer and retrieved a report. The studies on the Hulk and the super soldier serum are advancing at a remarkable pace. Jiang Qin leaned closer to the screen, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Especially the super soldier serum, with samples and detailed data. We have made substantial improvements based on the original. Lu Guoqiang's voice brimmed with confidence. We have reached a level suitable for clinical trials. Jiang Qin inhaled sharply. Taken aback by the swiftness of developments, Lu Guoqiang nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the progress made. While it remained uncertain whether they could reach the pinnacle akin to Captain America, they were undeniably approaching that extraordinary height. Nevertheless, even at this stage, it far exceeded the serum injected into Blonsky. Coupled with Dr. Stern's research, they were now poised to attempt the replication of the process that birthed the abomination, aiming to create a super soldier unique to Huagua. He approached Jiang Qin, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We are witnessing history, Jiang Chun. The rise of Huagua is imminent. Jiang Chun felt the weight on her shoulder. Not merely the touch of Lu Guoqiang's hand, but the collective aspirations of an entire nation. The power of the abomination, in the context of this world, was formidable. Capable of matching the Hulk in combat for a brief period, demonstrating its remarkable strength. Unlike the Hulk, the abomination retained complete consciousness, remaining a controllable super soldier as long as its original awareness was unaffected by the super soldier serum. Indeed, Blonsky's transformation was influenced by the serum, rendering him increasingly obsessive and ruthless, stubbornly striving to rival the Hulk. Ultimately, it was not merely the Hulk serum at play, but rather the effects of the super soldier serum. One could assert that the super soldier serum laid the foundation for physical prowess, while the subsequent injection of the Hulk's serum granted the ability to transform into the abomination. Currently, Huagua had perfected the super soldier serum. If an individual remained largely unaffected by its influence, the subsequent injection of the Hulk serum would not lead to the uncontrollable nature exhibited by the abomination. Lu Guoqiang's remarks indicated that Huagua was evidently on the brink of initiating clinical human trials. By the way, what has become of Dr. Banner and Blonsky? Jiang Chun inquired curiously, recalling the Hulk and wondering about Dr. Banner's fate. It had been some time since she last saw him, and naturally, her curiosity was piqued. As for Blonsky and Dr. Stern, both of whom were initially considered antagonists, they had been inadvertently brought to Huagua during the recent operations. Lu Guoqiang explained. After Yang Rui departed from the base at Lopner with Dr. Banner, they journeyed to a remote area in the northwest. The specifics of their activities remain unclear, but you might find an opportunity to inquire with Yang Rui. Lu Guoqiang, typically preoccupied with pressing matters, did not focus on such trivialities. Regarding Blonsky and Dr. Stern, both were temporarily stationed at the Lopner facility. Lu Guoqiang continued, however, we certainly cannot accommodate them permanently. They are merely being housed there until we arrange for their eventual return. A cryptic smile played upon Lu Guoqiang's lips as he added, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been in negotiations with us, expressing a desire for their release, and we shall return them in due course. As a person endowed with a godlike perspective, It is evident to me that both Blonsky and Dr. Stern are antagonists, far from being virtuous individuals. In due time, it would be advantageous to present them to S.H.I.E.L.D., allowing them to engage in a mutual confrontation. Blonsky is a commendable soldier, currently collaborating on our experiments and engaging in exchanges and competitions with our warriors. To put it succinctly, Blonsky serves as a sparring partner. In the previous world, the so-called special forces of other nations have become increasingly lackluster. However, in this realm, soldiers like Blonsky possess genuine skill and expertise, from whom our fighters can glean considerable knowledge. As for Dr. Stern, he too is present in our laboratory, assisting us in the research of the Hulk serum and the Super Soldier serum. The swift progress of our project owes much to his contributions. After all, as a future leader, Dr. Stern's intellect has been enhanced by the Hulk serum, resulting in remarkable advancements in scientific research. Nevertheless, he is undoubtedly not a good person, and our nation cannot afford to place excessive trust in him. Once the project reaches fruition, they shall be sent away from our land. P.S. Regarding Xinyuan, let us consider it as the Divine Spear Bureau of our nation. The previous book utilized this name, and many readers have criticized it for its lack of appeal. Hence the need for a change. Chapter 57. Mark 5. Lu Guoqiang gazed at Jiang Chun with a serene smile. You need not concern yourself with matters here. Return home to rest and cultivate. Jiang Chun nodded, fully aware that domestic affairs would be adeptly managed by professionals. Upon returning home, he immersed himself in the ocean of magic. In the living room, golden rays of magical light danced through the air, reminiscent of stars cascading from the heavens. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Chun conjured the light into various forms, sometimes transforming into golden butterflies fluttering gracefully, at other times coalescing into splendid blossoms in full bloom. His heart brimmed with boundless curiosity and passion for the arcane arts. Days later, his phone suddenly rang, and Tony's voice resonated through the receiver. Jiang Chun, Pepper is ready. She can start learning magic in Huaguo at any time. Oh, so soon? Jiang Chun's eyes lit up. Indeed, you know she has always been fascinated by magic. In fact, it was Tony who could hardly wait and has been urging Pepper along. Without delay, Jiang Chun contacted Lu Guoqiang to report this development. Upon receiving approval, he swiftly gestured to conjure a golden portal. Amidst the ebbing energy waves, the gateway gradually took shape, leading directly to Tony's luxurious mansion. Jiang Chun stepped through with ease. Tony and Pepper awaited in the living room, their eyes sparkling with astonishment at the sight of the sudden portal. Every time I see this, it feels utterly remarkable, Tony mused softly. Pepper tightly grasped Tony's hand, her eyes shimmering with reluctance. Tony embraced her gently. Stay safe, and contact me anytime if you need anything. Jiang Chun couldn't help but interject. Are you two bidding farewell? Once Pepper masters the portal, you can meet anytime. Even if she hasn't yet learned, just let me know, and I can open a door for you. What is this fuss about? Pepper's cheeks flushed, and she released Tony's hand. Jiang Chun led Pepper through the portal, arriving at the School of Magic. Before the office of Master Gu Yi, Jiang Chun lightly knocked on the heavy wooden door. Please enter, came Gu Yi's calm voice from within. Pushing the door open, Jiang Chun entered the modern room imbued with magical ambience, accompanied by Pepper. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. Gu Yi sat behind her desk, a smile gracing her face as she regarded the two. Welcome to the Huaguo School of Magic, Miss Potts. As a supreme sorceress capable of perceiving past, present, and future, Gu Yi recognized Pepper and looked upon her with warmth. Jiang Chun approached Gu Yi and performed a modest bow. Master Gu Yi, this is Pepper Potts from Stark Industries, Tony Stark's assistant. She is deeply interested in magic and wishes to learn from you. Pepper gracefully curtsied to Gu Yi, the golden sunlight filtering through the stained glass, casting dappled shadows upon her face. This is Master Gu Yi, the guardian of Earth and the most powerful supreme sorceress. Rest assured, she will guide you in your magical studies, and you will surely master it. Jiang Chun provided a brief introduction of the Ancient One to little Pepper. It is a great honor to meet you, Master Ancient One. A gentle smile graced the lips of the Ancient One as her gaze settled upon little Pepper. The portal magic shall not pose too great a challenge for you. However, before we delve into your studies, I must show you something. Turning gracefully, she summoned a golden luminescence in her palm, inscribing a mystical rune in the air. In the next instant, Little Pepper felt as if she were being spun through a vortex, her soul seemingly separating from her body. The endless expanse of the multiverse unfurled before her, with countless parallel worlds floating like ephemeral bubbles. Awestruck, Little Pepper beheld this magnificent spectacle, each universe brimming with infinite possibilities. This scene mirrored the experiences of Strange in the future, primarily aimed at dispelling any doubts he might harbor regarding magic. Jiang Chun observed this wondrous display with keen interest. The Ancient One's voice resonated through the void. This is the true essence of magic. It transcends technology, connecting every corner of the multiverse. As she traversed the vast cosmos, Little Pepper's skepticism about magic evaporated entirely. This, indeed, is a flaw often found among elite individuals learning magic. Deep down, they harbor doubts. This sentiment would later resonate with Strange as well. Upon returning to the realm of reality, the Ancient One turned her attention to Jiang Chun. She will reside with me for about a week to learn the portal magic. A week? That feels rather lengthy, Jiang Chun thought, as he eagerly anticipated acquiring Tony's Mark armor technology. However, there was little he could do. It would be inappropriate to use the Time Stone to expedite Little Pepper's learning. The Infinity Stones were, after all, a closely guarded secret of Huagua, merely wielded by Jiang Chun, and such artifacts could never be revealed to outsiders, nor could they be employed to give Little Pepper an unfair advantage. In truth, following her collaboration with Huagua, the Ancient One had made significant advancements in portal magic, enabling it to be harnessed through the arcane energy core and even allowing for the custom design of a portable teleportation device. Yet, there was no doubt that such technology was strictly military grade and would never be disseminated. Very well, I shall inform Tony, and I will come to collect Miss Potts later. Jiang Chun nodded, bidding farewell to Little Pepper before stepping through the portal back to Tony's opulent mansion. At that moment, Tony was busy in his laboratory upon hearing footsteps. He looked up and, seeing Jiang Chun, inquired with curiosity, "How is Little Pepper faring?" The Ancient One mentioned she would master the portal magic in a week. By the way, she is the most powerful sorceress on Earth, so you can rest assured with her teaching Miss Potts. At this, Tony relaxed, a look of relief spreading across his face. Jiang Chun noticed the flicker of concern in Tony's eyes dissipating somewhat. "Come, see my latest creations from these past few months." Tony turned and pressed a button on the wall. The laboratory floor began to crack open slowly, revealing a silver suit of armor ascending from below. Mark V, a portable suit of armor that can fold into the size of a briefcase. The armor glimmered with a metallic sheen, its streamlined design exuding a sense of advanced technology. Tony patted the chest plate of the armor, declaring, "This allows me to respond to unforeseen circumstances at any moment." Jiang Chun circled the armor, genuinely admiring Tony's creativity. J-A-R-V-I-S. Retract Mark V. As Tony issued the command, the armor began to fold, quickly transforming into the size of a briefcase, a process that left onlookers in awe. "From now on, my bodyguard only needs to carry this, and I shall no longer worry for my safety." Tony appeared immensely proud as he continued, "I need not fear a repeat of the last incident." He referenced, of course, the time he was kidnapped by terrorists. With the Mark V now at his disposal, such concerns were a thing of the past. He could don the armor at a moment's notice. A remarkable design, far more agile than the previous iterations. Jiang Chun was equally astounded by the Mark V, deeming it a pinnacle of cutting-edge technology. Tony puffed out his chest proudly. "Once Pepper returns, I shall devote myself to researching even more models." Chapter 58. The experimental plan. Jiang Chun stood within the opulent laboratory of Tony Stark, his gaze fixed upon the exquisitely folded Mark V armor. He couldn't help but marvel at its craftsmanship, which intensified his yearning for his own warriors to don such magnificent gear. The Mark V, perhaps one of the most aesthetically mechanical suits among Tony's creations, radiated an allure that was hard to resist. After engaging in a brief conversation with Tony in his lab, discussing the future potential of the armor, Jiang Chun prepared to take his leave. "Tony, I must be on my way. Until next time," he said. Tony nodded, still engrossed in fiddling with the components laid out on the workbench. "Please keep an eye on Pepper. She must learn how to use the portal. At the very least, it will provide her with a means of protection. Absolutely, Jiang Chun replied, promptly conjuring a portal. As he stepped through the golden ring, the scenery shifted in an instant, and he found himself back in the comfort of his own home. 2 days slipped by unnoticed. The sunlight continued to shine brightly outside as Jiang Chun perused a tome of magic when suddenly, the phone rang. A glance revealed it was a call from Lu Guiqiang, prompting him to answer without delay. Jiang Chun, the organization requires your assistance. Lu Guiqiang's steady voice resonated through the line. What is the matter? Jiang Chun inquired. We are about to conduct an experiment and need your expertise on site. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. I will head there immediately. After ending the call, he donned his formal attire and summoned a portal to transport himself directly to the designated location. This site was an experimental base of Xianyuan, nestled deep within the mountains, surrounded by towering walls and guarded by vigilant sentinels, all indicative of its significance. Lu Guiqiang awaited him at the entrance and nodded in acknowledgement, signaling Jiang Chun to follow. During this period, our nation has been proactively establishing a presence across various fields, Lu Guiqiang remarked as they strode alongside each other through the expansive corridors of the base. Magic, technology, and mutant abilities are powers we must command. His footsteps echoed in the vast hallway. However, certain key figures remain elusive, as if shrouded by an unseen force. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment, such as, for instance, Dr. Pym, Ivan Vanko, and even Aunt May from Spider-Man's circle. No matter how diligently we search, they remain untraceable. Lu Guiqiang's expression turned grave. It feels as though some power is actively obstructing our pursuit. Nevertheless, the nation did not succumb to despair. Breakthroughs in controllable arc reactor fusion technology had granted China a virtually limitless energy source. Collaborations with the Ancient One in the realm of magic had also yielded significant advancements. Fortuitously, the energy produced by arc reactor fusion could likewise serve as a conduit for magical energy, enabling the release of spells. Currently, a plan was in motion between the Chinese authorities and the Ancient One to establish a colossal defensive array enveloping the entire nation, powered by large-scale controllable arc fusion. This defense system would ensure the complete protection of the country, capable of withstanding even the assaults of Asgard and enduring multiple strikes from the Bifrost without faltering. Should Thanos' forces approach, they would find themselves powerless to act. A group of individuals traversed the corridor in silence, until a formidable alloy door gradually swung open at its end. Lu Guiqiang continued to enlighten Jiang Chun about recent achievements. The successful development of the magic energy core has endowed us with a unique methodology for harnessing magic. Henceforth, we shall employ magic in an industrialized manner to enhance societal efficiency. Within the laboratory, dozens of researchers were diligently at work, various instruments glimmering with a cerulean glow. The adage that strength lies in numbers proved true. With such a plethora of scientific personnel, Huawei would swiftly translate these findings into practical applications. It has not been long since we began manufacturing numerous magic energy cores, and various spells have already found application in the laboratory. This efficiency left Jiang Chun somewhat astounded. During his period of practicing magic, the domestic advancements have been nothing short of revolutionary. Of course, this progress primarily pertains to military applications, while civil society has experienced little change. Regrettably, we have yet to unravel the mysteries of the humanoid battle armor. Despite our attempts at imitation, we have been unable to replicate Tony's Mark suit. Lu Guiqiang gestured towards a nearby suit of armor, which appeared entirely black and impressively designed, replete with an array of weaponry. However, it seemed to harbor certain critical flaws, according to Lu Guiqiang. The technical challenge we have yet to conquer is the armor's shock absorption capability. This represents genuine black technology, the kind that would astonish even Newton. It is perplexing that, despite our advancements, Huawei cannot seem to grasp this technology, especially when even Obadiah's ironmonger possesses it, while we remain stymied. Even though we have mastered the more fundamental arc reactor technology and even advanced to new elements that surpass Tony's current arc reactor, we are inexplicably stymied by this seemingly trivial shock absorption technology. Nevertheless, this armor is capable of flight and combat, albeit at a considerable cost to the pilot, making it a perilous endeavor. This is also why Huagua is eagerly awaiting Tony's technology sharing. Both magic and technology have seen progress, and presently, the focus of research here is on mutation abilities. Lu Guoqiang escorted Jiang Chun to the depths of the laboratory, where a sealed chamber housed 2 vials of serum, one a deep azure and the other a vibrant green, representing the Super Soldier Serum and the Hulk Serum, respectively. We have successfully elevated their stability to unprecedented levels. Yet absolute certainty eludes us, and risks may still exist. Jiang Chun gazed intently at the 2 vials. What do you require of me? We need you to utilize time magic to mitigate any potential mishaps. Lu Guoqiang glanced at the serums, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. There is no time for animal testing. We shall proceed directly to human trials, necessitating thorough preparations. We have already recruited volunteers from the military, who will arrive this evening for adaptive training, and by tomorrow night, the experiment will commence. Your mastery of temporal magic has the capacity to avert unforeseen occurrences. In this moment, Jiang Chun comprehends the nature of his current mission, to harness the power of time magic during the ongoing human trials, thereby mitigating potential risks. This not only ensures the safety of the warriors participating in the experiments, but also facilitates the identification and rectification of errors, leading to gradual improvements that will ultimately yield success. Indeed, I possess the capability to achieve this. The vibrant green orb of energy within me, symbolizing time, has been fully unlocked, and with the presence of the time stone, it becomes remarkably effortless for Jiang Chun to accomplish this feat. I have devised 2 strategies. The first involves establishing a temporal anchor prior to the commencement of the experiment. Should it fail, I can return alone to this anchor, preventing the experiment and making necessary adjustments. The second option entails reversing time within the laboratory, allowing all individuals to retain their prior memories, thus aiding in the consolidation of experiences. However, it is crucial to note that the events of the experiment will have already transpired, and the suffering endured by the warriors during their mutations remains an undeniable reality. In simpler terms, while the second strategy may appear superior, the pain experienced by the subjects in the event of failure is, indeed, a tangible consequence. Chapter 59. The experiment commences as the night quietly descends. The lights of the experimental base illuminate sequentially, resembling a cascade of stars. Jiang Chun stands by the window, gazing at the military trucks approaching the base in the distance. The convoy halts in an orderly manner before the experimental building, and the doors swing open, revealing more than 10 soldiers who leap from their vehicles, their military boots striking the ground in perfect unison. With resolute expressions and eyes aglow with determination, these individuals are the volunteers for this experiment. Jiang Chun's gaze sweeps across the warriors, each exuding the distinctive aura of a soldier. As the night deepens, the base remains brightly lit. The following morning, the first light of dawn breaks. On the training grounds, the volunteer soldiers have commenced their rigorous adaptive training. They run, engage in combat, and shoot, their sweat soaking through their uniforms, yet none utter a word of complaint. Jiang Chun observes all of this from the observation room, his attention fixed on the scene through the glass. The caliber of these soldiers is undeniably exceptional. Lu Guoqiang approaches Jiang Chun's side. They have been meticulously selected from tens of thousands of soldiers, each possessing a will of iron. Furthermore, with the assistance of Master Gui, they have undergone tests of illusion magic, ensuring that each one embodies integrity, kindness, and a willingness to sacrifice for others. Speaking of environmental magic, Jiang Chun cannot help but recall Wang Yu and Yang Rui. Surely, the warriors who have passed Master Guyi's trials to arrive here are no lesser than Wang Yu and his companions. The training endures for an entire day until night once again envelopes the surroundings. Inside the laboratory, the bright shadowless lamps illuminate every corner with precision. Lu Guoqiang stands before the 10 soldiers, his gaze piercing. Comrades, you are all aware of the risks associated with this experiment. You may face life-threatening dangers at any moment. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, I would completely understand. As his words linger, a profound silence blankets the laboratory. They remain unaware of Jiang Chun's mastery of time magic, which guarantees their safety, yet they show no signs of retreating. The 10 soldiers stand tall and resolute, their gazes unwavering. Lu Guiqiang surveys the room, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Since that is the case, let us commence the experiment. He leads the group deeper into the laboratory, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Who wishes to be the first to undergo the experiment? Lu Guiqiang inquires, turning to face them. Before he finishes his question, all 10 soldiers step forward in unison. This sight momentarily startles Lu Guiqiang, who then beams with approval. To ensure fairness, we shall draw lots to determine the order. The soldiers nod in agreement, their expressions devoid of hesitation. Prepared slips are presented before the soldiers. A tall warrior draws a slip, unfolding it to reveal the number 1 inscribed boldly. Reporting to the commander, Xie Jin has drawn the first lot. His voice, marked by unwavering resolve, betrays no hint of doubt. The soldier named Xie Jin's eyes shine with determination, his face unmarked by fear. They remain unaware of Jiang Chen's capabilities, nor do they know about the insurance in place. From their perspective, they are wagering their very lives. I am prepared. Xie Jin strides towards the experimental platform. Jiang Chen observes this scene, a surge of reverence swelling within him. These warriors, each a mere mortal, yet endowed with a will of iron. They are acutely aware of the risks involved in the experiment, which could claim their lives, yet they remain resolute and undeterred. This exemplifies the sense of duty inherent in the soldiers of Huagua, the indomitable spirit of its warriors. Jiang Chen clenches his fists and approaches the experimental platform. He must ensure the safety of every soldier. Observing Xie Jin, bound and assisted by the researchers, he introduces himself. I am Jiang Chen, the insurance measure for this experiment. I possess the ability of time magic, and I present you with 2 options. Which will you choose? Jiang Chen inquires, outlining both alternatives to Xie Jin. Without hesitation, Xie Jin chooses the second option. This choice, even in failure, would allow the researchers to gather valuable experience, mitigating the risks for future experiments and safeguarding his comrades. Though he may endure pain, fear is not an option. He is already fearless, and the knowledge of an insurance measure only bolsters his resolve. Pain. Can a soldier of Huagua be daunted by pain? This reality underscores Huagua's progression from animal testing directly to human trials. Jiang Chen's presence alleviates many complications. And what Huagua needs now is time. Lying on the experimental platform, Xie Jin fixes his unwavering gaze upon the overhead lights. The other soldiers stand quietly, awaiting their turn. In this moment, time appears to stand still. These warriors will become the vanguard of Huagua. Very well, Jiang Chen states, refraining from further words as he invokes his time magic. Having been taught by the Ancient One, he is capable of establishing a temporal domain enveloping the laboratory. Should an unforeseen event arise during the experiment, he can reverse time, restoring everything to the moment before the experiment commenced, while preserving the experiences and memories of all present. With all preparations complete, the researchers are ready to initiate the experiment. The atmosphere in the laboratory hangs heavy as iron. Xie Jin lies on the cold platform, his gaze sharp as a blade. The researchers meticulously prepare the syringe, the super soldier serum glowing with an ethereal blue light within the glass vial. Jiang Chen stands beside them, his expression grave, ready to activate his time magic at a moment's notice. Lu Guiqiang inhales deeply and nods at Xie Jin. Are you ready? Xie Jin grits his teeth, his voice low yet resolute. Anytime, Commander. The needle pierces the skin, and the blue liquid slowly seeps into his veins. In an instant, Xie Jin's muscles tense, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jiang Chen holds his breath, intently monitoring Xie Jin's condition. The laboratory falls into a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the instruments. Suddenly, Xie Jin's body convulses violently. The muscles expanded at a visible pace, straining against the confines of his clothing. The already formidable physique grew even more robust, towering like a small mountain. Jiang Chen's fingers hovered over the switch for the temporal magic. Yet, Xie Jin's gaze remained clear, devoid of any hint of madness. He took a deep breath and gradually sat up. Report, sir, I feel splendid. Lu Guiqiang exhaled in relief, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. How do you feel now? Any abnormalities? Xie Jin flexed his limbs, a glimmer of astonishment illuminating his eyes. Strength. I feel an abundance of power coursing through me. Lu Guiqiang nodded, continuing his inquiry. And what about your sentiments towards the motherland and the people? Have there been any changes? Rising to his full height, Xie Jin straightened his back, his gaze resolute. Report, sir. I am willing to dedicate everything to the motherland and its people. This loyalty shall never waver. The laboratory erupted in applause, the researchers' faces radiant with joy. It was evident from the experimental data that the super soldier serum trial had been a resounding success. Jiangchen too breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that no unforeseen incidents had transpired. Chapter 60. The Crimson Giant. Undoubtedly, the success of the super soldier serum is merely the initial step. The subsequent phase awaits. Lu Guiqiang patted Xie Jin on the shoulder, his tone brimming with admiration. Well done, Xie Jin. Take a moment to rest. We are preparing to embark on the second stage. Xie Jin nodded in acknowledgement, seated himself nearby to regulate his breathing. The intervals between the two injections were intentionally brief, aimed at minimizing the body's rejection response to facilitate a more favorable outcome for the experiment. Jiangchen stepped forward to re-establish the temporal anchor. With the triumph of the super soldier serum, it was inconceivable to reset this segment. Even if the Hulk serum were to falter now, the Xie Jin before them could already be likened to Captain America. Are you ready? The next phase may prove to be even more perilous. Xie Jin displayed a resolute smile. For the motherland, I am willing to bear any risk, no matter how great. The researchers resumed their fervent preparations for the injection of the Hulk serum. Within this syringe resided a peculiar green liquid. Jiangchen inhaled deeply, once more activating the temporal magic. The needle pierced the skin, and in that instant, Xie Jin's expression transformed dramatically. A tortured groan escaped from his clenched jaws, his eyes becoming bloodshot, morphing into an eerie crimson hue. His muscles began to convulse violently, as if threatening to rupture through his skin. Jiangchen's fingers hovered over the switch for the time magic, poised to reverse the flow of time at a moment's notice. Lu Guiqiang fixated anxiously on the monitoring apparatus, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Hold on, comrade. For the motherland. Xie Jin gritted his teeth, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. His body commenced to redden, muscles swelling at an astonishing rate. The experimental platform emitted a strained groan, on the verge of collapse. Jiangchen remained ready for a temporal rewind. Xie Jin's transformation appeared distinct from that of the Hulk or Abomination. Strangely, he was turning red. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Xie Jin abruptly opened his eyes. They remained clear, filled with unwavering determination and resolve. I can control this. His voice was hoarse and deep, as if it emerged from the depths of hell. His physique continued to expand, soon surpassing 3 meters in height. The experimental platform crumbled under the immense weight, sending debris flying as all present held their breath. When the dust settled, a colossal crimson figure loomed at the center of the laboratory. He was a giant exceeding 3 meters tall, bearing a striking resemblance to Xie Jin, muscles coiled like iron. Yet his eyes remained unmistakably those of Xie Jin, clear, resolute, and brimming with wisdom. The giant spoke slowly, his voice resonating like thunder. Reporting to command, I am Xie Jin. The experiment has succeeded. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted within the laboratory. Lu Guiqiang, overwhelmed with emotion, approached the crimson giant Xie Jin, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Well done, Xie Jin. Jiangchen exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at the red giant, his heart swelling with admiration. This embodied the spirit of a warrior from Huagua. This epitomized the valor of a soldier from Huagua. After receiving the serum injection, Xie Jin did not transform into the Hulk, nor did he become a grotesque abomination. Instead, he became a red giant. Upon reflection, it seems that General Ross also later injected himself with Hulk's serum, ultimately becoming the red giant. The red giant is indeed a formidable entity, distinguished from the Hulk by the ability to retain a clear mind and coherent thoughts even after transformation. This endows the red giant with immense potential, free from the influence of Hulk's consciousness. Could it be that this experimental procedure inadvertently turned Xie Jin into a red giant? Surveying his surroundings, Xie Jin's gaze was filled with determination and confidence. Chief, I feel an endless reservoir of strength, yet my mind remains lucid. Transforming into a red giant is advantageous, especially in Huagua, as retaining self-awareness and cognition is highly beneficial for a soldier. The Red Giant is certainly more aesthetically pleasing than the Hulk. Wouldn't you agree? After all, Hua has long proclaimed the inheritance of the red gene. This is the very embodiment of that red gene. In the future, anyone will recognize that this red giant hails from Hua. Lu Guiqiang nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Excellent. Let us test your abilities. He gestured toward a massive steel plate in the corner of the laboratory. See if you can bend it. The red giant nodded and strode toward the steel plate, gripping its edge with hands that bulged with muscle. With a low growl, he bent the steel plate as effortlessly as one would crumple paper. A collective gasp echoed through the room, astonished by such terrifying strength. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This power far surpassed his own. Although Jiang Chen had experienced an enhancement in strength, it paled in comparison to the raw power of the Red Giant and the Hulk. In terms of might, Xie Jin, the Red Giant before them, far exceeded Jiang Chen, with an initial estimate suggesting the strength of several tens of tons. Witnessing this, Lu Guiqiang clapped his hands in exhilaration. Fantastic! We have succeeded. With the existence of the Red Giant, Hua can firmly establish its presence in this world. Once the numbers of Red Giants increase and they form a substantial force, no army shall stand against us. Such a military would undoubtedly be invincible on Earth. Xie Jin gradually reverted to his human form, a weary yet satisfied smile adorning his face. Serving my country is my honor. Indeed, this experiment had proven remarkably successful. After transforming into the Red Giant, Xie Jin not only retained his consciousness, but could also effortlessly revert to his normal state. Lu Guiqiang promptly assisted Xie Jin, arranging for him to rest while continuing to observe the situation. Then, he turned his gaze to the other soldiers, surveying the 9 with anticipation. Who among you wishes to be next? The 9 soldiers stepped forward in unison, their resolve as steadfast as iron. We are ready to dedicate ourselves to our country at any moment. Jiang Chen watched this scene unfold, a surge of warmth flooding his heart. This is the backbone of Hua. This is the hope of the nation. The soldier who drew the second number stepped forward, eliciting great satisfaction from Lu Guiqiang. Report to the chief, Wang Cheng. Second draw, he announced. Another soldier emerged, his gaze resolutely fixed on Lu Guiqiang. The earlier success of Xie Jin had been witnessed by all present, instilling a renewed sense of confidence among the soldiers, regardless of the outcome. The triumph of Xie Jin had imbued them with a glimmer of hope. Moreover, they were now aware of Jiang Chen's temporal magic, which dispelled any lingering fears. The soldiers understood that their entire nation had ventured into the perilous realm of the Marvel Universe, and they urgently required formidable strength to continue safeguarding their homeland. This necessity was the very reason they had volunteered with unwavering resolve. By harnessing the power of the Hulk, they could better protect their beloved country. Such is the unwavering sense of duty that defines the soldiers of Hua. Chapter 61. The Red Giant Wang Cheng stood tall, striding confidently towards the laboratory table. His gaze was as resolute as steel, devoid of any trepidation. Lu Guiqiang patted him on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Are you ready? Wang Cheng nodded earnestly. Always prepared, ready at any moment. Jiang Chen observed silently from the side, a surge of respect swelling within him. As a precautionary measure, he established a temporal anchor once more. Should any complications arise, he could reverse time to mitigate losses. An atmosphere of tension and solemnity pervaded the laboratory. As the researchers meticulously prepared the syringe filled with a phosphorescent blue super soldier serum, Wang Cheng took a deep breath, extending his arm. The moment the needle pierced his skin, he clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing any sound. The serum flowed gradually into his body, and he felt a searing energy coursing through his veins. Much like the previous subject, Xie Jin, the super soldier serum enhanced Wang Cheng's already robust physique, amplifying his sense of strength. Reporting to the chief, I feel invigorated. I believe I could fell a bull with a single punch. With the super soldier enhancement concluded, Wang Cheng exhaled in relief, curiously examining his fist as he spoke to Lu Guiqiang. It was evident that the super soldier serum had not caused any adverse effects on him. After all, each soldier present had been meticulously selected and had undergone the baptism of illusionary magic. The serum's flaws would scarcely affect them. Very well. Next we will administer the Hulk serum. With Wang Cheng appearing unscathed, the experiment proceeded. He relaxed once more, Reclining upon the laboratory table, the researchers retrieved another syringe, injecting the dark green Hulk serum along with gamma medication into his bloodstream. A sudden, intense pain surged through him. Wang Qing nearly furrowed his brow, stifling any sound. His muscles began to convulse, and his skin gradually flushed a vivid red. Lu Guiqiang watched Wang Qing intently, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Jiangchen held his breath, anxiously monitoring the unfolding events. The laboratory was silent, all eyes fixated on Wang Qing. Suddenly, he emitted a low roar, his body expanding visibly. His clothing tearing apart. Muscles bulged like mountains, his skin transformed into a crimson hue, and in the blink of an eye, a towering red giant stood before them, exceeding 3 meters in height. The red giant, Wang Qing, surveyed his surroundings with clarity and lucidity, showing no signs of losing control. It worked, Lu Guiqiang exclaimed with elation. The researchers erupted in cheers, exchanging high fives in celebration. Jiang Chun sighed in relief, a smile breaking across his face. Wang Qing, initially curious about his transformed body, then spoke slowly, his voice deep as thunder, reporting to the chief. My consciousness is clear. Everything is normal. Lu Guiqiang, overwhelmed with emotion, fought back tears of joy, exclaiming repeatedly, excellent, wonderful, truly remarkable. Approaching the colossal figure, he gazed upward, inquiring, how do you feel? Any discomfort? Wang Qing shook his head. No discomfort. Merely an overwhelming sense of power. He raised his enormous hand, slowly closing it into a fist, as if capable of tearing through steel and annihilating all obstacles. Lu Guiqiang rubbed his hands together in excitement. Come, let us test your prowess, he beckoned, directing attention towards a pile of steel and concrete blocks in the corner. See if you can crush those. Wang Qing nodded, striding confidently towards the target. He casually grasped a piece of concrete and, with a gentle squeeze, it shattered with a crisp crack, crumbling like a biscuit, while the rebar twisted and deformed in his grasp like strands of pasta. Once again, the onlookers were rendered speechless, astounded by such terrifying strength. Lu Guiqiang, brimming with exhilaration, could not contain his delight. Fantastic! We have succeeded once more. He turned to the other warriors, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Next, who will step forward? The remaining 8 warriors took a synchronized step forward, exclaiming in unison, I. Jiang Chun watched the scene unfold, a surge of warmth flooding his heart. This was the backbone of Huagua, the hope of the nation. The subsequent experiments proceeded with remarkable smoothness. The researchers amassed invaluable experience, attending to every detail meticulously. The success rate soared, and by the end of the day, all 10 warriors present had undergone transformation without exception, each successfully acquiring the ability to metamorphose into the red giant. Even more gratifying was the fact that they retained a lucid consciousness post-transformation, marking an undeniable breakthrough. The laboratory was suffused with an atmosphere of jubilation, and Lu Guiqiang's face radiated pride and joy. He surveyed the group of robust warriors, his eyes shimmering with hope. Comrades, you shall fight for our nation. You are the true heroes. With the formation of this Red Giant Brigade, Huagua now possessed a foundation in this perilous world. The warriors stood tall, their gazes resolute as iron. It is our honor to serve our country, they chorused. They had willingly volunteered to serve as experimental subjects for human trials, entering with the grim determination that failure would mean certain death. Now, with every one of them succeeding, it was undoubtedly a powerful tonic for Huagua. Jiang Chun stood aside, filled with pride and emotion, witnessing the continuous strengthening of his motherland. Lu Guiqiang turned to Jiang Chun, gratitude glimmering in his eyes. Xiao Jiang, it is thanks to your time magic that we have achieved such smooth progress. Indeed, without the safeguard of time magic, neither the soldiers nor the researchers would have dared to proceed with such boldness. Although the ability to reverse time ultimately went unused, Jiang Chen's contributions were indisputable. Jiang Chen humbly waved his hand. This is what I ought to do. I feel immensely honored to contribute to my country. Lu Guiqiang patted him on the shoulder. Speaking earnestly, your contributions are immeasurable. With this Red Giant Brigade, we possess greater confidence in this world. The organization will duly reward you. After each mission, Jiang Chen would receive a substantial reward. However, he now found himself with fewer avenues to spend his earnings. Jiang Chen nodded, a resolute glimmer shining in his eyes. We shall ensure that Huagua establishes its foothold in this world and grows ever stronger. Lu Guoqiang smiled with satisfaction and turned to the researchers, instructing them to continue monitoring the situation and gather more data. We must expedite the refinement of this technology to eventually administer the serum to more warriors. The researchers nodded in agreement, eagerly immersing themselves in their work. Lu Guoqiang further advised, arrange adaptive training to enable them to master this newfound power swiftly and unleash their utmost combat potential. He addressed the group of enthusiastic soldiers, comrades. You are about to undergo adaptive training, which may prove to be somewhat arduous. It is imperative that you swiftly harness this strength to contribute even more to our nation. The soldiers responded in unison, pledging to complete the mission. Jiang Qin observed this scene, his heart brimming with hope. Huagua, in the perilous realm of the Marvel Universe, had finally acquired a formidable strength capable of self-preservation. And this was merely the beginning. As time progresses, more red giants will emerge, and Huagua's power will continue to swell. The journey of Huagua in this world remains long, yet with the emergence of this red giant force, the future gleams with promise. Huagua is destined to become the red giant of this world. Chapter 62. Tony's palladium poisoning. Upon returning home, Jiang Qin found himself still awash with exhilaration. The triumph of the red giant experiment replayed incessantly in his mind. A smile involuntarily graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What did the addition of a red giant army mean for Huagua? His gaze hardened, as if he could envision a future of even greater strength. This army would serve as a formidable shield for Huagua in this perilous world. He picked up his phone, which displayed a significant sum credited to his account. He understood this to be a reward from the organization. Jiang Qin chuckled softly, setting the device aside. No longer was he ensnared by the shackles of wealth. His attention shifted towards the shelves lined with tomes of magic. He reached for a volume and began to delve into its pages, becoming absorbed in the realm of the arcane as time slipped by unnoticed. 2 days later, Jiang Qin was engrossed in the study of a complex spell when a ripple coursed through the air. Alert! He looked up to see a golden circle gradually unfurling in the center of the room. His curiosity piqued. The circle expanded, transforming into a complete portal. The figure of the Ancient One materialized first, her face adorned with an enigmatic smile. Following her was Pepper Potts, whose face radiated with excitement. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow, his gaze flitting between the two. The Ancient One spoke, her voice as gentle as a breeze. Jiang Qin, Pepper has mastered the art of the portal. Her words were succinct as she continued, I shall take my leave now. You can escort her back to America. With a slight nod, she uttered a parting phrase to Jiang Qin before turning back to the portal, which dissipated like mist. Pepper stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with gratitude. Jiang Qin, thank you for your introduction, she expressed sincerely. Learning magic has truly been a remarkable experience. Jiang Qin smiled, feeling the warmth in her words. Pepper continued, a hint of excitement in her tone. I can now conjure the portal as well. Allow me to open it. Taking a deep breath, she gracefully traced an arc in the air with her hands, adorned with the suspended ring. Golden sparks danced in the atmosphere, gradually coalescing into a new portal. Jiang Qin noted that while her movements were still somewhat unrefined, they exhibited considerable fluidity. On the other side of the portal, the living room of Tony's home was faintly visible. Pepper offered a slightly nervous smile. After you. Without hesitation, she stepped toward the portal, and Jiang Qin followed suit. In the next moment, they found themselves standing in Tony's living room. Oh, I forgot about the time difference. It must still be the dead of night here. Pepper glanced out at the darkened sky, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, the convenience of the portal came with its own set of challenges. The time discrepancy was a dilemma that could not be overlooked. While it was daytime in Huagua, it was nightfall here. You sit for a moment. I'll check to see if Tony is awake. Little Pepper invited Jiang Qin to sit in the living room before making her way towards Tony's bedroom. Jiang Qin settled onto the sumptuous leather sofa in Tony's lavish home, surveying his surroundings. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a silvery glow over the entire living space. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night, prompting Jiang Qin to look in the direction of the sound. Little Pepper emerged from the bedroom, face concealed and steps hurried, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. She hid behind the door, breathing heavily, her gaze evasive. I truly didn't mean to, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Before long, Tony emerged from the bedroom wrapped in a towel, his upper body bare, droplets of water cascading from his hair. However, upon his chest, a disturbing pattern of dark purple lines was visible, appearing rather ominous. He seemed unfazed, merely scratching his head with a slightly awkward expression. Ahem, Pepper, could you knock before entering next time? Tony turned and finally noticed Jiang Chun sitting on the sofa. Oh, Jiang Chun, you're here too? He acknowledged with a nod before retreating to change his clothes. Little Pepper exhaled in relief, her earlier shyness dissipating. Yet, her brow furrowed, and her eyes were filled with concern. Tony, I just saw your chest. Her voice trembled. What are those dark purple lines? Having changed, Tony stepped back into the room, his expression momentarily faltering. He sighed and sat down on the sofa. I didn't want you to know. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the reactor on his chest, the surrounding skin displaying an abnormal purplish-black hue, spreading like a web. This is a symptom of palladium poisoning. The palladium in the reactor is slowly eroding my body. Little Pepper covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Her voice choked with emotion. The doctor said I have at most 2 years to live, Tony said with a bitter smile. I didn't want to worry you. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Little Pepper burst into tears, collapsing into Tony's embrace, her shoulders trembling. Tony gently patted her back, but cast a glance at Jiangchen, raising an eyebrow and signaling subtly. Jiangchen understood and rose to his feet. Tony, I'll come find you later, he said, his fingers tracing a golden arc in the air, and a portal promptly formed. Take good care of Pepper. Jiangchen winked at Tony before stepping through the portal. As he vanished, he saw Tony holding Little Pepper, softly comforting her. Just as the portal closed, Jiangchen caught the sound of Little Pepper's tearful voice. You jerk. While others might indulge in romantic moments, Jiangchen naturally refrained from intruding, returning home instead. However, considering Tony's predicament with palladium poisoning, it was not a matter of great concern for China. The new element for the arc reactor had already been perfected in China. By providing Tony with the new element, his poisoning problem could be resolved. After all, who would ever complain about having too many favors? Regardless, this fellow Tony will eventually acquire the formula for new elements from S-H-I-E-L-D, rather than allowing him to owe a favor to S-H-I-E-L-D. It would be more prudent for him to owe a favor to our nation. Presently, Pepper Potts has mastered the art of portal magic, and as per our agreement, this visit to Tony will enable Jiangchen to successfully obtain the technology for Mark II and Iron Patriot. In doing so, a persistent dilemma that has plagued our nation's scientists will be effectively resolved. However, this matter requires reporting to higher authorities and securing the formula for the new elements. With this thought in mind, Jiangchen placed a call to Lu Guoqiang, who readily granted approval and permission, recognizing the urgent need for Tony's armor technology in our country. Subsequently, he returned to the Xianyuan base, where our nation's research achievements are meticulously preserved. The personnel at Xianyuan, having received Lu Guoqiang's communication, prepared the necessary materials and a finished product. After retrieving these items, Jiangchen returned home, intending to wait a few hours before seeking out Tony. Chapter 63, The Acquisition of Armor Technology. Several hours later, as the sun dipped towards the horizon, an orange-red glow streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the interior. Jiangchen waved his hand, tracing a golden arc in the air, and the shimmering light of the portal flickered in the living room. He stepped through the portal and instantaneously arrived in the spacious and bright lounge of Tony's home. Hey, my friend, Tony greeted, rising from the sofa and opening his arms for an embrace. Pepper was absent, evidently having returned to the office to attend to business matters. Having mastered the portal magic, her efficiency at work had indeed seen a significant enhancement, just as Tony had initially predicted. Of course, neither Tony nor Pepper was naive enough to disclose such abilities to outsiders. Tony tilted his head towards the direction of his workshop. Come on. I recall promising you some things. They descended into the underground studio, where Tony proceeded directly to the workbench. He deftly manipulated the holographic interface, bringing forth an array of intricate data and schematics. This encompassed all the technical documentation for the Mark II and Ironmonger. Tony transferred the data onto a USB drive. Jiang Chun accepted the USB, scrutinizing the small storage device with great care. The armor technology contained within would undoubtedly propel the military capabilities of Huagua to unprecedented heights. He solemnly placed the USB into his pocket, giving it a gentle pat. With Pepper mastering the portal magic, I have far fewer worries, Tony mused, leaning against the workbench. Now she can not only protect herself, but also visit me whenever she pleases. It feels truly wonderful. His gaze softened as he continued. I intend to entrust Stark Industries to her management. Given my current condition, he chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. Detecting the hint of melancholy in Tony's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Are you preparing for the inevitable? Palladium poisoning is not an insurmountable affliction. Tony suddenly looked up, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. Is there a solution in Huagua? Jiang Chun retrieved an exquisite box from his backpack. This is a new type of arc reactor, utilizing a novel element to replace palladium. Once you switch to this, you will no longer suffer from palladium poisoning. Tony gingerly accepted the box, opening it to reveal a blue glow that illuminated his face. This is truly. He was momentarily speechless, excitement flickering in his eyes. Gazing at the innovative reactor, he realized Jiang Chen's words were not mere flattery. Huagua had no reason to deceive him regarding this matter. Tony fixed Jiang Chen with a profound look. Thank you. I owe Huagua yet another favor. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively with a smile. Among friends, there is no need for such formality. However, you should replace the reactor as soon as possible. The symptoms of palladium poisoning are already quite pronounced. Tony nodded, eagerly replacing the old arc reactor with the new one. As he felt the powerful energy output, he couldn't help but marvel. It's perfect. This design is simply. The new element, having replaced palladium, not only provided a stronger energy output but also eliminated the pollution associated with palladium, effectively resolving Tony's most pressing issue. The element palladium holds the potential for gradual healing, and perhaps in the future, there will be a means to extract the shrapnel embedded within the body. This is the groundbreaking technology recently achieved by Lin Yuqing, as explained by Jiang Chen. Tony inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the reactor. Impressive, he murmured, his voice laced with genuine admiration. Achieving such a breakthrough in merely a month is indeed remarkable, reflecting the astonishing scientific prowess of Huagua. Jiang Chen secretly chuckled, aware that Tony was oblivious to the existence of temporal magic and the advantages it conferred upon Huagua. Nevertheless, temporal magic undeniably belongs to Huagua's capabilities. Given time, I believe you two could accomplish it, Jiang Chen encouraged. Tony shook his head, a flicker of self-deprecation in his eyes. It may not be so simple, he sighed, acknowledging the enviable youthfulness of Huagua's researchers. In contrast, the scientific community in America appears to be in a state of stagnation. And it seems that in a few decades, top scientists may no longer exist. Jiang Chun was well aware of the current situation in America, but that was their concern, not his. I must take my leave. He bid farewell to Tony, feeling a pressing need to deliver the materials to Xianyuan. Tony nodded. Go ahead. I too must begin my research on this new element, he said, patting Jiang Chun on the shoulder. Huagua had only provided Tony with the atomic structure of the new element, not the method of its production. This was a prudent and wise course of action, assisting a friend while safeguarding national interests. After all, the method for mass industrial production of this new element was a result of Lin Yuqing's 2 years of dedicated effort and could not be easily shared. Moreover, Tony could devise alternative means to produce the new element himself. Jiang Chun bid farewell to Tony and stepped through the portal, the scenery around him shifting in an instant. He returned to the familiar soil of Huagua, a wave of belonging washing over him. Without pausing for rest, Jiang Chun promptly made his way to Xuanyuan's base. He was eager to witness the unveiling of Huagua's own battle armor. The scientists at Xianyuan, who had been waiting for this moment, received the materials with glimmering excitement in their eyes. One of these scientists, Li Gengfeng, was responsible for the development of the battle armor at this facility. Upon learning of their arrival in the Marvel Universe, many scientists like him dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the pursuit of research, though for reasons unknown. Breakthroughs in battle armor had consistently been hindered by some unseen force. With these technologies, we will surely be able to create battle armor that truly belongs to Huagua, Li Gengfeng murmured softly. While it is certain that Huagua's future military strategy will focus on the production of unmanned battle armor, breakthroughs in traditional battle armor remain imperative. Indeed, battle armor is essential as it maximally safeguards the safety of our warriors, Jiang Chen concurred, envisioning a future where the Huagua military is equipped with an abundance of battle armor. The thought filled him with exhilaration and pride for his nation's strength. After all, having entered the Marvel Universe, who wouldn't desire to create a suit of armor rivaling the Iron Man series? I may not need it, but I cannot be without it. We must commence development as soon as possible, Jiang Chen suggested with an air of anticipation. Li Gengfeng nodded solemnly, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, we shall exert our utmost efforts, he assured. In truth, we are but a hair's breadth from success, requiring only a few unconventional technologies. Once we uncover the reasons within this data, we shall soon be able to manufacture our own battle armor for Huagua. After all, Jiang Chen had previously witnessed the battle armor within the Xianyuan encampment. The distance to success is not insurmountable. The crucial reactor technology for the armor has long been mastered by Huagua. What remains is merely the protective technology for the pilots, such as shock absorption. However, Li Gengfeng and his fellow scientists have indeed made progress, as the transformation of the battle armor into unmanned combat suits can potentially unleash even greater combat capabilities. As Jiang Chen departed from the Xianyuan encampment, his heart brimmed with hopeful expectations for the future. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The path to Huagua's rise had only just commenced. The future undoubtedly holds boundless brilliance and infinite possibilities. At present, Huagua has already harnessed magic, wielded the power of the Red Giant, and now, with the mastery of battle armor technology, the integration of magic, mutation, and technology will be complete. Chapter 64. The Shadow Armor. Upon acquiring the technology for the armor, Xianyuan immediately dedicated himself to an intensive study. The research team worked tirelessly to analyze every single detail. Jiang Chen felt a sense of anticipation, yet understood that breakthroughs required time. However, merely a day later, Li Gengfeng conveyed exhilarating news. Jiang Chen, you must come and see this. Li Gengfeng's voice was charged with an uncontrollable excitement over the phone. Jiang Chen hurried to the Xianyuan base, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before him. The once crude armor had been transformed, now emanating a luminous aura of advanced technology. Is this just 2 days? Jiang Chen muttered in disbelief. Li Gengfeng's eyes sparkled with fervor as he animatedly explained, the information you brought back seems to have unlocked some kind of confinement. Suddenly, all the challenges have been surmounted, particularly the shock absorption technology, which, in this universe, turned out to be astonishingly simple. So simple that we scientists had unconsciously overlooked its existence, as if some unseen force had deliberately concealed it from us. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the data provided by Tony was indeed crucial. Li Gengfeng continued. With the complete data at our disposal, the technological breakthrough was naturally a foregone conclusion. The previous armor, after our modifications, has reached an astonishing level of perfection. Jiang Chen examined the armor before him with fervent excitement. This was a true representation of the armor belonging to Huagua, embodying boundless possibilities. The armor presented a deep obsidian hue, its surface coated with a subtle metallic sheen. The aerodynamic design epitomized the perfect fusion of power and speed. Miniature missile launchers were affixed to the shoulders, while the reactor in the chest radiated an ethereal blue glow. The back thrusters resembled outstretched wings, imbued with the potent force of ascendance. We have named it Qingying, signifying the embodiment of Huaxia's shadow and the protection of its light, Li Gengfeng proudly declared. Qingying armor? Could it be related to the Qingying mecha from the Southgate project? Jiang Chen couldn't help but interject. We indeed have plans to create mechas. Surprisingly, Li Gengfeng nodded and elaborated. Don't we have the Red Giants? They stand over 3 meters tall, and equipping them with armor would mean it needs to be at least 5 meters high, perfectly aligning with the size of the Qingying mecha in the Southgate project. It is, in fact, a suit tailored for the Red Giants, akin to Tony's future anti-Hulk armor, just larger. However, since we have arrived in this world, is it truly possible to realize the previous Southgate project? Jiang Chun inquired with curiosity. You might be surprised, but it seems there is indeed a plan in place. Li Gongfeng shrugged, his words leaving Jiang Chun astonished. There really is? Yet, it was evident that Li Gongfeng was not well versed in the details of this plan either. As he returned to introducing the armor before them, the Chungying battle armor is merely a prototype. We will subsequently adapt it to various operational environments, ensuring suitability across different military branches. Naturally, models tailored for firefighting, border defense, narcotics enforcement, and law enforcement will also be developed. Jiang Chun could not resist reaching out to caress the surface of the armor, feeling the pulse of technology. Remarkable, he exclaimed sincerely with this. Our military might will undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. The breakthrough in battle armor technology, combined with the industrial capabilities of our nation, will allow us to possess a substantial number of battle armors at a significantly reduced cost. Li Gongfeng, however, shifted the conversation. Nonetheless, wearable battle armor is merely the beginning. In our future military strategy, we are inclined towards unmanned battle armor and robotics, which will ultimately be classified as consumables, much like our original drones. At this point, Li Gongfeng's expression turned grave. For us, the lives of our soldiers are paramount. If unmanned equipment can be utilized, we should not place our soldiers in harm's way. Our objective is to leverage technology to safeguard every soldier's life. Jiang Chun pondered, recognizing this as indeed reflective of our nation's operational style. Li Gongfeng smiled and continued. The Chungying battle armor is our starting point and the cornerstone for the future. May I give it a try? Jiang Chun asked eagerly. Li Gongfeng hesitated for a moment. In theory, that is permissible, but it requires further safety testing. Why not do this? You can wear it for a feel, but refrain from activating the system for now. Jiang Chun readily agreed and, under Li Gongfeng's guidance, carefully donned the Chungying armor. The armor automatically adjusted, perfectly conforming to Jiang Chun's physique. Even without being activated, he could feel the immense power contained within. Incredible! He could not help but marvel. It feels weightless. No wonder Tony enjoys wearing battle armor. It is truly magnificent. Mechs will forever embody a man's romance. Li Gongfeng nodded with pride. This is thanks to our independently developed new alloy, which is both lightweight and robust, with excellent stealth capabilities. Jiang Chun inquired curiously, stealth? How is that achieved? Li Gongfeng smiled mysteriously. This is our proprietary technique. Our stealth coating can, to a certain extent, disrupt radar detection, complemented by an invisibility enchantment that renders it invisible to the naked eye. Although not yet perfect, it is already ahead of the global standard. Jiang Chun was astounded. Our nation's developmental strategy is to pursue multiple avenues concurrently. Whether in magic or technology, both will be emphasized, as our nation has a large population. And not only is there a plethora of scientists, but they are also youthful, fully capable of supporting diversified development. The fusion of technology and magic often yields unimaginably powerful effects. Take, for example, this invisibility effect. It can not only achieve radar stealth, but, when combined with magic, can also render it visually invisible. In the event of combat, this would undoubtedly bewilder the enemy. And what of the weapon systems? He inquired with keen interest. Li Gongfeng pointed to various parts of the battle armor, providing a detailed introduction. The palms are equipped with high-energy laser emitters capable of delivering precise strikes. The shoulder houses miniature missiles that can lock onto multiple targets, enabling saturation attacks. Additionally, there exists a concealed close combat weapon system on the back. Most importantly, all weaponry is supported by artificial intelligence for targeting and control, significantly alleviating the operator's burden and enhancing combat efficiency. In the future, we will continue to optimize the propulsion system, striving for even greater performance. Jiang Chun listened, utterly captivated, as if he were already immersed in a futuristic battlefield. This is already remarkable, Jiang Chun exclaimed sincerely, confident that in the near future, we will surely surpass Iron Man, Tony Stark. Li Gongfeng nodded in agreement. In this regard, I am filled with confidence about our nation's future. However, for now, you must remove the armor. He reminded, as there are numerous tests yet to be conducted. Reluctantly, Jiang Chun took off the shadow, tenderly caressing its smooth surface. "Will I have the opportunity to own a suit like this in the future?" he asked with anticipation. Although it might not be of practical use, he genuinely adored the armor. That is not a significant issue. However, the current shadow is merely a prototype, and the mass-produced model has yet to be determined. Nevertheless, if you wish to acquire a suit in the future, it should not pose a problem. Chapter 65. The Transformation of Huaguo as a Senior Scientist within Xinyuan. Li Gongfeng possesses a clear understanding of Huaguo's current strategies and engaged in a casual discourse with Jiang Chun regarding the nation's future developmental approach. "We are presently adopting a multifaceted development strategy. Not only must we delve deeply into the realm of magic, but technological advancements must also remain unwaveringly prioritized." Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of such an approach, as both technology and magic each hold their distinct advantages. Li Gongfeng approached the control panel and summoned a series of holographic projections. Currently, Xuanyuan's research is primarily advancing along three distinct trajectories: technology, magic, and the integration of the two. The holographic display illuminated various research projects, casting a radiant glow throughout the laboratory. The battle armor exemplified this, with one variant resembling purely technological armament akin to Tony's creations, while the other intricately wove in elements of magic. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Magical battle armor? Wouldn't that be extraordinary?" Li Gongfeng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is immensely powerful. However, it remains our trump card and cannot be divulged in excessive detail at this juncture. I can reveal that the magical battle armor is powered by a magical core, intricately inscribed with complex magical arrays, enabling the machine to harness magical abilities." Jiang Chun pondered this notion, acknowledging, "This amalgamation offers the stability of technology alongside the versatility of magic." The magical core had been previously developed in collaboration with Lin Yuqing and the Ancient One, and now, as magical battle armor, it seems perfectly suited. However, the development of the magical battle armor is still in its preliminary phase. Fortunately, we have a plethora of dedicated researchers, brimming with enthusiasm, and I firmly believe that tangible results will soon emerge. Jiang Chen harbored no doubts regarding this prospect. Li Gongfeng gazed at the Chunging battle armor with a sense of satisfaction, remarking, "This is merely the beginning. We have a long journey ahead of us." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiang Chun reluctantly departed from the research facility. Upon returning home through the portal, he reflected on the day's revelations. The seamless integration of technology and magic has endowed Huaguo with a unique advantage in this world. The intertwining forces of science and sorcery transcend a mere arithmetic sum. It is not simply a case of 1-1-2. This developmental model may indeed be the most suitable path for Huaguo at present. Huaguo is rising in the world, carving its own distinctive path. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun allowed a confident smile to grace his lips. As night fell, he stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance at the vibrant neon lights. The capital's illumination flickered to life in the twilight, crafting a vivid tapestry of prosperity. He inhaled deeply, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Recollecting the chaos and disorientation he experienced over a year ago upon his arrival in this world, the current tranquility felt exceptionally precious. At that time, the entire nation was in a state of emergency, with armed police patrolling the streets and stringent controls over the internet, filtering every piece of information. Yet now, the streets have returned to their former vibrancy. People laugh and converse freely, as if the sudden upheaval of their reality had never occurred. Jiang Chun retrieved his phone and casually scrolled through various social media platforms. The online landscape has evolved significantly, no longer characterized by the stringent vigilance of the past, with discussions about superheroes proliferating in abundance. Even the authorities have commenced gradually promoting the foundational theories of magic within educational institutions, laying the groundwork for future studies in the arcane arts. In Huaguo, where talent abounds, it is unsurprising that numerous individuals possess extraordinary abilities. The military is replete with those suited for the study of magic, and the civilian populace is even more plentiful. given the sheer number of prodigies. It is clearly impractical to rely solely on the ancient sorcerer for selection. Thus, conducting evaluations within schools has become essential. Generally, those who exhibit magical aptitude at a young age are undoubtedly endowed with remarkable gifts. This development has provided students with a new avenue, presenting a fresh option for many who are less inclined toward traditional academic pursuits. The gradual integration of magical studies from schools into society reflects the strategic vision of Huagua. Such a level of openness would have been unimaginable just a year ago. The smile on the ancient sorcerer's face has grown increasingly pronounced, indicating her delight at this unfolding scenario. The flourishing of magic is imminent, a situation that arises only through the concerted efforts of an entire nation. Were it any other country, such a phenomenon would be inconceivable. Huagua has amassed sufficient strength, rendering caution unnecessary. Jiang Chun mused softly, a glimmer of pride illuminating his eyes. The technological sector is hastening the development of various advanced equipment, while the Magic Academy is producing an ever-growing cadre of sorcerers. The confluence of these two forces has rendered Huagua a distinctive entity in the world. Within the military, the promotion of magic is progressing swiftly. Each soldier is eager to acquire formidable power as soon as possible. Concurrently, the experimental modifications of the Red Giants are advancing steadily, with the success rate approaching 100% as the number of trials increases, eliminating the need for Jiang Chun as a safeguard. According to his estimates, there are now at least several hundred Red Giants within the Huagua military. These are not mere shadows of the Hulk. Rather, they retain their intellect, arguably making them even more formidable. It is rumored that the Red Giants engage in martial arts training tailored to their physical attributes. The mere thought conjures a vivid image, a cadre of Red Giants practicing Bajiquan, each capable of matching Thanos in combat prowess, and with such a vast number. It is indeed a sight to behold. In Huagua, the technology surrounding battle armor has also seen rapid advancements. After acquiring the foundational technology from Tony, a multitude of scientists and military engineers have swiftly engaged in the research and development of battle suits, leading to frequent updates and iterations. In a short span, numerous variants of battle armor have emerged, each tailored for different military branches and combat environments, alongside a plethora of modular weapons and functional components. The battle armor possessed by Huagua rivals, and even surpasses, that crafted by Tony, boasting an array of advanced devices and weaponry. As Li Gongfeng noted, there is a pronounced inclination within the military to develop towards unmanned robotic technology, although this remains largely unknown to the general populace. The battle armor familiar to the public is predominantly of a police and firefighting nature. However, one need not be foolish to surmise that Huan Nation has already mastered the technology of battle armor. Additionally, there exists research into magical energy battle armor, a classified military project. Currently, on the large screens at street corners, the latest technological achievements are being showcased: quantum computers, the construction of nuclear fusion power plants, and anti-gravity devices. These technologies, which once lingered in the realm of theory, have made remarkable advancements upon their arrival in this world and have already achieved industrialization in Huan Nation. Jiang Chun shook his head with a light chuckle, recalling the online discourse that still idolizes foreign innovations. In a society where technology is decades ahead of the outside world, it is indeed laughable and lamentable for individuals to continue bowing in reverence to foreign nations. Nevertheless, such matters are best left to the relevant authorities. They need not concern him. This world is vast, yet the future of Huan Nation appears even more expansive, transforming from initial trepidation to a state of calm confidence. The changes over the past year have not only marked a metamorphosis for the nation, but also a personal growth for each individual. Jiangxin stretched lazily and turned to return to his room. Tomorrow will herald a brand new day. Huan Nation, too, shall stand with a mightier presence in this world. Chapter 66. Stark Technology Expo. 3 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Jiangxin sat on the living room sofa, idly toying with a gilded invitation. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a dazzling glow upon the surface of the invitation. The Stark Industries Future Technology Expo? Jiang Chun lightly tapped the edge of the card with his fingertips. This invitation bore Tony's autograph, beckoning him to the United States to attend the forthcoming Stark Future Technology Expo. Jiangchen squinted, reminiscing about the movie's plot. According to the timeline, this should mark the beginning of Iron Man 2. Tony was poised to announce the revival of his father Howard Stark's tradition of technology expos at the event. Meanwhile, the antagonist Ivan Vanko would soon emerge, intent on exacting revenge on Tony. During this period, Huagua had also been quietly strengthening its capabilities as planned. For Huagua, amassing strength was paramount. Other matters could be set aside for the time being. Rising from his seat, Jiang Chun approached the window and retrieved his phone, dialing Lu Guiqiang's number. If he were to travel to America, especially at the invitation of the other party, it was only prudent to consult with his superior. Chief, Tony has invited me to attend the Stark Industries Technology Expo. Of course you can go. Wang Yu has also received an invitation, along with Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng. They have all been invited by Tony. Lu Guiqiang responded casually, seemingly unfazed by the matter. After hanging up, Jiangchen felt a sense of relief. With a few others accompanying him, he need not worry excessively. A few days later, Jiangchen arrived at the designated assembly point with a modest amount of luggage. Wang Yu was already there, dressed in casual attire, yet unable to conceal his military demeanor. Have Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng arrived yet? Jiangchen glanced around. They'll be here shortly. Wang Yu's expression turned serious. This time in America, we must also ensure the safety of the two of them. Jiangchen nodded, aware of Wang Yu's earnestness. Unlike the two of them, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng were ordinary individuals without significant combat prowess. It was prudent to err on the side of caution. Before long, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng arrived in succession. Lin Yuqing wore a simple yet professional suit, clutching a stack of documents. As an expert in the field of nuclear fusion, her numerous technical exchanges with Tony rendered his invitation unsurprising. Lin Yifeng, in a tailored suit and holding a briefcase, presented himself as a business elite, as a commercial representative of Huaxing Group. His collaborative relationship with Tony naturally warranted inclusion on the invitation list. With everyone assembled, Lin Yifeng smiled, assuring, "There's no need to be overly anxious. We have brought the new magical teleportation devices. In case of danger, we can return home immediately." Over the past few months, a considerable number of magical devices had been manufactured, and both Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng carried magical energy cores and various magical modules, enabling them to harness magic through these devices. Should any danger arise, retreating to their homeland would be a viable option. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Wang Yu activated the teleportation portal, golden light swirling in the air. For individuals stepped through the portal in succession, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the reception room of Stark Industries. The spacious and well-lit area featured Tony seated on a sofa, awaiting their arrival, while Pepper Potts stood beside him. Since their last candid conversation, the bond between the two had blossomed further. "Welcome, my dear friends," Tony exclaimed, rising to greet them with open arms. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a radiant outline around him. "I have prepared many surprises for this technology expo." Tony winked, confident that they would find it intriguing. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that the plot of Iron Man 2 was about to unfold. Having arrived in America just as the clock struck noon, they noted that the expo would commence in the evening. Lin Yuqing engaged in discussions with Tony regarding the latest advancements in nuclear fusion research, as well as the optimization of the arc reactor. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng presented a collaboration proposal to Pepper, initiating negotiations. Jiang Chun leaned against the window, gazing at the bustling streets of New York, quietly anticipating the arrival of the evening expo. Previously, during their confrontation with the Abomination and the Hulk, Jiangchen and Wang Yu had not concealed their identities. Thus, their abilities were no longer a secret to the Americans. Consequently, there was no need for flights or formalities. They directly traversed the portal to the United States. This gesture was a mark of respect, as during previous visits, Jiang Chun had disregarded such formalities, knowing that the American authorities were oblivious. This time, however, they opted to announce their presence formally to avoid any unnecessary complications. Naturally, given the capabilities they had displayed, the Americans would not instigate trouble. Jiang Chun and his companions felt justified in resting within the Stark Industries complex. As night fell, Stark Industries glowed with lights. Bustling with crowds as visitors flocked from all directions, their excited chatter rising in a chorus. They eagerly anticipated what high-tech marvels Stark Industries would unveil. After all, the smartphone previously launched by Stark had revolutionized the consumer electronics market. However, the media, with its characteristic arrogance, failed to inform the public that the technology behind the smartphone originated from a Chinese company, a fact only noted by a select few. Even those who were aware remained indifferent, for to the haughty Westerners, the so-called backwardness of China held little significance. Conversely, China was content with this arrangement through Stark Industries. It profited handsomely while silently amassing wealth. With its erstwhile technology sweeping across the globe at minimal costs, China rendered Western competitors powerless in this market. Western capitalists found themselves with no opportunity to penetrate this industry, as no matter how much they invested, China could effortlessly produce superior and more competitive technology. In light of the clear prospect of losses, it was natural for capitalists to refrain from further investments. Over time, the high-tech industry in the West will gradually stagnate. This is a deliberate strategy by China, a notion that Tony Stark has not contemplated deeply. However, even if he were aware, Tony would remain indifferent, fundamentally. He is a capitalist. Would he truly concern himself with the overall technological advancement of the West? Certainly not. If he genuinely cared, he would have long since made his technology open source. Yet such an act is clearly out of the question. The Western approach diverges significantly from that of China. They have always envisioned a global industrial chain. If superior alternatives are available, why should they exert effort and invest substantial resources into research? It would be sheer folly. In this regard, Tony is no different. The materials for his armor are sourced from other companies, are they not? The West lacks the foresight that China possesses. They are solely preoccupied with immediate profits. Chapter 67. Tony's summons, a grand stage, stood majestically at the center of the venue, with the Stark Industries logo flickering continuously on the projection screen. Jiang Chun occupied a seat in the VIP section, casting a discerning glance over the bustling crowd around him. Lin Yuqing was engrossed in perusing the documents in her hands, occasionally making annotations. In truth, she held little interest in the so-called Future Technology Expo hosted by Stark Industries. Her presence was primarily to exchange insights on scientific research with Tony. Meanwhile, Wang Yi remained vigilant, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Lin Yifeng adjusted his suit and tie, his expression filled with anticipation as he gazed toward the stage. As time passed, the audience was packed to capacity, yet Tony was still nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from the sky. Everyone looked up to witness a brilliant flame slicing through the night. It was Iron Man. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd, followed by cheers of excitement. Iron Man, as he was known in the West, was also referred to as Iron Boy in China. Tony, clad in the pristine Mark IV armor, traced a graceful arc in the air. The blue and white glow of the thrusters illuminated the night sky, and he spiraled around, inciting the audience's elation. Finally, with a dramatic dive, Tony descended smoothly onto the stage. What an audacious display! Lin Yifeng chuckled softly, though his eyes sparkled with envy. On stage, mechanical arms swiftly extended, expertly assisting Tony in shedding his armor. Accompanied by resounding background music, a group of elegantly attired women in silver bodysuits surged onto the stage. The LED rings on their chests flickered with blue and white light, mirroring the arc reactor on Tony's chest. The dancers twirled gracefully around him, their movements synchronized with the rhythm of the music. Standing at the center of the stage, Tony spread his arms wide, a signature smile gracing his face. "Welcome to the Stark Technology Expo." His voice resonated through the sound system, enveloping the entire venue. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The stage lights intertwined to create a dazzling sea of stars, with Tony at the center, surveying the densely packed spectators below. "Thank you all for attending the Stark Technology Expo." Tony extended his arms, proclaiming that this world has entered an unprecedented era of peace. A knowing smile curled at the corners of his mouth, clearly implying, of course, this is all due to my presence. The audience responded with a ripple of knowing laughter, fully aware that Tony was employing irony in his statement. Jiang Chun, seated in the VIP area, shook his head gently. In reality, whether in the original world or the current one, global tranquility remained elusive. Wherever the American military intervened, chaos ensued. As it stood, Eastern Europe and the Middle East were still engulfed in prolonged turmoil, with the underlying forces being the Jewish and Anglo-Saxon influences. Peace, in the context of the entire world, it had never truly arrived. Today, I have the honor of inviting a special guest, Tony announced as he pressed the remote control in his hand. A holographic image projects above the stage, gradually revealing a middle-aged man clad in a suit. Howard Stark, Tony's father, the true genius scientist of this world. The virtual Howard smiles as he begins his discourse. The cities of the future will be places brimming with infinite possibilities. As he speaks, the holographic display transforms, showcasing the blueprint of a futuristic city. Floating magnetic trains glide seamlessly between towering skyscrapers, while aerial gardens adorn the landscape. Technology is poised to revolutionize the human way of life, rendering the world a more splendid place. Jiang Chun observes the complex emotions flickering in Tony's eyes as he gazes at his father's projection. Once Howard concludes his address, Tony steps back into the limelight. The new element has alleviated the palladium poisoning, and he now radiates vitality, a stark contrast to his former weary self. Now, allow me to present Stark Industries' latest innovation, he announces. An elegantly designed smartphone hovers in midair, the holographic projection perfectly detailing its features. With a fully touch-responsive interface and a revolutionary user experience, it promises to transform one's lifestyle. A wave of astonishment erupts from the audience, many reaching for their phones to capture the moment. Jiang Chun exchanges glances with his companions, each detecting amusement in the other's eyes. In their view, the phone's performance merely rivals that of an iPhone 4. Yet, for a world still anchored in 2010, it is undeniably groundbreaking. The atmosphere surges once more, reaching a crescendo with the unveiling of the new device. After the exposition concludes, Jiang Chun and his companions rendezvous with Tony backstage. You did quite well, Jiang Chun commends, acknowledging Tony's remarkable oratory skills. Thank you for the compliment, Tony replies, preparing to say more when a blonde woman in a professional suit suddenly approaches them. Mr. Stark, she states with a businesslike smile, this is your subpoena. Tony refrains from reaching for it, unwilling to accept items from strangers, and gestures for Pepper to take it instead. Pepper glances over the document swiftly before whispering something to Tony, causing his brow to furrow. See you in Los Angeles tomorrow. Upon realizing Tony is aware of the situation, the blonde woman offers him a parting remark, nods at Wang Yu and the others, and departs. Curse the government, Tony mutters, crumpling the subpoena. They insist I attend some hearing. Is there a problem? Jiang Chun inquires, puzzled. Not much, just that the Senate has a hearing I need to attend tomorrow morning. Jiang Chun and the others immediately grasp the nature of the matter. It's simply the U.S. government seeking Tony's armor technology, orchestrating a hearing for it. The blonde woman must be a government representative, merely delivering a message to Tony. With the clock now striking midnight, attending the hearing in Los Angeles the following morning will be exceedingly rushed. However, the current Tony, having just concluded the expo, was not inclined to endure several hours of travel. He turned to the nearby bodyguard, Happy, who had just arrived, and said, "It seems I must trouble you. Please drive to Los Angeles first. Pepper and I will join you tomorrow morning." With Pepper having mastered the art of teleportation, was there any need for her to endure the long journey? She could simply open a portal, which was remarkably convenient. All that was required was for Happy to drive, thus drawing attention away from them. "Wait, boss, am I going alone?" Happy replied, a look of confusion on his face. He blinked, not comprehending the purpose of his solitary journey to Washington. Was he expected to attend the hearing by himself? "Of course, I will arrive on time tomorrow," Tony assured him, patting Happy on the shoulder before departing with Pepper and Jiang Chun in another vehicle, leaving Happy bewildered in the wind. Despite his confusion, Happy resolutely followed Tony's orders, driving alone towards Washington. After all, he was merely an employee. Whatever the boss said was the way it was. Chapter 68. The hearing. As the morning sun bathed the streets of Los Angeles in golden light, Happy leaned back in the driver's seat, stifling a yawn. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light flickered within the car, prompting him to instinctively rub his eyes. When he opened them again, Tony and Pepper had taken their seats beside him. This. Happy's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Don't be so surprised, Tony said, patting him on the shoulder. Let's go to the hearing. Happy nodded stiffly, his face a canvas of incredulity. At the hearing venue, bright lights illuminated the entire assembly, while the flashes of cameras echoed throughout the room, broadcasting live on television. Tony sat in the witness stand, facing a row of stern-faced legislators. Mr. Stark, began a somewhat rotund congressman, rising to his feet. Have you developed a sort of weaponized suit? Tony glanced at the title on the wall. Hearing on Weaponized Suit Defense Project? A subtle smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he realized the nature of this gathering. It was undoubtedly a trap aimed at seizing his armor technology. No, that is merely my high-tech prosthetic, he replied. The congressman gestured to bring forth an expert in weaponry. Mr. Justin Hammer, he announced. Justin straightened his suit as he approached. A confident grin plastered across his face. Based on my professional assessment, Stark's armor constitutes an exceedingly potent weapon of war. Such a formidable weapon should be entrusted to the military, to the American people. Tony scoffed. Then, Mr. Hammer, would you be willing to transfer all of Hammer Industries' technology to the military? Justin's smile instantly faltered, and he lowered his gaze, feigning an interest in his documents. Colonel Rhodes, the congressman called out, introducing another witness. Please read this report. Rhodes, a friend of Tony's, appeared, and Tony furrowed his brow at his presence. Rhodes looked equally bewildered as he accepted the document, glancing over it quickly. I'm sorry, but this excerpt has been taken out of context. I refuse to read it. Indeed. He had submitted a report to the higher-ups, but this particular statement was merely a fragment, highly susceptible to misinterpretation. The congressman, however, disregarded Rhodes and projected the contentious sentence onto the screen, which indeed suggested the potential applications and might of the armor as a weapon. This compelled Rhodes to seek clarification. Yet the congressman abruptly cut off his microphone. Rising to his feet, the congressman's physique shifted beneath his suit. Mr. Stark, we have received intelligence that nations around the globe are currently researching the replication of armor technology. For the sake of national security, the military must acquire this technology in advance. Leaning back in his chair, Tony drummed his fingers on the table, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. The congressman signaled to his assistant, and the large screen lit up. The image displayed a cumbersome machine unsteadily navigating a testing site in North Korea. The machine's rough exterior bore unmistakable welding marks, emitting a grating metallic sound as it moved, though the apparatus appeared far from perfect. It was evident that North Korea was indeed developing similar technology. Tony's lips curled into a slight smile as he caught a glimpse of the absurd scene on the screen. His fingers swiftly gliding across his smartphone. He was utilizing JARVIS to manipulate the display before him. Suddenly, the large screen flickered and switched to another video. In the footage, a silver-gray suit of armor was undergoing testing in Hammer Industries' laboratory, with Justin Hammer standing nearby. The upper half of the armor began to rotate uncontrollably, executing a full 360-degree spin, accompanied by screams emanating from the cockpit. The audience erupted in chaos, with reporters frantically clicking their cameras. Tony turned to Justin, whose face had drained of color, and remarked, I hope your test pilot is still alive. Justin hurried to the podium, disconnecting the monitor's power supply. The weapon test had failed, costing a life and significantly tarnishing Hammer Industries' reputation. Infuriated by Tony's taunt, Justin clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, yet found himself at a loss for words. Rising to his feet, Tony straightened his suit, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I am indifferent to who researches armor technology. If you possess the capability, pursue it yourself. I shall not hold you accountable. The armor has become an extension of myself. It is a part of my being. With a derisive laugh, Tony continued. Dream on if you think you can seize my technology. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, with Pepper following closely behind, leaving a room full of speechless individuals. His voice echoed through the venue, exuding an undeniable authority. The legislators atop the platform exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Happy stood at the door, a look of bewilderment on his face as he watched Tony. "You can drive back to New York by yourself," Tony said, pulling Pepper into a secluded corner. A golden halo materialized at the wall's edge, and the two stepped inside, leaving Happy standing alone. "What kind of cutting-edge technology is this? It feels incredible. At this rate, am I nearing retirement? Will you still need me to drive?" Happy quipped, shaking his head before turning toward the parking lot. Tony and Pepper returned to Stark Industries building, Tony appearing unfazed as he made his way to the living room, viewing the hearing as little more than a farce. The sanctity of personal property is the cornerstone of Western capitalism. If the U.S. government audaciously sought to confiscate Tony's technology, the nation would be doomed. If they could seize Tony's assets today, what might they do tomorrow? The capitalists who hold sway over this country would never allow such a situation to unfold. In simple terms, capitalists are inherently self-serving individuals, primarily concerned with their own gains and losses. National interests? A jest. The U.S. government is backed by various capital interests. If that legislator truly intended to seize a capitalist's possessions, he would find himself paraded in a convertible the very next day, his imagination ignited. This is also why the wealthy are inclined to come to America. In this land, as long as you possess wealth, you can indeed indulge your whims. Of course, if you are not a local, your assets may be frozen. After all, being descendants of pirates, seizing your money is merely standard practice. Upon his return, Tony cast aside any thoughts of the hearing, showing no concern whatsoever. He managed to maintain a composed demeanor. In the living room, Jiang Chun, Wang Yu, and Linny Feng were present, having watched the televised broadcast earlier. A bunch of insignificant figures. Do they truly believe I am easily intimidated? Tony scoffed disdainfully, clearly harboring no fondness for those legislators. By the way, how is your research on the battle armor progressing in Huagua? Tony inquired curiously of Jiang Chun. The battle armor primarily serves our narcotics enforcement and firefighting departments. There is no need for concealment regarding this matter. Wang Yu replied with a smile, especially in the case of the firefighting department, which has already begun to deploy it. Whether dealing with urban fires, wildfires, or geological disasters, it proves to be remarkably effective. This indeed reflects the current strategy of Huagua. The present iteration of the Chungying battle armor is primarily focused on these areas of development. While military applications do exist, future deployments will likely remain limited, with a greater emphasis on unmanned equipment. This is also the reason for Wang Yu and his companions' visit to America. The unmanned robotic legions produced by Hammer Industries, or rather Ivan Vanko, hold some utility for Huagua. Chapter 69. The Moroccan racecourse is at the fire department? Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Tony exhaled in relief. Indeed, in Huagua, the battle armor was not primarily utilized as a weapon of war, but rather for civil purposes, rescue operations, and the like. The technology of battle armor, in the hands of Huagua, perhaps truly served the purpose of protection. I have some work to attend to, Pepper whispered to Tony before gracefully departing in her high heels. Tony scoffed dismissively. That fool Justin thinks he can create battle armor? It's utterly laughable. As afternoon approached, Tony descended to the underground training facility to engage in his routine boxing practice with Happy. Sweat trickled down Tony's cheek as he delivered a powerful punch to Happy's protective gear. "Sir, Miss Potts is on her way," Jarvis announced in the training room. Tony paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned to face the entrance. Pepper entered, accompanied by a striking red-haired woman clad in a professional suit, exuding an air of elegance with every movement. "Tony, this is Natalie. I would like to hire her as my assistant," Pepper introduced. Tony scrutinized the newcomer, sensing an inexplicable aura surrounding her. His instincts, it must be said, were quite astute. "Jarvis, please look into this woman's background," Tony instructed in a hushed tone. "I have already conducted a search, sir. Her resume is impeccable," Jarvis replied. Jiangchen and Wang Yu exchanged glances, both recognizing the true identity of the Black Widow. Given that S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed numerous computer experts, altering Natasha's records would pose no challenge. However, Tony harbored reservations about Natasha, sensing something amiss. Yet, Pepper seemed quite taken with the new assistant, leaving him unable to refuse outright. Casting a glance at Happy, who stood robustly in the ring, Tony raised an eyebrow and devised a plan. "Then let me see your skills," he proposed, pointing to the boxing ring. "If you can defeat him, I will agree to your becoming an assistant." The Black Widow smiled subtly, elegantly removing her high heels before nimbly ascending the boxing ring. Happy hesitated momentarily, but upon receiving an encouraging nod from Tony, he positioned himself against the formidable opponent. "Begin," Tony commanded. The Black Widow moved with lightning speed, maneuvering behind Happy before he could react. With a swift shoulder throw, she sent him crashing onto the mat with a resounding thud. Following that, she executed a leg lock, firmly pinning Happy to the ground. The fight concluded instantly. After all, the Black Widow was an exceptionally skilled operative, seemingly enhanced by a serum that rendered her significantly more formidable than the average person, making Happy no match for her prowess. Witnessing this, Pepper gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had not anticipated Natalie's remarkable abilities, while Tony raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Welcome to Stark Industries," Tony applauded, acknowledging her entrance. Though he harbored greater skepticism towards Natasha, he was a man of his word. Since the Black Widow had triumphed over Happy, he consented to her becoming an assistant. "Thank you." The Black Widow released Happy and gracefully bowed, leaving him to rise with a countenance marred by discontent. Losing to a woman had undeniably struck a significant blow to his pride. "By the way, I am heading to Morocco tomorrow to witness the Formula racing. Would you care to join me?" Tony shifted his focus from the Black Widow to Jiang Chun and the others. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng exchanged glances. "Apologies, but we still have work to attend to." They had come with their own missions, and now that the matter was concluded, they had little desire to linger. "Wang Yu and I, however, are free." Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. "Then it's settled," Tony declared decisively. Observing this, Wang Yu also rose, tracing a golden arc in the air with his finger. There was no need for concealment among those present, as the ability of the portal would soon be common knowledge. The portal gradually opened before them, and after bidding farewell, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng stepped inside. Natasha stood nearby, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she regained her composure. Once the portal vanished, Tony and Jiang Chun began discussing the itinerary for the following day, while Pepper took Natasha to complete her onboarding procedures, restoring tranquility to the training room. On the following morning, everyone gathered in the living room to prepare for their imminent journey to Morocco. Pepper stood at the center of the room, inhaling deeply before tracing a golden arc in the air with her hands. A shimmering portal slowly opened, reflecting the astonishment of the onlookers. Upon witnessing this, a glint of shock flitted across the Black Widow's eyes, but she quickly regained her calm. However, her lips twitched slightly, betraying her effort to maintain composure. How could this ordinary person possess the ability to create a portal? This was indeed peculiar. Could this power be bestowed upon others? Or perhaps it was something that could be learned. As A-S-H-I-E-L-D, agent, these speculations took root in the Black Widow's mind. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me," Tony smiled, gesturing for everyone to proceed. "Our journey to Morocco is about to commence." The group filed through the portal, and in an instant, their surroundings transformed dramatically. They found themselves in a lavishly decorated suite, with Moroccan architecture and a cerulean sky visible through the windows. This was the room Tony had reserved in advance, serving as their temporary location upon arrival. "How convenient," Tony exclaimed once more, "far more comfortable than my private jet." He patted Pepper's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with approval. "Well done, Pepper. It seems you have fully mastered the art of the portal." Pepper smiled slightly, pleased with her newfound ability. After a brief tidying of their belongings, they set off towards the racetrack, traversing the city until they arrived at the outskirts where the racetrack was situated. A throng of spectators had already gathered around the venue, the air buzzing with excitement. The arrival of Tony instantly sparked a sensation, with countless gazes fixated upon the tech mogul. "Behold, it is Tony Stark. Goodness, he has come to witness the match." A wave of gasps and murmurs erupted from the crowd. Many rushed forward, eager to catch a glimpse of Tony's charisma. With a smile, Tony greeted those around him, occasionally pausing to exchange pleasantries with familiar faces. At last, guided by the staff, The group made their way to the designated viewing area prepared exclusively for them. It was a gathering of distinguished individuals, prominent figures, and affluent patrons. Even Justin Hammer, Tony's arch-nemesis who had recently clashed with him at a hearing, was present. Upon spotting Tony, several approached to offer their greetings. Among them, Jiangchen recognized a familiar face, the owner of Kong X, Max, with whom I had some collaborations. Tony, with a grin, introduced Jiangchen and the others. I am aware it is Master Ma. Jiangchen beamed and greeted him, expressing gratitude for Master Ma's contributions. Max looked on, bewildered. Chapter 70. Ivan Vanko. A few individuals settled into their seats to witness the spectacle, and Tony excused himself momentarily, a thought that Pepper dismissed, assuming he had merely gone to the restroom. However, as the deafening roar of the race cars began to crescendo, Tony remained conspicuously absent. Pepper furrowed her brow, glancing around anxiously. Where could Tony be? At that moment, the large screen illuminated with a scene that left her astounded. Tony, clad in a racing suit, was seated in the driver's seat of a blue race car. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer's exhilarated voice resonated through the sound system. We have a special competitor, Mr. Tony Stark. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Pepper's complexion turned pale as she ascended to the stands, gripping the railing tightly, her knuckles blanching. Oh my God, Tony. What are you doing? She murmured, her voice laced with concern. Happy, too, displayed a look of anxiety, fully aware of the perils of Formula racing. As the signal lights extinguished, the race cars shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Tony's blue race car swiftly surged to the front, the engines roared deafening. The audience held their breath, their eyes locked on the track. Suddenly, a man clad in a staff uniform dashed onto the racetrack. Oh my God, who is that? Someone gasped. All attention was drawn to this unexpected intruder. The man wielded a metallic whip, and in an instant, a blinding blue light emanated from him, his attire igniting in flames. Almost immediately, a blue energy aura enveloped the whip in his grasp. He swung the energy whip, severing several of the leading race cars with ease. Explosions illuminated the track as flames erupted, billowing thick plumes of smoke. The audience descended into chaos, screams echoing throughout the stands. It's Ivan Vanko. Wang Yu recognized the identity of this assailant. As fellow travelers, they were acutely aware of his identity. Exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Chun, they refrained from immediate action. Meanwhile, Pepper, terror-stricken, covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with concern for Tony's safety. She quickly turned to Happy. Hurry, bring the Mark V. Happy understood and promptly handed her the Mark V briefcase. This is the only thing that can protect Tony, she murmured, a resolute glint in her eyes. Simultaneously, Tony on the track sensed the impending danger ahead. He noticed the man brandishing the energy whip, with an arc reactor glowing in his chest, advancing towards him. In a flash, he realized the man was targeting him. He sharply turned the steering wheel, and the race car traced an arc on the track as Ivan's energy whip whistled past, grazing the rear of the vehicle. Tony felt the breath of death upon him. He knew he needed to act swiftly. He slammed on the brakes, and the race car, propelled by inertia, rolled to the side, narrowly evading Ivan Vanko's attack. However, this was merely a temporary situation. Ivan Vanko, dragging his energy whip, slowly approached Tony. Shaking his head, Tony, finally regaining his senses, looked at the advancing Ivan and hurriedly unfastened his seatbelt, attempting to flee to safety. At this moment, he was devoid of his armor, merely a vulnerable human, unable to withstand a strike from Ivan's whip. Yet, it was evident that Ivan would not grant him such an opportunity. He lashed out with the whip, which, although it did not strike Tony directly, detonated upon hitting the ground, sending Tony crashing against a nearby vehicle. The impact left him momentarily dazed. A smile crept across Ivan's face as he wielded the whip, intent on annihilation. Tony regained his composure and noticed the ruptured fuel tank of a nearby racing car, gasoline seeping out. He quickly rolled and crawled away. The energy whip struck the ground, igniting the escaping fuel, and in the next instant, a violent explosion erupted, buying Tony a fleeting moment of reprieve. Just as the tension escalated, a portal opened, and Pepper emerged, carrying the Mark V case. Tony, catch! Pepper exclaimed without hesitation, tossing the Mark V towards him. Pepper, I adore you. Tony exclaimed excitedly as he activated the Mark V, placing his hands into the suitcase and swiftly pulling it up. The armor unfolded rapidly around him, the mechanical parts interlocking with a crisp, metallic clatter, exuding a mesmerizing mechanical elegance that left the audience in awe. With the revelation of his identity as Iron Man, he became even more renowned, and the spectators gasped in astonishment as Tony donned the suit. "Pepper, step aside and watch how I defeat him," he commanded, his voice laced with confidence. "Pepper, hurry to safety. This is my battle." Pepper cast a worried glance at Tony before sprinting towards the audience. Ivan smirked, his energy whip carving a blinding arc through the air. "Stark, your father ruined my father's life. Today you shall pay the price." Tony aimed his palm cannon at Ivan. "I am unaware of your grievances, but it is apparent you have chosen the wrong method of resolution," he retorted. Ivan roared as the energy whip lunged at him like a venomous serpent. Tony swiftly evaded, but the Mark V's maneuverability was evidently inferior to that of other models, making his movements sluggish. The energy whip grazed the armor's surface, sparking wildly and leaving a deep gash. Alarmed, Tony realized that the defensive capabilities of this portable suit were indeed lacking. He retaliated by firing his palm cannon, but Ivan effortlessly dodged the attack. The energy whip struck again, this time shattering the palm cannon on his left arm, rendering it useless. As Tony attempted to retreat, he discovered that Ivan's other whip had ensnared his right arm. With a sinister grin, Ivan tightened the whip, and the Mark V armor groaned under the strain. Tony's right palm cannon short-circuited under the impact of the long whip's electric current, emitting plumes of black smoke, similarly rendered inoperative. This was one of the few weapons aboard the Mark V. However, as he beheld the whip coiling around his arm, a spark of inspiration ignited within Tony. Seizing the moment, he exerted force, using the whip to encircle his body, and charged towards Ivan Vanko. Caught off guard by this maneuver, Ivan was taken aback by Tony's rapid approach. Tony's fist struck heavily against his chin, producing a dull thud. Without armor to protect him, Ivan relied solely on his whip. Leaving his flesh exposed, Tony's iron fist sent him reeling. Ivan crumpled to the ground, and seizing the opportunity, Tony knelt on his chest and retrieved the miniature arc reactor. With the loss of the arc reactor, Ivan's whip was deprived of its electrical energy, rendering it a mere ordinary metal whip, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Chapter 71. The Origins of Ivan. Where did this come from? Tony gazed intently at the blue glowing device in his hand. Ivan Vanko coughed up blood, his eyes still brimming with derision. "Tony Stark, your family, the Starks, are nothing but a band of despicable thieves. The arc reactor was developed by my father. Yet your father seized everything and exiled mine. This is the reason for my vengeance." Tony silently scrutinized the reactor, lost in profound contemplation. He did not fully comprehend the implications of Ivan's words, but this was not the time for such inquiries. A mere inferior imitation. Tony cast a dismissive glance at Ivan Vanko, crushing the reactor in his grip and discarding it carelessly aside. As Ivan Vanko was subdued, the police swiftly arrived on the scene, apprehending him and escorting him towards the nearest prison, leaving Tony standing in place. "Tony, do you think this is the end?" Ivan Vanko's lips curled into a maniacal smile as he allowed the officers to lead him away. "You have failed, Stark. This is merely the beginning." His voice echoed across the racetrack. Tony furrowed his brow, observing Ivan Vanko's retreating figure. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Pepper rushed to Tony, embracing him tightly. "Tony, are you all right?" Her voice trembled with concern. "I'm fine, Pepper. Don't worry." Tony reassured her with gentle pats on her back. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu strolled over, Jiang Chun wearing a teasing smile. "Seeing you handle it well, we deemed it unnecessary to intervene." Tony raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride gracing his features. "When has Tony Stark ever needed assistance from others? I can deal with any adversary." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Though, to be fair, it was Pepper who saved me this time. But that's different. She is my assistant." Pepper shot him an exasperated glance. "All right, we should leave this place." Tony surveyed the chaotic racetrack. "I'm all right. It's just that my suit requires some repairs." The group made their way out, leaving behind the wreckage of the race course. Tony's steps felt heavier, Ivan Vanko's final smile lingering in his mind. The weight of his words concerned Tony, prompting him to return and investigate further. In the afternoon, The four of them arrived at the prison. At that moment, Tony had already accessed information about Ivan Vanko through JARVIS, and he began to understand why Ivan referred to the Stark family as thieves. Ivan's father, Anton Vanko, was a scientist from the former Soviet Union who had once collaborated with Howard Stark. Together, they developed the arc reactor from their research on the Tesseract. However, unlike Howard, Anton sought to exploit the Tesseract's power for personal gain, leading to his exile at Howard's hands. This left Anton harboring deep resentment, and in the years that followed, he lived consumed by hatred for Howard, ultimately passing away. This, of course, profoundly affected Ivan Vanko, who, witnessing Tony bask in luxury while he languished in poverty, felt an acute sense of injustice. Ivan Vanko is no ordinary adversary. Once he resolved to exact vengeance, he resorted to any means necessary. Initially, his objective was to assassinate Tony Stark, and although he did not succeed, he nonetheless achieved his aim. "You have lost, Stark," Ivan sneered at Tony. Despite failing to eliminate him, Ivan had fulfilled his purpose. Just days prior, during a hearing, had Tony not asserted that his suits were not weapons? Had he not claimed that others could not replicate them? Now, Ivan had developed the arc reactor and showcased it publicly, demonstrating the might of his armor, which undoubtedly posed significant complications for Tony. In essence, Ivan's goal was realized. However, he mistakenly believed this would trouble Tony, who, in truth, was entirely indifferent. "Is that so?" Tony scoffed, revealing that the Russian Ivan was unaware of the capitalist mentality that characterized Americans. Tony had little regard for those politicians. As long as he refused to relinquish his technology, no one could obtain it. As he had previously stated, if one possessed the skill to manufacture armor, they were welcome to do so. After all, the most crucial energy core of the suit was beyond the capability of most to produce. Naturally, this did not apply to China. Tony had previously exchanged technology with them, enhancing controlled nuclear fusion using the arc reactor for the advancement of human technology. And he had no intention of being secretive. In fact, from Tony's perspective, China's Eastern Supering-controlled fusion technology surpassed his own arc reactor technology, and he felt no shame in sharing. Regardless of your origins or intentions, or how you acquired the arc reactor technology, you are now a prisoner awaiting legal retribution. Ivan was warned. At the racetrack, he had not only caused chaos, but also claimed the lives of several unfortunate racers. Such acts of murder would be met with consequences in any nation, albeit with varying degrees of severity. Regardless, Ivan was destined for decades of imprisonment, and Tony saw no need to linger on the matter. Furthermore, Tony dismissed Ivan's reactor as a mere low-power, inferior imitation. With that, Tony chose not to engage further, uttering a brief remark before turning to leave. His visit to Ivan was merely out of curiosity about why this man wished to kill him. He now understood that Ivan was driven by jealousy, spiraling into madness. Such a reckless killer held no intrigue for Tony. Jiangchen and Wang Yu accompanied Tony, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual understanding. Ivan Vanko could not be contained by any prison. Yet, this matter bore no relevance to them. They rather anticipated Ivan's escape, envisioning the potential creation of a robotic army. As the trio departed the prison, another group entered, comprised of Justin Hammer's associates, who brought with them a similarly built inmate, escorting him inside. Soon after, a fire broke out in the prison, and Ivan Vanko perished within its confines. In truth, it was Justin Hammer who unleashed his monetary prowess to liberate Ivan Vanko from the Moroccan prison. Unbeknownst to Tony, he, along with Jiang Chun and others, returned to Tony's home through a portal, and the matter concerning Ivan Vanko was swiftly cast aside by Tony. It was time for us to depart. After spending the afternoon at Tony's residence, insisting alongside Wang Yu that they should return to their homeland, they exchanged farewells with Tony and prepared for their journey. However, at that moment, an unexpected visitor sought them out. Pepper Potts' new assistant, Natalie, or rather, S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent, Black Widow Natasha. Chapter 72: The Arrival of the Black Widow. Miss Natasha, is there something you require? Wang Yu cast a brief glance at Natasha, who stood at the threshold, his tone calm, yet tinged with a hint of wariness. Jiang Chun stood beside him, arms crossed, a slight arch of his brow revealing a flicker of curiosity. They refrained from speaking immediately, opting instead to observe the other's reaction. Natasha offered a slight smile, her steps light as she glided into the room. Her gaze flitted between the two men, as if weighing something intangible. Despite her seemingly relaxed demeanor, a subtle sharpness lurked in her eyes, barely perceptible. "You must be aware of my true identity." She eschewed any circumlocution, speaking directly with an undeniable confidence in her voice. Wang Yu and Jiang Chen exchanged a glance, a shared thread of puzzlement weaving through their minds. They had long since recognized that the new assistant of the fiery little pepper was none other than the infamous Black Widow, Natasha. Yet they were taken aback by her brazen acknowledgement of her identity. And what of it? Jiang Chen's tone dripped with playful sarcasm, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was in no rush to reveal his stance, eager to discern the nature of her intentions. "I wish to know how you enabled Pepper to possess the ability to create portals." Natasha leaned forward slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen, attempting to glean insights from his reaction. Jiang Chen, however, remained unfazed. A hint of mockery glimmered in his eyes, as if Natasha's inquiry held no significance. "That information is classified." His response was curt and resolute, imbued with an unmistakable firmness. Natasha's brows knitted slightly, a flicker of barely concealed disappointment flashing in her eyes. Yet she swiftly regained her composure, a cryptic smile curving her lips. "It seems you are indeed the ones who granted her this capability." Her tone bore a note of certainty, as if she had gleaned the answer she sought from Jiang Chen's retort. Jiang Chen's expression momentarily stiffened, in a moment of carelessness. He had inadvertently revealed information with alarming ease. Natasha, through his words, had confirmed that Pepper's portal abilities were indeed a consequence of her connection to Huagua. Observing this, Wang Yu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Chen, his gaze coldly fixed on Natasha, impatience lacing his tone. "What business do you have with us?" Natasha appeared unfazed by his demeanor, her smile growing more composed as her eyes danced between the two men, as if deliberating her next move. "S-H-I-E-L-D seeks to collaborate with Huagua." Her tone remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable sincerity. Wang Yu scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. His voice dripped with unfiltered sarcasm. "What do you think S-H-I-D-L-D amounts to? Merely a puppet organization under the council, wielding its funds while serving American interests. All the while prattling on about maintaining world peace, yet creating chaos wherever they tread." His tone grew increasingly frigid, an unmistakable contempt shimmering in his gaze. As Jiang Chen stood by, he could not help but let out a laugh, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery, as if he were witnessing a splendid performance. Natasha's expression momentarily froze, a fleeting glimmer of subtle embarrassment flashing in her eyes. "It is S-H-I-E-L-D, not serpent shield." Although the pronunciations of God and snake in Mandarin are quite similar, there remains a distinction. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Yet the smile on her face appeared somewhat forced. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yu's mention of the serpent shield was laden with implication. She merely assumed he had misspoken. That said, S-H-I-E-L-D truly lacked the standing to negotiate with Huagua. After all, Huagua is one of the 5 principal member nations of the Council, and by rights, it could be considered S-H-I-E-L-D as superior. Wang Yu cast her a cold glance, offering her no further opportunity to speak. With a decisive wave of his hand, a golden portal materialized in the air, emitting a soft glow. "We have no interest," he declared, his tone dripping with disdain. With that, he and Jiang Chen stepped through the portal. Natasha remained rooted to the spot, watching as the portal gradually closed, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. It appeared that Huagua indeed possessed the capability to bestow extraordinary powers upon individuals. Yet, Natasha did not seem disheartened. In truth, she had garnered the information she sought. As for Huagua's refusal to collaborate with S-H-I-E-L-D, the matter was of little consequence to her. She was merely a messenger. Leaving Nick Fury to grapple with the implications. Adjusting her attire, Natasha resumed her efficient demeanor as Natalie and made her way to the office. She still had her tasks to complete. S-H-I-E-L-D had assigned her to Stark Industries primarily to assess Tony Stark. Her encounter with Jiang Chun and his companions was merely a fortuitous coincidence. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu returned to their homeland, unconcerned about the Black Widow's approach. Wang Yu, I revealed to Pepper that the portal ability originated from us. Was that all right? Jiang Chun asked, a tinge of embarrassment in his voice. It's nothing. S-H-I-E-L-D. Personnel aren't worth worrying about. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, smiling. The magical school needs expansion. We will establish branches in various provinces. The existence of magic cannot be concealed. After all, Huagua must promote magic on a grand scale domestically, selecting individuals with exceptional talent from a population of 1 billion for cultivation. Under such circumstances, concealment is simply impractical. Thus, Huagua has no need for secrecy. In a Marvel universe fraught with peril, despite Huagua's technological advancements, outpacing the world by 2 or 3 decades, it faces the awkward reality of lacking supernatural powers, a significant deficiency in that regard. Now presented with an opportunity, it is only natural to spare no effort in acquiring such abilities. The potential of magic is immense. Should they cultivate even a few, or even dozens, of supreme sorcerers, it would equate to a top-tier deterrent, akin to nuclear weaponry, prompting Huagua to pursue this endeavor earnestly. Moreover, the arrival of Huagua in this realm, aside from its advanced technology, boasts no other distinct advantages. However, its most significant asset lies in its vast population coupled with a profound trust in the nation, which encourages the populace to engage extensively in the study of magic. Selecting individuals with exceptional talents among the 1 billion strong is not an insurmountable task. Even if the supreme mage is chosen from a pool of millions, Huagua could easily identify over 100 candidates. The promotion of magic is imperative. There is no concern regarding whether outsiders may become aware of it. Furthermore, what if they do? Do you think I would impart my knowledge to you? Yet, in all sincerity, one must remain vigilant in the future. While I harbor no blame towards Jiang Chun, it is indeed crucial for him to learn a lesson from this experience. Individuals like the Black Widow, seasoned in cunning, certainly warrant caution. Chapter 73. The Hammer Industrial Weapons Exhibition. Upon returning home, Jiang Chun turned on the television, where news from America was being broadcasted. On the screen, the congressman who had previously targeted Tony Stark began his tirade once again. Mr. Stark's arrogance is astonishing. He believes that no one can develop armor technology. Yet reality has delivered him a resounding slap in the face. The emergence of Ivan Vanko has indeed embarrassed Tony. Apart from him, there are indeed others in this world capable of independently developing the miniaturized arc reactor. Jiang Chun shook his head gently. Such politicians excel at exploiting topics for their own gain. However, this did remind him of one thing. As the plot of Iron Man 2 officially commenced, it was clear that the world would soon be engulfed in turmoil. Fortunately, today's Hua country is no longer what it once was. The inclusion of Master Gu Yi and the study of magic have provided Hua country with a solid foundation in this world. Meanwhile, in Stark Tower, Tony sat in his laboratory, where various data was projected before him. Sir, the military representatives are calling again, JARVIS reminded. Tony rubbed his temples in irritation. The military's covetous gaze upon the armor had never waned, particularly intensified following the Ivan Vanko incident. After pondering for a moment, his gaze fell upon Mark II in the corner. This might be a splendid choice. JARVIS. Prepare for a party and invite a plethora of beautiful women. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Let everyone believe that I have returned to the old Tony Stark. As night fell, Stark Tower illuminated the skyline. Tony donned his armor, reveling in the festivities of the party. Countless beautifully attired women swayed their bodies on the dance floor, filling the atmosphere with an intoxicating sense of allure. Pepper Potts stood in a corner, her eyes reflecting disappointment. When Rhodes burst in, he happened to catch Tony firing a repulsor blast at a fruit platter. I will now address your most pressing concern, Tony said with a bottle of wine in hand, a broad smile on his face. Someone asked me how to relieve oneself while in the armor. Well, it's quite simple. As he spoke, a look of relief washed over Tony, as if he had just relieved himself within the suit. In truth, the armor did possess a cleaning function, a design not uncommon in space suits. Nevertheless, Tony's behavior incited great anger in another. Enough, Tony. Have you lost your mind? Tony swayed drunkenly, feigning inebriation. Rhodes, seething with rage, appeared utterly disappointed. He had hoped that Tony had moved beyond his former playboy ways. Yet here he was once more, infuriatingly reverting to that persona. Look at yourself. Do you believe you deserve to wear that armor? Rhodes questioned angrily. Do I not deserve it? And what about you? Tony scoffed, continuing, I built this armor myself. If I don't deserve it, then who does? His words darkened Rhodes' expression, which was already grim. In a fit of anger, Rhodes stormed towards the laboratory. Ignore him. Let the music play on, Tony remarked nonchalantly, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Moments later, Rhodes ascended in the Mark II, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Tony. The clamor of metal clashing reverberated throughout the villa as the two suits exchanged blows. Ultimately, Rhodes piloted the Mark II away, heading straight for the military base. He should have realized that without Tony's consent, no one could seize the armor from JARVISS control. After the party concluded, Tony hurried to find Pepper, offering his apologies. I'm sorry, Pepper. Do you have any idea how worried I was? He softly elucidated his plan. This is the only way to silence the military. Pepper, finally grasping the situation, shook her head in exasperation. Couldn't you have found a better way? This is the quickest and most persuasive method, Tony replied, stepping onto the balcony to gaze at the distant lights. In truth, he had already resolved the palladium poisoning issue. This charade was merely a ploy to appease the military. While the political sphere in America might overlook him, the military could not afford to. As Stark Industries was an integral component of the military-industrial complex. Although the weapons division had been shuttered, intricate ties with the military remained. He needed to provide the military with an explanation, hence the design to have Rhodes take the Mark II. The U.S. military believed they had acquired something significant. Yet in reality, they had gained nothing. Pepper stood beside him, gently leaning against his shoulder. Next time you have such a plan, could you inform me in advance? Tony smiled but said nothing in response. In the distance, Rhodes had already arrived at the military base, where personnel promptly commenced their examination of the Mark II. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the core technology of the suit had long been locked by Tony. It was merely a meticulously crafted distraction. The following morning, major media outlets began reporting on the previous night's events. Iron Man returns to a life of indulgence? Stark Industries stock prices plummeted in response. Tony observed these reports with a slight smirk. Sometimes, being misunderstood serves as the best form of protection. Time passed swiftly, and in a little over a month, Hammer Industries, the largest arms dealer in the U.S., boldly announced an upcoming weapons exhibition, inviting representatives from various countries to attend. Even Huawei received an invitation, which elicited bemusement. Yet they decided to send a delegation to observe the spectacle, with Jiang Chen as the obvious choice. Jiang Chen once again traveled to the U.S., alongside Wang Yu, accompanied by more than 10 others. When the time came, they effortlessly traversed through the portal, arriving in New York. The bustling streets of New York were alive with activity as Jiang Chen and Wang Yu navigated through the throngs of people, swiftly reaching the Hammer Industries exhibition venue. Before the expansive exhibition hall hung a massive banner proclaiming the Hammer Industries weapons exhibition in bold letters. Jiang Chen gazed up at the modern structure. A fusion of steel and glass, a slight smile gracing his lips. Hammer certainly knows how to stir things up, he mused. Wang Yu, maintaining his composure, softly replied, We're just here to witness the performance. Inside the exhibition hall, a throng of international delegations mingled amongst one another. The expansive exhibition hall was divided into several distinct areas, showcasing an array of armored tanks, missile artillery, and an assortment of light weaponry. Jiang Chen casually picked up a rifle, scrutinizing it with keen interest. It was an enhanced version of the M4, boasting numerous improvements. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merits of these armaments. At the display stand, a blonde, blue-eyed presenter was elaborating on the latest model of anti-tank missiles from Hammer Industries. Featuring a newly developed guidance system, the accuracy had increased by 30%. Listening to the presentation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. While these weapons were commendable, They paled in comparison to Tony's advanced technology. When juxtaposed with the weaponry of Huagua, they fell even shorter. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the far end of the hall. Justin Hammer had arrived. The crowd instinctively parted to create a passageway as Hammer, impeccably dressed in a suit, strode forward with purpose. Chapter 74. The Robots Go Awry. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Hammer Industries. A standard commercial smile graced Hammer's face. The highlight of tonight's event promises to be a spectacle for all. Jiang Chun noticed a flicker of pride in Hammer's eyes. It seemed an intriguing evening lay ahead. As night enveloped New York, the Hammer Industries exhibition hall sparkled with brilliant lights. Massive spotlights illuminated the stage as if it were daylight. Justin Hammer strode confidently to the center of the stage, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of triumph. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening, I shall unveil the latest advancements in cutting-edge technology developed by Hammer Industries, he proclaimed, his commercial smile juxtaposed with an unmistakable glint of ambition. Allow me to proudly introduce the next generation of humanoid combat robots. As his words resonated, dozens of silver-gray mechanical warriors marched in unison onto the stage. They were divided into 3 categories: land, sea, and air, presenting a striking semblance of reality. Their movements were fluid, their steps synchronized, and their metallic surfaces shimmered with a cold brilliance under the lights. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment and applause. These combat robots are equipped with the most advanced artificial intelligence systems, operating entirely autonomously without human intervention, Justin declared, his tone laced with satisfaction. But that is not all. He gestured toward the side of the stage. Let me present the prototype from Hammer Industries, the War Machine. Accompanied by thunderous music, a silver-gray armored suit ambled onto the stage. It was, in fact, the Mark II, confiscated by the military, handed over to Hammer Industries for weapon modifications. It was now brazenly showcased by Justin as if it were a product of his own company. This is a masterpiece from Hammer Industries, proving our capability to manufacture armored suits rivaling any other. Justin's voice dripped with provocation. Inside the armor, Rhodes listened to these words, feeling a wave of incredulity. He yearned to retort, yet military orders compelled him to remain silent. At that moment, Jiang Chun's phone vibrated unexpectedly. The screen displayed Tony's name. Jiang, please find Pepper for me. Tony's voice was laced with urgency. Things are perilous with Hammer. He is collaborating with Ivan Vanko, and those robots are behaving strangely. Jiang furrowed his brow. Is Pepper here? Yes. Hammer invited her to the exhibition, but I can't reach her. Tony responded rapidly. You must find her and ensure her safety. Of course. Jiang Chun saw no reason to decline Tony's request. He ended the call and exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Yu, both sharing a fleeting smile. Protecting Pepper was practically a favor delivered to their doorstep. Tony was, after all, a man whose concern for Pepper often led to disarray. The exhibition hall buzzed with animated chatter and dazzling lights. Wang Yu swiftly signaled to other colleagues, urging them to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun scanned the crowd, searching for Pepper's figure. Soon, he discovered Pepper Potts at the forefront of the exhibition stand. Accompanied by a slightly shorter figure, Natasha Romanoff, also known as Black Widow. At that moment, Pepper furrowed her brow, evidently displeased with Hammer's rhetoric. Although she recognized the Mark II suit, she could hardly fathom Justin's audacity. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu refrained from revealing themselves immediately, choosing instead to observe the situation unfold quietly. It is far easier to elicit gratitude through timely intervention than to secure appreciation through prior protection. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette descended from above. Tony Stark, clad in the pristine Mark IV armor, landed heavily on the podium. The gold and crimson suit shimmered under the lights, provoking gasps from the crowd. Justin, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, quickly regained his composure. Ah, Tony, my dear friend. His face was adorned with a forced smile as he hastened toward Tony. I didn't expect you to come in person to support us. Tony, however, paid him no heed, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. At that moment, chaos erupted. The War Machine activated all its weapon systems, aiming directly at Tony. Justin's expression shifted dramatically as he stumbled backward. Such a reaction was entirely unexpected. In Justin's view, both the War Machine's modifications and the humanoid robots were mere prototypes, intended only for display to deceive military budgets. Yet, Ivan Vanko had evidently devised a more sinister plan, covertly transforming these machines into lethal weapons. "Oh, no need to worry. It's merely a precautionary alert system," Justin insisted, striving to maintain a facade of dignity amidst the press conference. However, to his astonishment, the war machine's weapon systems had already locked onto Tony. Realizing the imminent danger, Tony could hardly trust Justin's assurances. He took flight. With the war machine hot on his heels, simultaneously, its Gatling gun emerged, targeting Tony and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Then, the numerous robots that had been quietly stationed on stage sprang to life, also taking to the skies and directing their fire towards Tony. The audience, initially bemused, assumed this was part of a performance orchestrated by Hammer Industries, watching with a sense of detached amusement. It was only when the war machine and the robots fired, shattering the glass ceiling of the exhibition hall, that the enormous shards rained down, tragically claiming the lives of several unfortunate souls. Panic ensued as the crowd finally grasped the reality of the situation, erupting into screams and rushing to escape. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged glances, moving closer to Pepper. The crisis had arrived. It was time to act. Massive shards of glass descended, refracting the vibrant lights like the scythe of death aimed at Pepper. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving Pepper paralyzed with fear. Natasha, quick to react, prepared to leap towards Pepper when a golden portal suddenly unfolded in midair. Brilliant energy ripples radiated outward, causing the deadly glass fragments to vanish in an instant. Jiangchen withdrew his hand, and the golden portal dissipated. Pepper finally regained her composure, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She was merely an ordinary person, although she had mastered the art of teleportation. Her instinct in the face of danger was still to freeze in shock. "Thank you, Jiang Chun," she said, inhaling deeply in an effort to steady her racing heart. Jiang Chun offered a slight smile. "I happened to be here. It was but a trifling task." At that moment, Pepper's phone vibrated urgently. Tony was calling. "Pepper, are you all right?" Tony's voice was laced with anxiety. "I am safe, thanks to Jiang Chen's timely intervention," Pepper replied, her gaze filled with gratitude as she looked towards Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Tony exhaled in relief. "Rhodey's armor has been remotely controlled. We must find a way to reboot the system to regain control." Natasha's expression hardened as she swiftly approached Justin, who was cowering in the corner. "Now, tell me what exactly happened," she demanded, gripping the collar of Justin's shirt tightly. Chapter 75, The Black Widow. Justin feigned composure, asserting that it was merely a system malfunction and that their technicians were addressing the issue. Natasha scoffed, executing a shoulder throw that sent Justin crashing to the ground. "Tell me, with whom are you collaborating?" "I am an SHIELD agent. If you wish to avoid incarceration, you will divulge the truth." "Ah," Justin cried out in pain. All right, it's Ivan Vanko. He has reprogrammed all the robots. It has nothing to do with me." Without hesitation, Justin shifted the blame entirely onto Ivan Vanko, though it seemed to hold some truth. Upon hearing this, Natasha released Justin, recognizing that, akin to Tony, he was a significant capitalist and the owner of Hammer Industries, leaving her at a disadvantage. In America, individuals like Justin, regardless of the trouble they stir, often remain unscathed. Turning to Jiang Chun, Natasha inquired, "Could you assist me in opening a portal? I must reach Hammer Industries swiftly." Natasha was acutely aware of Jiang Chun's abilities. To expedite her journey to Hammer Industries, his powers were undoubtedly optimal. Very well. Jiang Chun had no reason to decline this request. With a wave of his hand, a golden portal materialized. The shimmering golden ring unfurled in the air, and without hesitation, Natasha stepped through, instantly arriving at the headquarters of Hammer Industries. What advanced technology is this? Justin Hammer, rising from the ground, stared in astonishment at the portal, particularly incredulous as he witnessed Natasha entering his own company's headquarters. "This is not technology, it is magic." Jiang Chun cast a sidelong glance at Justin before passing through the portal himself, arriving at the Hammer Industries headquarters. "Hey, wait for me. I haven't boarded yet," Justin exclaimed, regaining his senses as he watched the portal vanish. Those two were heading to his company. What could they possibly be planning? Do not dwell on that. The mess here requires your attention, Pepper Potts remarked with an impassive expression as she regarded Justin. Surveying the chaotic scene, Justin felt an acute headache, especially as he noticed several corpses, victims of fallen glass, one unfortunate soul gruesomely bisected. Blood and entrails strewn across the floor, sending chills down his spine. This was merely the current predicament. Who could predict the chaos the rogue robots might unleash? How could he extricate himself from this responsibility? At that moment, the thought flickered through Justin's mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Natasha had also arrived at the headquarters of Hammer Industries. This ability is truly remarkable. Natasha expressed her astonishment after experiencing the wonders of the portal firsthand. It is magic, Jiang Chun stated with calm assurance. He had learned from Wang Yu that there was no need for China to conceal the existence of magic, as it would soon be known to the outside world, not to mention organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. Magic? Natasha raised an eyebrow, revealing a smile of intrigue as she inquired, "So, Pepper has been studying magic with you?" "Indeed." Although aware that the Black Widow was probing once more, Jiang Chun nodded, deeming it unnecessary to conceal the truth. "Well, do you think there is a possibility for me to learn magic?" Natasha winked at Jiang Chun as she spoke. "Hee. As long as you can afford it, what cannot be learned?" Jiang Chun smirked, then continued, "However, whether you can actually master it is another matter." "Oh, how much?" the Black Widow asked, her interest piqued. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she was quite affluent. Not a dollar less than 100 tons of gold, no haggling. "Well, that price is simply unaffordable." Just then, security personnel from Hammer Industries noticed the two, and two burly men charged over aggressively. "Aren't you going to take action?" Natasha questioned, perplexed as she observed Jiang Chun standing idly, initially eager to witness his combat prowess. "Why should I care?" Jiang Chun scoffed, rolling his eyes. "This is your business in America. I did you a favor by opening the portal to bring you here. What? Do you expect me to assist you further? Do you think you're that important?" "Wow, that is true." Natasha paused, realizing why someone else should concern themselves with American affairs. "Helping you open a portal is already generous of me. But I'm not exactly an American either," Natasha quipped back. Nevertheless, Natasha remained resolute. As a top-tier agent, her combat skills were formidable, rendering the Hammer Industries security personnel no match for her. A cold smirk appeared on her lips as she glided toward the approaching guards like a serpent. With a swift motion, she executed a precise knife-hand strike to the neck of the first guard, causing his eyes to roll back. As the second guard swung a punch, Natasha nimbly evaded and, with a fluid motion, seized his wrist and performed an over-the-shoulder throw. "Ah!" A scream erupted as the guard crashed heavily to the ground. The remaining guards, witnessing their comrade's downfall, angrily surrounded her. Natasha clamped her legs around one guard's neck, using her momentum to hurl him aside. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed as guards fell one after another. Some clutched their chests, others hugged their legs. Natasha refrained from using lethal weapons. Yet the specially designed stun guns from S.H.I.E.L.D. rendered these ordinary guards incapacitated. The entire encounter flowed seamlessly, and not a single strand of her hair was out of place. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Chun watched this one-sided domination with keen interest, finding the spectacle even more captivating than in the movies. "Let us go find the main server room." Having dealt with the guards, Natasha clapped her hands, her demeanor relaxed. The two traversed the corridor and swiftly located the server room. Natasha began typing rapidly on the keyboard, a cascade of code flashing across the screen. All set. Rod should now be able to regain control of the battle armor. She let out a sigh of relief. "By the way, couldn't you have simply teleported here? I had to fight so many people." Natasha turned to Jiang Chun. "I have never been here before. Teleportation portals are not something one can open at will." Jiang Chun shrugged, an expression of innocence on his face. Natasha rolled her eyes, her gaze settling on the screen, her brow furrowing. "However, control of the drones still lies with Ivan. We cannot disable them from here." Jiang Chun opened a teleportation portal, a golden ring shimmering in the air. The two of them then departed from the Hammer Industries control room. Chapter 76. The whip of death. Tony soared through the night sky, pursued relentlessly by the war machine. Jarvis, have you not yet infiltrated the Mark II system? The missile compartment on the war machine's shoulder opened, unleashing a barrage of missiles that screamed towards Tony. He deftly maneuvered to evade them, yet the shockwave from the explosions destabilized his flight path. Sir, Ivan has reprogrammed the system. I am temporarily unable to infiltrate. A reboot of the unit is necessary. Gritting his teeth, Tony was unwilling to attack Rhodey and could only continue to dodge. Suddenly, the war machine's thrusters extinguished, and the massive armor plummeted from the sky. Natasha had successfully rebooted the war machine system at Hammer Industries. Rhodey, Tony exclaimed, diving down to catch him. Just then, the war machine's systems restarted, the thrusters reignited, and it stabilized in midair. Phew! Finally regained control, Rhodey's voice came through the communicator, sounding relieved. Welcome back, Honey Bear. Tony replied, relieved that Natasha's operation had succeeded. At that moment, Tony had also come to understand Natasha's true identity. As the two began to reminisce, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A swarm of robots was swiftly approaching. It seems Ivan is not inclined to grant us a moment of nostalgia, Rhodey remarked. Adjusting his position as they fled together, their goal clear, to lure the robots away from populated areas, minimizing civilian casualties. The drone army pursued them relentlessly, raining down ammunition. Pedestrians scattered in panic, screams erupting all around. A few stray bullets struck a car in the distance, engulfing it in flames, leaving an innocent family trapped inside with no hope of escape. Jiangshan stood by the roadside, observing the chaotic scene, unable to suppress his lamentations. The American people truly live in constant peril. He shook his head with a sigh and opened a portal, transporting a mother and daughter, who were about to be crushed by falling debris, to safety. With his limited abilities, he could only save a few, offering apologies to those he could not reach. After all, Jiangshan was not a superhero of America. He could only do what was within his means. His desire to help stemmed from his upbringing, compelled to assist innocent civilians in distress whenever possible. Meanwhile, Tony noticed the civilian casualties from above and promptly communicated through Jarvis. Head to the park. It's deserted. It was the night, and with no visitors in the park, a battle there would not endanger more innocent lives. Whether or not there were homeless individuals in the park was no longer a consideration. The two swiftly shifted the battlefield, drawing the swarm of drones toward the city park. On the expansive lawn, Tony and Rhodey stood back to back, ready to engage. After all, the robots were merely rudimentary creations of Ivan Vanko. They were not expected to truly defeat Tony, but rather to exhaust their ammunition, which was not a significant concern. Robots exploded in succession, their fragments raining down and leaving charred marks on the lawn. Yet, the sheer number of robots was overwhelming, and soon the two men found themselves encircled. Rhodey, get down, Tony commanded. Responding swiftly, he activated his secret weapon, instructing Rhodey to lower himself as he engaged the disposable laser device on his wrist. With a ferocious sweep, he severed all the robots surrounding them in one fell swoop. What a cool weapon! Can my armor accommodate one? Rhodey inquired, rising from the ground, a hint of envy in his voice. Despite the array of conventional weaponry installed by Justin on his suit, it paled in comparison to Tony's high-energy laser. I'm out of materials, Tony shrugged, ejecting the laser device nonchalantly. He had gifted the Mark II to Rhodey to appease the military, but he had no intention of providing any further weaponry. What a shame, Rhodey sighed, expressing his disappointment. Tony Stark. A mocking voice interrupted, drawing their attention. They turned to see Ivan Vanko descending before them in an upgraded whiplash armor, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Tony, clearly dismissing Rhodey entirely. Today marks your demise. His armor crackled with dangerous blue electricity as elongated whips, radiating with energy, extended from his arms, showcasing a comprehensive upgrade. Previously, Ivan had crafted a rudimentary suit with limited materials, but its power was still formidable. Now, utilizing resources from Hammer Industries, he had constructed the whiplash armor, embodying all his designs. In this respect, Ivan Vanko proved to be a genius rivaling Tony Stark, armed with sufficient resources. He had created an armor that was arguably more advanced than Tony's current suit in a remarkably short time. Tension thickened in the air, and an ominous atmosphere enveloped them. Allow me to handle you with my ex-wife, Rhodey stated gravely, stepping forward. His words left Tony perplexed. What on earth? Just as Tony was about to inquire further, a small missile emerged from the launcher on Rhodey's shoulder, no larger than a finger. It dawned on Tony that Rhodey was referring to this missile, humorously dubbed ex-wife. Who in their right mind would name a weapon such a thing? The missile activated, hurtling at great speed towards Ivan Vanko, who stood over 10 meters away. However, in an awkward turn of events, with a sharp ping, the miniature missile landed harmlessly in the water, creating only a slight splash and utterly ineffective display. The scene resembled a firework gone awry during a festival, rendering the moment almost comical amidst the battle. Observers could only shake their heads in disbelief at the absurdity of Hammer Industries' creations. Tony humorously inquired of Rhodey, indeed, Justin's masterpiece. Without hesitation, Rhodey shifted the blame squarely onto Justin. Naturally, he wanted to dissociate himself from such an embarrassing affair. That fool. Tony rolled his eyes but remained poised, directing his attention towards Ivan Vanko, as missile launchers emerged from his shoulder armor, targeting Vanko. However, this posed no threat to Ivan, as his faceplate swiftly deployed, deflecting all the projectiles. Is this your attack, Stark? Pathetic and feeble, Ivan Vanko mocked, brandishing two long whips as he charged towards Tony and Rhodey. Chapter 77. Soul Magic. The Soul Scourge armor of Ivan Vanko wielded two elongated whips, resembling twin bolts of azure lightning, etching striking arcs in the air. Each swing resonated with a sharp, piercing sound, as if it could rend the very atmosphere. Within the armor, Tony and Rhodey wore expressions of grave seriousness, acutely aware that any lapse in vigilance against Ivan Vanko's upgraded Soul Scourge armor could lead to dire consequences. Although Tony's Mark IV and Rhodey's War Machine boasted formidable firepower, they found themselves somewhat beleaguered in the face of Ivan's frenzied onslaught. Their weaponry posed little threat to him. The electric whips not only inflicted physical devastation, but also delivered high-voltage shocks. Each time they struck the ground, they ignited showers of sparks and clouds of dust, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. When the whips made contact with Tony and Rhodey's armor, they caused short circuits in some of their weapons, rendering them nearly defenseless. Under Ivan's relentless assault, both Tony and Rhodey quickly succumbed, ensnared by the electric whips around their necks, effectively immobilizing them. At that moment, a smug smile crept across Ivan's lips, his eyes glinting with the fire of vengeance. He mocked loudly, "Is this truly your strength, Stark? Your doom is nigh." Anxious, Tony attempted to retaliate using the mini-missile launcher on his shoulder, but Ivan's armor was exceptionally responsive, evading the projectile almost instantaneously. The electric whip lashed out once more, shattering Tony's launcher and stripping him of any means to resist. Just then, the fabric of space itself twisted, and a portal slowly opened, through which Jiang Chun emerged. His arrival intensified the already fraught atmosphere of the battlefield. Observing the conflict unfold, Jiang Chun chuckled softly and addressed Tony and Rhodey. "It appears you could use a hand." Despite feeling slightly embarrassed, Tony, pressed by the urgency of their predicament, called out to Jiang Chun, "Jiang, please help me. This guy is even more formidable than I anticipated." "Well, just a tad." The instant Tony sought Jiang Chun's assistance, the tension on the battlefield escalated to its zenith. Jiang Chun nodded and, stepping through the portal, positioned himself behind Ivan before the latter could react. In a swift motion, Jiang Chun struck Ivan with a palm, the action occurring so abruptly that it left Ivan with little time to respond. Jiang Chun's hand appeared as an ethereal shadow, seemingly penetrating Ivan's armor to directly impact his body. From Tony and Rhodey's unseen perspective, it appeared as though Ivan Vanko was expelled from his corporeal form, his soul forcefully ejected by an invisible force hovering in the air. Jiang Chun had employed soul magic, directly extracting Ivan Vanko's essence from his body. This caused Ivan's physical form to lose control, and the Soul Scourge armor followed suit. The electric whips that had ensnared Tony and Rhodey loosened, granting them their freedom at last. The whips fell to the ground, emitting a series of sharp electric arcs, accompanied by sparks and swirling dust. Tony was perplexed, wondering what had transpired that led to Ivan Vanko being subdued. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly moved to Ivan's side and removed his battle armor. Observing this, Jiangchen also summoned Ivan Vanko's soul back into his body. It was as if an invisible force field was at work in the air, pushing Ivan's soul back into his corporeal form. As Ivan opened his eyes and gazed at Jiangchen, a flicker of terror danced in his expression. He had witnessed his soul detach from his body and bore the memories of that experience. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. "What is happening?" Tony inquired, his gaze curiously fixed upon Jiangchen. "Soul magic," Jiangchen replied with a faint smile, succinctly explaining its ability to directly control a person's soul. Ivan's face was awash with dread, his eyes wide open, seemingly grappling with the astonishing reality before him. Yet, rendered powerless after his armor was stripped away, he was incapable of any resistance. "Wow, that is truly impressive," Tony marveled, increasingly captivated by the wonders of magic as he learned more about it. However, as a genius scientist, he remained more inclined towards technology. Witnessing the formidable power of magic only intensified his resolve to delve deeper into technological advancements. With Ivan Vanko now under control, Tony contemplated contacting S.H.I.E.L.D. He instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to swiftly dial Nick Fury's number. "This is Tony Stark. I have apprehended Ivan Vanko in Central Park. Please send someone to take him away." In Tony's view, it was undoubtedly best for someone like Ivan Vanko to be handled by S.H.I.E.L.D. Ivan Vanko, at this moment, sat slumped on the ground, his gaze vacantly fixed on the distance. His heart was filled with trepidation as he realized for the first time that beyond technology, there existed the realm of magic. He had yet to fully recover from the experience of his soul briefly departing his body. Jiangchen observed this scene and nodded subtly to Tony. "I believe it's time for me to leave. You can manage things here." "Wait," Tony interjected, hastening forward. "Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, Pepper would have been in danger." Jiangchen chuckled and shook his head. "It's nothing. I know Pepper, and I could never stand by and watch her fall into peril. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he raised his hand, conjuring a golden portal, stepping through it and vanishing from sight. On the other side of the portal, Wang Yu awaited him. "Is everything taken care of?" Wang Yu inquired with a questioning glance. Jiangchen nodded, stretching his wrist. "Tony and the others have it under control. Ivan Vanko should be taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. We have also packaged the data from Hammer Industries," Wang Yu said, handing over a document. "Our team re-entered after you, and Black Widow left." Jiangchen perused the documents, which meticulously cataloged the various technological advancements of Hammer Industries, with a particular emphasis on the recent research achievements of Ivan Vanko. Ivan's innovations would undoubtedly provide significant assistance to the development of domestic drones. Wang Yu's demeanor was grave, having already arranged for the materials to be returned to the homeland. Previously, after Jiangchen and the Black Widow had reactivated the war machine system within Hammer Industries and departed, another group had entered the control room through the portal, swiftly packaging essential data before returning to the country. Hammer Industries, being a premier arms dealer, possessed valuable technology ripe for further research, and Ivan Vanko's recent findings held considerable merit. Xian Yuan was acutely aware of this and promptly arranged for the retrieval of these materials. Chapter 78. Aftermath that is reassuring. However, I can't help but question whether Ivan Vanko falling into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. will pose any issues. Jiangchen harbored some doubts about this. How could there be a problem? Ivan Vanko is not a benign character. He is not easily controlled. Wang Yu replied calmly, moreover. "You know what S.H.I.E.L.D. is like. Among 10 agents, 9 are Hydra operatives. Ivan Vanko's presence there will only create complications for them. Individuals like Nick Fury, attempting to exert control over Ivan Vanko, are merely indulging in fanciful daydreams." Indeed, upon hearing this, Jiangchen nodded in agreement. To be honest, he could entirely disregard the events unfolding here, yet he still felt a pang of compassion and saved a few bystanders. What transpires henceforth is entirely S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affair, beyond his concern. Having come to this realization, Jiangchen rejoined the others, preparing to return to their homeland the following day. In a way, he had managed to accrue another favor from Tony, which could be considered a gain. Now, following the devastation wrought by Ivan Vanko, the streets lay in chaos with hundreds, if not thousands, perishing. Jiangchen and his companions managed to rescue dozens, but regrettably, the tumult was overwhelming. They were not deities, and saving even a handful was commendable, as it was simply impossible to save everyone. Frankly speaking, the willingness to assist was already an act of profound altruism. To expect complete salvation would be absurd moral coercion. A piercing alarm rang out, prompting Jiangchen to turn his gaze toward the scattered remnants of the robots on the ground. The red lights on the robots' chests flickered wildly, signaling the activation of the timed explosives within them. Simultaneously, in the park, observing the state of the robots, Tony immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation and promptly dialed Pepper's number. "Pepper, you must leave there at once." At that moment, Pepper had regained her senses. Upon hearing Tony's urgent voice, she instinctively understood the seriousness of the situation and did not waste time with questions. She swiftly waved her hand to open a portal to Stark Industries and stepped through without hesitation. She had learned the art of portal magic while studying in Huagua, but it had primarily served as a means of travel or assistance to Tony. She had never considered employing it in combat scenarios and in the face of danger. Her first instinct was to freeze in place. This reaction is quite normal, akin to some female drivers who, despite having learned to drive, may panic or freeze in perilous situations rather than employing their acquired emergency protocols. Fortunately, Tony's reminder jolted Pepper back to her senses, and she recalled her ability to utilize the portal, a skill that ultimately saved her life. In the next moment, a deafening series of explosions reverberated throughout the exhibition hall. Each robot was equipped with an arc reactor core crafted by Ivan Vanko. Even the lower-tier models, akin to those he originally handcrafted, possessed formidable power. The force of their self-detonation left no survivors within a 10-meter radius. Flames soared skyward, debris scattered, and shockwaves overturned vehicles in the vicinity. Jiang Chun gazed at the billowing clouds of smoke rising from the distant explosion, his brow furrowing in concern as he let out a resigned sigh. The American populace truly finds itself ensnared in the throes of chaos. Even with the presence of superheroes, the casualty rate among ordinary citizens is alarmingly high. However, it must be noted that the existence of superheroes is invariably accompanied by supervillains. Where one thrives, the other must also manifest. Although the Huan nation lacks its own superheroes, at least its citizens need not live in fear of sudden, life-threatening repercussions. In Hua, even the assault of a few women can capture headlines, drawing attention from foreign media. Whereas in America, over 30,000 lives are lost annually to gun violence with barely a ripple of concern. Within the Marvel Universe, the innocent civilians caught in the crossfire are countless, including numerous S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and military personnel who were swiftly engulfed by the explosion while attempting to salvage debris. Their initial intention was to study the robots, yet now they pay a heavy price. The air is filled with anguished cries and desperate wails, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Little did they expect that Ivan Vanko had been compromised, and the robot's self-destruct mechanism had been activated. Wang Yu wore a grave expression. Indeed, Ivan Vanko was ruthless. Once again, innocent lives were lost, and Jiang Chun mused that being an extra in America is a perilous vocation. The glow of the distant flames illuminated his face, casting an expression of disbelief. The wail of sirens grew louder as more rescue personnel rushed to the scene. "Let us return to our residence," Wang Yu suggested. Scanning their surroundings, this incident would not conclude so simply. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Ivan Vanko's reckless actions were sure to draw international attention. Many individuals from various nations were present at the scene, and the casualties from other countries were no small matter. Although the delegation from Hua had suffered no losses, they would undoubtedly seek accountability regarding the incident. The two reunited with their companions and made their way back to the temporary hotel. The night enveloped New York, with the glow from the exhibition site still visible in the distance. The turmoil instigated by Ivan Vanko had plunged the entire city into a state of panic, significantly tarnishing America's international reputation. While Hammer Industries may not rival Stark Industries, it remains the largest supplier to the U.S. military, akin to the major arms companies of a bygone era. In 2010, It paralleled the Zhuhai Air Show, which attracted global attention. Furthermore, Justin Hammer had eagerly invited representatives from various nations to attend the air show, creating a spectacle that was anything but subtle. With the ensuing calamity, the situation has become an even greater farce. On the international stage, countless nations are keenly observing, eager to witness how America will justify this debacle. In the aftermath, both Jiang Qin and Wang Yu adopted a perspective of amusement, ready to observe the unfolding developments. Time passed swiftly, and their stay in New York was far from dull. They watched as American and international representatives engaged in heated debates, followed by a significant plummet in Hammer Industries stock prices. A myriad of bizarre occurrences unfolded before them, greatly enriching their experience. Without delving into other matters, let us focus on the destruction wrought by Ivan Vanko. It has been several days, and it appears that rescue efforts have yet to commence. I have heard that a building collapsed due to a robot's self-detonation, and in these past few days, not a single person has been rescued by American authorities. In the hotel, Wang Yu expressed his incredulity while conversing with Jiang Qin. There have been reports, however, of a cat being rescued, which has been excessively publicized by the media. Jiang Qin, exasperated, remarked that while not a single human life was saved, the rescue of a cat received lavish attention. Such actions are baffling. As for that cat, it hardly seems to have been excavated from the rubble. It appears more like a stray picked up from the streets. Wang Yu further lamented that he had heard they might abandon rescue efforts altogether, opting instead to level the ruins with heavy machinery. As for any potential survivors within, who truly cares? In truth, the optimal window for rescue has long passed. Even if there were survivors, they would likely have perished from hunger after so many days. It is not a matter of inability to save lives, but rather that lowering the flag seems more cost-effective, as it minimizes the insurance payouts. Let us cease our discussion of them. News has arrived from above, and we are to journey to New Mexico, where that entity has been detected. At this point, Wang Yu's expression turned serious, and Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow. New Mexico? It seems the Hammer of Thor has made its appearance. Chapter 79, The Hammer of Thor in Truth. The Hammer of Thor had descended upon Earth even before the commencement of the Hammer Industrial Expo. However, due to its location in the remote desert region of West Mexico, it eluded immediate detection by the Chinese authorities. Nonetheless, efforts were made to gather intelligence from that area, and at last, they uncovered a clue that confirmed its whereabouts. Simultaneously, SHIELD had also received word of this development and had dispatched Agent Coulson in advance. Upon learning of this matter, Xian Yuan prepared to send Wang Yu forth, and since Jiang Qin was already in the United States, it was fortuitous that he could accompany him. With the arrival of Thor into this realm, China found itself in a position to negotiate with him. Asgard, a formidable force within the Marvel Universe, presented an opportunity for China to establish diplomatic relations and potentially collaborate in the future. Presently, China possessed the requisite capability to engage with such a power. Although the Ancient One had not explicitly declared her allegiance to China, she was, in essence, already intertwined with the nation. To outsiders, it was evident that the Ancient One could be regarded as a member of China. With such formidable combat prowess, Asgard would undoubtedly take heed. Furthermore, China's current military strength was not to be underestimated. The Red Hulk's engineered warriors numbered in the hundreds, with the military embracing magic. After extensive study, many powerful sorcerers had emerged. The advancements in magical technology, including the creation of armored legions, were forces that Asgard could not afford to ignore. Moreover, China had acquired controllable nuclear fusion technology from other realms, which, when combined with magical enhancements in the vast defensive array established by the Ancient One, rendered China impervious to assaults from other powers. The nation's original heavy infantry divisions, along with various weapons, drone legions, and mechanical canine armies, coupled with its potential for rapid production, positioned China as a worthy contender even against Asgard. Having been apprised of the upcoming mission, Jiang Qin busied himself in his hotel room, preparing his belongings. With affairs in Hammer's domain momentarily concluded, it was time to venture to New Mexico. With a flick of his fingers, a portal materialized within the room, revealing a golden ring through which the desert and cacti were vividly visible. Let us proceed. The two stepped through the portal, and the dry air immediately prompted Jiang Qin to squint. The sky of New Mexico displayed a soft shade of blue, while the distant heat waves rising from the desert distorted the horizon. This was Pueblo Town. Wang Yu pulled out a map to verify their location. The town was modest, with a few intersecting streets and an assortment of low-rise buildings scattered throughout. A few old pickup trucks lined the roadside, their dust shimmering in the sunlight. First, let us find accommodations, Jiang Chun suggested, surveying their surroundings. They soon discovered a motel at the town's center named Desert Star. The aging neon sign doled under the sun, and a middle-aged woman at the front desk boredly flipped through a magazine. 2 single rooms, please. Jiang Chun presented his credit card. The rooms were simple yet clean. After depositing his luggage, Jiang Chun resolved to explore the town. As dusk settled, the 2 individuals arrived at the town's sole tavern. The wooden bar was adorned with an array of liquor bottles, while the walls were decorated with various vintage photographs. Have you heard about the meteorite crater? Boomed a cowboy at the neighboring table. The government has cordoned off the area entirely, not allowing anyone to approach. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged a knowing glance, a flicker of understanding passing between them. Wang Yu rose and approached the group of cowboys, engaging them in conversation with practiced ease. Those guys in black suits drove us all away, the cowboy said indignantly. They've established a temporary base there, claiming it's for a research project. Upon returning to his seat, Wang Yu nodded at Jiang Chun. It must be agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the United States is the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. So they learned about Thor's hammer before we did and mobilized their forces to encircle the area. As night descended, the temperature in the desert plummeted. The 2 traversed through a portal to the location mentioned by the cowboy and effortlessly located the meteorite crater. In the distance, the brightly lit temporary base within the crater stood out conspicuously. S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite swift in their actions, Jiang Chun observed, surveying the surroundings. Towering searchlights were erected around the base, with armed personnel patrolling the perimeter. In the center, a white tent was constructed, and the outlines of scientific equipment could be faintly discerned within. Such a display would deter any ordinary individual from approaching. S.H.I.E.L.D. evidently recognized the extraordinary nature of Thor's hammer, deploying heavy security to guard the site. Jiang Chun gazed intently at the illuminated base. The searchlight beams sliced through the night sky like swords under the moonlight. What should we do? He whispered to Wang Yu, his gaze fixed on the patrolling armed personnel. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the defensive layout of the base, his demeanor calm. Let us take a closer look first. Thor's hammer is a renowned artifact in the Marvel Universe. A ripple of intrigue stirred within Jiang Chun as he felt a profound curiosity for this legendary weapon, said to be wielded only by the worthy. Wang Yu, too, was stirred, although they had no intention of coveting the power of Thor's hammer. The prospect of witnessing such an artifact firsthand was exhilarating. The 2 exchanged a silent understanding, and Jiang Chun lightly tapped his fingers, a thread of golden magical light swirling at his fingertips. The invisibility spell of Kamartaj quietly unfolded, enveloping them like a transparent veil. Jiang Chun could feel the magical energy coursing through him. The spells imparted by the Ancient One were nothing short of exquisite. They cautiously approached the laboratory, their footsteps as light as the night breeze brushing over the sandy ground. The beams of the searchlights swept over them, yet they remained undetected, their shadows entirely absent. Armed personnel passed by, oblivious to the presence of the invisible Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. They navigated through layers of defenses, gradually drawing closer to the core area shrouded by the white tent. The glow of the invisibility magic emanated faint ripples around them, firmly maintaining their concealment, rendering them imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Every step was taken with utmost caution, fearful of triggering S.H.I.E.L.D.'s detection devices. Fortunately, the magic imparted by the Ancient One is indeed remarkably reliable, allowing the 2 to effortlessly enter the laboratory. They traversed the lengthy corridor and soon arrived at the site of the meteorite crater. At the center of this crater, a hammer of iron stood silently, surrounded by numerous researchers engaged in discussion, yet none could budge it an inch. The hum of scientific equipment gradually became more pronounced, intermingled with the hushed conversations of the on-duty staff. Jiangchen could perceive a peculiar magical aura permeating the air, the very essence of Thor's hammer. It must be noted that while Kamartaj boasts an array of magical artifacts, none can compare to the might of Thor's hammer. This pure magical resonance left Jiangchen profoundly astounded. Chapter 80. Thor. At that moment, unexpectedly, someone else burst into the laboratory. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a tremendous crash, causing the entire room to tremble. The researchers, startled, looked up in unison towards the entrance. There stood a towering, golden-haired handsome figure, whose presence seemed to radiate a formidable aura, instantly dominating the atmosphere of the laboratory. As he approached the experimental chamber, the weather outside abruptly shifted. Dark clouds enveloped the sky for miles, ominous thunder rolled, and a torrential downpour began. This individual was none other than Thor, the god of thunder. He had fought his way through numerous obstacles to reach the laboratory. Although he had lost his divine powers, his physical prowess remained unparalleled, honed by millennia of training, making his combat skills exceptionally formidable. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were uncertain of his intentions and refrained from using lethal weapons, allowing Thor to swiftly reach the side of Mjolnir, the enchanted hammer. Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. observed Thor with keen curiosity, having given the order not to fire upon him. Alongside him, Jiangchen and Wang Yu also gazed with intrigue as Thor extended his hand toward the hammer. A broad smile adorned Thor's face. Mjolnir had been with him for over 1,000 years, essentially his other half. Exiled to Earth by Odin, the sight of his hammer here filled him with immense joy. It seemed he possessed knowledge of the hammer's origins. Coulson, standing on a raised platform, watched Thor with great interest. Beside him stood a robust man with hawk-like eyes, gripping a bow, his expression stoic as he observed Thor from above. This man was Hawkeye, an elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agent renowned for his exceptional marksmanship and affinity for archery. Is he really not going to be stopped? Hawkeye inquired, perplexed, glancing at Coulson. Not for now. After all, no one can lift that hammer, can they? Coulson replied with a smile, continuing, if he can lift it, it would help us understand what it truly is. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye lowered his bow and regarded Thor calmly. Indeed, as Coulson had stated, everyone present had attempted to lift the hammer, even with tools and machinery, yet none could so much as budge it, not even the earth beneath it. Given these circumstances, it was evident that Thor seemed to have some understanding of the hammer. Coulson was naturally eager to observe the outcome. Is this really Thor? Jiangchen whispered, excitement gleaming in his eyes. After all, Thor could be considered a powerhouse within the Avengers, especially after his awakening, and now, encountering the strongest member of the future Avengers team, piqued Jiangchen's interest immensely. Below, Thor's hand slowly reached for Mjolnir, his movements imbued with fervor and reverence. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with the mighty Mjolnir, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the enchanted hammer. Mjolnir emitted a resonant hum, seemingly responding to Thor's call. Seizing the moment, Thor grasped Mjolnir tightly, yet the overwhelming thunder made him furrow his brow in discomfort. Though the lightning was not directed at him, he felt an inexplicable sense of rejection. He exerted all his strength to lift Mjolnir, but to his astonishment, the hammer remained steadfastly anchored to the ground. This revelation left Thor incredulous. He clutched the hammer's handle with both hands, pouring every ounce of his might into the effort. Yet Mjolnir still refused to budge, shattering his spirit. He released his grip, as vacant as he gazed at the hammer before him, collapsing to the ground in despair. In that moment, he realized he was unacknowledged by Mjolnir, or rather, by his father Odin, a truth that pierced his heart with unbearable pain. Thor raised his head, facing the torrential downpour from the heavens, and let out a furious roar. Why? At this moment, Thor could not comprehend why his father would cast him out. He believed he had done no wrong. Recently, when the frost giants invaded Asgard with the intent to steal treasures from the vault, they were discovered by the destroyer, who eliminated them. Upon learning of this, Thor viewed it as a provocation by the frost giants against Asgard and, accompanied by a few friends and his brother Loki, ventured to Jotunheim to demand an explanation. Unfortunately, the frost giant king Laufey dismissed him entirely, and a quarrel ensued. After a fierce battle, Being in enemy territory proved disastrous for Thor and his companions, and it was only Odin's intervention that saved them. Upon returning to Asgard, Thor faced Odin's stern reprimand. His prideful demeanor made him defiant, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he retorted that Odin had grown old and become a coward. This provoked Odin's wrath. Initially prepared to crown Thor as the future king of Asgard, Odin now found it necessary to reassess Thor's worthiness. Thus, Odin exiled Thor to Earth, casting Mjolnir alongside him and placing restrictions upon the hammer. Only when Thor regained Mjolnir's acknowledgement could he reclaim his powers and return to Asgard, unbeknownst to Thor. All of this was a scheme orchestrated by his brother Loki. Although the plan deviated considerably from Loki's original intentions, it was indeed aimed at sabotaging Thor's coronation. In this turmoil, Loki also uncovered his true lineage. He was, in fact, the biological son of King Laufey, the Frost Giant. This revelation was monumental, as Loki had always prided himself on being Odin's son, and now, the notion of being adopted was a bitter pill to swallow. In any case, Loki, resolute in his intentions, sought to personally eliminate Laufey and obliterate Jotunheim, thereby reclaiming Odin's acknowledgement and proving himself as Odin's finest son. Alas, this is the crux of the matter. Loki has thus earned the moniker of the paternal tormentor. Such conduct, in the eyes of Jiang Chun and his companions, appears somewhat frivolous. It seems the conclusion is nigh. Observing Thor, who sat despondently upon the ground, the onlooker, Coulson, let out a sigh. Initially, he had harbored hopes that this individual might bring forth some good tidings, but it appeared that such aspirations were misplaced. He was utterly incapable of dislodging the enchanted hammer. "Bring him to me. I wish to interrogate him," Coulson instructed one of his subordinates as he strode toward the laboratory. Meanwhile, Thor was swiftly escorted away by several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, his spirit crushed and devoid of any resistance, as he was led away without a fight. Chapter 81. The lifted hammer of Thor. As the night deepened, the rain showed no signs of abating. Jiangchen and Wang Yu stood atop a high vantage point, observing the entire spectacle unfold. It appeared that this so-called god of thunder had failed to pass his father's trial. Jiangchen shook his head with a sigh. Wang Yu, arms crossed and expression grave, remarked, "Given the earlier display, I thought it might differ from the movies, that he could truly lift it. Yet, to my surprise, he still could not." The rain soaked through their garments, yet their gazes remained fixed on the departing figure of Thor. "That hammer is quite intriguing," Jiangchen mused, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "I've heard it was forged within a dying star." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Are you genuinely interested in this?" "Of course. It is the legendary artifact," Jiangchen replied, rubbing his hands together. "The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have departed. Why don't we go down and take a look?" "You can't be thinking." Before Wang Yu could finish, Jiang Chun had already begun his descent. "We've come this far. We must at least give it a try. This is the fabled hammer of the god of thunder." The pair trudged through the muddy terrain until they stood before the legendary weapon, scrutinizing it closely. The ancient runes etched upon the hammer glimmered faintly in the rain, exuding an aura of mystery. "Let me give it a go," Jiangchen said, rubbing his hands together as he grasped the handle. He first made a gentle attempt, then exerted more force, gritting his teeth as if summoning every ounce of strength within him, yet the hammer remained immovable. As expected, Jiang Chun released his grip and turned to Wang Yu. "Why don't you give it a try?" Wang Yu shook his head. "What purpose would that serve?" "Just try it. What if you're the chosen one?" Jiang Chun persisted. After much coaxing, Wang Yu reluctantly approached the hammer. Rainwater cascaded down his cheeks as he extended his right hand and grasped the handle. Just as Jiangchen was about to utter a jest, his eyes widened in disbelief. With a gentle lift, the hammer surprisingly rose from the ground. In an instant, sparks of lightning flickered around Wang Yu, and within his eyes there seemed to gleam electric light, while rumbling thunder echoed from the darkened clouds above. Jiangchen stood agape, momentarily at a loss for words. What astonished him further was that Wang Yu merely weighed the hammer in his hands before placing it back down. "It's of moderate weight and has good balance," Wang Yu remarked calmly. You were able to lift it?" Jiangchen stammered. "What's so astonishing about that?" Wang Yu shrugged. "It's just a hammer." The rain continued to pour, and the two stood beside the hammer, with Jiangchen lost in contemplation. In that moment, he realized that Wang Yu, as an exemplary soldier in the army, Earning the Hammer's recognition was hardly surprising. After all, during the trial conducted by the Ancient One, Wang Yu had demonstrated an unwavering spirit of self-sacrifice by saving a young girl he had never met. If he were not deemed worthy of the hammer, that would indeed be perplexing. If Captain America can lift it, why should a soldier from Huagua not be able to? The restriction placed by Odin on Thor's hammer is that only those who embody justice may wield it. Are not the soldiers of my homeland, Huagua, also just? Captain America can lift Thor's hammer. What is the reason behind it? Justice? Kindness? Sacrifice? Dedication? Is it truly the case that we, the soldiers of Huagua, are incapable of such virtues? If we must speak of distinctions, it is undeniable that our soldiers may fall short in certain aspects. After all, Captain America frequently saves the world, while we focus on the more immediate task of safeguarding our compatriots and maintaining domestic tranquility. Nonetheless, this alone should suffice under the constraints of Mjolnir. That said, why is it that Wang Yu can lift the hammer, while I remain utterly motionless? Jiang Chun felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Though he understood he could not measure up to a warrior like Wang Yu, he believed he was, at the very least, a good person. To be unable to lift it was one thing, but to not even stir it? Wasn't he that rather disheartening? However, reflecting on the other heroes in the Avengers, none could lift Thor's hammer either, not even Tony Stark, the architect of the Marvel Universe. This thought brought a measure of comfort to Jiang Chun, although his admiration for Wang Yu only deepened. After all, does not lifting Thor's hammer grant one the power of the Thunder God? This intrigued Jiang Chun. Indeed, upon grasping the hammer, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. The ability to command thunder. Wang Yu did not conceal this, stating, "This power is formidable and alluring, yet ultimately it is not a result of one's own cultivation. It does not stem from personal strength. Becoming enamored with such power will hinder personal growth. Moreover, for me, I have no need for it." Wang Yu was currently studying magic, which also harbored immense potential and, in the future, would far surpass the Thunder God's power within Mjolnir. Even the future Thor, upon breaking the shackles of the Thunder God's power and unlocking his inner strength, would wield even greater might. Thus, Wang Yu's words held merit. The allure of Mjolnir's power is undeniable, yet it serves as a limitation on an individual's capabilities. He would not fall prey to an obsession with it. Wang Yu's nonchalant decision to forego the power of the Thunder God only deepened Jiang Chun's respect for him. Such self-control is certainly befitting of a Huagua soldier. Well, let us depart from here. Someone should be arriving shortly, Wang Yu remarked. Jiang Chun nodded, and the two of them exited the meteorite crater. In the now quiet crater, aside from the hammer's handle having shifted slightly, nothing else had changed. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Odin, who had been in slumber, abruptly awoke. Sensing that the enchantments he had placed upon Mjolnir had been triggered, clearly, someone had lifted Thor's hammer. Could it be Thor? Unlikely. The trial he had set for him had yet to commence, and that fool could not have changed so swiftly. However, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. The hammer of Thor is a treasure of Asgard, and it is inconceivable that it would fall into the hands of others. Despite his recent state of weakness from slumber, he summoned his magic and gazed upon Earth. His vision traversed the globe, swiftly landing in a meteorite crater where he beheld Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. At this moment, Wang Yu had just lifted the hammer of Thor, just as Odin intended to intervene and prevent Wang Yu from wielding the hammer. He observed Wang Yu calmly placing it down and heard his words. This brought a sigh of relief from Odin, who also felt a measure of admiration for Wang Yu. This human from Midgard was indeed remarkable. He could not help but feel inclined to commend him for his eloquence. Chapter 82. Loki. This power is formidable and captivating, yet, ultimately, it is not a result of one's own cultivation. Wang Yu's words reached Odin's ears, eliciting a look of approval upon his visage. The magical traces of Kamartaj. Odin discerned the magical fluctuations emanating from the two individuals, gaining a clearer understanding of their origins. Observing Wang Yu's nonchalant relinquishment of the power of the Thunder God, Odin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, the thought that the divine might he had bestowed upon Mjolnir was being dismissed by another caused the God King's aged face to twitch involuntarily. The lad spoke truthfully. Thor indeed relied too heavily on Mjolnir. Since the hammer had not fallen into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, Odin felt a sense of ease wash over him. His old friend, the Ancient One, would surely grant me this favor. The God King reclined back upon his throne, preparing to resume his Odin sleep. Yet, before closing his eyes, he discreetly placed a secret binding upon Mjolnir. Meanwhile, at the edge of the meteorite crater, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu were preparing to depart this place of chaos. Unbeknownst to them, every action they had taken had been observed by the God King. Just as they exited the crater, a figure once again captured their attention. Clad in a covert agent's uniform, the individual swaggered toward Mjolnir with an air of audacity. The surrounding agents regarded him with indifference, as if under the influence of some enchantment. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes, sensing a faint magical aura about the figure. This magical essence. Wang Yu, too, detected the anomaly, exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Chun. Loki. The name sprang to both their minds in unison. Encountering the god of mischief piqued their interest. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, signaling Wang Yu to conceal themselves and observe. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, and the two concealed their forms, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. As night deepened, the atmosphere within the crater grew increasingly surreal. The figure cast a slender shadow under the moonlight, slowly approaching Mjolnir. Magic shimmered at his fingertips, seemingly concocting an intricate scheme. This princeling of Asgard wore a playful smile. Gazing at Mjolnir resting upon the ground, his eyes brimming with triumph. He had just departed from Thor, having deceived him with the tale that their father had perished from grief, claiming that the All-Father had never forgiven Thor before his demise, condemning him to eternal exile from Asgard. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Thor was utterly despondent. Initially, he had been delighted to see Loki, anticipating good tidings or perhaps a clandestine return to Asgard, only to be met with this calamity. The weight of having caused their father's death through his own recklessness was a blow of immense proportions to him. In that moment, Thor found it impossible to forgive himself. Seeing Thor so profoundly affected, Loki reveled inwardly, though he maintained a fa of disappointment as he exited the interrogation room, leaving Thor behind. Loki could scarcely contain his glee, suppressing the urge to laugh heartily as he proceeded toward the location of Mjolnir. He harbored a profound interest in Mjolnir as well. At this moment, Loki believed that Thor's strength emanated from the god of Thunder's hammer, and he felt a deep envy towards Thor's power, naturally yearning to acquire the might of the Thunder god. Thus, Loki resolved to make an attempt. At this juncture, Thor was incapacitated. Perhaps Mjolnir would choose him instead. With such thoughts in mind, Loki approached the mighty hammer. Wait, didn't the hammer's handle just face the other direction? He pondered. Was it possible he had misremembered? Observing Mjolnir, which seemed to have been moved, Loki was filled with perplexity. Could it be that Thor had shifted it when he last wielded it? Unable to fathom the mystery, he dismissed the thought, rubbing his hands together, his gaze fixated solely on Mjolnir. He grasped the handle, envisioning himself wielding the Thunder god's power to vanquish his foes, and exerted all his strength to lift it. To his dismay, the hammer remained unmoved. He grasped the handle with both hands, yet met with the same unyielding result, unable to budge it in the slightest. This incited a sense of indignation within Loki, and with a huff, he turned to leave. Even without the power of the Thunder god, he could still derive formidable strength from the ancient ice coffin. At this moment, Loki had also come to understand his lineage, and the fact that Odin had fallen into slumber was not due to Thor's actions, but rather a consequence of his own provocation. As Loki turned to depart, he unexpectedly halted beneath the moonlight. Narrowing his emerald eyes, he peered into the darkness ahead. A faint magical aura lingered in the air, as if someone were observing the scene. As the most distinguished mage among the 9 realms, self-proclaimed, yet undeniably talented, Loki possessed an acute sensitivity to magic. He raised his hand and waved gently, a vibrant green glow swirling at his fingertips. The illusionary magic rapidly expanded, enveloping an area of several hundred meters. His attire transformed from the tailored suit of a secret agent into his signature dark green mage's robe. However, the elusive gaze that had pricked at him had vanished. Frowning, Loki scanned the surroundings once more, but found no anomalies. Could there be a sorcerer lurking in Midgard? The night wind stirred, causing his dark green cloak to flutter softly. Intriguing, Loki murmured, a playful smile gracing his lips. He then turned to leave. There was no longer any reason to linger in this place. Since he could not obtain the power of Mjolnir, he felt less compelled to pursue it and resolved to return to Asgard. After all, Loki currently held the dual role of King of Asgard. He intended to seize this opportunity to accomplish something significant, so that when his father awoke and beheld his achievements, he would surely commend him, possibly even granting him the chance to be crowned king. Loki's plan was straightforward. He sought to devise a means to annihilate Jotunheim, deliberately luring Laufey to Asgard to assassinate Odin, and then, before all eyes, he would personally slay Laufey. In doing so, he could not only cleanse the stain upon his lineage but also earn Odin's respect. By saving Odin, he would thereby secure his own opportunity to inherit the throne. Indeed, all of this is merely Loki's unreciprocated desire. Meanwhile, Jiangchen and Wang Yu have returned to the motel through the portal. Beneath the dim yellow light, the two exchanged a knowing smile. It appears that Loki is not as omnipotent as he seems. Jiangchen reclined on the sofa, his tone relaxed. At the very least, he is not yet the god of stories that is to come. However, upon reflection, if such an absurd entity truly existed, the matter of an entire nation traversing realms would have undoubtedly been detected and deliberately targeted. Wang Yu approached the window, gazing at the distant twinkling stars. Asgard is on the verge of descending to Earth, presenting us with an opportunity. Jiang Chen nodded, comprehending the implications of Wang Yu's words. Establishing diplomatic relations with Asgard is the true objective of their journey. In comparison to artifacts like Mjolnir, diplomatic ties hold far greater strategic significance for the nation. No wonder you are disinterested in Mjolnir, Jiang Chen realized. This is evidently one of the reasons.